10 a.m. is when Eknath Shinde will have a meeting with all those rebel MLAs in Guwahati. Nibir now joins us live on this broadcast. Yes, Nibir, we are expecting that 10 a.m. Meeting to be extremely crucial because that's when the show of hands as well as, in a way, the process towards the magic number will begin.
Yes, indeed, an extremely crucial meeting that is going to be held at the Radisson Blu Hotel at about 10 a.m. by the Shinde camp. There are new developments that will be taken into consideration. First of all, there are new MLAs that have joined the camp. Yesterday morning, about 34 MLAs came to the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. But after that, there are two batches of MLAs that came in Guwahati. Firstly, yesterday night, around 4 MLAs came, and now today morning around 3 MLAs came. So those MLAs will also be considered in that discussion. And along with that, there are new political developments that have happened in Maharashtra.
Will independents also hold the key exactly because that would only add the number to cross the magic figure. Nibir, we'll come back to you. We're heading into a short break for now. The Shiv Sena, they're camping there under the leadership of Eknath Shinde, and getting in a bit of breaking news update, the TMC has now said that the BJP has always played cross bat. So that's another reaction, an allegation coming in from the TMC, just as has been said by the Congress and the Shiv Sena as well in the past. We have Kirti Azad joining us on the phone line. Mr. Azad, what do you make of this allegation coming in from the TMC this time around, saying that the BJP has always played cross bat?
Well, what did they do in Madhya Pradesh?
But isn't it really directly related to, you know, the particular government's concern not being able to keep their flock together? BJP will use this as an opportunity, yes, if the Maha Vikas Aghadi is unable to keep matters in their hands.
Correct. Money, ED, IT, NSA, they all can be used to BJP's advantage.
And how is that, Mr. Azad?
Haven't we seen it?
No, in this particular case, how is it that any of the agencies is being put to use as you're alleging?
Well, haven't you seen what has happened in the past? A few months ago? On the various leaders, and every time they can't convict anybody. You've seen approximately more than 3,000 cases by ED have been framed on lots of people.
So, Mr. Azad, are you implying that all of these MLAs have decided to part ways under some sort of pressure?
Well, it's quite evident. It's very evident. What happened in Madhya Pradesh? Can you tell me that? Didn't they try the best in Bengal? Didn't they try the best in Rajasthan? Rajasthan, they almost had them.
Well, all parties involved, including the Congress and the Shiv Sena, currently in damage control mode, Mr. Azad. Let's see how this plays out. Too soon to really come to any sort of conclusions. I'll have to leave it at that. Thank you for joining us with that perspective. Let me go across to my colleague Vaishali, who's joining us from Surat. Vaishali, क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं? कितने विधायक अंदर होटल में हैं? हमें क्या कंफर्म्ड है कि सारे शिवसेना के हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, जैसा आप देख रहे हैं, सवेरे कल रात से ही वो लोग यहाँ एयरपोर्ट पास की एक होटल में रुके हैं कल रात से ही, और आज सवेरे से ही सूरत के आप जो भी है मीडिया जगत के सारे लोग वहां पे पहुंचे हैं, और वहां पे जो जानकारी हम लोगों को अभी तक मिली है तो उसमें यही है कि ये जो सारे विधायक हैं वो 22 जो विधायक है वो सारे ही शिवसेना से जुड़े हुए हैं, और उनके नाम का लिस्ट भी जैसे मैं आपको भेज चुकी हूँ। मतलब वो कहा जा सकता है कि वो सारे शिवसेना से ही जुड़े हुए हैं।
Shiv Sena and leaders are now being dispatched to get in touch with the roughly 30 rebel MLAs. Meanwhile, even as we speak, the chief of NCP, Sharad Pawar, along with his chief lieutenants, are there holding a press conference. We'll get to hear what the status of the NCP MLAs are. After all, most of the people who are believed to be holed up in the Gujarat region.
Top headlines this hour: 3 more Shiv Sena MLAs joined the rebel camp in Guwahati, bringing Shinde to a close to 2/3 mark needed to avoid disqualification.
However, Uddhav Thackeray is not throwing in the towel yet. The Chief Minister may have lost trust of the party faction but is continuously mobilizing the Janta for political survival. Amid Maha pot boiler, Uddhav leaves Chief Minister's residence but not the kursi. Numbers not in his favour but optics instill confidence. Tight-lipped on Sena's crisis, BJP dismisses hand in revolt but Fadnavis holds a key meeting. Party summons all MLAs to Mumbai. BJP meanwhile filed complaint against Uddhav for violation of COVID protocols, meeting politicians and mixing with the party followers. In other news, another crisis that hits the AIADMK with the war of attrition between the OPS and the EPS reaching a breakpoint. Key council meeting to settle the debate. At least 1,000 killed in Afghanistan earthquake. Prime Minister Modi shows readiness to provide relief material. Non-stop updates that we are tracking right here on Times Now, as all eyes are on the Shinde camp meeting. In a short while from now, there will be a show of hands exactly to show the number, because it all comes down to the numbers there, Richa. How many of those Shiv Sena leaders who broke away from Maharashtra Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray camp have now travelled via Surat to Guwahati and are now currently at the hotel? 10 a.m. it is now being said that Eknath Shinde will be convening yet another meeting.
Absolutely, because they are to reach the magic number. And will this be the breaking point for the Shiv Sena? That's everyone that's looking forward to. Nibir now joins us live on this broadcast. Nibir, this is a key moment in the Mahasangram. At 10 a.m. is when Eknath Shinde will have this meeting with all his rebel MLAs in Guwahati. What more can we expect?
Yes, the meeting is very crucial because it is going to be a meeting with updated information, because more MLAs have joined the Shinde camp, as well as new information in the sense that we saw the developments that happened in Maharashtra, big political developments, Uddhav Thackeray leaving his residence, and so these kind of developments will be considered by Shinde and his supporters here at the Guwahati Red and Blue, along with the new MLAs that have joined in since yesterday night. 2 batches of MLAs have come to the Red and Blue hotel. Yesterday at night 4 MLAs joined, and today morning another 3 MLAs have joined. So the new information that have received yesterday along with the new MLAs will discuss about the course of action, their course of action ahead as they take the crucial meeting at about 10 a.m. today.
All right, so if we talk about as far as the number game is concerned, we have Radhika and Nibir both staying with us on this big story. Eknath Shinde is now claiming to have more than 46 MLAs on his side. Now, we spoke to him yesterday as well. How many MLAs from the Shiv Sena and how many independents have now joined his camp? Listen in.
सर, मैं टाइम्स नाउ न्यूज चैनल से अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ।
बोलिए
सर, अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है।
सर, क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है। सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है
जी,
वो हमारे साथ है, और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, बाला साहब ठाकरे की जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं।
सर, आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है, 6 मंत्री।
सर, निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है, निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे।
सर, कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ, हुई थी।
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे।
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है।
तो बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई।
सर, मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
जहां तक मैंने सबकी पिक्चर्स देखी है, जो लोग लीव यहाँ से जा चुके हैं, मेरे साथ तो 5 लोग कल डिस्कशन के जब हमारा चल रहा था तो 5 सीनियर लोग थे, जिसमें 3 तो कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर थे। अगर वो भी यहाँ से निकल जाए तो इसका मतलब कुछ तो गलत हुआ है, जिसकी जिम्मेदारी सीएम साहब की नहीं है, लेकिन कुछ तो हुआ है जिसकी वजह से ये सब हो गया महाराष्ट्र में। ये जो रिबेल हुआ है वो उद्धव साहब के रेजिग्नेशन के लिए कभी भी नहीं था। ये जिस पार्टी के साथ हमारा गठबंधन है उससे कुछ शिकायतें विधायकों को, और अगर वो दूर की जाती तो ये मुसीबत नहीं आती। मैं आज तक भी मैं मुंबई में ही हूँ। आई वॉज अटेंडिंग ऑल द मीटिंग्स विच वर कंडक्टेड बाय शिवसेना। और जो भी विधायकों का कहना है, क्योंकि विधायक यहाँ पे नहीं है, तो जो भी हम तक पहुंचता है हमने एम साहब तक वो पहुंचा दिया है।
All right, my colleagues Radhika and Nibir continue to join us on this broadcast. So just minutes from now, Radhika, we are expecting that crucial show of hands to happen in Guwahati, because that's when the magic number, and that will be revealed further. Because remember, there are 3 more Shiv Sena MLAs that have now joined the Shinde camp. They also have the support of certain independents. We are expecting that a possible announcement might be made soon after this meeting as well.
Yes, that is a possibility, because we are talking about close to 7 new MLAs who have joined Eknath Shinde fold, which means the numbers are anyway close to 40, or it could be more than 42. And if we include independents, of course, it's much more than that. It could be 45 too, because the numbers are changing and we're not entirely certain how many independents are there. But certainly the numbers, the total numbers are anywhere close to 40 is what we are hearing, which means the magic figure of 37 has been crossed. So the next step as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned will be to take that head count, get that signature and perhaps make an announcement, and then perhaps make an appointment with the governor as soon as possible. So it looks like Eknath Shinde is just waiting for that number, the 2/3 number of 55, which is 37. As soon as that is reached, and of course he has support of independents as well, as soon as that number is reached, that is confirmed, then in most likelihood he will make an appointment with the governor for the next course of action.
So that is exactly, now this is coming across as the magic number is something that we also have Sharan joining us at this point, because Sharan, even yesterday that the cabinet meeting that was convened by Uddhav Thackeray, we did not see any Sena leader attending it. Today there is another MVA meeting that is also expected to happen. How many leaders exactly there are present of the Shiv Sena?
Well, Amita, this is something that will be in fact very interesting to see, because remember, like you pointed out yesterday at 1 PM there was in fact a cabinet meeting where only 3 Shiv Sena ministers were present in the meeting. Apart from that, there was also in fact a meeting of the MLAs that was called at about 5 PM, but we have seen how that meeting was in fact eventually changed into a Facebook live by Uddhav Thackeray, where he made in fact an emotional appeal. And also there was in fact an ultimatum by the Shiv Sena asking these MLAs to in fact reach Varsha Bungalow by 5 PM. If they are a no-show, that means that they are out of Shiv Sena, that they are out of the party. Now it will be interesting to see at 11:30 once again a meeting has been called by Uddhav Thackeray. So who all in fact will be present at Matoshri? Though yesterday it was the meeting was called at his official bungalow, last night he has in fact shifted from his official bungalow to his residence at Matoshri. So it will be interesting to see who all from Shiv
Stay with us, Sharan, even as we have some more breaking news coming in. This time, the Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi Party President Prakash Ambedkar is now tweeting out and speaking and reacting on the political turmoil in Maharashtra. He now says, is it true that the BJP has put a condition on Eknath Shinde that they should merge with the BJP and only then the government will be formed? So already we are seeing how a psychological game is being played, more and more such statements and claims being made by other leaders as well. In fact, Radhika, if you can also share more light on this.
Yes, absolutely. As far as this tweet is concerned by Prakash Ambedkar, he goes on to say that looks like BJP has in fact cautioned them, or in fact this, the tone is of threat, that the BJP has told Eknath Shinde that you can only form the government with us even if you show the numbers. So that is the tweet that has been put out by Prakash Ambedkar. Now he indicating that it is the architect of this entire defection is BJP, and that even though Eknath Shinde may have the numbers, without BJP he cannot form the government. This is something on the expected lines, because even if the magic figure of 37 is crossed, he will have to ally with the party, and currently obviously it is the BJP.
I'm just going to quickly explain those pictures on our screens. Currently this is coming from the Guwahati hotel, and Nibir, some movement that is being tracked, the security that has been ramped up. Over to you.
Yes, we are seeing movement here. The security has been ramped up in front of the gate, and we spoke with the police officials. They are saying that some high-profile member might come out, high-profile leader might come out, but they are not disclosing as to who might come out. However, you can see on the screen the security has been ramped up, and they are making a line so that the media people cannot enter that line. But we got to know that someone will come out of the hotel in any time soon. So that's why we are waiting for who comes out, and the security as a result of that has been ramped up because someone is expected to come out of the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati in any time soon.
All right, stay with us. In fact, Nibir, even as we are expecting that crucial meeting to begin at 10 a.m., we are expecting that there will be a show of hands there. But news coming in as to how there are more and more numbers that might swell up further, because there is news of more MLAs that might now reach Guwahati to come in support of Shinde. This means that they are already reaching and marking towards that magic number of 37.
Well, we are staying with those live pictures that are coming in, because even if you can hear me now, Nibir, one of the questions that are now being raised is that was there any offer of a merger that was given by the BJP to Eknath Shinde? Because yesterday he had categorically denied, saying that he will not leave the Shiv Sena and not will form another political faction.
So although Shinde has denied any BJP help, but there was visible footprint of the BJP here in Assam yesterday. We saw the BJP grassroots workers at the airport facilitating the logistics of the MLA, and later we saw the MP greeting them and a senior MLA greeting them at the airport, and also saw the MP car entering the premises of the hotel and CM's convoy leaving the hotel. So the BJP footprint has been quite visible. However, there has not been any statement made by Shinde on this front. However, there has not been any statement made by Shinde to verify these claims. We have this meeting that is ongoing at 10 a.m. at the hotel. So we will know more about the BJP angle here after the meeting, and we might also see certain BJP leaders within the Assam fold entering the Radisson Hotel anytime soon, because security has been beefed up here in front of the gate, and we are expecting some movement here in front of the Radisson Blu Hotel here in Guwahati.
Absolutely, because remember, we spoke to Eknath Shinde yesterday, where he is already claiming to have more than 46 MLAs on his side. We spoke to him yesterday, and he has already in a way warned, and in a way there has been no ice cut as far as the Chief Minister's victim card play is concerned. Not much impact was made through his speech as well. Shinde has also put Sena on a notice, remember, Nibira, and they are already in a way warning them that they should leave this unnatural Aghadi alliance soon. Alright, we'll try to go back to Nibir shortly, but Shivani also joins us live on this broadcast. And Shivani, back-to-back breaking news developments coming in, even as we are staying with these live images of Radisson Blu in Guwahati. That's where the Shinde camp is. At 10 a.m. is when we are expecting that crucial meeting to happen, where the show of hands will also begin, and that's when the magic number will also be...
We're seeing cars coming out of the Radisson Blu. The cars two cars have gone out of the Radisson Blu Hotel. The glasses of the cars, where the windows were covered with shield, so it is very difficult to ascertain who was inside. But we are getting to know that the person who was inside that car has to do with the high-level meeting that was just held at the Radisson Blu Hotel, where Shinde and the dissenting MLAs are lodging currently. And we're getting to know that the two cars have gone out of the Radisson Blu Hotel just now, and they might be heading towards the airport, because they took the road towards the airport. So we don't know clearly, but that
so
two
movement
cars
that keeps on happening there at right outside the hotel where Nibir is currently reporting live from. But Shivani, if you can hear me, has now Shinde crossed the magic figure?
Well, definitely, clearly showcases that Shinde has actually reached to the point of the number 37. In fact, that is what he's been claiming, that he has more and more people. And in fact, the way claims are coming out through Shinde, it showcases that all of those MLA, those who belong to Shiv Sena, are now in his cadre, are in his court, and definitely will see that now 36 number is something which is already clear that Shinde has those 36 MLAs of Sena. But yes, the way more and more people are coming and reaching out to Surat and Guwahati clearly showcases that of course the number will cross the magic number that is required for Shinde to build up a new significant role as a Sena or a Shiv Sena head or a party leader simultaneously. But what we are also expecting at the moment that more people, those are reaching out to Guwahati, will finally give a signature to Eknath Shinde with regards to forming up a new alliance here, breaking Uddhav Thackeray's party and making one of Eknath Shinde. Because let's remember clearly, in Surat, in the hotel in late night, Eknath Shinde made all of those MLAs, those were there with him from Shiv Sena, sign a letter, and that letter copy it's been signed to present before the governor of Maharashtra to showcase the power of
this was being done in Surat as well, because all of those leaders who were first initially camping in Surat, they were made to sign a document, a pledge of allegiance with Eknath Shinde. Thereafter, they were shifted to Guwahati as more and more leaders are believed to be adding to that number. What is now being said that he has already crossed the magic figure of 37, and he is far more comfortable now with independents also seemingly siding Eknath Shinde. We'll stay with those live pictures after a short break.
Opposition's presidential candidate, and the decision that is expected to be taken on that as far as the meeting, the second round that was going to happen today. We're given to understand that Yashwant Sinha's name by the opposition. 17 parties were invited. They were supposed to be part of this opposition meeting. Yashwant Sinha this morning took to Twitter. He said he is hoping that a larger responsibility is entrusted on him, and his party's chief, Mamata Banerjee,
has been a vice president of Trinamool Congress. So how things transpire at this meeting remains to be seen. But in the midst of this crisis, Sharad Pawar, of course, was in the national capital to actually host and invite all political parties for that all-important opposition meeting. But it does seem that opposition leaders who met yesterday, and now, of course, another meeting that is currently underway to decide on what the opposition strategy as far as the presidential candidate is concerned.
Now, Ashok Chavan, the Congress leader, is chairing an emergency meet of the Congress camp. Like I said, the top brass of the Congress, the Shiv Sena, the NCP, all in a hurdle now, in a damage control mode as well. Sanjay Raut claims they are in touch with Eknath Shinde. So does Nana Patole of the Congress. And now there's an emergency meeting taking place as well. Let's listen in.
This may not be any reason for any worry for us.
Sir, after the MLC poll results, you also said that this should be looked after and looked upon very seriously. How does it look for the Maharashtra government now?
As regards cross-voting of any party is concerned, we should introspect and see how the things can be appropriately settled.
Sir, the Member of Parliament from MVA, Sanjay Raut, also stated that there is a conspiracy to topple the Thackeray government.
See, BJP is making these type of efforts in every state wherever Congress is ruling or oppositions are ruling. It is they who engineered Operation Kamala, and they don't believe in democracy. This type of activities, they are fully involved. And now people have started understanding that. I don't think they will dare to do again the same wrong, same bad tactics in Maharashtra.
So last question, how are things going to be from now on, and also considering that NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar also called upon an emergency meeting?
Repeat the question.
Sir, NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar also called upon an emergency meeting. How are things going to be from now on, and you are considering that you are also in charge of the Maharashtra IACC?
Yeah, any leader, every leader will call for immediate meeting. They will take stock of the situation, because we have to discuss and take precautions if there are any to be taken.
Opposition's presidential candidate and the decision that is expected to be taken on that as far as the meeting, the second round that was going to happen today. We're given to understand that Yashwant Sinha's name has been finalized by the opposition. 17 parties were invited. They were supposed to be part of this opposition meeting. Yashwant Sinha this morning took to Twitter. He said,
और जो बौखलाहट राज्यसभा चुनाव के बाद और अब विधान परिषद के चुनाव के बाद जिसका संदर्भ पवैया जी ने दिया, तो खलबली मच चुकी है। ना ये स्थिर है, ना वो स्थिर है, ना तीसरा दल।
Breaking inputs coming in from Guwahati. My colleague Nibir now joins us live from outside the Radisson Blu Hotel, where all the action is currently taking place. Yes, Nibir, over to you. What's happening there? All eyes on the 10 a.m. meeting.
Yes, indeed, the meeting is about to be held. We are in front of the Radisson Blu Hotel here, and as you can see, security has been deployed because there is visible movement in front of the Radisson Blu Hotel here in Guwahati, where the dissenting MLAs of the Shinde camp are currently lodged. So far, since the morning, another batch of MLAs have come to the hotel. Yesterday night, one more batch came, so the numbers have increased since yesterday, and now we are expecting that more than 40 MLAs are at least there at the Radisson Blu Hotel. There is a high-level meeting ongoing at within the Shinde camp. The show of hands is ongoing at the Radisson Blu Hotel, and this meeting is very crucial because this meeting is crucial because it will take into consideration the political developments that happened in Maharashtra yesterday, as well as the new numbers that have joined the camp. So that very crucial meeting, very important meeting at the Radisson Blu Hotel by the Shinde camp that is currently ongoing here in Guwahati.
All right, we'll keep a tab on all the live updates that are coming in from Maharashtra to the state of Assam. We'll be back after a short break, getting you all the real-time updates straight away from Maharashtra. Kritzveen joining you on the other side live. Stay tuned.
Let's get you breaking news coming in from Maharashtra. He is hoping that a larger responsibility is entrusted on him, and his party's chief, Mamata Banerjee, approves of that. Looks like it's not just an approval from Mamata Banerjee, but from a united opposition as well, because Yashwant Sinha is now the consensus candidate as far as the presidential election is concerned for the opposition. Remember, this also comes at a time when 3 candidates declined the offer. Gopal Krishna Gandhi, Sharad Pawar and Farooq Abdullah were the 3 picks that the opposition had made, all 3 of whom denied to take them up on the offer. They had different reasons for it. Madhav's Gopalakrishnan, senior editor, with me for more on this. Madhav, it looks like Yashwant Sinha is the consensus candidate now.
Yes, it is all but confirmed. Just a formal announcement is what is awaited at this point of time. And just a few moments from now, an opposition press conference is going to begin, where, in fact, a formal announcement is going to be made. Sharad Pawar, of course, chairing this meeting called by opposition leaders. Leaders of the Congress party, leaders of various other opposition parties, including the left, are present, and TMC also present at this meeting. The SP, the RJD, CPI, ML, the National Conference, amongst the parties that are present, along with the AIDF, the RSP, and other political parties. The NCP also present over here. The MIM also attending this meeting, as is the IUML. So we are expecting these 15 political parties, and at this particular press conference, to make the announcement of Mr. Yashwant Sinha formally as the opposition candidate as far as the presidential polls are concerned. So that formal announcement is expected in a few minutes from now, where, in fact, the formal announcement of who will be the opposition candidate, it will be Mr. Yashwant Sinha, is what's also indicating to us. And he was, in fact, to attend today's meeting over here as well.
Rahul, and good evening to all my esteemed panelists. Tanveer Bhai is a very dear friend, and I hope he won't interrupt me or mind my saying this, that if tomorrow he goes to a neurosurgeon for his brain surgery, is he going to tell the neurosurgeon कि डॉक्टर साहब यहाँ से नहीं यहाँ कट मारना क्योंकि मुझे पता है.
Island kitchen appliances manufacturer, one of the leading trusted names in India, that is Frank Faber, completed 25 years in the Indian retail market and celebrates the success. Take a look at the special report.
Frank Faber, world leader in kitchen appliances, is celebrating its successful 25 years presence in the Indian market. Italian manufacturer Frank Faber's emphasis on innovation has led to products which meet the needs of a consumer.
As Pawar completes its 25 years in India, on behalf of my entire team, I would like to thank all our customers and partners who helped us reach this big milestone. It is also an important occasion for the fact that we continue to be the unquestioned market leader in the large kitchen appliance space. I would use this occasion to also reiterate our commitment to growing this business, growing the market in India, as also to helping the customers access all the world-class technologies and products in their dream kitchen. Thank you.
The Shiv Sena, their camp.
I am astonished when he says that, he is telling you that Rahul, an able defense force officer, becomes able only after 7 to 8 years. So he means to say that our 3 chiefs of the armed forces do not know. But Tanveer knows कि भाई 8 साल में ही बढ़िया ऑफिसर बनता है, आर्मी या नेवी या एयरफोर्स का 4 साल में नहीं बनता है. But, and the other thing, Rahul, the other day I gave you 7 reasons why I support Agniveer, and they're all logical and rational reasons. But one thing that people have to keep in mind, A, is what General Rawat said. This is not a Manrega employment guarantee scheme, and B, the armed forces are well within their rights, as is every organization, to have a 2-step or a 3-step or a 4-step selection process. They want the best of the best. If 100 people have been inducted, the defense forces are within their rights to say that, look, out of these 100, we have trained them for 4 years, and now the time has come for the second rung in the selection process. We want only 25 who are the best of the best amongst these hundreds.
Well, haven't you seen what has happened in the past? A few months ago, on the various leaders, and every time they can't convict anybody. You've seen approximately more than 3,000 cases by ED have been framed on lots of people.
So, Mr. Azad, are you implying?
A very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning into Times Now this morning. 10 a.m. is the time right now, and a lot of meetings to take place. Remember, the Maha Vikas Aghadi crisis is only escalating by the hour. It's the largest team of reporters here in Mumbai, in Guwahati, and the national capital, also in Surat. First up, the top headlines, then we take you through all the ground reports. 3 more Shiv Sena MLAs joined rebels camp in Guwahati on Thursday, bringing Shinde tantalizing close to the 2/3 mark needed to avoid disqualification. However, Uddhav Thackeray is not throwing in the towel yet. Chief Minister may have lost trust of party faction, but is mobilizing Janta for political survival. Amid Maharashtra pot boiler, Uddhav leaves CM residence but not chair. Numbers not in his favour, but optics instill confidence. Tight-lipped on Sena's crisis, BJP dismisses hand in revolt, but Fadnavis holds key meeting. Party summons MLAs to Mumbai. BJP files complaint against Uddhav for violation of COVID protocol by meeting politicians and mixing with party followers. Meanwhile, another crisis hits AIDMK with war of attrition between OPS and EPS reaching breakpoint. Key council meet to settle the debate. At least 1,000 killed in Afghanistan earthquake. Prime Minister shows readiness to provide relief materials. Let's start with the biggest developments we're tracking this morning at 10 a.m. Viewers, any minutes now were to pick up details on the meeting that is to begin in Guwahati. Guwahati is where in the hotel most of the MLAs of the Shinde camp are currently stationed. So Eknath Shinde will be holding a meeting with them because he's come out with a clear word and has reiterated once again that he is only going to be following the core Hindutva ideology, something that the Shiv Senics, the Uddhav camp, has clearly ditched. Also talking about how seven more MLAs of the Maha Vikas Aghadi have now joined hands with the Shinde camp. Very, very close to the 37 magic figure. Very close, possibly just one short of 37 is what we are being told. So that's another big development coming in this morning. Viewers, Nitin Deshmukh has also met Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Now remember, he's of course gone ahead with what Shiv Sena has been claiming all this while, that all of those MLAs who have sided with Eknath Shinde have been forcibly abducted. For development, Pawar to meet NCP MLAs at 11 a.m. Sharad Pawar will be holding this meeting in Mumbai, so that's an NCP meeting that is to take place. And of course, right after that at 11:30 a.m. from where we're reporting outside the Matoshri, we will be seeing a lot of action as once again Sena leaders, Maha Vikas Aghadi leaders have been called by Uddhav Thackeray. Of course, late last night is when he moved from Varsha, his official bungalow, to Matoshri. Lot of developments lined up, viewers. It's going to be an action-packed day indeed. Let me quickly introduce our reporters joining us this morning. We have Shireen, who's live with us from outside the YB Shavan Center. That's where the NCP meeting is to take place in a while from now. We also have Radhika, who's right now with us outside Matoshri. Shivani also continues to stay on with us. Arunil and Nibir also joining us on this broadcast. If I could quickly come to you, Nibir, we're expecting a lot of developments to take place. Firstly, tell us about the numbers. How far are we from the 37 magic mark? If we talk about the Shinde camp, very, very close to the mark, we believe. We're also expecting him to hold a meet very soon.
Yes, currently a high-level meeting is ongoing at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, where the Shinde camp is lodging since yesterday. Initially, the first batch of MLAs that came to Guwahati were 34, 35 in numbers, and after that, two batches of MLAs have come here. Yesterday night, 4 MLAs joined, and now 3 MLAs today morning also joined the camp. So they have already crossed the 37-digit number, and their strength is increasing since yesterday, and that is what Shinde had earlier said, that this was a display of his show of strength, and his numbers are increasing. At the same time, there is a high-level meeting that is ongoing at the Radisson Blu Hotel with considering the new MLAs that have joined. They will also participate in that meeting. Also, the political developments that happened in Maharashtra yesterday will also be taken into consideration in that high-level meeting that is currently undergoing at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati.
All right, yes. Before we talk about the numbers in detail and go across to our other reporters, let's quickly talk about what Shinde's stand has been. Remember, all through yesterday, we talk about either what he told Times Now or the tweets he's been putting out. He's been saying that there's not going to be any compromise on the Hindutva ideology, something that he says has taken a backseat within the Maha Vikas Aghadi. If we talk about the Shiv Sena's contribution now, he says in 2.5 years, only others have benefited from the Shiv Sena, only the constituent partners have benefited from Shiv Sena, and if we talk about the Sena, there's only been compromise and nothing else. Listen in.
सर, मैं टाइम्स नाउ न्यूज चैनल से अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ.
बोलिए.
सर, अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है.
सर, क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है. सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है वो हमारे साथ है, और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, बाला साहब ठाकरे की जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं.
सर आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है, 6 मंत्री।
सर निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है, निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे।
सर कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ हुई थी।
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे।
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है।
सर बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई।
सर मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
All right, quickly bringing in Radhika and Shareen also into the conversation. Radhika, lot of action to take place here at 11 a.m. But yes, those are the words of Eknath Shinde, who once again goes on to talk about the kind of support he's enjoying at the moment and how there's going to be no compromise whatsoever.
Absolutely. There seems to be no compromise as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, simply because he has the numbers on his side. We are talking about close to 40. Several batches of Shiv Sena MLAs moving from Mumbai to Surat and Guwahati, and that's been happening for the last 2 days. So the numbers as far as Shinde is concerned is only increasing, be it of Sena MLAs or independents. He just needs those 37 Sena MLAs on his side, and that is something he seems to have achieved as of now. So more than 40 on his side is what we are hearing, which means the number of MLAs on Uddhav Thackeray's side is dwindling by the hour. Yesterday, in fact, when we were at St. Regis, where Uddhav Thackeray loyalist MLAs were there, we saw about 15 of them, but those numbers look like have been dwindling since yesterday. Of course, we did see that show of strength by Uddhav Thackeray on the streets of Mumbai when he was shifting from Varsha to Matoshi. Of course, he has people on his side on the streets of Mumbai, Shiv Senics showing that support to him, but on the floor of the house in the assembly he doesn't have the numbers. So therefore currently it is obviously looking like advantage Shinde as far as Maharashtra government formation is concerned.
All right, Radhika, you know, breaking news coming in, and this is as per sources in the Shiv Sena camp. Top sources telling Times Now that one must not rule out Uddhav Thackeray just yet. There's no end of game of Chief Minister. We're in constant touch with Eknath Shinde, something that, remember, was first said by Sanjay Raut of the Shiv Sena, that we will make all the attempts possible to bring back Eknath Shinde to win his confidence once again. But yes, top brush of Shiv Sena, we are being told, is negotiating the return of MLAs. They're to decide the start of the process of expulsion of MLAs, and that has instilled fear in close to 20 MLAs presently with Shinde, who do not want to face a re-election. So that's source-based information coming in. Sena Leaders, the Uddhav camp, believes that attempts are still being made to bring back some of those rebel MLAs, and some of them are actually fearing a re-election and might just come back. Samya also joining us at the moment. Samya, do we know more about what is being said by the Sena camp at the moment? Because this is what they've been maintaining since day one, and looks like some tactics are at play.
Well, absolutely. Firstly, the top sources within Shiv Sena have been maintaining that the channels of talk with Eknath Shinde has not been severed. Rather, it's only opened up. A lot of other leaders from the Shiv Sena are in constant touch with Eknath Shinde and the MLAs who are presently with him in Guwahati. And the fact that the anti-defection law, if enacted, and the fact that the Shiv Senics are now planning to actually start expulsion of these MLAs who are right now with Eknath Shinde, that has instilled fear in close to 20 such MLAs who do not want to face re-election. Then the question arises, what is the fate of these MLAs? And that is precisely why, after the emotional appeal that the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, made yesterday through the Facebook Live, the emotional bond of him with the people of Maharashtra was for everybody to see. And that itself has stirred up sentiments with the MLAs who are right now with the splinter group. And they are seeing how now the primary sentiment is that you can bring down the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, you can bring down the alliance, but you cannot break the Shiv Sena as an organization. That the Shiv Sena is willing to recalibrate, to rebuild, but they are not willing to cow down to the pressure tactics, and they are not going to get bullied by these
You know, a big claim that is also being made as per sources is that Shinde, as is claiming the support of 37 MLAs, just has 30 by his side. Let me go across to Nibir because he can perhaps get us a clearer picture on that. Nibir, is it 37 plus conveniently or 30 as per Shiv Sena sources? A lot of movement going on there. What's happening?
Yes, so more cars have entered the Radisson Blu Hotel, and these might be MLAs here because their car window glasses were shielded, but there are definitely 3-4 cars with heavy security personnel and escorts have entered the hotel, and as per sources, there are MLAs further joining the Shinde camp here at the Radisson Blu Hotel. You can look at the security that has been deployed here, and 4 more escort cars have entered the Radisson Blu Hotel here in Guwahati, and it is expected that more and more MLAs have joined the Shinde camp that is camping here at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati.
Nibir, also getting in news that the opposition is to stage a protest outside the rebel camp. From outside where you're reporting, TMC and Congress to stage a dharna. What is their plan now?
Just saw 3-4 cars. We look at the security that has been deployed here, and with 3-4 cars they entered the Radisson Blu Hotel. The windows of the cars were covered, but there are, as per sources, there are MLAs, more MLAs joining the Radisson Blu Hotel. In the morning 3 MLAs came, and now more MLAs have joined. As per sources, have joined the Radisson Blu Hotel, where the Shinde camp is camping here since yesterday.
Alright, but this is a big update. TMC and Congress, who have so far stayed away from this Maha political crisis unfolding in Maharashtra. The Congress, of course, has been holding a slew of meetings, but have said so far that this is an internal matter of the Shiv Sena. Now, the leaders in Assam of the Congress and the TMC are likely to stage a dharna outside that very hotel where the rebel MLAs are currently camping. Nibir, when are we to expect this kind of a protest to take place today?
So this is a big development that Trinamool Congress as well as the youth organization of the Congress, NSUI, are expected to hold the protest here in front of the Radisson Blu Hotel at about 11:30 a.m. So their issue mainly is that why are the MLAs camping here in Assam at a time when the state is ravaged by floods? So we expect the Trinamool Congress to hold a protest here in Guwahati today at around 11:30 a.m. and also the NSUI is expected to show up here and demonstrate in front of the Radisson Blu Hotel.
Because we have been breaking down details of how there is a possibility that 3 to 4 MLAs have joined the Shinde camp just this morning, because vehicles could be seen entering the hotel from where you're reporting. Nibir, let me go across to Radhika once again. Radhika, looks like if we go by the numbers, if we go by the visuals, if we go by what Eknath Shinde is claiming, he is very comfortably sitting with most of the MLAs by his side. The Shiv Sena refuses to agree to the same. They say that they have plan B.
Yes, absolutely. You know, as far as Shiv Sena is concerned, we know for a fact that they are still trying to reach out to Eknath Shinde. That's what, Sanjay Raut has claimed now. We know for a fact that one of the Sena politicians, one of the Sena leaders, Devendra also reached out to Eknath Shinde's son yesterday. There was a meeting that was held in Thane, again, to convince Eknath Shinde to come back. And this is for the second time that Devendra has been a mediator, because he is somebody who who is close to Matashi, is close to Uddhav Thackeray, and also close to Eknath Shinde. So that route is open as far as Sena is concerned. They are trying to bring back Shinde. They are trying to, agree to certain terms for their return and so on and so forth. So remains to be seen if that can happen. But Eknath Shinde currently is in a very comfortable position. He is also adamant as far as, breaking away is concerned, at least taking, these leaders on his side is concerned. But of course, he continues to maintain that he is a Sena man, he is a Bala Saheb Thackeray man, he is a Hindutva leader and so on and so forth. But remains to be seen if he will continue to maintain that, he will take those leaders away, take those MLAs away. Of course, he has the number
from all sides. Eknath Shinde's son is also being reached out to by some of these Sena leaders. Attempts being made. Let's see if they do bear any fruit. More news coming in, viewers. It's a action-packed day today. Source-based information once again coming in. Discussions will be held with senior members of all three parties. That's the bit of news that we're tracking at the moment. By this evening, they will take a call on dissolution of assembly from the Maha Vikas Aghadi's end. However, as per the protocol that governor has, if MVA decides to withdraw their claim, then the governor can call the next biggest party to stake claim to form the government. That's an obvious choice, of course, for the governor. Remember, there's also a little bit of a problem here because the governor currently is COVID positive and we don't know how that will play out. But yes, information coming in that today is when all three parties, all three constituents will meet and take a call on the future course of action. Shivani joining us with that bit of breaking news. Yes, Shivani.
बहुत बड़ा फैसला तीनों पार्टियों द्वारा दिया जाने वाला है और शाम तक जो है वो अनाउंसमेंट भी यहाँ पर हो सकती है विधानसभा को भंग करने की, वो भी महा विकास अघाड़ी सरकार की तरफ से, जिसको लेकर फिलहाल एनसीपी की मीटिंग ऑलरेडी शुरू है। शिवसेना पर जो बड़े नेता है वो भी यहाँ पर पहुँचने की कोशिश करेंगे, जो कि सीएम की मीटिंग है। और उसके बाद सर्वदलीय जो बैठक होगी, तीनों दलों की मैं बात करूंगी, महा विकास अघाड़ी सरकार की, उसके जो भी टॉप लीडर्स हैं वो यहाँ पर मीटिंग करेंगे और फिर इस विधानसभा को अपनी तरफ से भंग करने का निर्णय लिया जाएगा। हालांकि याद करते कि कल ही के दिन संजय राउत ने भी ट्वीट किया था कि ऐसी स्थिति खड़ी हुई है और अब इसी के ऊपर जो है वो चर्चा करके एक अंतिम फैसला देर शाम तक कहा जा सकता है लिया जाएगा। इसीलिए सिलसिलेवार तरीके से जो मीटिंग का सिलसिला है वो चलेगा। शिवसेना, कांग्रेस और एनसीपी तीनों ही अपने खेमे से मीटिंग कर रही है। हालांकि शिवसेना का पक्ष इस वक्त सबसे ज्यादा कमजोर है, लेकिन इन पूरे मीटिंग का जो निष्कर्ष निकलेगा वो जो है वो डिस्कस किया जाएगा शरद पवार के साथ, क्योंकि शरद पवार की रणनीतियां जो हैं वो इस वक्त शिवसेना के लिए सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है। इसीलिए महा विकास अघाड़ी सरकार की तरफ से इस बैठक को, इस विधानसभा को भंग किया जाए या न किया जाए, इसके ऊपर जो है वो विचार किया जाने वाला है। और साफ तौर पर कहा जा सकता है कि शरद पवार द्वारा एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेटमेंट देर शाम में हमें देखने को मिलेगा।
And that's certainly a possibility because Sharad Pawar is known as the Chanakya of Maharashtra politics. Let's see how that plays out. Interesting updates indeed. Thank you, Shivani. Let me go across to Sandeep Ghosh, political commentator and author, joining us this morning, and also our Rajagopalan, who's a senior journalist. Mr. Rajagopalan, if I could come to you first up. You know, didn't this Shiv Sena see this crisis in making? Couldn't they have avoided this? Because, you know, we've been putting out details the last 2 days of how in the past, let's say about a year ago, about 1.5 years ago, several Shiv Sena leaders have warned Uddhav Thackeray of how there is a distance that they're feeling from the core Hindutva ideology and that perhaps Shiv Sena needs to go back with the BJP. All of those signs were ignored.
You are absolutely on the dot, madam. The recent visit of Aditya Thackeray to Ayodhya also signals a significant shift of Shiv Sena, because Shiv Sena, which has been campaigning and also arguing for the MIM and also for OIC, things are now better, and I am very sure it is going to create an internal problem of the Shiv Sena. Take it from me, Shiv Sena has got 5 ideas: dissolution, resignation, president's rule, governor's rule. This type of confusion they are now in. And moreover, day before yesterday, when Sharad Pawar said it's an internal matter of Shiv Sena, now why he is jumping into it? Now Congress is sending Kamal Nath to that place. Therefore, things are not that good for Maha Vikas Aghadi. And take it from me, madam, Eknath Shinde will be elected as leader of Shiv Sena, throwing out Uddhav Thackeray by this evening. That is the input I get. And moreover, a repeat of Nitish Kumar, who continued as Chief Minister but changed the party with RLD to BJP. Similar situation is developing in Maharashtra, minus Uddhav Thackeray. Things are serious for Uddhav Thackeray. He has to resign this evening.
Because Mr. Rajagopalan, we yesterday put out a letter which dated a year back, which was Pratap Sarnaik's appeal to Uddhav Thackeray of how they must join hands with the BJP once again. Well, a breaking news update coming in before I go across to Mr. Ghosh. BJP is also in a wait-and-watch mode. Viewers, we've been telling you how BJP has been maintaining that they have nothing to do with the crisis that is unfolding within the Maha Vikas Aghadi. But Fadnavis, Devendra Fadnavis is also all set to chair a meeting. That's the breaking news update we're tracking. And also, there are banners that have started appearing in support of Eknath Shinde. Remember, we've also been telling you about posters of Devendra Fadnavis that were also spotted saying how he needs to come back to power, be the next chief minister. So those are the optics at play essentially at this point in time. But yes, this is a big breaking news update coming in, and I believe Arunil is joining us with more details. Arunil, can you hear me? What is this meeting all about?
Well, at present I'm reporting from the official residence of the leader of opposition in the state of Maharashtra, that is Devendra Fadnavis. Basically, I would like my video journalist to show his residence. In some time, we understand that a meeting will be started at Devendra Fadnavis' residence. There is a series of meetings were held yesterday as well. Till now, a wait-and-watch approach has been employed by the BJP and Devendra Fadnavis particularly, basically saying that we have nothing to do with the crisis that has hit their nemesis, that is the Shiv Sena, their frenemy, one can say, because at one point of time they were close alliance partners. Then Shiv Sena split with the BJP and joined the Congress and the NCP. Now also we understand that today the CM Uddhav Thackeray had called for a meeting, but considering the numbers are not with him now.
We have been talking about what the sentiment within the BJP camp is. The opposition certainly doesn't feel that the BJP has no role to play, because remember, in Guwahati, TMC and the Congress are going to be staging a dharna outside the hotel, citing that there is an alleged involvement of Himanta Biswa Sarma also in this entire, what they call, an operation. Let me quickly put out another bit of breaking news, and these are visuals we've picked up of how banners have started appearing in support of Eknath Shinde as well. While there is a camp that is supporting Uddhav Thackeray, we saw a lot of Shiv Senics, a lot of Maharashtrians come out in support of Uddhav Thackeray when he was leaving Varsha yesterday for Matoshri, from where we're reporting this morning. There is also a growing sentiment and more support coming in for Eknath Shinde as well, who at this point in time maintains that he has a comfortable support of easily 35 to 37 MLAs. Now, if that is a confirmation or not remains to be seen, because a few MLAs could be seen entering the Guwahati hotel just this morning. Possibly he has crossed the magic number, the magic figure of 37 as well. But these posters now coming to light, and Nibir also continues to stay on with us. But before that, Radhika, what about these posters that are now surfacing of Eknath Shinde? Is there also a growing feeling that Eknath Shinde can perhaps take over as the big face of the Shiv Sena, given that most of the MLAs are now with him?
Absolutely. If you look at these posters, it has Balasaheb Thakray's face, and next to it is Eknath Shinde's face. So that's what the poster is. So poster clearly indicating that Eknath Shinde is of course a Sena man. However, he is in the picture along with Balasaheb Thackeray. That's what the posters indicate, and it says, Saheb aage badho, hum aapke saath hai. So a lot of support as far as Eknath Shinde's leadership is concerned, and considering people are really decamping from Uddhav Thackeray's fold, people leaving Uddhav Thackeray's fold, MLAs leaving Mumbai, leaving for Surat, Guwahati, indicates that clearly Eknath Shinde has numbers on his side, currently looks like in a powerful position as far as Shiv Sena is concerned. However, we we know that we saw the optics yesterday. We saw what was going on in the streets of Mumbai. Tons of Shiv Senics in support of Uddhav Thackeray. But fact remains that he may have support on the ground, but he doesn't have support from the MLAs on the floor of the House.
Absolutely, and there's a reason to why we're saying that this is perhaps the biggest political crisis that the Sena is finding itself in after 16 long years. We get you more details on that. Stay on with us, reporters. Slipping into a very short break here. Be back with other developments on the other side.
Opposition's presidential candidate.
And the 75. There are ample opportunities for them. They have earned money, they have earned respect. They're only 21 to 22. They are going to absorb in a lot of other ancillary forces. But can I please come back to the topic, because I don't want to, my time to be eaten away in rebutting inanities. Rahul, the fact of the matter is that in trying to usher in any new reform, the Modi government is literally now having to walk on Agnipath. ये रिफॉर्म नहीं आसान, इतना तो समझ लीजिए, ये आग का दरिया है और डूब के जाना है, और डूब रहे हैं हम. But this is to be expected. Remember, when the opposition can orchestrate absolute mayhem and outrage over the farm reforms that they had promised in their own manifestos, what chance do those reforms have that aren't in their manifestos? It is very unfortunate that the excellent Agniveer scheme is being mocked by the Congress by uttering inanities like, if you wish to train as a barber or a washerman, then become an Agniveer. Has to be said though.
BJP, of course, is mulling a strategy as to what happens next. And what we are picking up from our sources is that it's a strategy to try and oust the Aghadi Sarkar. In fact, details which are now emerging exclusively here on Times Now, what we are picking up is that Sena is likely to skip the opposition meeting. That's just one of the many details which are coming in. In fact, BJP MLA has also reached the Surat resort. That's what we are picking up. And that is huge, because we just spoke to one of the BJP MLAs. They said that they have not been in touch with any of the rebels who are there in Surat. And now already a super scoop coming in that a BJP MLA has arrived there at the Surat resort. Let me go across to Amit Rajpur, who is joining us. Amit Rajpur, BJP तो बोल रही है कि हम कांटेक्ट में नहीं है किसी भी सेना के रेबल के साथ. अब वहां पर कोई बीजेपी MLA पहुंच गए हैं? कौन पहुंचे हैं?
ये अभी जानकारी मिली है, और ये भाजपा के जो विधायक है महाराष्ट्र के संजय कुलथे, वो अभी इस होटल पे, जो सूरत की ये होटल है ले मेरिडियन, जहां पर महा आघाड़ी सरकार के जो बागी विधायक एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व में मौजूद हैं, वहां पर ये पहुंचे हैं मिलने के लिए. और आप देख सकते हैं विजुअल्स के अंदर कि ये महाराष्ट्र पासिंग की ये कार है, और उसके अंदर स्वयं जो भाजपा विधायक हैं वो वहां पे पहुंचे हैं. तो ये जिस तरह से जो बातें और अटकलें चल रही थी, तो
All right, back with a big breaking news. Another Sena MLA has been spotted with Eknath Shinde, who is the mastermind of this rebellion. Deepak Kesarkar has been spotted with Eknath Shinde. Remember, till very recently, Deepak Kesarkar spoke to the media and told the media that there is no rebellion against the Chief Minister. So why is he being seen with Eknath Shinde? Let me go across to Arunil. Arunil, yes, what more can you tell us?
Well, this is a massive blow for the CM Uddhav Thackeray camp, because Deepak Kesarkar as well as the other MLAs with him. Why Deepak Kesarkar is important is because yesterday evening only he has spoken to Times Now, basically defending CM Uddhav Thackeray, and also had expressed confidence that the Eknath Shinde camp will be back over here. But now Deepak Kesarkar, in fact, I had a word with him in the morning also. He also said that because all the MLAs have sided with Eknath Shinde, he doesn't have any choice but to support his colleagues in the assembly, and that is why he has decided to join the Eknath Shinde camp. With him is also basically Sada Sarvankar, again a close confidant of...
Accepted that he... Along with him, 5 other MLAs, Sena MLAs, will be joining the rebel camp today.
in fact, I had a word with Deepak Kesarkar. He basically accepted the fact that a total 6 Shiv Sena MLAs will be joining the Eknath Shinde camp. So basically, I asked him a very precise question as well, that does the number of 37, does the Shinde camp cross the magic figure of 37? And it was accepted very vocally by the Shiv Sena leader, basically saying that the 37 mark will be crossed by the Eknath Shinde camp. The 37 mark is important because by doing that, the Eknath Shinde
So the
camp
number game once again changes completely. Let me go across to Pranesh, who's joining us with the latest breakdown. 34 was the number, Pranesh, that signed the document, pledged their allegiance to the Shinde camp, but the number is rapidly increasing. And with Kesarkar claiming 6 more all set to join, where does this take the numbers now?
You know, this is changing by the minute. And here we have the scorecard really. This is the Uddhav camp. The tally yesterday was 16. 16 Sena MLA had pledged allegiance to Uddhav Thackeray camp, and at least 12 were at that Mumbai hotel. Now the current count, we are being told, is only 15. In hotel, in Shinde camp, as many as 39 Shiv Sena rebels are there. So of the 55 Sena MLAs, 39 are here. Now we were told that 3 people were en route. Now these 3 have reached. So the total count inside the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati is 39. The tally yesterday was 16. The current count is 15. More reactions coming in. I think Sanjay Raut is speaking.
मजबूत आहे आणि उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली पक्ष मजबूत आहे. 4 आमदार, अजून कोणी 2 खासदार, 2 नगरसेवक गेले म्हणजे पक्ष गेला असं नाही होत. आणि हे का गेले आहेत सोडून, याची कारणं लवकरच समोर येतील. तरीही त्या सगळ्यांची
We are all strong under the leadership of CM Uddhav Thackeray.
त्यातले काही लोक आमच्या संपर्कात येत आहेत. आम्हाला कसं जबरदस्तीनं
We are still having a conversation and talks with these MLAs who have gone to Guwahati.
आणि कैलाश पाटील ते तुम्हाला सगळी कथा सांगतील. अशा प्रकारे किमान 17 ते
Kailash Patil and
18
Nitin
आमदार,
Deshmukh, people, basically the MLAs who returned back from the Shinde camp, they will be holding a press conference.
भारतीय जनता पक्ष हा शब्द वापरतो.
Our 18 MLAs are in the clutches of the BJP.
भाजपा शासित राज्यात अशा प्रकारे आमदारांना डांबून ठेवणं शक्य नाही.
आज 11:30 वाजता बैठक घेणार आहेत का मुख्यमंत्री साहेब? 11:30 वाजता आज बैठक घेणार आहेत.
नाही, मुख्यमंत्री आज कोणती बैठक घेणार नाही. वर्षावर
Without the involvement of the BJP, it is not possible to basically trap our MLAs in a BJP ruled state like Assam.
पत्रकार परिषद घेतील, त्याच्याबरोबर आमचे इतर प्रमुख लोक असतील. त्यांचं एकदा तुम्ही एक साधारण 12 नंतर आहे, वेळ आपल्याला कळवली जाईल. शिवालयात असेल किंवा वर्षावर असेल.
मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या आवाहनानंतरही आमदारांचं जाणं सुरू.
कोण म्हटलं आपल्याला? मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी आमदारांना आवाहन केलेलं नाहीये. या आमदारांनी परत निवडून येऊन दाखवावं, एवढंच मी सांगू शकतो.
संजय राउत जी, प्लीज हिंदी में बताइए कि अभी क्या स्थिति है. एकनाथ शिंदे का कैंप क्लेम कर रहा है कि उनके पास
मुझे मालूम नहीं, मैं किसी कैंप पर बात नहीं करूंगा. मैं मेरे पार्टी के ऊपर बात.
सर, आप कह रहे हैं कि
आज भी हमारी पार्टी मजबूत है, पार्टी जमीन पर है. हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ता आज भी हमारे साथ पार्टी के साथ जुड़े हैं. कुछ एमएलए हमसे छोड़कर, हमको छोड़कर जाना यानी पार्टी टूट गया, ऐसा नहीं होता. पार्टी अलग है और विधायकों की बात अलग है. पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी की बात अलग होती है. किस हालात में, किस दबाव में, किस प्रेशर में ये लोग हमें छोड़कर चले गए हैं, उसका खुलासा जल्द ही हो जाएगा. उद्धव जी ने कल जरूर आह्वान किया है कि आप आइए और बात करिए. मैं उसको बंडखोर नहीं मानता हूँ जैसा आप कहते हैं. ये बेईमानी है.
जिनको कहा है की वापस आके बात करिए,
शिंदे दावा करण्याची शक्यता आहे, ते करू द्या. मी माझ्या पार्टीविषयी बोलतोय. आमची पार्टी तुम्ही काल रस्त्यावर पाहिली असेल. वर्षावरून मातुसेवर जाताना उद्धव ठाकरे जागोजाग रस्त्यावर वातावरण ती शिवसेना.
उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने कल कहा है कि आके हमसे बात करिए.
रोड इन महाराष्ट्र you could have seen the atmosphere.
संपर्क साधा है.
किससे?
उद्धव ठाकरे जी से. उन्होंने जब कल कहा कि हमसे आके बात करिए.
हमारे संपर्क में लगभग 20 विधायक है. मैं आपको बताता हूँ. और जब मुंबई में आ जाएंगे तो पूरा खुलासा हो जाएगा। आपने मेरे चेहरे पर देखा है, कोई तनाव है, कोई शिकंज है, कुछ नहीं है। इस प्रकार की जो संकट है, प्रसंग है, तूफान है, उनसे सामना करने का पूरा अनुभव हमको है। हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के साथ सालों साल से काम किया है, उद्धव जी के साथ काम किया है। सिर्फ हम बाला साहब के भक्त बोलने से नहीं होता है। जो भक्त बाला साहब का किसी प्रेशर में पार्टी छोड़ता है, ईडी के दबाव में पार्टी छोड़ता है, वो बाला साहब का भक्त नहीं हो सकता। हम है, हमारे ऊपर भी पूरे दबाव है। हमारा एक मंत्री 4 दिन से लगातार ईडी के ऑफिस में जाकर बैठ रहा है, उसने पार्टी नहीं छोड़ी। मैं और मेरे परिवार के ऊपर पूरा दबाव है ईडी का। हम आज भी ठाकरे परिवार और पार्टी के साथ रहेंगे और आखिरी सांस तक रहेंगे।
क्या आपको लगता है कि इस दबाव की वजह से फ्लोर टेस्ट पे कुछ असर पड़ेगा?
देखिए, जब फ्लोर टेस्ट होगी तो सबकी टेस्ट हो जाएगी।
एनसीपी के कुछ
कौन पॉजिटिव है, कौन नेगेटिव है, सबको पता चलेगा।
सर, एकनाथ शिंदे ने कल ये कहा कि एनसीपी और कांग्रेस जो है वो शिवसेना।
आप उनका पुराना भाषण सुन लीजिए। बीजेपी के बारे में हमारे इस साथी ने क्या कहा था। उनका कहना था कि बीजेपी की साथ छोड़ दीजिए, तो हमारे लोगों को बहुत अत्याचार कर रही है, छोड़ दीजिए।
राउत साहब, एनसीपी के नेता
They are saying that look, these things happen just because a few corporators or MLAs or MPs break away, they are unhappy, does not mean that the party is broken. Things are not over yet. Don't write us off, says Sanjay Raut. Let's once again give you a sense of the numbers as it is unfolding by the minute. The tally yesterday in the Sena camp was 16. Now we are being told that after Nitin Deshmukh returned, this went to 17. So this became 17. But now we are being told that Deepak Kesarkar has switched sides. He had spoken to Times Now last evening. He was non-committal, but right now he is inside the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati. So now that becomes 17 minus 1. So this is now 17 minus 1. So the Sena tally now standing at 16. Of the 55 Sena MLAs, 16 still with Uddhav Thackeray. In hotel are 39 MLAs. 3 were en route this morning. They have now reached. So this tally, Shinde camp has support of 39 Sena MLAs, and all that he needs to break away without facing the brunt of the anti-defection law is 37. So at the moment he has the numbers, but will this remain? Will more people switch sides? Because Sanjay Raut also said that one Kailash Patil, a Sena MLA, is coming back. So it's changing by the minute. Tritswin.
Oh yes, absolutely, and very, very interesting developments taking place. Arunil, what changed in the last few hours for him? Because after the Facebook live to the people of Maharashtra, to the rebel MLAs by Uddhav Thackeray, he came out and said that all is well, there is no rebellion, and the Chief Minister has offered to step down if those rebels come and ask him to do so. What happened within the last few hours? Cut to 10:30 AM this morning, we have visuals of him in the Guwahati hotel.
Well, Christine, firstly, Kailash Patil, the Shiv Sena MLA, was taken by the Eknath Shinde camp. According to Kailash Patil, he didn't even reach Surat. He had come back that day only. So whether he had actually gone with the Eknath Shinde camp or no, that is also again a point of allegation from Kailash Patil's end. Now, coming to your point of question, it seems like the emotional appeal of CM Uddhav Thackeray has failed miserably, because there were some 4 to 5 MLAs who were non-committal. Deepak Kesarkar is a classic example of it. Deepak Kesarkar, somebody who was MOS home in the Devendra Fadnavis regime, also considered as a close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray. After the emotional appeal of CM Uddhav Thackeray going to the Eknath Shinde camp, it speaks volume clearly the kind of impact CM Uddhav Thackeray's speech might have had on these MLAs, because after the speech only they basically decided to take the plunge and go to the opposite camp. Now the numbers are extremely paramount over here. The magical number of 37. In fact, close sources from the Shiv Sena inform us, one of the leaders who recently joined the Eknath Shinde camp tells us that they are easily crossing the 37 number. At present, I can confirm there are 39 Shiv Sena MLAs with Eknath Shinde. That also includes him, and there are 16 MLAs in the camp of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Now it becomes extremely difficult, and we can hope Devendra Fadnavis, his residence is this, we can hope Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP leaders to swing into action. When exactly that communication will be made with the Maharashtra governor, we will be keeping a close eye on it. Yes, Maharashtra governor is hospitalized because of COVID, but now the numbers are in favor of Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde.
Oh yes, absolutely. Let me bring in Mr. Ghosh into the conversation, because Mr. Ghosh, this is turning out to be very interesting. You know, you have people who have come back from the rebel camp, who are back in Maharashtra, who are now meeting the Uddhav camp and are saying that they were forcibly taken to Gujarat, to Surat. And then you have people within the Shiv Sena who were in Maharashtra who said all is well, there is no rebellion against the Chief Minister, and the Chief Minister is willing to step down if the rebel MLAs urge him to do so in person, but they're now in Guwahati. What's happening?
See, I would not jump to conclusions there. You know, in these kind of political games, a lot of things happen. Some of these people, for all you know, could be even Trojan horses being sent to Guwahati to talk to the other MLAs. These people are out of touch. So if somebody is very close to Uddhav Thackeray, he could well have been sent there as a mole to do. So all these games will continue till these people actually arrive in Mumbai and go to the assembly, because you know, without a show of strength on the floor of the house, nothing can happen. So till then, I would be taking a slightly conservative position. My own reading is this way, if you can give me half a minute. You see, Uddhav Thackeray's main concern is not so much the government, his main concern is the party. If the party slips out of his control, then it's a very, very serious thing for him to get it back in control. Whereas the two other alliance partners, which is Congress and NCP, they are much more worried about the government, because neither of them would like to go into polls just now. No matter how much of, you know, posturing they do, they will not like to go into polls, because certainly Congress is not in a position to go and fight and get any of those seats back. So they will try to prevent
without
it.
saying, Mr. Ghosh, that the numbers have to be proven in the assembly. Now, when that will happen, or whether or not it will happen in the coming few hours, remains to be seen, because the governor is down with COVID-19. So whether an alternative governor will take charge and maybe take stock of the situation and perhaps go ahead with an...
You know, Priyanka Gandhi is flying down to Bombay.
Yes, so it remains to be seen, because this is a fast developing story and a lot of action is taking place on ground. Let me go across to Radhika also, who continues to stay on with us. Radhika, in your view, since you've been reading into the situation the last few days, is there a possibility that we must count on of these rebel MLAs being convinced by the Uddhav camp that, okay, Chief Minister is ready to step down from his chair, he's ready to look at an alternative, and since all of you are backing Shinde, he can be looked at as an option. Is that a possibility, or that's too much of a far thinking right now?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? There is a lot of audio problem because of the traffic outside Uddhav Thackerays residence.
No, Radhika, I was just... To simply put it, I was just trying to ask you whether how much we can count on the possibility of these rebel MLAs finally being convinced by the Uddhav camp that, all right, if the Chief Minister is ready to step down, we're open to picking up an alternative and you may join the ranks back.
Well, you know, that is a possibility. One cannot say, because we know for a fact that two of these rebel MLAs, in fact, have mentioned that they were forcefully taken by Eknath Shinde camp. So those two MLAs are obviously back. Now that Uddhav Thackeray had made that emotional appeal yesterday, in which he even said, let's talk in person, let's come face to face and then have a discussion, and then if you really want me to resign, I will do that. And soon after that, he left Varsha and he came back to Matushi. So this is a sort of an emotional appeal, an emotional connect that he's trying to make with the Shiv Senics, with the Shiv Sena leaders, you know, with those MLAs, stating that what he was trying to say is that he is not power hungry, he's not greedy, he didn't want to be the chief minister, but he was made the chief minister because Congress NCP wanted him to be. However, he's ready to step down is something that he reiterated in that particular address. So there is a possibility that, you know, that could be a strategy to sort of get these MLAs back as well. That, you know, perhaps that is a condition that could be laid down by the MLAs too, by Shinde camp too. That if Uddhav Thackeray stepped down as chief minister, and if that post is perhaps given to Shinde, they may come back. But again, you know, these are speculations. Yesterday, of course, there was an offer made on the table and Shinde refused. These are also some of the, you know, information that we were getting by way of sources. So we'll have to wait and see. But the move by Uddhav Thackeray of leaving Varsha and coming to Matushi, and then that emotional appeal that he made by way of Facebook Live, all that will have certain impact on those MLAs who've left. Yet, even though there can be that kind of an impact, what we are seeing as the hours are progressing, unfortunately, is, you know, MLAs leaving Uddhav Thackeray and going to Eknath Shinde.
And one can't sideline the fact that in this kind of a political situation, a political crisis, a lot really depends on the backdoor talks as well, which are heavily underway, by the way. Viewers, we are time and again emphasizing on the fact that this is perhaps one of the biggest political crises that Shiv Sena is finding itself in, at least after 16 long years. Now, let's take you back to what happened in 2006, and why we're saying that this is possibly or can be seen as a rerun of what happened in 2006 is because when Raj Thackeray back in 2006 felt that there was a feeling of not being able to maintain power, or rather act on his own, or be given that kind of an authority, a tussle for power and succession really that could be felt throughout. He formed his own party back in 2006, the MNS. So he was hurt, clearly being sidelined. Let's quickly go across to Nibir before we take this forward. Nibir, a lot of action unfolding from where you're reporting at the Guwahati hotel. What's happening?
Yes, as you can see here, the senior Assam Cabinet Minister Ashok Singhal's car just entered the Hotel Radisson Blu, and we saw the car. However, the car window was covered with vines, but the car of senior State Cabinet Minister Ashok Singhal, his car has just entered the residence of Radisson Blu. So the question of a BJP footprint further rises because he's a senior BJP leader and MLA, and his car has just entered inside the Radisson Blu hotel here in Guwahati at a time when there is a serious high-level meeting going on within the Shinde camp.
Stay with us, Kritzwin. We are tracking the latest here from the Situation Desk in our newsroom. Arunil is just informing us that with numbers on his side, Eknath Shinde has now formally sought time from the governor. Arunil, big update coming in.
Well, that is right, Pranesh. In fact, Eknath Shinde and his camp certainly have the numbers on their side, 38 to 39 Shiv Sena MLAs on the side of Eknath Shinde, and with these numbers we can expect Devendra Fadnavis to also swing into action. Obviously, the first move will be made by the Eknath Shinde camp, and we understand that a time with Maharashtra governor has been sought by Eknath Shinde. However, the Maharashtra governor is recovering from COVID-19. He's hospitalized at present. So how these permutations and combinations as well as the procedures will work from here on, that we will be keeping a close eye on. But one thing is confirmed, that Eknath Shinde's camp has the numbers, he has the support of some of the former Sena loyalists, one can say, or the Hindutva Sena loyalists, one can say, because Deepak Kesarkar, Gulab Rao Patil, be it at present who is the MOS home, that is Shambhuraje Desai, all these were staunch CM Uddhav Thackeray supporters, but they were also
Arunil,
the
just hold
supporters
your
of
thoughts.
Hindutva.
We are also getting this information that Shinde is now set to stake claim to the Shiv Sena symbol. Now this is very, very big. Shinde camp claiming support of as many as 37 Sena MLAs is now set to take over the Sena symbol. Arunil.
Well, that was on the expected lines, one can say, Pranesh, because the kind of counters that Eknath Shinde was given to CM Uddhav Thackeray, basically saying that you are not the boss now, I am the boss, basically refuting all the orders that were coming from the Varsha residents of CM Uddhav Thackeray, countering those orders from there. And yes, now Eknath Shinde's claim will be that his party, Shiv Sena, with more than 37 MLAs, will be the A team of the Shiv Sena, and CM Uddhav Thackeray's team of Shiv Sena will not exist for them, because they don't have the numbers with them. The symbol obviously belongs to Eknath Shinde. So the party and the symbol that was made by late Baba Thackeray now will be with Eknath Shinde, somebody who was a disciple of late Bal Thackeray, according to him, somebody who follows Hindutva and is doing it for the sake of Hindutva.
What does this mean? You've been speaking to Shiv Sainiks outside the Matoshri, and if you can find more Sainiks there, why don't you put this question across to them? Eknath Shinde now going a step further. He wants to stake claim to the Sena symbol.
Absolutely, wants to stake claim to the Sena symbol. Right now, currently, though, there's a lot of security deployment, Pranesh. We're still not seeing any sort of movement as yet, although we're being told that the meeting could begin any minute now, but no Shiv Sainiks really gathered here at the moment. But yes, what we saw yesterday was also very important to highlight the sentiment within the Shiv Sena. We saw people break down in tears. We saw people also come out and chant slogans. They were showing placards, all of whom were supporting Uddhav Thackeray, all of whom were supporting Aditya Thackeray. And that really speaks volumes of the sentiment within the Sena camp as well, within the Shiv Sainiks here in Maharashtra. But why is that not translating into numbers within the Sena camp is the big question that we're looking out for. And that's what we're trying to highlight, isn't it? That though the Uddhav camp doesn't have the numbers, they don't have the MLAs by their side, optics is on at full display, and that's what we saw all through yesterday when Uddhav Thackeray was moving from Varsha, his official bungalow, to Matoshri. 11:30 is when a meeting will take place here with other Shiv Sena leaders. Uddhav Thackeray will be holding that meeting, so remains to be seen what they really decide, because we're also being told that Uddhav Thackeray,
Arunil, what are the Sena leaders saying about this claim that Shinde is now making about the Sena symbol? This is very big. Arunil, if you can hear me.
Fadnavis camp, but very significant, one can say. Pranesh, very significant, one can say, because this is the same symbol that was formed by late Bal Thackeray, and now Eknath Shinde has the numbers in the floor of the house. Sanjay Raut may be saying that we will prove the numbers in the floor of the house, but when Eknath Shinde has more than 37 MLAs with him, he will certainly be going for the bow and arrow symbol of the Shiv Sena, the iconic symbol of the Shiv Sena, basically saying that my Shiv Sena, the Hindutva-wadi Shiv Sena, is the A team of the Shiv Sena, whereas the Shiv Sena with CM Uddhav Thackeray, which clearly doesn't have the
requisite. It's been big news coming in. This is breaking first on Times Now. Once again, Shivani telling us after speaking to top sources that the BJP has offered the Deputy CM's post and 12 departments to be given to the Eknath Shinde camp if they collaborate. News coming in from the Shinde camp now. Shivani. Arunil, this is the latest coming in. What more can you tell us?
Well, Pranesh, again, this is the same offering that Devendra Fadnavis had made to Ajit Pawar, and we had seen what exactly had happened at that time. So yes, the deputy CM post may be more or less like an insignificant post from the with respect to political authority, if one has to look at it. Another post generally goes with it, and as far as my understanding, a very prime portfolio like a home ministry or a finance ministry will be provided to Eknath Shinde, along with the deputy CM portfolio to Eknath Shinde, as well as several of his close confidants. We can name them because some of them are actually ministers in the present government as well. Gulabrao Patil is a senior minister. There is MOS Home, that is Samburaji Desai, who is a minister in the MBA government. All will be accommodated with prime portfolios. But what they have been maintaining is that this is never about power for them. This was all about Hindutva. The Hindutva was being compromised in this Maha Vikas Aghadi government particularly by CM Uddhav Thackeray, who joined hands with the arch nemesis of late Bal Thackeray, that is the Congress and the NCP. So they are coming together to save Hindutva. That is what Eknath Shinde's stand is. Power doesn't matter to him. However, yes, deputy CM post and along with it a prime portfolio like a finance ministry or a home ministry will certainly be offered to Eknath Shinde. Considering Devendra Fadnavis's liking towards the home portfolio, a finance ministry can be expected.
But will Eknath Shinde and camp settle for this kind of an offer? Because so far Eknath Shinde has been maintaining that we're not going to be compromising anything for power. No compromises for power whatsoever.
Absolutely no compromise for power whatsoever, which is what he was, expecting even when he was with Uddhav Thackeray. He wanted chief ministership. He was unhappy with Aditya Thackeray's progress, Aditya Thackeray's rise to power. All that was irking him and some of his loyalist MLAs. So therefore, in this case, of course, if he joins the BJP, if he goes along with the BJP, if he allies with the BJP, he would want all the prime portfolios for himself and his MLAs. Deputy Chief Ministership post, not entirely certain whether he will take it up, but what he wanted since the beginning was Chief Ministership post. Will it be given to him? Not entirely certain. Will there be any consensus reached between BJP and Eknath Shinde camp in terms of who the Chief Minister can be? Not certain. But currently, of course, will he accept the Deputy Chief Ministership post remains to be seen, but he would definitely want all the prime portfolios for himself. But before we come to the portfolios and the discussion, of course, right now what the BJP is waiting for is to see the numbers. And now the numbers are coming to the fore. It is getting clearer than what it was yesterday. Yesterday it was hovering around 30. Now it is hovering around 40 when it comes to just the Sena MLAs. So if they've, if they have crossed that 2/3 mark, which it looks like, at least from what Shinde's camp has been repeatedly saying and from what we saw of all those MLAs leaving Uddhav Thackeray camp and moving towards Eknath Shinde camp, looks like they have achieved that magic figure. And now, of course, it will be talk on the power. And as you rightly pointed out, Eknath Shinde and his loyalist MLA would want, as many powerful portfolios as possible if they join the BJP.
Yes, absolutely. And the BJP will also not compromise on the Chief Minister's chair, because that's what happened in 2019, is why eventually the Maha Vikas Aghadi came into being. Pranesh, if you could shift our focus back, take it back to the numbers. 39 Shiv Sena MLAs, if we do the math, are currently with Eknath Shinde. Where does this take the game now?
Absolutely, like I said, this is changing every 10-15 minutes at least. The claims and counterclaims flying thick and fast. Here's the blank screen now. Let's look at the numbers this minute. The tally yesterday in the Uddhav camp was 16. Now add the return of two people, Nitin Deshmukh and Kailash Patil. So that makes it 18. 16 plus 2 is 18. The current count, however, we've been told, is 18 after the return of Mr. Deshmukh and Kailash Patil minus 1 Deepak Kesarkar. So that makes it 17 now. The claim made by the Shinde camp of the Sena rebels, including Mr. Shinde, at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, is 37. Three people.
Back to numbers, but we are being told that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has cancelled the meeting with Sena MLAs that was scheduled to take place here at Matoshri. That meeting has been cancelled. Arunil, why has the meeting been cancelled at such an important stage wherein Shiv Sena is trying its level best, the Uddhav camp is trying its level best to bring back these rebel MLAs? What is their plan now? Why is the meeting cancelled?
Well, why this is significant because the reason for that is Sanjay Raut himself accepted during the media interaction saying that CM Uddhav Thackeray has cancelled the meetings. Now the question is, has he conceded defeat? Because the numbers are clearly not on his side. Some of his very close confidants, some of them have been with his party before he took control of the party also. During late Bal Thackre's era, they have left him towards Eknath Shinde's camp. So obviously a completely disappointing factor for CM Uddhav Thackeray. Yes, there were Shiv Senics on the road, but has he conceded defeat to the Eknath Shinde camp, and that's why he has cancelled those meetings? That is the main point of question that comes to the fore over here, because if we look at the numbers, if Eknath Shinde has more than 37, then clearly it is game over for CM Uddhav Thackeray and his team.
Nibir, before I take in a word from Radhika, Nibir, what is the sense there in the Eknath Shinde camp? Looks like he's extremely confident about the numbers and so making those kind of bold moves, and also a lot of optics at play currently. Nibir, can you hear me?
Can you please repeat? Your audio was not audible.
Just meaning to ask you about the strength of the Shinde camp at the moment. You were telling us about a BJP MLA also making his way into the Guwahati hotel. Is the meeting still on? What's going on there?
Yes, at a time when the BJP has offered the Uddhav Thackeray, Eknath Shinde, we saw a BJP state cabinet minister, Ashok Singhal's escort car, and his car entering the Radisson Blu Hotel. So that comes at a very crucial time, because this is the time when the high-level meeting is going on at the Radisson Blu Hotel by Eknath Shinde, and Ashok Singhal's entry, raises the question of the BJP footprint that has been visible since yesterday that has been visible since yesterday when the dissenting MLAs entered Guwahati and further went to the Radisson Blu Hotel. So Ashok Singhal is seen someone as a national observer in state politics of other northeastern states. So his entry here is very crucial, because he is definitely he might definitely further the BJP's offer on a personal level here at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati.
All right, Radhika, the meeting has been cancelled, but what is the Shiv Sena's plan essentially? Because on one hand, information that is coming in on how they are saying that no, Shinde does not have the numbers, he doesn't have more than 30 MLAs, but on the other hand, no way out really that they're making for any sort of future plans. The meeting stands cancelled. What's their plan now?
Uddhav Thackeray camp, and the numbers are only dwindling since yesterday, and it may dwindle further. So which means they don't have the numbers. However, they're not losing the confidence. At least, what we heard from Sanjay Raut today is that, once again he coming out to say that they're confident, nobody can ruin the party, nobody can destroy the party, people can leave. However, Shinde camp doesn't have the required numbers. So he has been putting out a confident front, but we know that he doesn't have the numbers. We know that Thackeray doesn't have the numbers. Yet, what he's trying to say is that we do have the numbers, they don't have the numbers, people will come back to us. So in a sense, they are confident that some of the MLAs who are with Shinde will break away from Shinde and go back to Uddhav Thackeray. So that's the confidence, that's the reaction that we are getting from Sena. They are expecting, at least their hope is that some of these MLAs will go back to them. That's the only thing they can look forward to at the moment, simply
All
because
right.
they do
Another bit of breaking news coming in. Arunil, you can come in on this. We are being told that Eknath Shinde has formed a team of 5 MLAs who are in touch with other Sena MLAs of the Uddhav camp, of the MLCs and other Shiv Sena workers. So an attempt is being made from the Shinde camp also to convince more and more people from the Uddhav camp to come to Guwahati, or perhaps join hands with the Shinde camp or support them in any way whatsoever.
Well, that is right. Backroom channel talks happening between both the sides now. When CM Uddhav Thackeray's side has been calling up the MLAs from the Eknath Shinde camp, but it is very difficult. The same thing is happening from the other end as well. And most of these talks, we understand, are happening via the close supporters or close confidants of these MLAs, because that basically helps in convincing these MLAs. At present, we can confirm that there are 38 to 39 Shiv Sena MLAs with the Eknath Shinde camp, whereas there are 16 to 17 MLAs in the CM Uddhav Thackeray camp. When there are 38 to 39, then basically the Eknath Shinde camp crosses the magic figure of 37. They can avoid the anti-defection law. In this kind of a scenario, the Uddhav Thackeray camp becomes difficult for them, because there is a fear for them that they will now belong to the B team of Shiv Sena, because the Eknath Shinde camp has the numbers. They can avoid the anti-defection law, and Eknath Shinde's party will become the A party of Shiv Sena, whereas the CM Uddhav Thackeray party will become the B team of Shiv Sena. Now, whether these MLAs would want to be on this other side, that is the main question, and the Eknath Shinde camp is basically taking advantage of that.
All right, so the Shinde camp is not giving up as yet. They want more support, more numbers by their side. Let me go across to our guest joining us this morning. We have Tushar Gupta, Senior Editor, Swarajya, joining us on this broadcast. Sanjay Hegde, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court, is also with us. We also have Sanjeev Srivastava, who's a Senior Journalist, live with us this morning. If I could begin with you, Sanjay Srivastava, clearly looks like it's not enough for the Shinde camp to be, comfortably sitting with a 39-42 MLAs by his side. He's seeking more support. 55 is a total that the Shiv Sena has. 55 MLAs in total. We're being told 39 are already with the Shinde camp. So clearly a massive face of loss for the Uddhav camp. But Eknath Shinde is at it to gather more support.
Well, it's more than just a loss of face. I think the Maha, Vikas, Aghadi government's cookie has truly crumbled. As of now, if these claims and numbers are right, we know that the majority or more than the 2/3 required MLAs, which helps the Shinde camp to escape the anti-defection law, that number is with Shinde. So, and I know politics and political analysis is all about today and tomorrow. So, but the question really now is the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena really in the process or faces the danger of losing its election symbol? I think Mr. Hegde, the lawyer or the judiciary expert is on the panel. He may throw some light better than me on that what would be the status of the election symbol. But because I now think that this government's its days are over. Some MLAs may still come back to Uddhav Thackeray, some more may go to Eknath Shinde. That's a matter of statistical detail. The real test will be who in the eye of public in 2024 August, when state assembly elections are due next time, who in the eye of public will be the real Shiv Sena? And what will be the scene then?
Yes.
This government is gone.
No, Mr. Hegde, that's a very important point. The Shinde camp is now seeking claim of the Sena symbol as well. And, it's the obvious choice, the obvious bond, because, he has 39 Shiv Sena MLAs conveniently by his side, including independents. It's gone up to 40 plus.
The Trinamool Congress is now protesting in front of the Radisson Blu Hotel. As you can see on the screen, the Trinamool Congress is protesting in front of the Radisson Blue Hotel here in Guwahati. Ripun Bora-led Trinamool protest Congress is now protesting in front of the Radisson Blue Hotel here. Yeah, you can see the placards of they are protesting against the MLA trading, and they are claiming that the BJP is providing aid to the MLAs here. The Assam BJP is providing that aid to the MLAs here, and they are protesting against it. As you can see here on our screen, Trinamool Congress is protesting here in front of the Radisson Blue Hotel here, and Ripun Bora and the fellow Trinamool Congress workers are here in front of the Radisson Blue here.
Nibir continues to stay on with us. A dharna that is being staged by the TMC and the Congress, once again talking about what the Shiv Sena has been seeing, that this is misuse of power.
Trinamool Congress is protesting in front of Assam Radisson Blue Hotel here, where the Shiv Sena MLAs are lodged. You know, they are doing dharna in front of the Radisson Blue Hotel. Ripun Bora. Trinamool Congress is now protesting in front of the Radisson Hotel here. Ripun Bora, as the chief of Trinamool Assam, is now protesting. Protesting in front of the Radisson Blue Hotel is the Trinamool Congress, and you see heavy security deployed here. By Assam police, and they are trying to push the Trinamool protesters away from the Radisson Blue Hotel here. Ripun Bora and the senior members of the Assam Trinamool Congress are now at the hotel. They are protesting because they are alleging that the BJP has given shelter to the dissenting MLAs of Shiv Sena. So that is their big allegation that has been leveled by the Trinamool Congress here in Guwahati. They are just protesting in front of the gate. You can see on the screen Ripun Bora, joined by the Trinamool leadership in Assam, is now protesting. Heavy security has been deployed here to push the protesters away. They are doing a dharna just in front of the hotel here, and where the dissenting MLAs are lodged. They're sitting on ground. They're saying that they will not move from this area, and they are protesting, and they're alleging that the BJP is giving shelter to the dissenting MLAs of the Eknath Shinde led dissenting MLAs of Shiv Sena here.
देने की जरूरत है, जो यहाँ पर बाढ़ से परेशान लोग हैं उनकी मदद करने की जरूरत है। यहाँ कुछ महिलाएं हैं। आप मैम क्या यहाँ पर क्या मांग लेके आए हो आप? देखिए एक बात नहीं कर रही हैं ताकि इनके जो नेता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के नेता है वो यहाँ बात करने के लिए आए हुए हैं, वो बात कर रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पर तमाम लोग जो है ममता बनर्जी की फोटो लेकर यहाँ पर सामने ममता की तस्वीर लिए हाथ में खड़े हैं और तृणमूल का झंडा लेकर सामने झंडा लेकर विरोध कर रहे हैं सरकार का, असम सरकार का, कि यहाँ पर जो हो रहा है वो गलत हो रहा है और ये हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग का जो मामला चल रहा है तो इसको लेकर इनका विरोध प्रदर्शन है। देखिए यहाँ पे तमाम लोग यहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं, उनसे बात करेंगे कि कितनी नाराजगी है यहाँ पर, कि ऐसे वक्त में सबको साथ रहना चाहिए। सरकार जो है वो महाराष्ट्र की पॉलिटिक्स में इन्वॉल्व है। तो यहाँ पर लोग जो है यहाँ पर धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर बैठ के। सर अपन बगित तो आगे में ये क्या आप लोग यहाँ क्या प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं?
ये अभी जो हम लोग का इधर में बांध पानी हो रहा है ना, तो जो इधर में जो बाढ़ है, बाढ़ में आदमी लोग जो मर रहा है, और दूसरा देश से आदमी लोग का शिव सेना का लेके बीजेपी लोग जो इधर में रख रहा है ना, वो अच्छा बात नहीं है। इधर में आदमी का 46 लाख का ऊपर आदमी मर रहा है, उसमें कोई कंसर्न नहीं है बीजेपी का।
यहाँ विधायक व्यापार नहीं चलेगा।
विधायक
व्यापार बंद करो, विधायक व्यापार बंद करो।
क्या देखिए, ये तमाम जो विधायक हैं यहाँ पर
Nibir, continue talking to us. You know, those are visuals coming in of the TMC now that is staging a dharna outside the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, where all of those rebel MLAs currently under the leadership of Eknath Shinde are camping. Nibir, can see TMC flags being raised there. What are the Congress's plans? I believe they're also joining this dharna.
Is giving shelter to the MLAs of Maharashtra, Shiv Sena MLAs of the Eknath Shinde front, and they are alleging that the BJP is giving shelter to them at the time when the state is ravaged with floods. So that is the allegation that the Trinamool Congress has made here in front of the Radisson Blu Hotel. And they're claiming and they're protesting. The protest has been led by former MP Ripun Bora. And also the Assam unit here protesting front of the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati.
All right, so every opposition party wants to now use this as an opportunity to hit out at the BJP, it seems, Nibir, because the TMC is now staging this protest against Himanta Biswa's alleged involvement in this entire rebellion.
Yes. I know. The Trinamool is seeing this as an opportunity to protest against the current BJP government. Their new president, Ripun Bora, has come here. The Assam Trinamool president, Ripun Bora, is here along with the Trinamool members and workers here. They are staging a demonstration in front of the Radisson Blu Hotel where the dissenting MLAs are being kept right now. And they are saying that that the BJP is providing shelter to the dissenting MLAs. So the Trinamool has used this opportunity to showcase their political relevance here in front of the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati today, where the dissenting MLAs are lodged here. And you can see here the security personnel are now trying to push the protesters away from in front of the hotel. The security persons are now trying to push the protesters. I am the stage on the front side. Wait, let me go with.
All right, Ripun Bora there leading the protest for the TMC, and TMC workers gathered in large numbers outside the hotel in Guwahati, where all of those rebel MLAs are currently camping. Now the number of viewers in the Shinde camp is only swelling by the hours. Remember, yesterday we saw 3 MLAs join hands with the Shinde camp, another 4 who joined thereon, and now we have those who till yesterday were claiming that there is no rebellion against the Chief Minister, also spotted with Eknath Shinde inside the Guwahati hotel. Ripun Bora currently leading these protests against the quote-unquote BJP's involvement in this entire rebellion. TMC's Ripun Bora leading the protest. They were also being told that the Congress has similar plans as well for the day, wherein they will be staging a dharna outside this hotel in Guwahati. So opposition party is certainly jumping in now. The Congress though has been holding a series of meetings in Maharashtra and have also been at the same time maintaining a safe distance from the internal turmoil within the Shiv Sena. They say it is up to the Shiv Sena to look into its problem, to bring its house in order, and in Assam we are being told they will be staging this dharna. The Congress too saw cross-voting. Remember, it all started with the cross-voting in the MLC during the MLC elections. The Congress too saw cross-voting of at least 3 of those MLAs, yet the Congress at at this particular time distancing itself from what's happening within the Shiv Sena. Let me once again go back to our guests who are with us on this broadcast. If I could quickly come to you, Tushar Gupta and Sanjay Hegde. Mr. Hegde, talk to us about, what possibly is the next course of action that can be adopted by the Uddhav camp. We are being told that the Shinde camp, given the boost in numbers, given that they've safely crossed the 40 mark.
We have Atul Bhatkalkar of the BJP on the broadcast. Let's go across to him. Atul Bhatkalkar, protest now taking place और आपकी पार्टी के खिलाफ गुवाहाटी में प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है. टीएमसी आरोप लगा रही है कि बीजेपी का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है शुरुआत से. Okay, I think we've lost that line with Mr. Bhatkalkar. We'll try and connect with him. Let's go back to Kritsween. Yes, over to you, Kritsween.
Yes. Swati, so we're keeping up with these visuals that we're picking up from outside the Guwahati hotel. Of course, the TMC staging a dharna there under the leadership of Ripun Bora at the moment. The Congress has similar plans as well. Here in Mumbai, at Matoshri, the meeting with the MLAs has been cancelled, but we are being told that Uddhav Thackeray will hold a video conference with the secretaries later in the day. But what really transpires of the meeting remains to be seen. Now, yesterday, Sanjay Raut had thrown the dissolution of the assembly card, and much debate has been ongoing on that particular issue ever since. Now, whether or not they will propose to dissolve the assembly remains to be seen. Right now, the Shinde camp has easily by its side 42 MLAs, including independents, 39 of whom are Shiv Sena MLAs, so easily crossing the 37 figure, which is the magic figure here, because this helps them to escape the wrath of the anti-defection law. So this is going to be legally advantageous for the Shinde camp. Let me put out some more reactions with
Assam में 50 लाख लोग आज बेघर है. पीने का पानी नहीं मिला है 15 दिन, खाने का कोई रेशन नहीं मिला है. हमारा डिमांड है जे ये डेमोक्रेटिकली इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट.
All right, more breaking news coming in. Remember, Devendra Fadnavis is also chairing a meeting of the BJP, and BJP MLA Jaikumar Rawal has already reached Fadnavis's residence, and more BJP leaders who will now be making their way to Fadnavis's residence. Arunil is joining us live from outside his residence. Arunil, how many BJP leaders in already? What are we to expect the next few minutes? We'll try and reconnect with Arunil. He's reporting from outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence, and a key BJP meeting that is also all set to take place. And given that, now a host of BJP leaders also making their way to Devendra Fadnavis's house in Mumbai. Now, as far as the BJP is concerned, so far they've not come out with a very vocal opinion on what's happening within the Maha Vikas Aghadi, especially in the Sena camp. And they are saying that this is a fallout of Shiv Sena's internal tussle, internal problems, issues that they have not addressed for the last 2.5 years since they formed an alliance with the NCP and the Congress. That's what they've been saying. They have been saying they have no part to play in this rebellion that is brewing, that they have nothing to do with asking Eknath Shinde to take charge of the rebel camp.
The biggest scoop from the Uddhav camp, CM Uddhav Thackeray to thank government secretaries. Is he all set to resign now? Is Uddhav Thackeray surrendering his post? Literally. Let's go across to Radhika. Radhika, big news coming in. Uddhav Thackeray to thank government secretaries. Is this an indication that he is soon going to step down, resign?
Well, perhaps that could be what is expected. That is what is expected. That could be what will happen in the hours to come. But there was a meeting that he had planned with several other leaders from within the MVA, within the Sena, but that meeting stands cancelled. However, at 12:30 p.m. he has called in for a virtual meeting with secretaries of various ministries. Now what that meeting will be remains to be seen. Those details are not out, but most likely it will be about the current political situation, the next course of action, next plan of action, and of course an opinion about his what his next course of action should be, whether he should put down his papers, because yesterday in that address he very categorically stated that he has no issues in putting down his papers. He is he's ready to tender that resignation. However, he wants these rebel MLAs
big question mark there. Why is he thanking the government secretaries? He will be holding a meeting with them via video conferencing in a while. Pranesh, what are we picking up?
Two big developments coming in from Mumbai. One, that the BJP MLAs one by one are now assembling at Devendra Fadnavis residence, and the more important breaking update from Mumbai is Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray will be chairing a meeting at 12:13 some time from now, and we are being told that the agenda of this meeting is that the Chief Minister will be thanking the top secretaries of all the departments as the MBA government completes 2.5 years in office and Chief Minister completes 2.5 years in office. Is this CM Uddhav's final act? Is he now setting the stage to quit? We don't know, but massive development. Look at the kind of reactions that has been coming in from Sena leaders. Sanjay Raut was speaking to the media. He was asked a question whether or not the government will survive. Sanjay Raut says, look, party comes first, prestige comes first, powers comes and goes. Now we are being told that this is a virtual meeting at 12:30. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray last evening has already vacated the official residence, that is Varsha at Malabar Hill. Now is he setting the stage to leave the CM office, which means is Uddhav Thackeray now ready to resign? That's the big question. Arunil now joining us for more on this. Arunil, you are at the Fadnavis residence. BJP MLAs are coming there, and now news coming in that at 12:30 is this all important meeting.
Well, that is right, Pranesh. In fact, I am reporting from the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. Just some time back, Jaikumar Rawal, the BJP MLA, reached over here. There was also the new Rajya Sabha MP from the BJP who was elected recently only. He also reached over here, Dhananjay Madik. So a series of meetings being held at the residence of the opposition leader at present, but who has, according to the Shiv Sena, has the strings of this entire mess up that has basically inflicted their party. Series of meetings being held at the Sagar residence of Devendra Fadnavis. Now coming to your question, yes, CM Uddhav Thackeray at 12:30 p.m. today having a meeting with his government officials, government functionaries. Is it a final goodbye from CM Uddhav Thackeray? Because yesterday an interesting thing had happened when he has left the Varsha residence as well. He has told the Shiv Sainik that this is my last day in Varsha. I will be staying in Matoshri only. That was probably a very big indication, and now him having a virtual meeting, virtual obviously because he yesterday accepted that he has COVID-19, so he will be having a virtual meeting with his government secretaries and other functionaries. Is he bidding goodbye to those government functionaries and also thanking them for
He has always been the command center irrespective of who the chief minister was at Varsha, but the command center under Balasaheb Thackeray and the command center, the manner in which it operated under Uddhav Thackeray, does that tell you the story of the fall of the Shiv Sena?
Well, that is very rightly put by you by Swati. The reason for that is, if you look at Balasaheb Thackeray's entire political career, he had never contested any election. He had never taken any government post. He was being known as the kingmaker. He basically made CMs in Maharashtra. He supported BJP at one point of time. With the help of the support of the BJP, he had made Narayan Rane as the CM of Maharashtra. He had made Manoj Joshi as the CM of Maharashtra, but he never took that government position. However, when it came to CM Uddhav Thackeray, he himself took the CM post on him, and that is what must have irked the Shiv Sainik. Those Shiv Sainiks who work on the road for the Shiv Sena, who basically battle it out on the streets of the Shiv Sena with that hope that they are going to get some big position.
Let's get some perspective. Sanjay Hegde is with us, Sanjeev Srivastav also with us. Mr. Aghadi, I'm coming to you. I have a question for you. But Sanjeev Srivastava, how do you see this turn of events? I think we've lost that line with Sanjeev Srivastava, but Mr. Aghadi, if I could get you in, we are being told that the Shinde camp is taking claim over the Shiv Sena symbol. How does this work out? What is the process, sir?
That, as far as taking claim over the symbol is concerned, that fight is before the Election Commission. They will have to claim that they are the actual party. You may have a majority of the legislators, but that does not give you control over the party workers, the general secretaries and all that. However, what might happen because of this claim is the fact that the symbol might get frozen. The Shiv Sena symbol might get frozen. Now, there is one very important thing that I'd like to say is that Maharashtra can't be run from Guwahati. At the end of the day, whatever happens, however many people reach Guwahati, etc., everything has to come back to Bombay. Any proceedings that have legal and constitutional value will be in Bombay. And that's where the final game will be played out.
Now, okay, more news coming in. Kritswin, Swati, stay with us. We have been told this is the inside track from the NCP camp. Deepak Kesarkar, okay, before that, Deepak Kesarkar now joining us, Shiv Sena MLA, former minister, needs no introduction. Mr. Kesarkar, thank you for speaking to Times Now. Have you reached Guwahati, Mr. Kesarkar?
Yes, I have reached Guwahati.
Okay, so can you tell us how many Sena MLAs are there at that hotel, sir?
That is more than 2/3.
Oh, that is big news. So you're saying there are more than 37 MLAs inside the Guwahati hotel, Mr. Kesarkar?
Yes.
Can you give us the exact
many more to come.
Many more to come.
I just count, giving the exact count is a prerogative of Honorable Shinde ji, because he is leading us. So that much I can tell you, that there is sufficient number and which is more than 2/3. So
yesterday,
there should not be any problem.
There should not be any problem. Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, last evening, sir, we spoke to you on Times Now. You were very patient and kind to speak to us. And you told us that the ideology has been compromised for Pawar. Is that the reason why you've moved from Mumbai to the Shinde camp in Guwahati?
I was in Mumbai and I had spoken to Honorable Uddhav ji. And I had requested him to take a final decision, because everything cannot be kept pending, and somewhere we also will have to take a decision. So we were quite firm on going ahead in alliance with BJP. That was our prime request, because they are natural allies, and everybody was thinking in that fashion, because the way NCP and Congress were treating our MLAs are elected by the local people, and it is their duty to deliver them in terms of various works in their constituencies. And if they cannot do it, then they cannot perform their duties. So you cannot just look at everything politically and give funds to the person who is defeated.
Now, Mr. Kesarkar, I understand that you've been a former minister, sir. You were MOS home, someone who was very active as a minister. I want to ask you some specific questions, Mr. Kesarkar. You are in the Guwahati hotel. You say you have the numbers. The Shinde camp has the numbers. Can you give us an exact count, sir? 39, 40, 41?
Because already few people are airborne. So after they reach here, by evening, Shindeji will give you the exact number. When I tell you we are comfortable, that means we are comfortable. So
that I know, sir. That I know. You know,
and all of them are Shiv Sena members.
Right.
And plus the independents who have officially supported Shiv Sena. So those are the people who are supporting the party. Plus the people who have got elected on the party symbol.
Right. Let me just break it down, sir. Let's go step by step, Mr. Kesarkar. Thank you for actually being very patient and kind with us. I just want to ask you, sir, yesterday the Shinde camp said that we were 37. That was the count. Now that you've also reached the hotel, is it 38?
No, it must have reached. It has reached 40.
It has reached 40, and you are saying
If
some
he
are.
says it is 37,
yes,
then it has reached 40 and it will reach 42. That is my hope. But the official figure will be known to you through Shinde Saab only.
No, that I understand, sir, but you're saying that there is no problem. You have more than 2/3, so the anti-defection law does not come into picture.
True. As per my knowledge, it is not coming.
Okay, and Mr. Kesarkar, can you also tell us, sir, how many Shiv Sena MLAs are en route?
En route, I told you, as 2 are airborne.
2 are airborne already. Are they taking a flight from Surat?
And how can I disclose that?
Okay, you don't want to disclose
by afternoon, they will be reaching Guwahati. So 2 more are reaching. And few more may join. But there is a limitation for waiting for anybody now. Because
no, so are you
they
saying
will have
that
to complete the formalities?
No, that I understand, sir. And talking about the formalities, are you saying that everything is set to now approach the governor? Have you sought a time, sir?
No. It is for Shinde ji. He is our leader, and it is his prerogative to decide everything. We have given all rights to him, and he will speak to you in the evening. It won't be proper if I speak about everything.
I understand, sir. I understand. Mr. Kesarkar, I have just a couple of more questions, sir. And I want to ask you, Mr. Kesarkar, now that you are there, I am sure you've spoken to the MLAs. What is the general mood? Because, 2 people who were previously there with the Shinde camp, they've come back.
Few of them who had gone back are also coming back.
Okay, so there is a twist.
They were not aware what is the fact. They were being misguided. That is what they came because they had the anger in their mind, and then somebody told them that you will be disqualified. Like that, everybody is telling, no. Even that yesterday there was one notice issued by the party saying that it was dated 22nd, and by 22nd 5 o'clock you should be present. How it is practically possible? Maharashtra is so big that the person staying in Nagpur, it takes him to around 14 hours to reach Mumbai. So how you can give a 1-day notice to call a meeting?
Mr. Kesarkar, another question to you, if I can ask you about what Uddhav Thackerays speech was yesterday, where he said and urged all the rebel MLAs that he will resign if the rebel MLAs want him to. He has already left Varsha and moved towards Matoshri. So will that be your next step as well? Do you want that to happen?
Nobody, I'll have to very honestly tell you, nobody had asked for his resignation. Their demand was, he's a leader of all of us, and we just wished that he should continue, he should not continue with the present alliance, and he should, his natural allies, he should go ahead. So that was, everybody's demand, and he has not spoken about that demand. He has simply said that he is going to resign. Nobody asked for his resignation, and he's our leader. We honor him, we respect him, we have all the love for him. But here we are not in a mood to compromise with either NCP or with Congress.
Okay, Sena in no mood, the rebels in no mood to compromise. Mr. Kesarkar, while I am talking to you, sir, I have a pen and a notepad, and I am taking down the numbers you are giving me. Here is the notepad, sir. I don't know whether you're watching Times Now right now or not, but I'm sure viewers are, and I'm taking down the numbers. So can you please once again, sir, go over the numbers before you came?
No, I have already told you that it is the prerogative of the party leader to announce the number. I told you that in case he has announced 37, then 2 Shiv Sena MLAs were accompanying me, so including me 3 plus 1 independent were in the flight. So if it was 37 yesterday, then you can add 3 more, and as soon as the flight reaches and other flights reaches, Shinde Saab will announce the actual number. But I can very confidently tell you that it is about 2/3.
It is about 2/3. Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, my colleague Tritswin also has a question for you, sir.
Mr. Kesarkar, I really want to understand where the Shinde camp is coming from at this point in time. Are they okay with no change in leadership and no compromise with Hindutva, that they go back with their former allies but no change in leadership takes place, or a change in leadership is also being demanded?
Now, whatever was to be spoken between Shinde ji and Uddhav ji, I think it is almost over, or if they want to proceed, they can proceed. But once you appoint somebody as your leader, or if you accept somebody as your leader, it is for the leader to decide what he wants to do. Till yesterday, we were in Mumbai. We requested Uddhav Sahib not to resign, but have a different partner, a different ally in Maharashtra. And that was our request to him. He has not spoken anything about that. Instead, he has preferred to offer his resignation, which nobody has asked for. And I think that it is not essential, because it would become like an insult we are making for our honorable leadership, which we still love, and we have all the respect for him, all the love for him. But this is not the answer. Answer is whether our allies were making injustice on our MLAs and their constituencies. And if the answer is yes, then he had all the power to rectify it, and to a certain extent he had tried it, but very late.
Mr. Kesarkar, because many in the Shinde camp.
Yes.
Richa, one question. Many in the Shinde camp have also been saying that the Sena hasn't grown under this alliance. It's only its constituents, the NCP and the Congress, that have seen growth. Is that true?
That is quite true, because all the important departments were with them only. While forming this government, except UD and industry, no other important department is with Shiv Sena. So naturally, all the departments through which development could be made in the constituencies or in Maharashtra, it is not possible at all, because they are the cabinet ministers. They will have to decide where they want to make irrigation, where they want to build the roads, where they want to give the electricity, where they want to give the education. Everything is with them, and these are all basic things. Those are the basic things required by a state. And it is the right of any MLA to demand for that, for the constituency and their people, because they are elected by lakhs of people. So naturally they expect that they have to deliver something to the people, and that too in terms of development of the constituency.
But Mr. Kesarkar, can you at this stage reveal what proposal the BJP has really given out to the rebel MLAs? At this point, we saw how Prakash Ambedkar through that tweet stated that it has been made clear by the BJP that they will not go back with an alliance, and they want a clarity first before making any decision.
See, these all things are to be decided between Mr. Shinde, who is leading the MLAs, and the BJP, because naturally there will be talks. Like, it took a very long time to form an alliance in Maharashtra. They took almost 1 month, 15-20 days to make, so it will take its own time. So I think that, and it will not take that much time. Maybe it will be quickly done. As soon as our group is identified separately, that process could be decided within 1 or 2 years, because we have worked together for 5 years, and all of us had that understanding that we have to work together, and they were together for the last 25 years, although I was not a part of it.
Mr. Kesarkar, won't take much of your time, sir. Just a couple of more questions for clarity, sir. Can you tell us when is this briefing? There was a briefing that was promised from the Shinde camp. When is that briefing happening? I think we've lost that line with Mr. Kesarkar, but this is an exclusive that no other channel has. This is the first time in this Maha Revolt saga that the insider is speaking live from the hotel and giving us details. Former minister, current Shiv Sena MLA Deepak Kesarkar giving us the latest numbers. He is inside the hotel. As per Deepak Kesarkar, here is how the number game stands right now. He says there are more than 41 MLAs, of which 39 are Sena MLAs. And he says 2 people are airborne, they are en route, and they are Sena MLAs. So if you do the math, 39 plus 2 makes it 41. This is the count of rebels, which means if 41 rebels are here, Sena is left with just 15. That number was 17 after the return of Nitin Deshmukh. That has now come down, and Deepak Kesarkar also dropped massive hint. He said, look, I can't disclose much, but what I can tell Times Now is that 2 more people are en route, and those who had left are also coming back. So that is the biggest twist in all of this. Times Now leading the coverage over the last 3 days, and this is the final number. The Sena MLAs in Uddhav camp, 15, in hotel 41, 39 is the count of Sena MLAs.
In fact, stay with us, Pranesh. Sorry to interrupt you there, but we have some inside scoop coming in from the Uddhav camp now, and Arunil now joins us live on this broadcast. What's
well, you can well, you can see a slew of BJP MLAs are reaching over here. This was Girish Mahajan reaching, the senior BJP MLA. Before him was Ashish Shelar, the senior BJP MLA from Bandra in Mumbai. Rajkumar Rawal, again another BJP MLA, also reached at the residence of Mr. Devendra Fadnavis. So yes, the action has finally begun from the BJP's end, we can say. This after Deepak Kesarkar also confirmed 2 times now that the numbers are indeed in the favor of the Eknath Shinde camp. The Eknath Shinde camp clearly surpasses and crosses the magic figure of 37. That's what Deepak Kesarkar also confirmed, and he also said why exactly they have left CM Uddhav Thackeray, basically saying that CM Uddhav Thackeray may remain our leader, but a compromise on Hindutva was happening when he was with the Congress and the NCP. We were really not happy with the Congress and the NCP, and that was very vocally conveyed to CM Uddhav Thackeray, but no action was taken. Yesterday we were expecting him during his social media interaction to say something about the alliance with Congress and the NCP, because we are his MLAs, we are his soldiers, but he didn't speak about it. He gave an emotional appeal, and that's when I decided, and the other MLAs decided, that we will again reach Guwahati and join the Eknath Shinde camp. So clearly trouble mounts for CM Uddhav Thackeray, and action has begun at the Sagar residence.
And Arunil, stay with us even as we have some more inside scoop coming in from the Shiv Sena camp now. Uddhav is citing personal attacks on family by the BJP as one of the possible reasons why they are still apprehensive about going back with an alliance with the BJP. They are also citing linking Aditya Thackeray with the SSR death. Uddhav has also been advised by most Sena MLAs to rejoin BJP, but Uddhav has told these MLAs that return to the BJP was not possible. Some MLAs said that BJP was better bet than the Congress. Some MLAs have also described the BJP as Sena's natural ally, but it seems, Arunil, Uddhav Thackeray at this point is not convinced.
Well, it is a matter of pride for CM Uddhav Thackeray at present, because yes, that's what he had conveyed to his Shiv Sena MLAs. I had a word with some of the Shiv Sena MLAs. They also said that they had conveyed it multiple times to CM Uddhav Thackeray that we were better off with the BJP, the natural alliance partner. The Hindutva was also not compromised. Several incidents happening in the state of Maharashtra. We can name them. The Hanuman Chalisa is one of them, or Akbaruddin going to the tomb of Aurangzeb was another. Several incidents happening, and the Shiv Sena had to take a back seat. But one of the biggest compromise was that they could not speak on the issue of Savarkar as well. Congress and the
Alright, we'll try to go back to Arunil shortly, but non-stop breaking inputs coming in inside scoop from the Shiv Sena camp, because remember, there are several of those Shiv Sena MLAs who are now urging Uddhav Thackeray to go back in an alliance with the BJP. That has been the #1 demand even for the rebel MLAs is concerned. But Uddhav Thackeray, according to our sources, is citing personal attacks on his family by the BJP as one of the main reasons why he is not in a way ready to go back to the BJP for an alliance. Although the MLAs are now stating that BJP is a natural ally for them. They are also saying how BJP was better bet than the Congress. But it seems like at this stage Uddhav Thackeray is not convinced by that. MLAs also say that NCP ministers even starved the Sena MLAs for funds. There has also been another problem that these rebel MLAs has been speaking about, how they were sidelined in fact non-stop and constantly by the NCP and Congress leaders as well in the past 2.5 years now. And We are in fact playing out some more breaking news coming in. We have the Shiv Senics now protesting against, the rebel MLAs. We are already seeing now action being taken on the ground as far as a photo and a banner that was put out at Shiv Sena MLA Sadar Savarkar's, who went on with blacking out the name of Eknath Shinde. In fact, Savarkar's photo also mentions treason. That's the latest update coming in, even as we saw those strong reactions coming in from outside Matoshri and Varsha Bungalow as well. Yes, Arunil, take our viewers through this latest visual that we have now accessed.
Well, that is right. Sadar Savarkar basically is from the Thane constituency of Mumbai, the god of Shiv Sena. That's what it was called earlier. But now, as he has moved to the Eknath Shinde camp, his picture has been blackened by the Shiv Senics over there, and his name has also been erased from the Shiv Sena Shaka's name. But there is another important development, which I would like to point towards it. There is basically Ashish Shelar, Girish Mahajan and Jai Kumar Rawal. This is the main think tank of Devendra Fadnavis. They have reached his residence. So we can safely assume that the BJP has swung into action now after there are numbers, there are safe numbers. The magical number of 37 has been reached by the Eknath Shinde camp. So we can expect some action from Devendra Fadnavis's house as well. At the same time, we can expect some massive development from the Eknath Shinde camp, whether he will be approaching the governor today, what will be suggested by Devendra Fadnavis to him. Everything we will be getting for our viewers.
Absolutely. In fact, stay with us, Arunil, even as we have some more breaking news coming in as far as the NCP meeting is concerned. The meeting still continues for well over half an hour now, and Sharad Pawar has now informed his top leaders to be prepared for a floor test, and that the NCP will be backing Uddhav Thackeray till the hilt. That is till the very end, and the NCP is now hopeful that once Shiv Sena MLAs return to Mumbai, some of them could also change their mind and move back with Uddhav Thackeray. Discussions about Uddhav Thackeray yesterday, stating that he is ready for any other Shiv Senic as the CM post was also conducted. And these are inside details coming in from that meeting. In fact, Sandeep also joins us on this broadcast. Sanjeev Srivastav, who is also all right, before that, let me also go across to Sandeep, my colleague, joining us on this broadcast. Yes, inside details coming in, Sandeep, of that all crucial meeting that happened. Some NCP leaders have also raised apprehension on 2 points, saying the timing of the rebellion exactly 2.5 hours since Uddhav Thackeray came into power, and why were these Shiv Sena MLAs not kept in close guard, and why were they not kept informed about their movement?
Indeed, yes, a crucial meeting been taking place since yesterday, and several meetings have been taking place. Now, in the NCP's meet, remember, several NCP ministers has decided and in fact said Sharad Pawar, NCP chief Sharad Pawar, stating that about the timing over Uddhav Thackeray's shift and the shift of MLAs from Shiv Sena to Guwahati. Now, they are questioning just after 2.5 years why there is a need why there is a need for Shiv Sena MLAs to go to Guwahati, and all of a sudden why there is a need for Shiv Sena MLAs to support BJP, and why there is a need for Shiv Sena MLAs to appeal Uddhav Thackeray to join hands with BJP. So definitely they are questioning NCP chief Sharad Pawar over this and raising questions.
Absolutely, and those are the questions being raised by Sharad Pawar, the NCP supremo himself, in that meeting. And Shireen also joins us live. Yes, Shireen, the top development coming in from this meeting is that Sharad Pawar questioning and in a way sounding alert over the Maharashtra crisis. He has also asked his leaders to be prepared for a possible floor test that will happen, and questioning how were these leaders' movement really allowed to move outside Maharashtra and move towards Surat and later Guwahati, and how nobody was informed.
Well, that is right, and this meeting is very crucial because this is happening after Sharad Pawar and Vikas met Minister Uddhav Thackeray yesterday. It was also an hour-long meeting where it was discussed how to reach the Shiv Sena MLAs and whether the Eknath Shinde should in fact be given the chief ministerial post. And all this is now being said by Sharad Pawar in this meeting with the other senior leaders of the NCP, after which at 5 p.m. there is going to be an MLA meeting of all the NCP MLAs who are going to be part of this meeting, and they will be told that what is the decision as far as NCP is concerned. The decision as of now, what our sources have been suggesting is that there is, if there is going to be a floor test, that the NCP needs to get ready, and they are in fact throwing all the support to Uddhav Thackeray at this point till the very end. And that is the same sentiment that is being echoed by Congress as well, that they are in fact with Shiv Sena, they are in fact with Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray till the end, and they will continue to support him. Dissolution of the assembly is not an option. This has been made clear by both the alliances, both the NCP and the Congress, saying that this dissolution of the assembly is not at all an option. We have to fight it through till the end, and even if it's the matter of floor test, then the Congress and the NCP are with Shiv Sena, and they will continue to fight till the end.
Absolutely, Shireen. And another important point coming in from that meeting that Sharad Pawar headed at, in fact, YB Chauhan as well, where he says that he's still hopeful that after these MLAs, these rebellion MLAs come back from Guwahati to Mumbai for this possibility of a floor test, there might be that some MLAs might return back to the party, and that's when their chance lies to really form back the government and bring back things in shape.
Well, this is after Uddhav Thackeray last night had a meeting with Sharad Pawar, where he did mention about how there are two MLAs. One is, of course, Nitin Deshmukh, who has in fact come back from the Eknath Shinde camp and has been saying that he was in fact kidnapped. The Shiv Sena in fact has told NCP and the Congress that they believe there are about 14 to 15 such MLAs who are in Eknath Shinde camp, who have been forcefully taken, they have been kidnapped, and they are in all hopes that these MLAs will also come back to the party fold, will also come back to Uddhav Thackeray, and that is exactly what has been conveyed to Sharad Pawar. And Sharad Pawar also says to his own party leaders that there are hopes that the mindset of these people will change, and there are a number of MLAs, around 14 to 15 of them, who have been forcefully taken by Eknath Shinde camp, and they will come back and things will be normal, is what the alliance believes right now.
All right, and we'll keep a close watch on that and asking all our reporters and correspondents to stay with us. Slipping into a short break, we'll be back with this non-stop rolling coverage on the other side. Stay tuned.
Let's get your breaking news coming in from Maharashtra now. Even as the crisis looms there for the Shiv Sena, there is a massive show of strength that is taking place. Pro-Sena chants are greeting Uddhav Thackeray. Listen in.
Rahul, and good evening to all my esteemed panelists. Tanveer Bhai is a very dear friend, and I hope he won't interrupt me or mind my saying this, that if tomorrow he goes to a neurosurgeon for his brain surgery, is he going to tell the neurosurgeon कि डॉक्टर साहब यहाँ से नहीं यहाँ कट मारना, क्योंकि मुझे पता है. I am astonished when he says that he is telling you that Rahul, an able defense force officer, becomes able only after 7 to 8 years. So he means to say that our 3 chiefs of the armed forces do not know, but Tanveer knows कि भाई 8 साल में ही बढ़िया ऑफिसर बनता है, आर्मी या नेवी या एयरफोर्स का 4 साल में नहीं बनता है. But and the other thing, Rahul, the other day I gave you 7 reasons why I support Agniveer, and they're all logical and rational reasons. But one thing that people have to keep in mind, A, is what General Rawat said. This is not a Manrega employment guarantee scheme, and B, the armed forces are well within their rights, as is every organization, to have a 2-step or a 3-step or a 4-step selection process. They want the best of the best. If 100 people have been inducted, the defense forces are within their rights to say that, look, out of these 100, we have trained them for 4 years, and now the time has come for the second rung in the selection process. We want only 25 who are the best of the best amongst these hundreds. And the 75, there are ample opportunities for them. They have earned money, they have earned respect. They are only 21 to 20.
A very good afternoon and welcome. You're watching Times Now Live. My name is Amita Vadwa, getting you all the breaking updates that we are picking up both from Maharashtra and from the state of Assam, because it all comes down to the numbers. Who is the real Shiv Sena leader? Is it Eknath Shinde? Because he now seems to be claiming, as far as the insider information is concerned, we've been speaking to those leaders who have left the Uddhav Thackeray camp and has joined the Eknath Shinde camp in Guwahati, because now they seem to be saying that Eknath Shinde has crossed the magic figure. Let's play out the numbers, exactly what we know so far. Shinde camp is now claiming to have at least 42 netas with them of the Shiv Senas. Now out of these 42, the rebel Sena leaders are said to be around 39. There are rebel independents as well who are said to be around 3, and Uddhav camp currently is now left with 16 of them. That also includes Aditya Thackeray. It remains to be seen what will be the fate that the remaining 16 that seems to be now facing. But this is going to be the big story of today. Who exactly is now leading the Shiv Sena? Who is the leader of Shiv Sena now? Is it Uddhav Thackeray or is it now Eknath Shinde? Because the show of hands, that has not happened as of now, but it is now being said even those 2 leaders who left the camp of Shinde, returned to Mumbai, will be heading back now to Guwahati. That is also the claim that is now being made. We were speaking to Deepak Kesarkar a short while back, because the entire tone and tenor has changed within a few hours. Earlier, they were claiming support to Uddhav Thackeray. Within hours, we are looking at him. Right there, he is present in Guwahati. Let's also check out what Ramdas Thackeray has to say on this. RPI is now clearly hitting out at Uddhav Thackeray and saying that he shouldn't continue as the chief minister. Listen in.
शिवसेनेचे गट नेते एकनाथ शिंदे यांनी महाबंड केलेला आहे. हे बंड नसून हे महाबंड आहे, आणि शिवसेनेला एक जबरदस्त अशा पद्धतीचा झटका देण्याचं काम हे या निमित्तानं आपल्याला पाहायला मिळतंय. गेल्या 2.5-3 वर्षामध्ये माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे जी आमदारांना भेटत नव्हते, त्यांची कामं जी आहे ती मतदारसंघामधली कामं होत नव्हती. एकमेकावर तिघांनी आरोप करणे आणि या तिघांनी मिळून BJPवर आरोप करणे, एवढंच काम यांच्या हातामध्ये होतं. एक तर अजूनही काही निर्णय झालेला नसताना त्यांना गटनेते पदावरून त्यांना काढून टाकण्यात आलं. त्यांना अनेक वेळेला विश्वासामध्ये घेतलं जात नव्हतं, आणि त्यांच्या मनातला जो असंतोष आहे तो खरखरत गेला, आणि आता या सरकारला सत्तेवर राहण्याचा अधिकार नाही.
Well, Ramdas Thackeray, since the very beginning, ever since this alliance or the MVA was formed, was against it and calling it as an unnatural alliance, with leaving the ranks of the BJP and joining what was the clear opposition in ideology with the NCP and also with the Congress party. My colleague Kritsveen and Arunil are reporting live from Mumbai. Arunil, Now it remains to be seen what happens with the other remaining Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray camp MLAs. They are said to be around 16 in number. That also includes his son Aditya Thackeray, who is an MLA. What happens with their fate now?
Well, Ramdas Athawale used a very important word. He said Mahaband. That means this is a mega rebellion inside the Shiv Sena camp, according to Ramdas Athawale, and that is exactly what it is, because the numbers are clearly on the side of the Eknath Shinde camp. Now, one more important development that we are learning from our sources within the Eknath Shinde camp is that they have the numbers, they have decided their whip. Their whip, according to them, is Bharat Sheth Gogawli, the Shiv Sena MLA from Raigad. Now, they will be forcing Aditya Thackeray as well to force on their side. If that doesn't happen, then action may be expected against Aditya Thackeray as well, because now Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena is the main Shiv Sena, because they have more than 2/3 of the number. This is a very big development that we are breaking.
माननीय उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली महाराष्ट्रातलं आमचं महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार हे टिकावं आणि सर्वांनी एकमुखाने उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांच्या बरोबर राहावं आणि त्यांना हे सरकार टिकवण्यासाठी प्रयत्न करावेत. त्यांनी प्रयत्न करावेत, आम्ही त्यांना आवश्यक ती मदत करावी, ही राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसची भूमिका आहे. येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये पुढच्या काही दिवसात महाराष्ट्राच्या बाहेर गेलेले
support CM Uddhav Thackeray. Jayant Patil, basically the Maharashtra NCP chief, saying that we want everybody to be with CM Uddhav Thackeray. Our MLAs, Congress MLAs and the Shiv Sena MLAs will be trying to ensure that this Maha Vikas Aghadi government is sustained, is stable and basically passes the floor test.
जे आमदार गेलेले आहेत ते परत आल्यावर चित्र अधिक स्पष्ट होईल आणि या महाविकास आघाडीचं नेतृत्व उद्धव ठाकरे करत असल्यामुळे
MLAs who have gone to Guwahati, once they return back to Mumbai, then only the entire picture will be clear.
यापूर्वी पाठिंबा आहे आणि आताही त्यांना पूर्ण पाठिंबा आहे.
पण एकीकडे बघायला गेलं तर तिकडे शिंदे गटामध्ये आमदार जे आहेत ते वाढत आहेत आणि दुसरीकडे असं म्हटलं
our entire support is still with CM Uddhav Thackeray. Whatever has happened, our support with CM Uddhav Thackeray.
काही भाष्य करणं उचित नाही, कारण मला शिवसेनेच्या अंतर्गत काय चाललंय याची माहिती नाहीये. परंतु काल आदरणीय शरद पवार साहेबांच्या समवेत मी आणि सुप्रियाताई यांनी उद्धव ठाकरे साहेबांची भेट घेतली आणि त्यांना ह्या संकटात जी आवश्यक असेल ते सहाय्य करण्याची भूमिका देखील.
We don't know what is happening internally within the Shiv Sena. What we told CM Uddhav Thackeray is our support is with you.
व्हावेत याचाही आढावा आणि चर्चा त्या ठिकाणी झाली. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस
to save this government, Mahavikas Aghadi government, that will be done from our end.
हे सरकार वाचवण्यासाठी शेवटपर्यंत प्रयत्न करेल हा आमचा विश्वास आहे.
किती परिणाम जो आहे तो सरकारवरती
वर्षा बंगल्यावर ते सुरुवातीलाही राहण्यास इच्छुक नव्हतेच. ते सोयीसाठी, कामाच्या सोयीच्यासाठी वर्षा बंगल्यावर आलेले होते. सर्व शिवसैनिकांच्या आणि आम्हा सर्वांच्या
मुख्यमंत्री बनते देवेंद्र जी को क्या मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे दोबारा?
So this was Nitesh Rane and Praveen Darekar basically coming together. The action has basically shifted to Devendra Fadnavis' residence, we can say. Nitesh Rane basically giving out a very confident smile. Now we can see the action has moved to Devendra Fadnavis' residence over here, as more and more MLAs are started to come to his residence. There is already Girish Mahajan inside. Nitesh Rane coming now. There is Ashish Shellar, the main think tank of Devendra Fadnavis, has reached his place. The meeting basically starts, we can say.
All right, so we are staying with those pictures there that are coming right outside. A lot of movement that is also being witnessed outside Devendra Fadnavis' residence. Radhika, if I can bring you in, we are listening to the NCP leader Jayant Patil, who still seems to be saying that the Sarkar is stable. What is this denial mode that we are looking at? Because exactly where are the numbers? If Shiv Sena goes out of power, so does the Congress and the NCP. All right, Arunil, if you can take that question.
Well, Amita, well, that is right, Amita. what is more important now is like Devendra Fadnavis's residence. Many of the BJP MLAs have started to arrive over here. The main think tank of the BJP, Devendra Fadnavis's core team, we can say, people who have been attacking the Shiv Sena on the forefront, they have started to arrive over here. So as soon as it was Deepak Kesarkar who announced that the numbers are with Eknath Shinde camp, it is very much confirmed, because until now the BJP was playing a wait and watch game, but now the action has begun over here. Now coming to your question as well, Eknath Shinde's camp, what will be their plan of action? We understand that they basically have their own whip, they have their numbers, more than 2/3 of the majority within the Shiv Sena. They have crossed the magical number of 37. So yes, the whip will force even Uddhav Thackeray to force on their side, to vote on their side, and if that doesn't happen, measures are expected against Uddhav Thackeray as well. So CM Uddhav Thackeray's own son will be forced by Eknath Shinde to vote for their Shiv Sena, because that Shiv Sena becomes the main Shiv Sena. Now they will be taking over the symbol of the Shiv Sena also. That's what we understand.
All right, but with all of the action, the Aronil as are shifting to Devendra Fadnavis's residence. Of course, they can't make it a formal when it comes to their own intervention till the time Eknath Shinde doesn't act. And that will only happen when he seeks an appointment with the governor.
Well, that is right. Whether Eknath Shinde will be initiating the first move or Devendra Fadnavis will be initiating the first move, that we will have to wait and watch. Mostly it will be from the Eknath Shinde camp, because Devendra Fadnavis and BJP have always maintained that this is the internal rivalry within the Shiv Sena. The Shiv Sena MLAs are not happy with the leadership, and that's why they have rebelled against CM Uddhav Thackeray. When Eknath Shinde gives out his numbers and no support to the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, basically saying that our Shiv Sena is the main Shiv Sena now, because we have 37 plus MLAs, we have some 39 to 40 MLAs with us now, then Devendra Fadnavis will completely swing into action. But yes, at present a meeting has started over here. Nitesh Rane, we asked him a very pointed question. We asked that direct question to Praveen Darekar as well, that how confident they are. Nitesh Rane and Praveen Darekar both smiled. They basically gave a very confident approach.
No, absolutely, because the BJP does not want to take any premature steps. Exactly what happened 2.5 years back, and when the hurried swearing-in ceremony happened, Devendra Fadnavis being sworn in, and he was just Chief Minister for a few hours. Kritzveen, if I can bring you in any movement outside Uddhav Thackeray's residence, because now it is being said that he will also be convening a meeting to thank all of the babus who have been working with him for the last 2.5 years. Kritzveen is getting reconnected. Sharon, if you can take that question, exactly the movement that we are now witnessing, what all meetings? All right, in the meantime, this is a live breaking update situation. We are getting multiple live reactions. Let's get to those.
हमें सबको बताया कि हम आखिरी सरकार के टिकने के लिए, सरकार रहने के लिए जो भी प्रयास करना चाहिए वो हम करने चाहिए, और हम सब साथ मिलके उद्धव जी का साथ इस सरकार के लिए हम देंगे।
सर, अपने विधायकों के लिए कुछ कहा है आप लोगों ने? विधायकों के रखना बड़ी चुनौती होगी सर।
अभी जो भी चल रहा है जी, वो उसकी इंफॉर्मेशन सारे विधायकों को देना भी आवश्यक है जी। इसलिए पार्टी का प्रमुख के नाते मैंने उनको सबको आज 5 बजे चौहान सेंटर में एक हॉल लेके हमने उनको निमंत्रित किया है। सिर्फ एमएलए नहीं, एमपीज भी है और हमारे फ्रंटल के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के प्रमुख भी है। वहाँ उनकी बैठक होगी और ये सारी चीजों के बारे में उनको मार्गदर्शन फिनिश हिंदी फर्स्ट।
वाईबी सेंटर में बैठक नहीं हो रही है?
वाईबी सेंटर में नीचे एक हॉल है, वो हमने राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने रेंट पे लिया है और उसके ऊपर
आज बैठक होनी थी सर 11 बजे।
5 बजे होनी है, शाम में होगी।
जो डिफेक्शन हुआ है या जो रिबेल्स हुए, ये टॉप लीडरशिप के नॉलेज के बाहर नहीं हुए, इट्स ऑल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड। आप उसको कैसे देखते हैं, उस पर क्या देखते हैं?
ये ऐसी अलग अलग कहानियां बाहर आती रहती है, हमें मालूम नहीं पक्का क्या हुआ। हम सामने आप जो बता रहे हैं टीवी पे वही हम देख रहे हैं, वही इन्फॉर्मेशन हमें है। कल शाम को आदरणीय पवार साहब खुद आदरणीय उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब को जाके मिले और ये सरकार बचाने के लिए जो भी प्रयास करना चाहिए वो करने की आवश्यकता है। इसके लिए हम सारे लोग उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब के साथ में रहेंगे। ये भूमिका हमने ये सरकार बचाने के लिए
चीफ मिनिस्टरियल पोस्ट एकनाथ शिंदे को दिया जाएगा, ऐसा कुछ डिस्कशन हुआ है?
ऐसा कोई डिस्कशन हमारे सामने हुआ नहीं। चीफ मिनिस्टरियल पोस्ट हमारे महा विकास आघाड़ी में वी हैव गिवन इट टू शिव सेना, so it is up to Shiv Sena and their internal decision who will remain as chief minister. And today what we know is Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is their leader and Uddhav Thackeray is chief minister.
एनसीपी को उम्मीद है कि अगर सारे विधायक आते मुंबई तो बात बन जाएगी, उनके साथ आ जाएंगे।
इतने दूर गुवाहाटी पे लेके जाके वहाँ भी फ्लड है, वहाँ भी उनके खिलाफ आंदोलन हो रहा है कि फ्लड के लोगों को मदद करने के बजाय MLA लोगों की खातिर जमा करने में सब लगे हैं। तो वो अभी वापस आने की आवश्यकता है और वो जब मुंबई आएंगे तो मुझे विश्वास है कि शिवसेना का मुंबई में माहौल है और जब वापस आएंगे उनमें से कुछ विधायक शायद बाहर निकलेंगे और शायद हमें लगता है, अभी मुझे मालूम नहीं, लेकिन उद्धव जी ठाकरे जी का प्रभाव उनके सबके ऊपर बचाने के लिए जो भी कोशिशें हैं वो सब हम करने की
चिंता का
तैयारी है।
कल तक जो लोग जो विधायक मिले थे मुख्यमंत्री से वो भी आज वहाँ पहुँच गए और
इसलिए मैंने कहा अभी मराठी में कि विधायक यहाँ से वहाँ जाते हैं, इसका मतलब उनमें गए ऐसा नहीं। वहाँ जाके वहाँ क्या चल रहा है, कितने विधायकों की इच्छा सचमुच उधर रहने की है, वो भी असेस करने के लिए कुछ जाते होंगे।
आपके विधायक
नॉट रीचेबल होने के बाद वो उधर ज्वाइन हुए जी, ऐसी गलतफहमी में इमीडिएट आने की आवश्यकता नहीं जब तक वो विधायक खुल के बाहर आके नहीं बोलता कि हम एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के साथ हैं।
आपके विधायक आपके साथ कारण है उप मुख्यमंत्री
बाला साहेब ठाकरे साहब की पार्टी बाद में उद्धव ठाकरे साहब ने उसकी जिम्मेदारी ली है। उनमें जो शिवसैनिक है, वो जो ओरिजिनल शिवसैनिक है, वो मुझे लगता है ऐसी बगावत नहीं करेंगे। भाजपचा रोल याच्यात कुठं आतापर्यंत कुणीच त्यांच्यातलं बोललेलं नाही आहे, त्यांनी काही याच्यावर भाष्य केलेलं नाही। एकनाथ शिंदे आपल्या आमदारांना घेऊन तिकडे जाऊन राहिलेले आहेत। त्याच्यापेक्षा जास्त याच्यात लॉजिस्टिक पडद्यामागे काय आहे याच्याविषयी खोलात जाण्याची गरज नाही। जाताना कुणी विमानं दिली, येताना कुणी विमानं दिली, ते कुठल्या हॉटेलमध्ये राहिले, त्या हॉटेलचं बिल कोणी दिलं, कोण आता त्यांना पोचतंय, याच्याविषयी आज बोलण्याची गरज नाही। हळूहळू तुम्हीच आम्हाला ती माहिती कळवाल।
उपमुख्यमंत्री अजित पवार या सगळ्या घडामोडीवर काहीच बोलत नाहीये, त्यांच्या मौनावरती खरं तर अनेक प्रश्नचिन्ह निर्माण होत आहेत।
असं आहे की अजितदादा हे याविषयी काय बोलणार, मी पक्षाच्या वतीने सांगतोय, हेच अजितदादा बोलणार आणि अजितदादांनी या विषयाबद्दल मौन बाळगलेलं नाही। तर यासाठी आमच्या सगळ्यांचं एकमतानं उद्धवजींना पाठिंबा आहे, ही त्यांची भूमिका आहे, त्यांच्या सगळ्यांच्या वतीनंच मी बोलतोय।
All right, so that is the breaking update that we are picking up from the NCP side, because they are saying that they support the Shiv Sena Sharan, but exactly there are no friends and foes in politics. What happens now as far as the NCP is concerned?
NCP has made it very clear that they are in fact ready for the floor test. Apart from that, they have been saying that our support is with Shiv Sena, our support is with Uddhav Thackeray. Dissolution of the assembly is not an option at all, and this is something that the NCP and the Congress has also conveyed it to Uddhav Thackeray. And right now we have seen after the high level meeting that was held at Sharad Pawar's residence, Jayant Patil has come out and he has been saying that till the end we are going to support Uddhav Thackeray, and even if it's a
matter of floor test, we are ready to go with the floor test. And there has been no such talks of whether giving chief ministerial post to Eknath Shinde has in fact been discussed in the meeting, is what Jayant Patil has been saying. He has said that as far as Maha Vikas Aghadi is concerned, the chief ministerial post stays with Shiv Sena. It is the Shiv Sena that has to make a decision whether they are willing to give up their chief ministerial post or not. But such discussion was never happened in the meeting. Apart from that, today at 5 p.m. is when whatever has been discussed in the meeting is going to be conveyed to the NCP MLAs that are going to meet at 5 p.m. at YB Chavan Center, where they will in fact be told how they have to in fact go ahead with the floor test, what is the political strategy as far as NCP is concerned. But as of now, we are seeing that NCP is coming in support, though they are in fact they have questioned the Home Minister also that why there was an intelligence failure, why was that the MLAs were taken from Maharashtra to Surat, from Surat to Guwahati, and even after that, this was though on the first day there were in fact a number of MLAs who went with Eknath Shinde, but even yesterday and today there are a number of MLAs who have left from Maharashtra. Why such people were not stopped, why the MLAs were not called back? So these were questions were asked.
There is another angle that is now coming to it, Sharon, because if we concentrate again on the Shiv Sena and the role of its own leaders there, what exactly has been the role of Gopal Langre there? Arunil, if you can throw more light on that, because every attempt that has now been made, that outreach focus is still continuing. What more can you tell us?
Well, with respect to the outreach that has been made from the CM Uddhav Thackeray camp, it looks like everything is failing now. Basically, probably the train has already left the station. That's what one can say, because there were efforts, there was a communication that was made by CM Uddhav Thackeray telling Eknath Shinde that even if you want the CM post, we are ready to give you. But now the MLAs, rebel MLAs, are in no mood to listen to it. Deepak Kesarkar also speaking about it, that we don't want to be with the Congress and the NCP, and time and again repeatedly we had told CM Uddhav Thackeray we don't want to be with the Congress and the NCP, and we had conveyed that, but our demands were not listened to, our grievances were not listened to, and that's why we have rebelled against CM Uddhav Thackeray. Now it looks like basically the numbers are clearly on the side of Eknath Shinde camp. Now when they exactly make the first move, because on the BJP front as well there is an action that can be seen over here. The main BJP think tank of the top BJP Maharashtra leaders have actually reached the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. A meeting has been held inside, that's what we can confirm. Now who basically makes the first move, whether it will be Devendra Fadnavis or whether it will be Eknath Shinde camp, that we will be updating our viewers. It looks like first it will be Eknath Shinde who will be making the first move and telling the Maharashtra governor that basically we are pulling out the support from the Maha Vikas Aghadi. We have the numbers now and this is the main Shiv Sena, and then probably a floor test can be initiated.
Right, but Arunil, interestingly, when it comes to all of those MLAs, Aditya Thackeray is also one of them. He served as a minister, but when it comes to falling in line and accepting Eknath Shinde as the leader of the Shiv Sena, what happens with the next move? Because we have been deciding on the likely scenarios of the Shiv Sena. What could Uddhav Thackeray do? But what will now Aditya Thackeray do?
Well, that is also an interesting question by you, Amita, because if we have to look at it, Eknath Shinde was the group leader of the Shiv Sena. He was immediately removed by CM Uddhav Thackeray after he basically went to Surat with those MLAs, and a new group leader was formed. But immediately Eknath Shinde basically appointed his new whip, new group leader, that was Bharat Gogavle. So clear cut, basically Eknath Shinde is telling CM Uddhav Thackeray that your party is no more the main Shiv Sena party, our party, because we have the numbers, we have more than 37 MLAs. That is the magic figure. By that we can avoid the anti-defection law. So by going by that, Aditya Thackeray will also have to abide by the whip of Eknath Shinde's camp. That is the whip of Bharat Gogavle. And if he doesn't do that, Eknath Shinde can force and take punitive measures against Aditya Thackeray as well. So whether Aditya Thackeray will also toe the line of Eknath Shinde camp, obviously he will be with his father, but to save his MLA post, whether he will toe the line of Eknath Shinde camp, that is also a big question that arises now.
Alright, so going through the numbers once again, because we've been speaking to Deepak Kesarkar. He was yesterday on Times Now, and today also there has been a complete change in what is now being said on the number game.
how many MLAs of the Shiv Sena are actually with Eknath Shinde, how many independents are also with Eknath Shinde, because now it seems that he has already crossed the magic number of 37. In fact, seems to be in a far more comfortable position now, and it seems that there could be a possible show of hands also, because Shinde camp is now claiming to have around 42 of those leaders, the Rebel Sena leaders around 39 of them, and the others are said to be the independents. Uddhav camp is only left with 16 Sena MLAs, the loyalists to Uddhav Thackeray. That also includes his son and a minister, Aditya Thackeray, which may be now asked to they will be now put on notice and to follow the party whip. The party which is now being identified as the leader with Eknath Shinde, because now Shinde puts Uddhav Thackeray on notice, and this is now coming across as a letter, that this is what we are now putting across to you on your screens right now. This is Eknath Shinde's letter to Uddhav Thackeray, and what he goes on to say, I'm going to quickly quote on that, because he is now saying that the doors were closed for us as Shiv Sena MLAs for the last 2.5 years. He is now claiming that he has been humiliated within the party, Arunil.
This is the letter that Eknath Shinde has tweeted about it, basically writing a letter to CM Uddhav Thackeray, basically saying that he has been humiliated in the party, but mainly it is the Hindutva that has been compromised in the party. He's saying that the MLAs feel that the Hindutva was majorly compromised after the joined hands with the Congress and the NCP, and the way these MLAs were ill-treated and humiliated by the Congress leaders and the NCP leaders. Basically, the NCP poaching into the Shiv Sena cadre in their constituencies made it very difficult for them, and time and again they have conveyed this to CM Uddhav Thackeray, but no action
Arun, just stay on with us. Swati, please explain the letter.
Yes, absolutely. Avita, you'll have to give me a little time because this letter is in Marathi. I'll have to translate that in English on air. So, the rebels, in fact, have written a letter to Uddhav Thackeray, now shared by Eknath Shinde as well, who's leading the revolt. And it says, काल वर्षा बंगल्याची दारं खऱ्या अर्थाने सर्वसामान्यांसाठी उघडली. बंगल्यावर झालेली गर्दी पाहून आनंद झाला. ही दारे गेली 2.5 वर्ष शिवसेनेचे आमदार म्हणून आमच्यासाठी बंद होती. So, the rebel MLAs are saying it. They were really happy and glad to see people gather at Varsha, which is the official bungalow of the Chief Minister. They are saying that the doors of Varsha, the official residence of the Chief Minister, were closed for their own MLAs, for the Shiv Sena MLAs themselves. Further, they go on to say, आमदार म्हणून बंगल्यात प्रवेश करण्यासाठी आम्हाला तुमच्या आजूबाजूला असलेल्या लोकांमधून निवडून न येणाऱ्या विधान परिषद आणि राज्यसभेच्या आमच्या जीवावर जाणाऱ्या मनधरणी करायला लागत होती. So they are saying to reach out to you, we would have to go through people surrounded by you. So they are claiming there was no direct access to Uddhav Thackeray, to their own leader, to their own party leader. That is what the rebel MLAs are saying here. हेच सो कॉल्ड आम्हाला डावलून राज्यसभा आणि विधान परिषद निवडणुकीची रणनीती ठरवत होते. त्याच्या निकाल काय लागला ते अवघ्या महाराष्ट्राने पाहिले आहे. शिवसेनेचा मुख्यमंत्री असताना स्वपक्षीय आमदार म्हणून वर्षा बंगल्यात आम्हाला कधीच थेट प्रवेश मिळाला नाही. सो दे आर ऍक्च्युअली हियर टॉकिंग अबाउट द क्रॉस वोटिंग एज वेल. दे आर सेइंग as far as the MLC election and the Rajya Sabha election was concerned, the strategy, the political strategy for that was drawn out by individuals who were surrounded by you, not Shiv Senics, and the result of that has been witnessed by everybody. The rebel MLAs are also claiming that they were never given an opportunity to participate in the strategy making, basically never given an opportunity in decision making, and they are questioning him as to why were they never allowed an entry in the official residence of the Chief Minister. Why were they never given time?
I think, Swati, this is one incident that is being mentioned. Right. Radhika can throw more light on that, because Eknath Shinde being wait. All right, Arunil, if I can come back to you on that. This is one of the incidents that is being mentioned in the letter, when Eknath Shinde was being made to wait for a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. That never happened.
This is a very hard-hitting letter that Eknath Shinde this is a very hard-hitting letter that Eknath Shinde has basically written to CM Uddhav Thackeray. What basically he's saying is that there are some people who are CM Devendra Fadnavis is surrounded by only a certain number of people, basically who give a yes for him every time, and CM Uddhav Thackeray had no time for his own MLAs. For the MLAs, they were never able to enter the Varsha bungalow of CM Uddhav Thackeray. He's saying that yesterday we saw a crowd at Varsha bungalow, and that is when I felt happy that now a common man can also enter that building. And a bigger attack is coming when he's saying that CM Uddhav Thackeray never entered the premises of the Mantralaya. So how we could reach to him, that was nearly impossible for us to reach out to CM Uddhav Thackeray. And for the Rajya Sabha and the MLC polls as well, those close people who were surrounded by CM Uddhav Thackeray, they only used to take all the calls. We were never consulted, our decisions never mattered to CM Uddhav Thackeray, and that is why we have been forced to take this kind of a decision. There is a second page of the letter also. I'll be going through it again and then come back for our viewers.
It seems that this is a counter exactly now what is being said by Eknath Shinde to Uddhav Thackeray, because the talks did not yield any result. Yesterday it was Uddhav Thackeray. It was Uddhav Thackeray, Arunil, in the meantime that you read the contents of the letter, who was now saying, making that fervent and an emotional appeal that come back here, say to me on my face that you want me to step down and I will willingly do so, but you need to come back to Mumbai. And that is not going to happen anytime now, even if he took his belongings from Varsha and left for Matoshri. It is now, this is the reaction and a counter that is coming from Eknath Shinde, saying that he is happy to see the crowd that seems to be growing outside Varsha. There are supporters there, but inside the party, he has no supporters. Is that right, Arunil?
Well, that is right. What this letter basically is saying is that the MLAs are basically saying that the doors of CM Uddhav Thackeray were always closed for them. Whenever they wanted to go to the CM, whenever they approached the people of CM never used to speak to them. The people of CM used to speak to them, and whenever they recited any problems, they were called at the CM residence, but they were made to stand outside the door of the residence. That kind of an insult they had to go through. And another big attack is that basically they are saying that CM Uddhav Thackeray never entered the premises of Mantralaya. So the CM, that our topmost leader, was always inaccessible for us. So how can he be accessible for the common man of Maharashtra? They are also saying that we had some multiple problems, major problems when it came to Congress and the NCP, but whom we could relay this, because CM Uddhav Thackeray was in no mood to listen to us, and that is when Eknath Shinde stepped in. He solved our problems. Whenever we required any funds for our constituencies, it was Eknath Shinde who was providing it. Whenever we faced any problems in our constituencies, it was Eknath Shinde who was doing it for us. The CM was only a titular head for us. Eknath Shinde was solving all the problems, and that is why we have given our support to Eknath Shinde.
So the contents of the letter, as we are breaking down the details, because Arunil, it also goes on to say, does it have anything, what could be the next possible move of Eknath Shinde and the other Sena leaders, because now they are squarely coming out the details and the reason why they isolated Uddhav Thackeray, because they themselves were isolated within their own party.
Well, another allegation is coming in from Eknath Shinde, basically asking CM Uddhav Thackeray that when Aditya Thackeray had visited Ayodhya, then what stopped you from going to Ayodhya? Also making an allegation that CM Uddhav Thackeray and his men himself called many MLAs of the Shiv Sena, telling them that they cannot go to Ayodhya because the spotlight has to be on Ayodhya. Now, why you were playing these kind of games with us? That is the question that Eknath Shinde is asking CM Uddhav Thackeray over here. So the kind of emotional appeal that CM Uddhav Thackeray made via his social media interaction, a very aggressive fight back has been given by Eknath Shinde, basically telling the CM that you were only a titular head. All the MLAs are basically saying in this that you were always not reachable for us. You never entered the premises of the Mantralaya, and when it came to the Ayodhya visit as well, you and your people told us that we cannot go over there because the spotlight has to be on your son. This is clearly not done. I'm going
to the letter more. Is this about the recent visit of Aditya Thackeray, his solo trip to Ayodhya? Because before even he reached Ayodhya, there were a long list of those Sena leaders who reached beforehand to make elaborate preparations for him. We saw that what happened in Lucknow, there in Ayodhya. The recent trip.
Well, the recent trip they are talking about, basically saying that when we checked in also, we were not allowed to do much of a work, and many of the Shiv Sena MLAs were personally called by CM Uddhav Thackeray and his men, telling them not to go to Ayodhya. Now, why this kind of a ploy was worked by you, that is really very astounding for us, very startling for us to understand. And also mentioning about the fact that CM Uddhav Thackeray was only surrounded by his close people who were a yes men to him, and those yes men made him very inaccessible and not reachable for the Shiv Sena MLA. They are extremely happy that yesterday a common Shiv Sainik could enter his residence, because till now that has not been allowed in the last 2.5 years. The CM of Maharashtra has not even stepped into the Mantralaya for two and a half years. So how can we basically relay our problems or our grievances to him? And that is when Eknath Shinde emerged as our savior for us, emerged as a problem solver for us, and that is why we have chosen him as our leader. So this is a very hard-hitting letter after the emotional appeal that CM Uddhav Thackeray had made. Basically, CM Uddhav Thackeray had said that you should come to me, come on my face and tell us your problems. Here Eknath Shinde and his people are saying that you were always not reachable. Then how can we tell our problem to you? You always wanted your yes men to be around you, and those yes men always kept us, the MLAs of the party, the elected representatives, outside the door of your house. That is extremely pitiable and insulting situation for us. So how can we depend upon your leadership? That is what is been written in this letter.
Right, but does the letter give out any details? What could be the next possible move of Eknath Shinde? What he's going to do next? How many leaders does he have, including with the help of the independents? Is he now moving towards the BJP? Anything on the next step?
Well, I am reading the last 2 paragraphs of the letter. Basically, it is in Marathi, so it will take some time. Basically, it mentions Hindutva, Ayodhya, Ram Mandir हे मुद्दे शिवसेनेचे होते ना, मग आता आदित्य ठाकरे अयोध्येला गेले तेव्हा आम्हाला अयोध्येला जाण्यापासून तुम्ही का रोकलं? That means when the Hindutva issue was of Shiv Sena, why did you stop us by calling us, telling us not to go to Ayodhya? Now the other line basically says, तुम्ही स्वतः फोन करून अनेक आमदारांना अयोध्येला जाऊ नका असे सांगितले. You yourself called a lot of MLAs and told them not to go to Ayodhya. Why? Why? That is the question is being asked. मुंबई विमानतळावरून
देवेंद्र जी हमारे साथ फोन लाइन पे. देवेंद्र जी, एक चिट्ठी आ रही है एकनाथ शिंदे की तरफ से और उन बाकी सेना लीडर्स की तरफ से जो अभी गुवाहाटी में, वो कह रहे हैं कि चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे कभी आउट ऑफ रीच ही रहते थे, हमेशा कभी बातचीत ही नहीं हुई, कभी मंत्रालय नहीं गए वो.
ये तो बात बिल्कुल सही है. ये सीएम साहब का बहुत कम मंत्रालय में आना हुआ. वो जो बीच में 1 साल उनकी एडमिट होने के बावजूद, बीमार होने के बावजूद नहीं आ पाए, और बाकी के विधायकों से भी मुलाकात नहीं कर पाई, ये बिल्कुल सही है. मगर इसका मतलब हम महाविकास आघाड़ी को गिराएंगे, मुख्यमंत्री साहब पे अविश्वास लाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं होता. क्योंकि टॉप 5 में मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे साहब अभी आगे आ चुके हैं कोविड काल में.
जी नहीं, लेकिन एकनाथ शिंदे जी और बाकी जो एमएलएज है उनका सीधे तौर पे कहना है कि वो अपनी पार्टी में अकेले पड़ गए थे. अगर कुछ काम होना था तो उद्धव ठाकरे से मिलने में इतना टाइम लग जाता था कि वो मिल ही नहीं पाते थे. उनका जो ग्रास रूट लेवल से जो इन टच रहते थे वो खत्म हो चुका है.
110% सही है एकनाथ शिंदे साहब का. क्योंकि मैं खुद उन पे नाराज था कि मैं खुद जाके उनसे बोला 8 तारीख को ट्राइडन होटल में कि आप हमें टाइम क्यों नहीं देते. हम आपको टाइम मांगते, हमारे जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी के जो कुछ क्वेश्चन रहते हम आपको पूछने के लिए, हमारे बातें जो निधि के लिए, डेवलपिंग के लिए हम आपके यहाँ पे आते, फंडिंग के लिए आप टाइम ही नहीं देते, मिलने को देते, आपके खुद के पक्ष को नहीं देते तो हमें कैसे देंगे. ये कुछ नाराजगी मैंने खुद जाके उनसे बात करी हुई है इसके पहले. अगर इसका मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि उन पे अविश्वास लाना और वहां से सत्ते में से उनको बाहर निकलना.
आप बोल रहे हैं कि आप भी नाराज थे, ठीक है. नाराजगी अगर इतनी बढ़ गई कि अगर छोड़ने की नौबत आ गई, वो कह रहे कि हम 2.5 साल तक इंतजार करते रहे, अभी आदित्य ठाकरे को अयोध्या भेजा, वो भी जाना चाहते थे, मना कर दिया.
नहीं, वो क्या उनका इंटरनल प्रॉब्लम है, वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं. मगर मैं 110% अभी भी ये बता सकता कि जो कुछ अब शिंदे साहब के साथ में लोग कहे हैं, कुछ शिंदे साहब शिवसेना छोड़ने वाले नहीं है। वो एक आनंद दिगे ठाकरे के वो चले हैं, वो कुछ जाके वो रिटर्न 2-4 दिन में रिटर्न आएंगे, इतना मेरे को आत्मविश्वास है।
पर कैसे आ रहा है आपके पास ये कॉन्फिडेंस सर? क्योंकि शिंदे साहब तो सीधे तौर पे एक तरीके से काउंटर कर रहे हैं उद्धव ठाकरे को। आप भी कह रहे हैं नाराजगी थी, यह बात मान रहे हैं ना? उद्धव ठाकरे के अगेंस्ट नाराजगी थी, ये शायद बढ़ती रही।
नाराजगी का मतलब उस पर फिर अविश्वास डालना और उनको सत्य में से बाहर निकालना, ये सही बात नहीं ना। जो कुछ गलती हो गई तो गलती अपन दुरुस्त भी कर सकते ना। भाजपा को सत्य में बिठा के अपने को फायदा क्या होने वाला है?
फायदा क्या होने वाला है सर? वो तो सीधे तौर पे कह रहे हैं कि अगर फायदा होगा तो जनता की तरफ से होना चाहिए ना, क्योंकि जनता की आवाज अगर मुख्यमंत्री नहीं सुनेंगे तो कौन सुनेंगे? नहीं, जनता की आवाज एक ही है। महाविकास आघाड़ी को सरकार चाहिए। 5 साल 14 से 19 तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी को महाराष्ट्र में सत्ता उनके हाथ में दी थी। उनका जो परफॉर्मेंस है सभी महाराष्ट्र के 13 कोटी जनता ने लोगों ने देखा है। उनको 13 कोटी जनता उनसे परेशान थी। सब इकट्ठे आके फिर महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार स्थापन हुई। पवार साहब ने खुद जाके आके सरकार स्थापन की। तो ये सरकार चलनी चाहिए, ऐसे मेरा रवैया है। सर चलेगी कैसे अगर मुख्यमंत्री जी ने खुद अभी वर्षा का बंगला छोड़कर वापस मातोश्री की तरफ चले गए अपना सामान लेकर? क्यों गए फिर? वो उनके पार्टी का इंटरनल प्रॉब्लम है। वो अभी 2 दिन में वो भी प्रॉब्लम सही तरीके से हल हो जाएगा। आप सिर्फ देखते रहिए, 2 दिन में हल हो जाएगा और जितने भी लोग बाहर गए हुए सब मातोश्री के दरवाजे में जाके बैठ जाएंगे। अच्छा, तो ये किसका हाथ हो सकता है पीछे? सीधे तौर पे अगर कहा जाए ये किसका हाथ हो सकता है पीछे, कि किस तरीके से एकनाथ शिंदे उसके पीछे 10-12 और निकल गए? किसका हाथ है? राज्यसभा चुनाव, विधान परिषद चुनाव, ईडी का हाथ इसमें है। ईडी ने सब प्रेशर करके खुद जाके ईडी लोग इसको फोन लगा रहे अभी विधायकों को कि आपका ऐसा प्रकरण है, हम आपका प्रकरण बाहर निकालेंगे। ये डर के मारे सब लोग बाहर है। आप उनके नाम देखिए, जो कुछ शिंदे साहब के साथ में गए हुए विधायक है ना, उसमें से आधे लोग ईडी से परेशान होकर भागे हुए लोग हैं। लेकिन देवेंद्र जी, हम तो उनसे बातचीत कर रहे हैं, वो तो फोन लाइन पे अवेलेबल है। हम तो उनसे बातचीत कर रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि वो अंडर कोई प्रेशर नहीं है। वो अपने विलिंगली वहां पे पहुंचे हैं, गुवाहाटी गए हैं, क्योंकि सीधे तौर पे कह रहे हैं कि प्रॉब्लम है शिवसेना में, अभी ऐसे नहीं चल सकता। देखिए ना, प्रताप सरनाइक साहब को ईडी की नोटिस, वो उधर वो निकल चुके हैं। दूसरे वो यामिनी यादव, उनके मिस्टर को ईडी की नोटिस, वो उधर जा चुके हैं। और बहुत सारे लोग हैं कि जिनको ईडी की नोटिस गए हुए, सब उधर अब ये जहाज में से वो जहाज में भागने के लिए तैयार हो चुके हैं। तो अभी बाकी 16 नेता जो अभी बचे हैं MLAs, उनमें आदित्य ठाकरे भी है। उनके साथ अब क्या होने वाला है? क्योंकि आप बोल रहे कि असली नेता शिवसेना का एकनाथ शिंदे है। नहीं, सब 2 दिन में आप जरा रेस्ट कीजिए। 2 दिन के बाद जितने भी गए हुए लोग हैं सब मातोश्री पे आके बैठेंगे, आप सिर्फ देख लेना। चलिए, धन्यवाद आपका देवेंद्र जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। सो द सेना लीडर इज स्टिल सेइंग दैट all is well still within the party. Those are the people who have left the Sena camp to join Eknath Shinde, and they have been done under force, under pressure, but still siding with Uddhav Thackeray so far. Let's get you another round of breaking update that we are getting for our viewers. When it comes to the Maharashtra Deputy Speaker, he is now broken in silence, saying that they have received Shinde's letter and they will vet all of the signatures, because it is all that comes down to the numbers and the support that Eknath Shinde seems to be receiving. And thereafter, after a probable likely appointment with the governor, the call would be made if there would be a floor test that could happen next. Listen in.
कितने दिनों में ये मुद्दा खत्म हो सकता है? इन्वेस्टिगेशन कैसे करेंगे?
देखता हूँ मैं।
तो
प्लीज टेल अस, एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने आपको जो लेटर भेजा है उस पे आपको संशय लग रहा है, और क्या वजह है, किस तरह से आप देखते हैं इसको?
मैंने बहुत बार बोला।
सर एक बार बता दीजिए कि 34 का जो काउंटिंग है उसका क्या सिलसिला है?
उसमें 2-3 है, वो पक्ष है।
जी सर,
देखता हूँ।
All right, going across to Arunil once again on this. Arunil, what happens to the role of the speaker here now, because he has now been saying the deputy speaker they have received Eknath Shinde's letter.
बार-बार घूम रहा है यार, ये इधर पे दूसरा राउंड है।
Well, he's a deputy speaker, Amitabh, basically Narhari Jirhar. The reason for that is there is no speaker in the Maharashtra Assembly. Now, what happens when he has sent the letter? He belongs to the Vikas Aghadi party. He has a lot will depend upon how he decides, and that is why probably BJP has not swung into action. They want a full-fledged plan on this, and the governor's involvement also becomes extremely paramount in this. Now here he is saying that I have received a letter in which there are signatures of the Shiv Sena MLAs who have given their support to Eknath Shinde, and accordingly we will take a call on this. But everything has to be decided on the floor of the House. Sanjay Raut is also mentioning that we want the rebel MLAs to come back to Mumbai, and according to the CM Uddhav Thackeray camp, they are confident that the rebel MLAs will swing back towards CM Uddhav Thackeray. Now coming back to the role of the Deputy Speaker, as I was pointing out earlier, he is basically, it may be a constitutional post, but he is from the Vikas Aghadi, and his role becomes extremely paramount in this.
And more updates that are following up, and this is coming across even as we are trying to get more reactions from the NCP and the Congress, what they have to say on this letter, a lengthy letter. It's around 3-page long, that has now been written by Eknath Shinde as a counter to what Uddhav Thackeray said in his address to the state. It was a very fervent and an emotional appeal that was being made by Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister, yesterday, when he was challenging the rebel Sena leaders that come back and tell that to me on my face, look into my eyes and tell me that you want me to step down. I will step down willingly. Thereafter, he took his belongings from Varsha and he shifted to Matoshri. But that also happened with a huge crowd that could be seen outside his residence yesterday, because still Uddhav Thackeray is on the edge. It remains to be seen whether today's meetings that has been called, that will be held or not, because it's not happening with the MLA leaders. Now it is being seen with the meeting with the Babus that has also been expected. Richa, that has now been called off. So Richa, the letter that has now been accessed, just take us through the main highlights.
Absolutely, and Amita, once we get that letter on the screens right now, they have begun by saying as to how they have constantly Varshanuvarsh Bangla Dwara kis tarah se they were ignored. This is an entire description being given from the very beginning, how they felt happy and joyous about the fact that there was this massive crowd gathered outside the Varsha bungalow yesterday. They also went on to say that they did the same in the past of trying to go ahead and meet the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray at Varsha bungalow, but constantly how they were denied access, they were ignored, and they never got the similar kind of in fact welcome what they saw yesterday outside Varsha while Uddhav Thackeray was moving towards his residence in Matoshri. They also go on to say as to how there has been concerted efforts on behalf of several of these MLAs who are part of the Shiv Sena for years now. They have won the election, and despite winning votes in large numbers, the behavior that they were given was not appropriate enough. They also once again mention how there have been attempts being made to reach out to the Chief Minister's office, to go out there in Varsha bungalow, try to meet them, but they were never given that access. In one of the part of the letters, they also mention about that Ayodhya visit that they constantly talk about in an entire page being written there. They speak about how they were ready to go with an entire delegation led by Aditya Thackeray. But at the last moment, Eknath Shinde was informed that none of their MLAs should go to Ayodhya despite moving to the airport, doing that check-in, and then they were asked to return back. Why this discrimination, they asked, and why was only some favorites of possibly Aditya Thackeray or Uddhav Thackeray got that access to go to Ayodhya if they believe in this ideology of Hindutva as well as the Hindu religion that they have been following for several years now. They go on to say in the last paragraph of this letter as to how they were possibly given less access to even then certain Congress and NCP leaders who even had more access to the Chief Minister's office, and how they were being treated as secondary citizens by their own party members. So this has been detailed through this entire letter that has now been written by these leaders of the Shiv Sena who have been closely tracking, and they have been part of the Shiv Sena Arunil for several years now, and now they felt neglected. This was not an overnight decision, they say. This has been happening for quite some time now.
Well, one more important point that has been raised in the letter by these rebel Shiv Sena MLAs is that when Uddhav Thackeray was going to Ayodhya recently, the MLAs are saying that we are also followers of Lord Ram. We were very excited to go to Ayodhya, but there were phone calls from CM Uddhav Thackeray to each and every MLA telling them not to come to Ayodhya. But still they wanted to go, and they booked their own tickets. They basically got their check-in done as well. Then came a call from CM Uddhav Thackeray to Eknath Shinde telling him to send back all the MLAs to Mumbai, not to put them on the flight. That was really insulting for the MLAs. That's what they are saying basically asking CM Uddhav Thackeray, when Hindutva was the core ideology of Shiv Sena, then why were we stopped from going to Ayodhya? They are also saying that the doors of the Congress and the NCP smaller leaders as well, they were open. The CM Uddhav Thackeray had opened its doors for them. They were getting funds, and these smaller leaders used to come to us and basically flash their approvals from the CM office. They used to show us that they have got funds, but we never got funds, or our grievances were never heard by CM Uddhav Thackeray. Our doors were never opened CM Uddhav Thackeray had never opened its doors for us. Whenever we had any problem, we were asked to wait at the door of CM Uddhav Thackeray. So this is an important point that has been raised.
Because they have now shared their ordeal, the pain as well as the anger that they had to go through. They say that they were humiliated, insulted on several occasions, how they were given secondary treatment despite being a part of the Shiv Sena for several years now, and how they had no other option but to reach out to Eknath Shinde. And Arunil, they also mentioned very importantly as to how there were leaders of other parties of the MBA, that is the Congress and the NCP, who had direct access to the Chief Minister's office. So why not the Shiv Sena MLAs?
Well, that is right. These rebel MLAs are saying that the MLAs from the Congress and the NCP, they got approval letters from the CM office. They got funds from the CM office, and they used to basically flash those letters to them. It was really insulting for them because the CM was from their party, but the other party leaders and their MLAs were favored by the CM. Why was that happening? That was their main question. Also, basically, that was a big attack on CM Uddhav Thackeray, basically saying that CM never entered the premises of the Mantralaya. So if the CM is not going to Mantralaya, CM is not allowing us in his house, how can we reach the CM? Whenever we wanted to speak to the CM, his other close people, basically the yes man of the CM, they used to basically create a bridge between us and the CM. Never allowed us to speak to the CM, always kept us waiting at his door. So he had become completely inaccessible for us, not reachable for us, and that is when Eknath Shinde stepped in. He basically solved the problems for us. He heard our problems. He also helped with our funds, and that's why he has become our leader in true sense.
Absolutely. And towards the end of the letter, Arunil, they speak about how they got emotional watching Uddhav Thackeray's emotional appeal to them, but that does not solve their problems, they say. That's not something that they want. They want concrete evidence and proof that they are being heard. Slipping into a short break, and we'll be back with the latest on the other side. Stay tuned.
The Shiv Sena, they're camping there under the leadership of Eknath Shinde, and getting in a bit of breaking news update, the TMC has now said that the BJP has always played cross bat. So that's another reaction, an allegation coming in from the TMC, just as has been said by the Congress and the Shiv Sena as well in the past. We have Kirti Azad joining us on the phone line. Mr. Azad, what do you make of this allegation coming in from the TMC this time around, saying that the BJP has always played cross bat?
Well, what did they do in Madhya Pradesh?
But isn't it really directly related to, you know, the particular government's concern not being able to keep their flock together? BJP will use this as an opportunity, yes, if the Maha Vikas Aghadi is unable to keep matters in their hands.
Correct. Money, ED, IT, NSA, they all can be used to BJP's advantage.
And how is that, Mr. Azad?
Haven't we seen it?
No, in this particular case, how is it that any of the agencies is being put to use as you're alleging?
Well, haven't you seen what has happened in the past? A few months ago, on the various leaders, and every time they can't convict anybody. You've seen approximately more than 3,000 cases by ED have been framed on lots of
people. So, Mr. Azad, are you implying that all of these 9%. MLAs have decided to part ways under some sort of pressure?
Well, it's quite evident. It's very evident. What happened in Madhya Pradesh? Can you tell me that? Didn't they try the best in Bengal? Didn't they try the best in Rajasthan? Rajasthan, they almost had them.
Well, all parties involved, including the Congress and the Shiv Sena, currently in damage control mode, Mr. Azad. Let's see how this plays out. Too soon to really come to any sort of conclusions. I'll have to leave it at that. Thank you for joining us with that perspective. Let me go across to my colleague Vaishali, who's joining us from Surat. Vaishali, क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं? कितने विधायक अंदर होटल में हैं? हमें क्या कंफर्म्ड है कि सारे शिवसेना के हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, जैसा आप देख रहे हैं, सवेरे कल रात से ही वो लोग यहाँ एयरपोर्ट पास की एक होटल में रुके हैं कल रात से ही, और आज सवेरे से ही सूरत के आप जो भी है मीडिया जगत के सारे लोग वहां पे पहुंचे हैं, और वहां पे जो जानकारी हम लोगों को अभी तक मिली है तो उसमें यही है कि ये जो सारे विधायक हैं वो 22 जो विधायक है वो सारे ही शिवसेना से जुड़े हुए हैं, और उनके नाम का लिस्ट भी जैसे मैं आपको भेज चुकी हूँ। मतलब वो कहा जा सकता है कि वो सारे शिवसेना से ही जुड़े हुए हैं।
Two Sena and leaders are now being dispatched to get in touch with the roughly 30 rebel MLAs. Meanwhile, even as we speak, the chief of NCP, Sharad Pawar, along with his chief lieutenants, are there holding a press conference. We'll get to hear what the status of the NCP MLAs are. After all, most of the people who are believed to be holed up in the Gujarat resort are there from the Shiv Sena. Let me in fact go across to Arunil, who's joining us. Arunil, Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar also had a last minute meeting last night over the phone. What do we expect to happen now?
Well, a last ditch effort being made by the Uddhav Thackeray camp that is in the Shiv Sena. We understand that 3 leaders basically.
And in fact, that is the reason why I am here. So after that meeting, definitely I have to meet media, and what is the outcome of that meeting, we explain there.
सर, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में जिस तरह से राजनीति तेज हो गई है, शिवसेना के विधायक जो है कई सारे सूरत में पहुंच गए, आपको लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट को खतरा सरकार
कि ये कुछ भारत से हुआ, ये पिछले 2-2.5 साल में दिस इज द 3rd इंसिडेंट। इससे पहले 2 हुए थे। मुझे याद है कि जब उद्धव ठाकरे जी का सरकार बना, इससे पहले कुछ हमारे MLAs को उठाकर यहाँ हरियाणा में, गुजरात में कुछ एरिया में रखे गए थे, मगर बाद में वहाँ से निकलकर वो वापस आ गए। सरकार बनाया, सरकार बनने के बाद पिछले 2.5 साल सरकार ठीक से चल रहा है। कल वहाँ इलेक्शन था, और यहाँ तक NCP है कि NCP के 2 कैंडिडेट थे, और दोनों कैंडिडेट को जो वोटों का कोटा हम लोगों ने दिया था वो पूरी तरह से हुआ। NCP का एक भी वोट इधर से उधर नहीं गया, बिल्कुल डिसिप्लिनली हमारे MLAs ने वोटिंग वहाँ किया, और इससे वो जो कुछ कल का इंसिडेंट था, इससे हम किसी में हम नाराज नहीं है। एक बात सच है कि हमारे फ्रंट का एक कैंडिडेट जीत नहीं सका, वहाँ कुछ वोटों की कमियाँ वहाँ आ गई, मगर ये अन्य पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का जो कोटा था और अन्य पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की जिम्मेदारी थी उनका कैंडिडेट जिताने के लिए, उसमें कामयाबी नहीं आई। मगर हम वापस जाने के बाद जरूर हमारे साथियों के साथ बातचीत करेंगे, ऐसे क्यों हुआ और हुआ तो कैसे करेक्ट एक्शन ले सकते।
Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching Newsroom 365. My name is Amitabh Vadhav. We'll continue to get you all of the breaking updates from Maharashtra and Assam. First up, the top headlines. More Shiv Sena MLAs joined the rebel camp in Guwahati, bringing Uddhav's government on the brink. Shinde attends critical mass to split the Shiv Sena without inviting disqualification. Now, with the momentum on his side, Shinde asked the Maharashtra governor for time and an appointment. Speculations are now rife if he will claim control of the Shiv Sena and stake claim to form the Sarkar. Eknath Shinde, meanwhile, responds with a 3-page stinker to Uddhav Thackeray, calls him inaccessible chief minister. Vidhan has no time for his own party leaders, says Uddhav Thackeray also denied them Ayodhya visit. Meanwhile, there are images appearing of the top minister Deepak Sarkar leaving Uddhav's side to join the Shinde camp, deals with a body blow to the Shiv Sena. But Uddhav bides time, doesn't throw in the towel yet. Amid Maha Potwala, Uddhav leaves Chief Minister's residence but clings on to the chair. Numbers not in his favour, but projects the image of confidence. Tight clip on Sena's crisis. BJP dismisses hand in revolt, but the party imprint facilitating rebels clearly visible, with the BJP MLAs called for an emergency meeting at Devendra Fadnavis' residence. The BJP also files a complaint against Uddhav Thackeray for violation of the COVID norms by meeting politicians and mixing with the party followers being COVID positive. In other news, another crisis that hits the AIADMK, with the war of attrition between the OPS and the EPS now breaking point. Anti-OPS slogans raised in dramatic party council meeting. Azamgarh votes in a battle of prestige with Yogi Adityanath calling uprooting Akhilesh Raj in the center of terrorism. SP hopes to retain the Yadav stronghold. In Delhi, meanwhile, it is a midterm test of the Aam Aadmi Party's political stock at BJP's. Rajesh Bhatia looks to upset Durgesh Pathak on Rajinder Nagar seat. The Aam Aadmi Party says Kejriwal model will see them through. So when we are talking about, as my colleague Pranesh also joins us, it all comes down to the numbers. How many numbers of the MLAs does Uddhav Thackeray have with him from the Shiv Sena? How many of them does Eknath Shinde have with him in Guwahati, including the independents? Over to you, Pranesh.
The only thing that people want to know right now, and that they've been wanting to know over the last 2-3 days, is numbers in both camps. What are we talking about? We are talking about a situation where Uddhav Thackeray is staring at the split of Shiv Sena. Raj Thackeray had left the Parivar, formed his own party, but that was 16 years ago. Shinde is now leading a coup against the Shiv Sena in 2022, and let's put out the numbers at this hour. As we speak at 1 p.m, as per claims made by both sides, the numbers are as follows. The number of people in Shinde camp in hotel, this is 41. But we are being told of the 41, 2 are independents. This is the count. 41 minus 2 independents. This makes it 39. So 39 Sena rebels currently with Mr. Shinde in that hotel in Guwahati. We are also being told, and this was told to us by the rebel camp insider, Mr. Deepak Sarkar, Sena MLA, former Maharashtra minister, someone who's considered very close to Uddhav Thackeray. But he said, I am upset the way Sena has sacrificed our core ideology of Hindutva for Satta. He says 3 to 4 people are en route. There's a chartered flight that has taken off from Surat. 3 to 4 Sena rebels are reaching the hotel. So this leaves us with just 12 to 13 in the Uddhav camp. The current count, we are being told, is only 12. Now this number is changing very quickly because the day started with 16, then more people landed here. Now this number, we are being told, is 12 to 13 and is set to come down, because you were speaking to a Sena MLA just a while ago and he said, look, I agree with most of the points made in this 3-page letter. And if you connect the dots, Amita, Mr. Sarkar had said that even those who are there and those who are left are set to come back.
That was the point that was being made, because it was being said that one or two of those leaders who initially joined Eknath Shinde camp and returned to Uddhav Thackeray are all set to head back to Guwahati. Now, Pranesh, thank you very much. Let's break down the top 10 developments that has also happened so far since morning, because now it is being expected that more of those MLAs will be joining the rebel camp in Guwahati. Does it include that it is of those MLAs, out of 16 of them who are still remaining with the Thackeray camp, there will be more breakaway faction that could be taking place to join the Eknath Shinde faction in Guwahati? That remains to be that needs to be seen, which Shinde is now asking Maharashtra governor for an appointment, and also this 3-page stinker that has now been addressed to Uddhav Thackeray, saying that you are inaccessible to your own people. Let's talk about the NCP also as well. Now what is being said through sources that Sharad Pawar will now hold a meeting with the NCP MLAs at the YV Chavan Center at around 5 p.m. What would be the next role, the next strategy, the next step that the NCP will now be taking? Because they have already expressed the disappointment with the Shiv Sena. Kritsveen, who is joining us live at this point from Mumbai. But the next step of the NCP will also be very crucial. Kritsveen, what are you hearing?
But it's very important, Amita, because till about yesterday, Mr. Pawar said this is Shiv Sena's internal matter, and it has now come down to saving the government. So the Congress and the NCP top brass in a huddle, and we are getting some more inside scoops, inside track of what really is unfolding. Inside scoop on the Pawar meeting which has happened. This is what Sharad Pawar has said. Uddhav Thackeray take strict action against the rebels, but that would mean acting against almost the entire party. Let's go across to Arunil now. Till about yesterday, like I said, Sharad Pawar thought it was an internal matter. Today he wants Uddhav Thackeray to take strict action against the rebels.
Well, there was a meeting that took place at the residence, the Silver Oak residence of Sharad Pawar, in which the NCP party leaders, NCP ministers were present over there. Sharad Pawar basically gave a very clear-cut diktat or orders for his ministers and his MLAs, basically saying that firstly we will try our best to save this Maha Vikas Aghadi government. We are with CM Uddhav Thackeray on all aspects, but also be ready if the government falls, and if the government falls, then be ready for that political sangharsh, be ready for that political struggle. That second statement is extremely important of political struggle. So is Pawar camp or the NCP is also accepting defeat now, considering the numbers are already on the side of Eknath Shinde? Eknath Shinde clearly has more than 37 MLAs and he can avoid the anti-defection law. So Pawar, as the senior veteran politician as he is known for, he basically avoided a similar kind of situation when Ajit Pawar had joined hands with Devendra Fadnavis. But this time the BJP is clearly playing a wait and watch game, clearly playing a very safe game. Until and unless the numbers are not there with Eknath Shinde, they didn't take any further decisions. But now, yes, a series of meetings have started at Devendra Fadnavis' residence. The main think tank of the BJP, that is Ashish Shelar, Nitesh Rane, Girish Mahajan, Jai Kumar Rawal, they are at his place basically chalking out the next strategy for the BJP as well as for the Eknath Shinde camp.
All right, let me go across to Kritsveen also joining us. Kritsveen, if you can hear me now, any movement whatsoever outside the Chief Minister's residence so far? Because few of meetings were also take place today, but it doesn't seem that he seems to be chairing any of them.
Absolutely. Well, it all started with the meeting that was to take place around 11 a.m. Which Uddhav Thackeray was to hold at Matoshri. Clearly that's not happened. Then we broke down details of how he's going to be thanking the government secretaries via video conference. So a big question mark on why he was wanting to do that. What's the intention? Is the Uddhav camp conceding defeat? Is he likely to step down next? All of those questions really coming to the fore at this point in time. No meeting as such that is taking place, but yes, several Sena MLAs, several ministers in the Maha Vikas Aghadi of the Shiv Sena have been coming every now and then. Every few minutes we do see someone making their way into Matoshri and coming out after a few minutes. So meetings of course taking place, deliberations that are underway. The Uddhav camp certainly at this point in time trying to understand what their future course of action can be. A mixed signal also being sent out by the Uddhav camp in that sense, because remember The Eknath camp is seemingly extremely confident here. The Eknath camp is claiming numbers. They're saying more and more MLAs are likely to join them in the next few hours. Some are already on their way en route to Guwahati. So all of those developments taking place. On one hand, you have the Shinde camp that is extremely confident of the numbers. We spoke to one of those MLAs who, by the way, yesterday was in Maharashtra, and this morning we saw him we spotted him with Eknath Shinde. So his camp is certainly strengthening at the moment, and they're claiming more and more MLAs are likely to join them. On the contrary, signals being sent out by the Uddhav camp here that he may step down. The NCP meet at Silver Oak just concluded. Another meet to take place at 5 p.m. Lot of meetings that are lined up for the day today.
Absolutely. Kritzwin, stay on with us. I want to go across to Radhika. Radhika, the veteran journalist who've been following politics of Maharashtra already, I believe, have started talking about how Balasaheb Thackeray, who was never into active politics, but his word was the last word for the Sainiks, and Uddhav Thackeray takes charge, enters active politics, becomes the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and the party crumbles. Literally, the party crumbles in Maharashtra.
Absolutely, literally the party crumbles, and one of the reasons why Uddhav Thackeray made that emotional appeal is so that perhaps he is thinking whether there can be a last-ditch effort that can be made, which is why he offered to resign. He said that if all these rebel MLAs who have not dared to speak to me so far can come out and speak to me, then perhaps I will resign. So it was an emotional connect that we saw yesterday by Uddhav Thackeray. Perhaps a last-ditch effort, perhaps a way to save the party. But right now, of course, all the numbers are disadvantage Uddhav Thackeray. Our numbers are advantage Shinde. Now Shinde, as we know, as we speak, as we stand, 39 is the number we are talking about. 39 rebel MLAs, and there are a few independents as well. So clearly, they've reached that 37 mark. Uddhav Thackeray's numbers only dwindling.
Alright, let's break out more details exactly what happened in the NCP meeting there. Have they now conceded defeat? Because it is now said that Sharad Pawar said in the meeting that to his MLAs that even if we lose power, then be ready for further political consequences and struggle. Sangharsh ke liye ready rahe. So that is now being said by Sharad Pawar to his own party leaders. What could be the next course of action when it comes to the NCP? Because in politics there are no friends and foes. This is when it comes to the opposite ideology that the Congress and the NCP have with the Shiv Sena. They came together to form the Maha Vikas Aghadi 2.5 years back, choosing Shiv Sena leader Uddhav Thackeray as the Chief Minister. But now it seems that the NCP will be having its own fight within the MVA now. It is another faction that, Swati, if you can tell us more on that, because this is now being seen as a solo fight that Sharad Pawar is readying his MLAs.
Absolutely. He in fact has also asked Uddhav Thackeray to be ready for the struggle if they are out of power. Let's go across to Arun. You try and understand this better. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, Sharad Pawar is called the Chanakya of politics there in Maharashtra. Is he already conceding defeat? And if he is doing that, then that's a big hint for everyone to take. Arunil, can you hear us?
Well, that is right, Swati, because what is the political sangharsh for Sharad Pawar and his party? Two of his senior ministers, Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik, are already in jail at present. And that has happened when he has, accordingly what you mentioned, he has been the Chanakya of this Maha Vikas Aghadi government. But despite that, two of his ministers and senior leaders are in the jail. Now, if BJP comes into power along with Eknath Shinde, and according to the BJP, the NCP has been indulging into hafta vasuli, has been indulging into Vasuli Gate during this entire tenure, and that is why Sharad Pawar are probably telling his party leaders as well as ministers that get ready for that big fight, get ready for that political struggle. Yes, we are with CM Uddhav Thackeray, we are going to do our level best to save this government, but get ready for that big fight. Now, another interesting aspect, Swati, is that Ajit Pawar has not spoken till now. He has not even opened his mouth till now. Jayant Patil and Sharad Pawar are doing all the talking. Now, Ajit Pawar's history, we all know, he had joined hands with Devendra Fadnavis and then again came back within 3 days. However, in the assembly also, we had never seen any of the BJP leader taking any attack on Ajit Pawar till now. No attacks altogether. Eknath Shinde was one person and Ajit Pawar was the second person. there were no attacks from the BJP on them.
But of course, we cannot forget those pictures 2.5 years back in the hurried or a premature move by the BJP. Devendra Fadnavis was sworn in and Ajit Pawar was made the deputy CM. However, it lasted for merely few hours because that is when NCP Sharad Pawar stepped in and brought him back in the party fold. Let's play out exactly. Meanwhile, Times Now also spoke to Deepak Sarkar, who is a Rebel Sena leader, and he is listening to this exclusive conversation that we have had with him. What exactly changed in those hours? Last night, he was Uddhav Thackeray loyalist. Today, he has joined the camp with the Eknath Shinde.
Have you reached Guwahati, Mr. K. Sarkar?
Yes, I have reached Guwahati.
Okay, so can you tell us how many Sena MLAs are there at that hotel, sir?
That is more than 2/3.
Oh, that is big news. So you're saying there are more than 37 MLAs inside the Guwahati hotel, Mr. K. Sarkar?
Yes.
Can you give us the
Yes,
exact
many more to come.
Many more to come.
So we are quite firm on going ahead in alliance with BJP. That was our prime request because they are natural allies.
Can you give us an exact count, sir? 39, 40, 41?
Because already few people are airborne. So after they reach here by evening, Shindeji will give the exact number. When I tell you we are comfortable, that means we are comfortable.
Well, moving on, Times Now was the first to talk to Mr. K. Sarkar on Wednesday, and he gave a detailed insight into the internal debate and the struggle that is going on as far as the Shiv Senics are concerned, and also the main points of divergence with the Sena leadership.
दीपक कासरेकर जी, मैं पूछना चाह रही हूं कि उद्धव ठाकरे मातोश्री वापस लौट रहे हैं. अब क्या सरकार बचने की कोई उम्मीद नहीं नजर आ रही शिवसेना में?
नहीं, ये तो मैं ऐसे नहीं बोल सकता, क्योंकि ये जो रिबेल हुआ है वो उद्धव साहब के रेजिग्नेशन के लिए कभी भी नहीं था. ये जिस पार्टी के साथ हमारा गठबंधन है उससे कुछ शिकायतें विधायकों को, और अगर वो दूर की जाती तो ये मुसीबत नहीं आती. मैं आज तक भी मैं मुंबई में ही हूँ. आई वॉज अटेंडिंग ऑल द मीटिंग्स विच वर कंडक्टेड बाय शिवसेना. और जो भी विधायकों का कहना है, क्योंकि विधायक यहाँ पे नहीं है, तो जो भी हम तक पहुंचता है हमने सीएम साहब तक वो पहुंचा दिया है. और मैं आज नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, पहले से लास्ट 1.5 year आई हैव बीन टेलिंग दैट दिस इज नॉट अ नेचुरल एलाई. दैट वाज माय पर्सनल व्यू, एंड दैट्स व्हाई द स्टेट, क्योंकि इसमें कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं है. कोऑर्डिनेशन तो पीएम और सीएम के बीच होना चाहिए. अगर वो कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं रहेगा तो स्टेट भी प्रोग्रेस नहीं करेगा.
लेकिन दीपक जी मैं आपसे पूछना चाह रही हूं कि 1.5 साल से आप उद्धव जी को ये कह रहे थे और अपनी व्यथा बता रहे थे, उन्होंने आपकी बात सुनी नहीं, या सत्ता की वजह से ये एनसीपी के साथ एडजस्टमेंट करना मुश्किल था?
देखिए, मेरी तो खुद की कोशिश ये थी कि जो दिल्ली और महाराष्ट्र के बीच में कोऑर्डिनेशन रहे. उसके बारे में एक आध मीटिंग भी हो गई थी, लेकिन इस समस्या का हल नहीं निकला. चाहे वो अपोजिशन पार्टी भी हो अगर स्टेट में, तो उसके साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा होना चाहिए सेंट्रल का. तो ये जब तक नहीं होता है तो स्टेट भी प्रोग्रेस नहीं करता है. मैंने जब सीएम साहब के साथ बात की तो मैंने उनको ये भी बोला था कि जब अपना घर जल रहा है तो पहले उसको आग को बुझाना चाहिए और फिर बाकी की चीजों की तरफ देखना चाहिए. हम लोगों को किसके साथ जाना है ज्यादा अहमियत नहीं रखता है. हमें एनसीपी के साथ जाना है, कांग्रेस के साथ जाना है. और एक मैं चीज ये भी बोलना चाहूंगा कि बीजेपी के तरफ से जो उनको एक पेशेंस रखना था कि ज्यादा जो आरोप हो रहे थे, आदित्य जी पे आरोप हो रहे थे, ये तो ठाकरे फैमिली के ऊपर कोई भी आरोप नहीं करता है महाराष्ट्र में, क्योंकि अलग फैमिली है जिसने डिवोट किया अपना लाइफ महाराष्ट्र के लिए. तो इनके बारे में ऐसे कभी बोला नहीं जाता है. वो बोला गया इसलिए सब मामला बिगड़ गया, ऐसे मेरा खुद का सोचना है.
So the big question is, will Uddhav Thackeray now step down? Also Sharad Pawar there hinting that a change is imminent. Sharad Pawar asking Uddhav Thackeray to take action against rebels, but also asking him to be ready for struggle if out of power, Amita.
Absolutely, because now we are going to take a look exactly what happens next. What are the possible scenarios? What could be the role of Uddhav Thackeray? What could be the role of the governor also? Because now it is being said that Eknath Shinde has sought for an appointment. Some time that he is now sought with the governor. Now exactly what could happen next, because the governor himself is unwell. He is positive of COVID-19. But it remains to be seen whether he will give time to Eknath Shinde. So let's get out the details exactly what are the options now with the governor. Let's play that out through graphics, because we are playing out multiple scenarios. What could happen next? How would it play down in Maharashtra politics? Because this is option one. As asked Shinde to prove that he controls the party. Who is the real Sena leader? Is it Eknath Shinde or is it now Uddhav Thackeray? Let's play out the option two. Ask Shinde to prove the claim in the house, because this could be the next possible step, a floor test. And this is something when Eknath Shinde, who has now claimed that he has gone beyond the comfortable majority of 37, he claims to have over 40 Sena leaders and independents with him. Now he has crossed the mark to avoid disqualification under the anti-defection law. Option number three, ask the deputy speaker to rule Sena leader. So rule on Sena leader. So that also remains to be seen, because the deputy speaker is actually from the NCP. If we talk about the MVA, how will it now flow in the house? Because if this is the next course of action to provide a stable government to the people of Maharashtra, there needs to be a government that needs to be put in place as soon as possible, and that will only happen if Eknath Shinde is able to prove his majority in the house. Swati.
Well, yes, absolutely. Let's in fact go back to our reporters. These are the options that Mr. Shinde has. And in fact, Arunil, what is interesting is that, what happened when Raj Thackeray parted ways with Shiv Sena and what is happening at this point of time. There's also staking claim for the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray that is playing out in Maharashtra at this point of time as to who is the real flag bearer of Hindutva. We have some breaking inputs coming in as well. Let's shift focus to the latest that we are picking up for our viewers. The political turmoil in Maharashtra continues. The numbers in fact clearing the picture at this point of time. Aditya asked to back Shinde as leader. This is a super scoop from Sena rebel camp. Obviously the number is growing. The Shinde camp getting stronger there, and the Shinde camp has now issued this ultimatum to Aditya Thackeray, and if he does not, Amita, follow the ultimatum or the orders that are coming in now from a much stronger camp, then he may face action.
Absolutely, because it remains to be seen, because Aditya Thackeray is also an MLA, Radhika. And if he doesn't follow suit, action could be taken, because it seems that the whip have already been decided by Eknath Shinde's camp, and they will now ask Aditya Thackeray to accept Eknath Shinde as the leader.
Absolutely. Eknath Shinde had been time and again stating that he is the true representative of Sena currently, simply because he has the numbers. Therefore, he cannot be sacked as the leader of the legislature party and be replaced by Ajay Chaudhary. Of course, what we are also learning is that the acting speaker of Maharashtra, Zirwal, has accepted Shiv Sena MLA Ajay Chaudhary as the new legislature party leader, while rejecting Eknath Shinde as the CLP leader, proposal submitted by the Sena MLA. So obviously this is expected simply because Ajay Chaudhary, Zirwal belongs to Shiv Sena, so therefore he is bound to accept what has been given by Uddhav Thackeray. So therefore, even as Eknath Shinde continues to state that there is no way that he can be replaced, he can be removed, because he has the numbers, he is the strongman here and not Uddhav Thackeray, yet the deputy speaker, the acting speaker, accepting the replacement of Eknath Shinde.
Right, so the Shinde camp wants Sena to go back to the earlier arrangement, which is an alliance with BJP. That's their demand. But what is stopping Uddhav Thackeray from this patch-up? Let's go across to Amita for more on this. Amita,
absolutely, because those were the questions initially that were raised, because it was being called as an unnatural alliance. Why would Uddhav Thackeray, who has been a long-standing ally, the Shiv Sena of the BJP, they will suddenly side with the opposing ideology of the NCP and the Congress party? What exactly is stopping Uddhav Thackeray from taking any action and coming back to the BJP fold? What's stopping Uddhav Thackeray? Let's play out the reasons exactly, because he's been citing that that there have been personal attacks by certain BJP leaders against his family that is being done, and he is not ready, he is offended by it. He doesn't really want to go ahead with the BJP. Cites that there were linking of his son Aditya Thackeray with Sushant Singh Rajput's death, when the actor's death happened 2 years ago, and this is the linkages that had upset Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray has also been advised by most of the Sena MLAs to rejoin the BJP fold. This is one of the demands that is also being made by Eknath Shinde, calling it as an unnatural alliance, and go back to the BJP because there is a similar Hindutva ideology that both of the party follows. Uddhav Thackeray has been advised by most of the Sena MLAs to rejoin the BJP. Let's play out the next point exactly now. What could be, what's stopping Uddhav Thackeray to come back to the BJP? Uddhav told the MLAs that the return to the BJP wasn't possible because these were many of those incidents that seemingly would have happened 2.5 years ago, because it was the BJP that actually got majority of the votes, around 106, and it was being said to be an obvious choice that it will be Shiv Sena and the BJP again that will be forming the Sarkar. Some of the MLAs said that BJP was better bet than the Congress party because again, no friends and foes in politics, but it was an unnatural alliance with the Sena to join the Congress party. This is now being said, Radhika, if I can come to you on that, because there were certain hindrances exactly why Uddhav Thackeray was reluctant to go back to the BJP.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
I want to ask exactly what was stopping Uddhav Thackeray to go back to the BJP, because of course when it comes to the questions being raised on the certain terms, who will be leading the Sarkar factor, that did not work out.
Absolutely. You know, very interestingly what is happening is Uddhav Thackeray is not being supported by his own MLAs, whereas Uddhav Thackeray is being supported by NCP and Congress. Time and again for the last 2.5 years, the expectation, or rather, people would guess or assume that the divide will be between the Congress, NCP and Sena. There will be a divide there. Congress, NCP may break away. One of the parties will break away. But what has happened here is Congress, NCP is now backing Uddhav, whereas the MLAs within Sena are not backing Uddhav and they are straying away. So therefore, as far as what is stopping Uddhav from going back to BJP is concerned, of course, that it has become an ego battle. What happened 2.5 years ago, one cannot forget, the way that the Sena broke away from BJP, the fact that certain conditions of Sena was not met by the BJP. Therefore, they decided to end that alliance and have this absolutely unnatural alliance with the Congress and NCP. And so that has stuck on. Time and again, Sena leaders who are with Uddhav stating that they will not go back to the BJP. They had, they did struggle with the BJP. Their demands were not met time and again in those years where they ruled along with the BJP. So therefore, that is something that is currently ruled out, but one never knows what could happen if Eknath Shinde can, perhaps convince Uddhav Thackeray to go back to BJP, which he had tried doing. In fact, there was a phone conversation between Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray in which he stated, you must go back to the BJP. If you do, then I will come back to you. So that's the statement he had made at that time.
Because power sharing is something that drove a wedge between Shiv Sena and BJP. According to Shiv Sena, BJP was not ready to share power for 2.5 years. And the Uddhav government completes 2.5 years. There is this coup mounted on Thackerays, and all of a sudden we see Balasaheb Thackeray's Shiv Sena now going into the hands of Eknath Shinde.
Well, Sharon, if you can take that question, because what all movement that we are being witnessing today so far, back-to-back meetings that seems to be happening, but what is exactly the factor on ground by the end of the day? What can we expect?
Well, as of now, like you mentioned, there are in fact back-to-back meetings that are happening. There was supposed to be a meeting that was supposed to be held at Matoshri where all the MLAs were in fact called by Uddhav Thackeray. That seemed to has not in fact been taking place, but there was in fact the meeting that was held at Silver Oak of the residence of Sharad Pawar, where it was conveyed by Sharad Pawar to all the senior leaders of the NCP that be ready for the floor test and we are going to fight it out. And also very importantly, they have
also pointed out that we do support Shiv Sena, and this is something that the Congress also maintains, because yesterday, last night, after Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule met Uddhav Thackeray, there was also a Congress representative, Nana Patole, who also met Uddhav Thackeray, and after the meeting he said that dissolution is not the solution. That is something that has in fact been conveyed by the Congress High Command also, that dissolution of the Vidhan Sabha is not the solution at the moment. We are still left with Maha Vikas Aghadi is still left with more than 2 years, and that should be completed. So this is going to be a fight. This cannot be without any fight. We cannot give it away, is what the Maha Vikas Aghadi, the alliance members, the NCP and the Congress have been maintaining. Now, right now, I am at YB Chavan Center, where after the meeting at Silver Oak, the residence of Sharad Pawar is also going to head this meeting at about 5 p.m. where he is going to address this meeting to all the MLAs, will be conveying what is going to be the political strategy of the NCP. How are they going to go about this? Because still yesterday it was said that this is internal matter of the Shiv Sena, but now we are seeing that Sharad Pawar, the Congress, are in fact backing Uddhav Thackeray. They have been saying that we are going to support him till the end, and more importantly, Sharad Pawar is going to tell the MLAs that they have to get ready for the floor test, and they have to get ready for the struggle, for the political struggle that is going to go ahead from here.
But where would the numbers come from to prove majority to pass the floor test? That's the big question, and Thackeray seem to be right now, at least as per the numbers, on the losing side. Let's go across to Nibir, where the rebel MLAs are camping at this point of time. Many in Sena still hopeful that once these MLAs go back to Mumbai, the scenario will change and they'll go back into the Shiv Sena fold. What's happening there in Guwahati?
Yes, today we saw a batch of 3 MLAs entering the Radisson Blue Hotel in the morning, and we are getting to know that more MLAs, 3 in number, might even join. So speculations are going here that more MLAs might join the camp that is camping here since yesterday. And one thing is sure, that they are displaying solidarity among themselves. We had a high-level meeting, and so far we have not seen any MLAs coming out of the hotel and going away from the Guwahati camp. So their solidarity is intact so far, and as like I said, like they have said that they are adhering to the ideologies of Balasaheb Thackeray since yesterday, and even Shinde also said the same thing. So they are not compromising. However, there might be certain calculations that can happen after they leave Guwahati and go to Maharashtra, and that might affect their decision. But so far they have maintained their.
All right, Nibir, just stay on with us, because it seems that the Shiv Sena is not ready to let go of Eknath Shinde. It seems now Team Uddhav Thackeray, who is shocked by the evident revolt, but the outreach program still continues. Another Uddhav Thackeray loyalist has now been dispatched to the residence of Eknath Shinde in Thane, because attempts were also being made earlier to speak with his son, to make him, to convince his father that come back, all of the problems will be heard and they will be sorted out, and all of the differences will be resolved. So Radhika, what is more on the outreach program that we are witnessing, because it seems several attempts are being made to reach out to Eknath Shinde?
Absolutely, several attempts being made to reach out to Eknath Shinde. In fact, just yesterday, Ravindra Pathak had gone to Thane, whereby he met Eknath Shinde's son, tried convincing him, so that he comes back to the fold. And once again, another individual from one of the Uddhav loyalists has also been sent in Thane to Eknath Shinde's residence, where his son is residing. So several attempts being made. In fact, Ravindra Pathak was also sent for a short while to Surat as well, to convince Eknath Shinde to come back. So he is somebody who is close to Uddhav Thackeray, close to Matushi, at the same time close to Eknath Shinde as well.
So attempts being now made to reach out to him through his family members, although he has backed a letter which says that the Chief Minister never gave time to them and they were treated in an unfair manner. Stay on with us. We have a reaction coming in from Sanjay Raut, and many believe that his rise in Shiv Sena irked Eknath Shinde and others. And we have some breaking inputs coming in on the broadcast at this point of time. Sanjay Raut says Shiv Sena is not under pressure. And biggest twist, in fact, to the Sena revolt saga is out now. 14 Sena MPs turn rebel. So this is what Eknath Shinde and others were hinting at, that the situation for Shiv Sena is only going to get troublesome from here on.
So it is not just the MLAs. It is not just the MLAs which Eknath Shinde actually requires to topple the government. The MPs also from Shiv Sena, Pranesh, are now siding with Eknath Shinde.
You know, this is very big. This is very big times now. Leading the coverage once again, Arunil Sadadekar, our reporter in Mumbai, has sent us this super scoop. Now, if you remember what Sanjay Raut said this morning, he said, look, just because some people leave the party or are unhappy does not mean they can break the party. This is now more than rebellion. This is now Shiv Senites taking on the Thackeray's, sending a clear message. This is now a fight for supremacy, fight over ideology now, because they've invoked Hindutva, they've slammed Uddhav Thackeray for compromising on Hindutva, and while 39 MLAs, as is the claim made by the Shinde camp, are already inside the Guwahati hotel, we are being told, and Arunil now joining us live, that 14 Shiv Sena MPs, big number, very big number, 14 Shiv Sena member of parliaments are en route Guwahati. Arunil.
We'll just get back to Arunil, but I'm just trying to get out the figures exactly how many MPs does Shiv Sena really have in the Lok Sabha? Around 19 of them, in Rajya Sabha, 3 of them. Christine, if you can help us understand the situation now, because everything is going against Uddhav Thackeray. His MLAs deserting him, his MPs too deserting him.
Well, it's all about the number game clearly here, and everyone on the periphery is doing a wait and watch. For example, the BJP very carefully holding meetings, discussing what's going on within the Maha, Vikas, Aghadi, but not coming out with any clear word on what their strategy is going to be. This is a big breaking news update. FaceTime call from Eknath Shinde camp to the Uddhav Thackeray camp. Claims being made that 14 Sena MPs are now with them. So remains to be seen whether or not now we're looking at the tally go further up, because we already do know, Amita, that there are easily 39 Sena MLAs, just Sena MLAs.
These are MPs that we are talking about, and only 4 MPs now in the Uddhav camp. Let's go across to Arunil. This is massive. Not just the rebel MLAs, but MPs turning rebel as well.
Well, that is right, Swati. Not only the MLAs, but the MPs also turning rebel against the CM Uddhav Thackeray camp. Basically, a FaceTime call being made from the Eknath Shinde camp to the close confidants of CM Uddhav Thackeray, informing them that not only the MLAs are with us, but 14 out of the 18 MPs are with us. Beg your pardon, MPs are with us. Only the 4 MPs that remain with CM Uddhav Thackeray are the 3 MPs from Mumbai, Rahul Chewale, Gajanan Kirtikar, as well as Vinayak Raut from Konkan, and the other third MP from Mumbai only. So the 3 Mumbai MPs and Gajanan and Vinayak Raut remain with CM Uddhav Thackeray, whereas all the other 14 MPs are on the side of Eknath Shinde camp. This is a massive defection which has been done, massive jolt that has been given to CM Uddhav Thackeray camp. This is the first news that we are breaking for our viewers on Times Now, wherein it seems like the entire Shiv Sena party of CM Uddhav Thackeray is disintegrating now, because the MPs have also deserted him. They are also
decode the political message as well. As far as the rebel MLAs are concerned, people are drawing conclusions. This is for power struggle. But what is the message that the MPs are trying to send? The Shiv Sena can and is surviving without the Thackerays as well, because all of them believe in the ideology of Hindutva.
Well, that is right, Swati, because more than 37, around 39 MLAs are still in the camp of the Eknath Shinde over here. Only 16 to 17 remain with CM Uddhav Thackeray, and now another jolt being given by the Eknath Shinde camp, a FaceTime call being made by the close confidant of Eknath Shinde, basically from the camp of Eknath Shinde to the close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray, because there were a series of calls that were being made. There were calls being made from CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp to ensure that the rebelling MLAs return, whereas the Eknath Shinde camp is telling them that you're talking about only MLAs. The MPs are also on our side. The MPs are also going to join with us. So barring Arvind Sawant, barring Gajanan Kirtikar and Rahul Chewale, these are 3 Mumbai-based MPs, and Vinayak Raut, who's from Konkan. All the other MPs, the 14 of them, are with us. So now you have to take a call. Decide fast, because if you don't merge with BJP, then it's game over for you. If you merge with BJP, then we are ready to come back under your leadership.
All right, so back-to-back breaking updates. First breaking right here on Times Now as we are giving you in-depth analysis exactly what's happening now and what could happen next possibly for the state of Maharashtra. Let's also listen in to the Shiv Sena top leader. But Pranesh, before we play out Sanjay Raut's reaction, more and more people, it seems to be from the Shiv Sena now that are heading towards Guwahati.
You know, the reason Sanjay Raut's reaction is important and the reason I refer to it because it seems that the Sena, at least the Uddhav camp, is still in denial. Sanjay Raut just laughed it off. He was asked a direct question. The question was, what do you think of the dwindling numbers in the Uddhav camp? And he said, look, just because some councillors are leaving, just because some MLAs are leaving does not mean that there is a threat to the government or the party. Now let's quickly play it out and then I have a question for Arunil on this.
हमारे संपर्क में लगभग 20 विधायक है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। आपने मेरे चेहरे पर देखा है, कोई तनाव है, कोई शिकंज है, कुछ नहीं है। इस प्रकार की जो संकट है, प्रसंग है, तूफान है, उनसे सामना करने का पूरा अनुभव हमको है। हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के साथ सालों साल से काम किया है, उद्धव जी के साथ काम किया है। सिर्फ हम बाला साहब के भक्त बोलने से नहीं होता है। जो भक्त बाला साहब का किसी प्रेशर में पार्टी छोड़ता है, ईडी के दबाव में पार्टी छोड़ता है, वो बाला साहब का भक्त नहीं हो सकता।
Now as the Shinde Sena is taking shape, Arunil, Uddhav said, Sanjay Raut says, क्या आपको मेरे चेहरे पे कुछ टेंशन नजर आ रही है? But you are telling us that as many as 14 Shiv Sena member of parliaments are set to cross over. They are en route Guwahati already and there was a group call also. Please fill us in with details.
Well, Pranay, this is a massive development coming in from Guwahati as well as which impacts Maharashtra majorly because there have been efforts from the CM Uddhav Thackeray camp basically making calls to those rebel MLAs as well as to their supporters, emotionally trying to get them back. And then came a call from Eknath Shinde's camp basically saying that you're trying for our MLAs, you're trying to convince them to come back, but let us tell you that the MPs are also with us. As many as 14 of those 18 MPs that you have, barring the 3 MPs that are based out from Mumbai. Gajanan Kirtikar is not part of it. Arvind Sawant and Rahul Chewale, they are the 3 MPs from Mumbai, and Vinayak Raut from Konkan. Barring all of them, 14 are with us, and that is a massive jolt for you. So you have to decide very fast now that whether you want to go with the BJP or basically face a situation where the entire Shiv Sena party comes with us. We will be the main Shiv Sena party. We will be the A team of the Shiv Sena, and you will be relegated to the B team because the MLAs are with us, the MPs are with us, the entire leadership comes to our end now.
This is very interesting. You know, actually not the first time that leaders are quitting Shiv Sena. It happened during Balasaheb Thakray's time as well. Chhagan Bhujbal left, Raj Thackeray left. Nobody was able to break the party.
Well, that is right. In fact, when Chhagan Bhujbal had left Swati, he had taken 3 MLAs with him that time, but that was the era of Balasaheb Thackeray, and that was the era when Bal Thackeray never took any government position. CM Uddhav Thackeray was the first one to do it, and probably that is where the entire disintegration of the party started. Eknath Shinde, one of his close confidants, turning against his own party, against his own leader, and with as many as close to 40 MLAs joining him. We saw multiple letters that have been floated from the Eknath Shinde camp speaking about the lack of leadership from CM Uddhav Thackeray, speaking about how these leaders and MLAs were not allowed to meet CM Uddhav Thackeray. They were made to wait at the doors of CM Uddhav Thackeray, also pointing towards that how Uddhav Thackeray may have become the CM of Maharashtra, but he never entered the premises of the Mantralaya. How can he serve these MLAs? How can he serve the common people of Maharashtra? That was the question that was predominantly being asked. Also the compromise on Hindutva, and on all these bases only. Mainly the issue was that these yes men who were hovering around CM Uddhav Thackeray, they had basically created a barricade and a filter, and these MLAs and MPs were not able to contact CM Uddhav Thackeray, and that is why there is a massive defection, massive dissent within the Shiv Sena. Everybody seems to be BJP, going with Eknath Shinde now, and Eknath Shinde has clearly given out proofs, visual evidences, documental evidences, basically showing that how the MLAs are with him, the numbers are with him. He can easily avoid the anti-defection law, and when there were attempts from the CM UT camp, CM Uddhav Thackeray camp,
not only avoid the anti-defection law, Arunil, but also take over as the Shiv Sena as the party leader, because Nibir, if I can come back to you on that, now Eknath Shinde seems to be claiming not just the MLAs who have been supporting him, but Shiv Sena MPs as well. What's happening there?
Yes, this is indeed a big development, and so far there has not been any movement in front of the hotel here in Radisson Blu. However, we are here, and we are soon, there is speculation going on that even more MLAs and MPs might join the ranks here. So they are already camping with a large number, and more MLAs being added since yesterday. And with the MPs coming in, there will be further rooms are booked till the next 7 days. So the MPs will be accommodated here in the Radisson Blu hotel in Guwahati, and that further forwards the solidarity that the MPs of the Eknath Shinde camp have been showing since the last 2 days here in Guwahati. They have been camping here. We have not seen anyone coming out of here, and also we are getting to know that there might be a show of solidarity here within an hour or so here at the hotel. They might come out here in front of the hotel and show visually the strength that the camp of Eknath Shinde possess here in Guwahati Radisson Blu.
This is very interesting. The command center seems to have shifted wherever Mr. Shinde is present at the point of time. Let's go back to Arunil. This is also staking claim over the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. Eknath Shinde claiming he holds power over the actual Sena, the real Sena.
Well, that is right. In fact, who would have thought that Uddhav Thackeray's Sena will be Eknath Shinde's Sena now? The kind of support that Eknath Shinde really enjoys within his MLAs, that was only talked about. That is why probably BJP never used to attack him, but he actually showed it on the ground as well, taking all these MLAs all the way to Surat, and that was also done in a way that CM Uddhav Thackeray and his people had no idea about it. Probably the growing cloud of Aditya Thackeray and the Yuva Sena, that had irked Eknath Shinde to a very large extent, and these MLAs as well, because these were senior people in the Shiv Sena. These were people who had basically worked on the ground, basically suffered on the streets, protesting for the Shiv Sena, protesting for Balasaheb Thackeray, and that is how they had earned their candidature as an MLA, as an MP. But when they were being made to wait on the doors of CM Uddhav Thackeray, when CM Uddhav Thackeray himself took the prime portfolio of being the CM of Maharashtra, that may have worked negatively in the minds of these MLAs.
Very important observation, Arunil. The Thackeray Sena now becoming Shinde Sena. Let's go across to Amita and understand who all are a part of Shinde Sena.
Obviously, because we have now been trying to identify those people there who have reached Guwahati. Many of them, what is being said, that took the flight directly from Surat and they flew to Guwahati. There are others said to be who are still Uddhav Thackeray loyalists, but are trying to change their mind and fly directly from Mumbai to Guwahati. Let's identify those people, because it's being said that additionally 3 more leaders from the Shiv Sena this morning joined the Shinde camp. So we are trying to identify who's who. This is Mangesh Kuldarkar, who is also the rebel MLA of the Shiv Sena. This is the group picture as we are putting out names, because we are trying to identify, because within the Shiv Sena camp there are independents as well. Deepak Sarkar, he's the man of the moment. Exactly what changed within the last 12 hours, because last evening he was Uddhav Thackeray loyalist. Come today, he is joining the camp of Eknath Shinde. We are getting more pictures of other leaders as well. This is Eknath Shinde right here in the middle, and he is flying by party leaders. These are all Shiv Sena leaders who have now flown from Mumbai either or from Surat to directly to Guwahati, because this is now a place where all of the action that is now taking place. Let's get you more protest pictures, Swati, we are getting.
NSUI workers are protesting in front of the Radisson Blu hotel. They are being taken back. So the Maharashtra politics has taken a political turn in. So the political game has impacted the local political scenario in Assam just after hours of TMC protests. Now the NSUI are protesting in front of the Radisson Blue Hotel. The security personnel are here. They are being detained here. They are being taken inside the bus. They will be taken to the nearest detention center here. As you can see, live visuals on the camera. NSUI, the youth wing of the Congress, is now protesting.
Okay, that was a live report from Guwahati where the NSUI members were protesting after TMC. Clearly, the tremors are being felt in Guwahati where the rebel MLAs are camping. The allegation is that at a time when the state is going through a very tough situation, the BJP is indulging in horse trading, indulging in toppling the governments.
So this is indeed a big protest here. This is second protest of the day. Second protest of the day after the TMC protested. Now the NSUI workers are now have gathered here to protest against the BJP government, alleging that the BJP government has given shelter to the MLAs that are currently lodged in they're alleging that the BJP is giving shelter to the MLAs that are currently lodging in the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati, and they tried to protest, but the security officials here detained them and they have been sent to the detention center nearby.
Well, they will keep speaking to us because those protest pictures that are coming in, and again the BJP here is being attacked.
Security has been deployed here. You can see the security personnel.
Go on.
There is politicization of the issue going on. First we saw the TMC protesting, now we see the NSUI, the Congress youth wing protesting. As us, you can see the security personnel here. So this issue has taken a local political turn as well, because the issue is a Maharashtra political issue. But since the MLAs are here, first we saw the TMC, now we saw the Congress youth wing. They're trying to gain attention from this issue. They're trying to channelize this issue and trying to bring their relevance. First we saw Ripun Bora protesting here at this very site, and now the NSU protest indicates that this issue has taken a major national political turn, and its implications will only be seen in the coming days in Assam as well as rest of the country, because we first saw the TMC and now we also saw the Congress youth wing protesting here in front of the Radisson Blue Hotel, and you can see here the security personnel are here since morning, and the security also has been ramped up by the Assam police because they were expecting similar.
All right, Libet, stay on with us. We have more breaking inputs coming in. Shinde's show of strength. His camp is growing, not just MLAs but MP siding with him as well, and clearly Eknath Shinde is all set to send out this direct message to Uddhav Thackeray that the Sena MLAs are with him. Even the Sena MPs now deserting Uddhav Thackeray and joining the Shinde camp. So massive show of strength by Mr. Shinde. These are pictures in fact coming in, I believe, from inside the hotel of all those MLAs who are present and in Shinde camp at this point of time.
So this morning we are looking at also a meeting that was chaired by Eknath Shinde to actually get a head count exactly how many of those leaders from the Shiv Sena who left Mumbai and travelled all the way to Guwahati. It is now being said there are several of those independents as well that they have been in touch with who are now adding to the Eknath Shinde faction in Guwahati. Those pictures, those photo op that is now taking place, and it seems, Pranesh, it seems that what was pictured in Surat, in the hotel there, the number have increased in Guwahati hotel.
Look at the number. Let's try and freeze it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, and let's try and play the video to see if there are anyone beyond this man wearing the white shirt here. 38 people. There are 2 more on the left. That makes it 40. 40 people in this frame. At least 3 are independents, which means 37 Shiv Sena MLAs currently inside the Guwahati resort. 37 means This is the magic number. Let's do the count once again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, more than 42. I missed it in my first attempt. More than 42 people here in this frame inside the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati. Even if you take out the 3 independents, that makes it 39 Shiv Sena MLAs of the 55 backing Eknath Shinde. Is this the first photo of the Shinde Sena? We don't know, but Uddhav Thackeray is staring at massive embarrassment. The Thackerays have been put on notice. Let's do the counting once again. Let's see if I missed any in the first 2 attempts. Let's start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. 41 people in this frame, and we have been told that 3 more are en route. So 41 plus 3, 44. Even if you take out the 3 independents, this leaves Eknath Shinde with a whopping 41 Sena MLAs. Of the 55 Sena MLAs in Maharashtra, 41 currently with Eknath Shinde. This is the Shinde Sena here. Shinde Sena group photo playing out first on Times Now.
More than enough to avoid action against anti-defection and to stake claim to form, a separate faction. Pranesh, let's listen to the video also. There for Balasaheb Thackeray, for late Anand Dighe, and they are expressing their support for Eknath Shinde. All the rebel MLAs in the video in the Shinde camp now, or as many are saying, it's the Shinde Sena taking shape.
So is this the new Shiv Sena that we are looking at? Because now it is being said not just the MLAs but the MPs also that have now deserted the Uddhav Thackeray camp. Those pictures that are coming in from inside the Guwahati hotel, where these MLAs, that number seems to be increasing. It is now expected that more of the Uddhav Thackeray loyalists will now be deserting him and will be joining Eknath Shinde. So the numbers could increase.
Alright, let's go across to Arunil now. Arunil, video and photo now proof of the support that Shinde has, and in fact a response to people like Mr. Raut who say we are in touch with the Senas. Can you identify these individuals?
Arunil, if you can help us identify how many of them are actually Shiv Sena MLAs.
Well, this is the video that has been released by the Eknath Shinde camp, and as per their claims, because the pictures are not very clear of the people who are standing behind, but we can confirm that around 38 to 39 Sena MLAs are part of this entire gang of Eknath Shinde. That is comfortably crossing the crucial 37 mark that is required to avoid the anti-defection law. And there are around 4 independents in this. That's what we understand. Total 44 MLAs are being shown by Eknath Shinde, a massive show of strength by the Eknath Shinde camp. And also we understand that basically the Eknath Shinde camp is also saying that more MLAs are expected to reach Guwahati later in the day as well. So yes, probably it is game over for CM.
Can you open this video or the image on your phone and show us who these individuals are? The one wearing the pink kurta standing in the front. Okay, let's go across to Pranesh now for more on this. Yes, Pranesh.
Let's do the head count once again. This is the Shinde Sena. Let's count the number of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 Mr. Kesarkar, 22 Shinde himself, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, and if you play the video, which Ranga sir will just do it, there are 3 more. There are 3 more. There are 3 more. Now there are 3 more after 38, 39, 40, 41, and my colleagues are pointing out that I have actually.
You missed out one in the middle.
So let's do this once again. Let's do this once again. You know, this can happen sometimes. You know, let's try and do this once again. I apologize for that, viewers. Let's try and do this. Yes, here it is. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, he is 38, 39, and there are 3 more. So 40, 41 and 42. So in my 4th attempt, I have got the head count right. Number of people there, 42. Arunil is telling us that there are 5 or 6 independents.
Okay, let's go across to Arunil. Arunil, 5-6 independents, rest all Sena MLAs?
Well, we can safely say that, but the Eknath Shinde camp is claiming that they have 38 Shiv Sena MLAs. Now, are they claiming this considering that there are 2 more Shiv Sena MLAs according to them who will be joining them very soon? Because yes, you can see some of the independent MLAs clearly in that. There is Bachchu Kadu and he has a party, basically Prahar Janshakti party. So 2 MLAs from his party are part of this picture that can be clearly evident. But in this picture also there are some senior ministers of the Maharashtra government. Basically there is Gulab Rao Patil, again a staunch Shiv Sainik who has basically given his support to Eknath Shinde. There is also Shambhuraje Desai, who is MOS home in the present Maha Vikas Aghadi government. He has also given his support to Eknath Shinde. There is also Pratap Sarnaik, who had basically was the first one to write that letter to CM Uddhav Thackeray telling him that we should part ways from Congress and NCP because Hindutva has been majorly compromised while doing this, and also they have been poaching into our vote bank. They have been poaching into our party workers as well. So based on that, based on the repeated complaints that they have raised, these MLAs have clearly switched over to the Eknath Shinde camp. And if we speak about the independents as well, yes, the independents initially, while avoiding the anti-defection law, they may not be playing a crucial role, but while forming the government during the floor test, they have a massive role to play, and all these independent MLAs had given their support to CM Uddhav Thackeray. Now, who had got that support? It is evident it was Eknath Shinde, and now they have gone with Eknath Shinde.
Absolutely, because the head count that is being done of those 42 people there, this includes the Sena leaders and also independents, because Arunil, it can be safe now to say that the comfortable number, magic number has already been crossed, but the comfortable number is also there. It's gone beyond 40 now. Even if more Sena MLAs or immigrants I beg your pardon, even when it comes to the independents that can be added, Eknath Shinde is having the comfortable majority here.
Well, that is right, rightly put by you, Amita. And also the point is, majority of these MLAs are with the Eknath Shinde camp. Now, what these MLAs who have been put up in the hotels by CM Uddhav Thackeray, around 16 to 17 of them must be feeling, and that's why there is an utmost confidence that has been presented by Eknath Shinde, because these MLAs then face the threat of losing their MLA post if the whip goes against them. 2/3 of the party MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. The whip lies with them. If we follow the whip order, then Aditya Thackeray, the son of CM Uddhav Thackeray, will also have to go with Eknath Shinde's orders, because if there are more than 37 MLAs with Eknath Shinde, then he becomes the boss of the party. Whatever he wants, he can give the diktat to his MLAs as well as to other MLAs who are with CM Uddhav Thackeray, because now it is his party. These majority, around more than 2/3 of them, have sided with him. There are numbers with him, and probably one can say, safely we can say, that it becomes extremely difficult for CM Uddhav Thackeray. He has been making emotional appeals. His people may be calling up the Eknath Shinde camp and their MLAs and their followers, telling them, pleading to them to come back, but it is turning very futile now, because after the emotional appeal only we heard Deepak Kesarkar saying that we didn't abide by that emotional appeal. We wanted some decision from CM Uddhav Thackeray. What decision he was making, because there were several complaints that we had made to him. He didn't speak about those complaints. Instead, he's telling us to come on his face and speak. But how can we speak on his face when his doors were never open for us?
Absolutely, but this is a proof, which will, I believe, put a full stop to all the claims that are being made about the numbers that each camp has. Let's go across to Kritsween now. The big story at this point of time are these pictures coming in from inside the hotel. Kritsween.
Absolutely, and what a blow to the Uddhav camp, really, Swati, at this point in time. And goes without saying that it can be felt here in Matoshri. We don't see a lot of movement here. The Chief Minister is cancelling all his appointments, all his meetings. But look at the number there on your screens, viewers. At least 42 of those MLAs who are currently with Eknath Shinde, 38 to 39, as Arunil has been pointing out, are from the Shiv Sena, which means they've conveniently crossed the magic mark of 37 as well. So it's an easy game for the Shinde camp at the moment. Remains to be seen what the strategy next is going to be. What's also coming as another setback for the Uddhav camp is, of course, how now MPs have also started supporting the Shinde camp. And if only 4 MPs are left here with the Uddhav Thackeray camp, then it's absolutely a big setback coming in for the Uddhav camp. Let's see if he does schedule any meetings in the later half of the day. Right now there's complete silence. We're being told he's of course asked some of his supporters, some of the Sena leaders to meet at Varsha, which is his official residence. I don't know if he'll be seen moving out from Matoshri, because that's where he came from last night, and we saw a massive show of strength with a lot of Shiv Senics on the streets, sloganeering, raising placards. But today the scene is completely different. We don't see any of that happening here right outside Matoshri, and it speaks volumes for the kind of numbers we're seeing.
Absolutely. Kritsween, stay on with us. Our editor-in-chief Rahul Shivshankar also joining the broadcast. The Thackeray Sena taking shape as the Shinde Sena now.
More than the Shinde Sena taking shape, it is Uddhav Thackeray losing his Sena, and this is a repeat of what happened in 2006. Editor-in-chief Rahul Shivshankar also joining us. This happened, Rahul, in 2006. Raj left the party, formed his own outfit.
In the morning, this is exactly what I tweeted, viewers, and the reason I brought in that perspective was because at that time in 2006, it was a fight about succession. Now it is a fight about ideology. Whether we like it or not, Mr. Shinde, Eknath Shinde, has said that he finds that the Uddhav Sena, the Uddhav brand Sena, has drifted from Bal Thackeray's ideology. And what we are seeing right now is a re-scripting of Sena's history. The party founded by Bal Thackeray, Uddhav became a legatee. Many people doubted whether Uddhav could continue the legacy. Raj Thackeray certainly felt that he was more deserving. The party then today has become a shadow of itself. It decided to break from the Bharatiya Janata Party, an ideological cousin, so to speak, Pranesh, and then tried to re-establish itself as a more inclusive outfit, perhaps in the process alienating a large number of its cadre that still believed in the firebrand Hindutva of Bal Thackeray. And today you have a situation where the entire Shiv Sena has slipped out of the Thackeray clan. It is a bit like tomorrow the Congress slipping out of the Gandhi grasp. This is a fundamental shift in what we are seeing as far as politics of Maharashtra is concerned. The Thackeray brand, Shiv Sena, the tiger, was associated with Bal Thackeray. He built the Shiv Sena in his own image. He was a fiery, outspoken leader. He was controversial. Many people thought he was a propagator of hateful discourses, divisive ideologies, which might have been true, but that is how he built the Sena, as being a parochial party that put Maharashtrian interests, Marathi interests first. Uddhav Thackeray, by aligning himself with the NCP, with Sharad Pawar, who incidentally Bal Thackeray said was like a poison. He said, do anything, but never join hands with Sharad Pawar. His son then goes ahead and goes against his wishes. Imagine, Pranesh, a whole situation where a firm, a company that has been handed down to you slips away to somebody else, perhaps someone like a general manager, and that party then becomes the party of the general manager. Imagine the psychological impact, absolutely, of something like this. As I said, the only other parallel is if the Samajwadi Party tomorrow slips out of the grasp of the Yadavs, the Yadav clan, Congress slips out of Gandhi's, DMK's party, the DMK slips out of the Karunanidhi Stalin grasp and goes to a complete outsider. A complete outsider. This is no longer a splinter group. This is really the main Shiv Sena. What we are seeing on your screen, that you counted very diligently each one of those MLAs, they amount to about 40 Shiv Sena MLAs and a few independents, which means that overwhelmingly more than 2/3 of the Shiv Sena today has drifted away from the Thackerays. And all of this has happened in just 10 years. Bal Thackeray passed away, I think, in 2012. And within 10 years of that, you have seen now the Shiv Sena slipping out of the grasp of the Thackeray clan. Raj Thackeray alienated from what the Shiv Sena was. He has the Mansa or the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena. So no longer the Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray has been left with a rump of the main party. Party has slipped out, and now the fight will be over the symbol.
And Shinde clan
and the name.
And the Shinde camp has already stated its claim on the Sena symbol, but on the ideology bit, the compromise is to such an extent that the 3-page letter, Rahul, that was written today to the Thackerays, and this is an open letter, it mentions how the Sena MLAs were not even allowed to go to Ayodhya. The rebels have said this in their letter, and we have a graphic so that our viewers understand what we are talking about. The MLAs are saying some of us were called back from the airport. Remember, Aditya Thackeray was deputed to lead the Sena delegation. Interestingly, even Eknath Shinde was part of it. But Mr. Shinde and the rebels are saying that this is the extent of compromise.
Well, look, there are two ways of looking at this. One, you could see Mr. Shinde as an interloper, as somebody who has perhaps been encouraged by an outside force. And many people will say that outside force is Fadnavis and the BJP. And he is only playing a game, the Ayaram Gayaram game that we have seen in Indian politics repeat itself ad nauseum. So that's one way of looking at this development, that this is common part of horse trading, etc., and there's no ideological commitment that Mr. Shinde is displaying to the larger cause. His only commitment is perhaps to pelf and power. Now that is one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is that no, Mr. Eknath Shinde believes that the Shiv Sena he signed up. And remember, his son is also a member of parliament. Yes. So he identifies with a particular brand of politics that the Shiv Sena is associated with. And that brand of politics right now is being imperiled. Now that's what he has said, and the reason that the others have joined him, he claims, is precisely because of the sense of disillusionment that you're talking about. Now whether this is a fact or not, only time will tell, because we will have to see where Mr. Shinde draws the ideological line also as far as his faction is concerned, and what that faction is going to be called. As of now, remember, they are not going to attract the anti-defection law, because the number is greater than 36. That was the 2/3 mark. As a result of which, you have a situation now where what we are seeing is a complete reordering of the or the refashioning of the Shiv Sena in the image of Mr. Eknath Shinde, who is now projecting himself as the Hindu Hriday Samrat. Whether the people accept it going forward, of course, remains to be seen. But the fact is, there's a tectonic shift in the way the Shiv Sena has obviously built itself as a party that was very closely, in fact impossibly inalienable from the Thackeray brand. Today that party is no longer in control of the Thackeray clan. Uddhav has lost his Sena. There is no other way of saying it, and what you are seeing is a complete refashioning of Maharashtra politics. Whether Shinde becomes even more extremist in his point of view remains to be seen. But the other interesting point is, over a period of time, the party that was launched by the original Hindu Hriday Samrat, Bal Thackeray, has moved away from its ideological moorings. 1, 2, it is being subsumed also by the BJP, which is positioning itself as the party of Hindu aspirations. So this is a message also to those political parties that ascribe to themselves the Hindu sort of ideological outlook. So there is a massive churn that has taken place in Maharashtra. The Thackeray's, once synonymous with the Shiv Sena, are no longer in charge of their own party. Now, they could manage to still retain the brand name Shiv Sena, but it will count for much less.
We don't know even that, whether Uddhav's Sena manages to retain the party symbol or the original name. That we'll have to wait and watch. But look at the visual contrast. Let's open the screen. Kritzwin also joining us from outside. Matoshri. Matoshri was synonymous with the power center that Shiv Sena was. All the decisions were taken at Matoshri. Now Shinde is taking these calls at a hotel in Guwahati. Kritzwin.
Absolutely, that's exactly what we're pointing out, Pranesh. The command center has moved from Matoshri, from Varsha, from the Uddhav camp to what's happening in the hotel in Guwahati, and the show of strength speaking for itself. Easily 41 to 42 MLAs, like you went ahead and showed our viewers, the head count speaks for itself of the kind of support that Eknath Shinde has managed to garner. Now, if we talk about Eknath Shinde, he's a man who's risen through the ranks. He's a man who is very, very close to his party functionaries, and he gets along very well with them. He has a tight grip on the organizational structure, and that's possibly the reason that he's been able to take with himself so many of these Shiv Senics, so many Shiv Sena MLAs who have now decided to part ways with the Uddhav camp. It all started with Uddhav camp. The first 2 days trying to project a brave front, say that no, it's not too late. We'll be able to convince Eknath Shinde, we'll be able to win his confidence over. He'll be back with all of those who are rebelling. Then they moved on to saying that they've been kept there forcibly.
Hotel. Now we have reactions coming in from the Congress party. HK Patil, the man in charge of the Congress in Maharashtra. Mr. Patil, thank you for speaking to Times Now. Look at the head count, sir. There are more than 42 people there and 39 Shiv Sena MLAs.
All right, you are bothered about only head count. You are bothered about making Mr. Shinde the hero. All right, you do that. But look at the details what you are giving.
Mr. Eknath Shinde, you said that on ideological thing, he has gone out and formed a group, etc., etc. See, he was in the government where Congress and NCP supported for 2.5 years.
No, Mr.
Ideology
Patil,
was-
you know, I know it is difficult for you to digest, but Times Now is not saying all of this. The rebel senates are saying this, Shinde included. He said this in his letter. It is not Times Now saying this, Mr. Patil. So let's get that straight first.
See, I heard you speaking. There was a line cut for half a minute. Now let me tell you, I am not bothered about that head count. Shiv Sena, yes, it is divided. But please understand, as a very responsible channel now, see what is this going on?
Let me
In
ask you a direct
democracy-
question. Mr. Patil, I have great regards for you, sir. Let me ask you a direct question. Will the Maharashtra Aghadi government survive? Because the NCP has dropped hint. Sharad Pawar has told party workers that be prepared for political struggle.
See, the backseat driver, the BJP, is handling all this. From Surat, they take them to Assam, and all this is done by not India or Shiv Sena. It is done by BJP, who is a backseat driver. And the Lotus plan, it is nothing new. And I'm sure people will
Okay,
not
thank you,
appreciate-
Mr. Patil, for speaking to Times Now. That the Congress not giving up at the moment, blaming it on the BJP. Arunil, you've been speaking to people, and they say that Thackeray made it about Senates. Uddhav has made it about Satta.
Well, that is right, because during the era of Balsaheb Thackeray, he had never taken any post in the government. He had made chief ministers. He was the main kingmaker of the party. Manoj Joshi was the CM during his era. There was Narayan Rane, who was also made a CM. He basically grew up the ranks. He was in fact a street vendor, Narayan Rane, during his initial days. Now, what these Shiv Senics must be going through, these were the Shiv Senics who fought hard, basically gave their sweat and blood for the party while protesting for the party right from the time of Balsaheb Thackeray, and when the time came, CM Uddhav Thackeray took the CM post. That probably had irked Eknath Shinde to a very large extent, because in the recent movie that Eknath Shinde also had made, CM Uddhav Thackeray was shown only in one scene in that movie, and that also it was not shown positively in that film. It was Raj Thackeray who was shown as a custodian of Hindutva in Eknath Shinde's film. So clearly, Eknath Shinde had that kind of an animosity towards CM Uddhav Thackeray, and that has been reflected in several letters that have been floated by him and his gang, saying that Hindutva was majorly compromised when they joined hands with the Congress and the NCP. Also saying CM Uddhav Thackeray's doors were not open for us. He was inaccessible. He was not reachable for us. It was his own close people, basically his yes men, through whom we had to reach out to him, and they never answered our calls. They made us wait. Our grievances were only answered by Eknath Shinde, and that is how Eknath Shinde, somebody who has been a staunch Shiv Sainik, he grew up in the tutelage of Anand Dighe, the main leader from Thane, and then after the demise of Anand Dighe, he took over his position in Thane and then grew in stature in the whole of Thane district, Palghar district, as well as in Konkan, and this is how he has orchestrated this entire development that has taken place in the Shiv Sena party. Tremors being felt in the Shiv Sena party. Not only MLAs but MPs are also ready to move, because according to them, the CM Uddhav Thackeray, not the party supremo, he was supposed to be the party supremo for them, but the CM Uddhav Thackeray was never reachable for them.
Arunil, also very important to point out what the BJP plan is next. You're reporting from outside Fadnavis's residence, and a couple of MLAs could be seen making their way inside. What's happening there? What is BJP's plan now? They're certainly going to try and use this to their opportunity.
Well, I would like to show you the scene outside the residence of Devendra Fadnavis, the main leader of the BJP, not few MLAs. The main think tank of the BJP is inside now. I can name them. Girish Mahajan, there is Ashish Shelar, there is basically Rajkumar Rawal, there is also Nitesh Rane, there is also Praveen Darekar. That is the main think tank, that is the main close confidants of CM Uddhav Thackeray. These were the people with whom, I beg your pardon, these were the main people with whom Devendra Fadnavis used to plan out things. And again, planning has been done inside this Sagar residence of Devendra Fadnavis. They may be presenting that this is an internal rivalry, an internal fight of the Shiv Sena. But was it possible without Devendra Fadnavis? Again, a big question that comes to the fore. But yet, we can say that till now there was no much of an action that could be seen from Devendra Fadnavis' side or from the BJP Maharashtra side. But today the picture is very clear when the numbers look in favor of Eknath Shinde, the Maharashtra BJP.
And look at how it's all turning around in favor of Eknath Shinde. Arunil, I'd want you to come in on this. Now posters have emerged and posters read Raj Tilak ki karo taiyari, aa rahe hai bhagudari. So hailing Eknath Shinde as their supreme leader, these posters have now emerged in Thane. Now that's also a stronghold of Eknath Shinde. Arunil, this was a matter of time that we saw this kind of a, joyous Eknath Shinde camp supporters here based in Thane, because Eknath Shinde clearly has the numbers right now.
But now Eknath Shinde cannot be presented as a leader of Thane, because he has the support of all the Shiv Sena MPs, to more than 2/3 of the Shiv Sena MLAs, beg your pardon. And these MLAs are not only from Thane. There are many MLAs from Marathwada, there are many MLAs from Konkan. Deepak Kesarkar himself, a close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray, he is from all the way from Konkan, from Sindhudurg. If you look at some of the examples like Sada Sarvankar, he is from the Shiv Sena bastion of Dadar, the core of Mumbai, the core of Shiv Sena, from where Shiv Sena actually took birth, you can say. So yes, Eknath Shinde has got their support, and yes, right from Thane to Palghar to Shahapur to Konkan, these posters have been put up in support of Eknath Shinde, presenting him as the new messiah of Hindutva. In no time we can see a poster like a Hindu Hriday Samrat being bestowed on him as well. Now coming to Devendra Fadnavis. Devendra Fadnavis is the same person who had joined hands with Ajit Pawar. There was massive embarrassment for him, but he turned it around within 2.5 years. Now we see the picture has completely turned around, and probably Sanjay Raut, if we can use those words, Sanjay Raut has, or the Shiv Sena of Sanjay Raut has fallen on its face. Eknath Shinde has deserted them. Eknath Shinde was supposed to be their main soldier. He basically took away all the Shiv Sena MLAs, and now the planning is being done inside the residence of Devendra Fadnavis, somebody who faced embarrassment.
Story is moving, and it's moving fast, because we saw how it all began with 34 MLAs who signed that document, who spoke of why they were convinced to now join hands with the Shinde camp. 34 was the number back then. They pledged allegiance to the Shinde camp. And look at how the number has been growing rapidly. Now it's reached about 39-40 easily, and that's the bottom figure that we're talking about, the basic of 39-40 that has been attained by the Shinde camp. If we talk about the Sena MLAs only, if we include the independents, it goes up to 41-42, which means that currently Shinde is in a very, very comfortable position. He has nothing to worry about. The next step, Arunil, is going to be approaching the governor, seeking an appointment. Now what happens next? We're also being told that perhaps the Goa governor could come in. Do we have a confirmation on that?
Well, there have been reports that the Goa governor, Mr. Pillai, will be called in because the governor of Maharashtra, Mr. Bhagat Singh Koshari, had taken ill due to COVID-19. He himself had tweeted about it, and he has been hospitalized. Now, whether Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis will be playing the wait-and-watch game for 2 more days, whether more dents will be made into the Shiv Sena party, because the numbers are clearly on the side of Eknath Shinde. Now, the MLAs who are at present with with CM Uddhav Thackeray, they must be feeling those jitters because they face the threat of being left out of the party altogether, losing their MLA post as well, because the whip lies with Eknath Shinde now. The whip has been made, Bharat Seth Gogawale, the MLA from Raigad, has been made the chief whip by Eknath Shinde. And going by the whip, even Aditya Thackeray will have to fall in line. If he doesn't fall in line, the whip has all the powers to take punitive measures against Aditya Thackeray. Aditya Thackeray, the son of CM Uddhav Thackeray. So yes, everything falling in place for the Eknath Shinde camp. It looks like because they have the real numbers, they have the numbers to avoid the anti-defection law, and whether they will wait and make more dents into the Shiv Sena or whether they will take the plunge now, that only we will have to wait and watch and see.
Numbers clearly stacked for Eknath Shinde and against the Uddhav camp. We're being told he's just left with about 4 MPs. Forget MLAs. The number of MLAs has also come down, and I believe Arunil it's just about 10 to 12 right now. But the number of MPs who have now moved to Shinde camp, who have openly extended support to Shinde camp, that's also an important development, and that speaks volumes of the kind of emotion that exists within the core Shiv Sena camp. How is it that within a matter of hours, all of these Shiv Sena MLAs and now MPs as well are willing to extend support to Eknath Shinde? Either they feel that they're not left with any option, or they are actually convinced by what Eknath Shinde is putting out.
Well, that is very rightly put up by you, because this disintegration of CM Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena party is unprecedented. But it cannot be called as unexpected, because there are most of these MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde, they had written letters. Many of them had spoken on stage as well against Congress and the NCP. There is Bharat Seth Gogawale, I mentioned about it. He's been made the whip now. He openly spoke on a public platform saying that the NCP garden minister
मग मी त्याने मला एका गावापर्यंत सोडलं. मग एक तिथं हॉटेल होतं, तिथं बऱ्याच ट्रक थांबलेल्या होत्या. मी तिथं 3-4 ट्रक थांबलेल्यांना विचारणा केली की मला म्हणजे मुंबईकडे निघालेल्या मला जायचंय, आपण जिथपर्यंत जाताय तिथपर्यंत घेऊन जाल का. परंतु बरेच ट्रकवाले तयार झाले नाहीत. तिथं काही खाजगी गाड्या पण होत्या, म्हणजे काही खाजगी वाहनं पण होती. त्यांना पण विनंती केली मी की मला तुम्ही मुंबईच्या दिशेने तुम्ही जिथपर्यंत जाताय तिथपर्यंत सोडा. या दरम्यान ज्यावेळेस मी गाडीतून पहिल्यांदा उतरलो त्यावेळेस मी आमचे मान्य पक्षप्रमुखांशी संपर्क साधला, उद्धवजी संपर्क साधला. त्यांना सांगितलं की मी उतरलोय आणि निघालोय. त्याचबरोबर आमच्या खासदारांची मी संपर्कात होतो. माझी बॅटरी एक 7-8% राहिली होती, त्यामुळे मी लाईव्ह लोकेशन किंवा बाकीच्या गोष्टी.
बॉर्डर्स ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, I basically understood that something is wrong. I got down from the bus. I tried to take a lift from the cars or the bikes that were passing through. Somehow I managed to get a lift. I directly came to Varsha, met CM Uddhav Thackeray, relayed all the information to him, what exactly was happening in the Eknath Shinde camp.
परंतु अडचणीत असल्यामुळे त्याने मला विनंती मान्य केली आणि त्यांनी मला मान्य केले की आपण मी जिथपर्यंत जाईल तिथपर्यंत तुम्हाला सोडतो. या दरम्यान हा पाऊस पण चालू होता. पावसात मी भिजत त्या हॉटेलपर्यंत म्हणजे सुरुवातीला चालत असताना पावसात भिजलो, मोटरसायकल पण थोडं भिजलो. नंतर ट्रकमध्ये बसलो, त्यावेळी ट्रकवाल्यांची त्यांनी ऐकलं आणि त्यांनी मला दहिसरच्या टोल नाक्यापर्यंत सोडलं. त्यानंतर दहिसर टोल नाक्यापर्यंत मला इकडून जी मुंबईकडनं साहेबांनी एका व्यक्तीला मला न्यायला पाठवलं होतं ते व्यक्ती आले आणि ते व्यक्ती येईपर्यंत तो बिचारे उत्तर प्रदेशचे होते, अनोळखी होते. खरं तर ते मला त्यावेळेस देवदूत म्हणूनच भेटले. मी त्यांच्यावर एक स्वतः उतरल्यानंतर सेल्फी सुद्धा काढला. मी त्यांना सांगितलं मी कोण आहे, फक्त मी त्यांना एवढं सांगितलं की मी अडचणीत आहे, मला तुम्ही मुंबई दिशेने घेऊन जावा. आणि भावना अशी का झाली की ज्या शिवसेनेनं मला जिल्हा परिषद सदस्य केलं, ज्या शिवसेनेनं मला पक्षप्रमुखांनी जिल्हा प्रमुखाची जबाबदारी दिली, मला आमदार केलं, अशा शिवसेनेशी प्रतारणा करणं.
Got down from my car. There was a person who helped me. I also took a selfie with him after he helped me, and then I relayed all the information to CM Uddhav Thackeray.
एवढंच मला माझ्या बाबतीत जो घटनाक्रम झाला हे आपल्याला सांगितलं.
जवळपास 2.5 वर्षाचा कार्यकाल झाला. मी ह्या महाराष्ट्राचा विधानसभेचा आमदार म्हणून झालो. या शिवसेनेमध्ये शब्दाला जागणारे अनेक नेते आम्ही पाहिले. ज्यावेळेस बाळासाहेबांनी जोशी साहेबांना आदेश दिला मुख्यमंत्री पदावरून पाय उतार होण्याचा, 1 मिनिटात त्यांनी राजीनामा सुद्धा दिला. तो आदर्श आमच्या समोर आहे. ज्यावेळेस महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये स्थापन झालं, केंद्रीय मंत्री आदरणीय सावंत साहेब होते. त्यांनी एका मिनिटात क्षणाचा विचार न करता त्यांनी सुद्धा केंद्रीय मंत्रिपदाचा राजीनामा दिला. असा हा पक्ष शब्दाला निष्ठाला जागणारा हा पक्ष आहे. गेल्या 2.5 वर्षापासून या महाराष्ट्रात महाविकास आघाडीचं जेव्हा सरकार झालं आणि उद्धव साहेबांची जी प्रतिमा ह्या महाराष्ट्रात नव्हे तर संपूर्ण देशभर एक नंबरची जी प्रतिमा आली, या प्रतिमेचा धसका भारतीय जनता पार्टीनं घेऊन गेल्या 2.5 वर्षापासून अनेक प्रयत्न
across the country, not even in Maharashtra. This MVA government was doing good for the people.
म्हणून कटकारस्थान गट रचून हे सरकार कसं पाळलं जाईल आणि त्यांच्या घरातल्या भावाच्या खांद्यावर बंदूक ठेवून कशा पद्धतीनं गट रचला जातो. आदरणीय अक्षरशः जरी शिंदे साहेब पुढाकार असतील, शिंदे साहेब आपल्याला जरूर दिसत असतील, पण याचे मुख्य सूत्रधार ही ह्या देशातली भारतीय जनता पार्टी आहे. त्याचं उदाहरण मी प्रत्यक्ष तुम्हाला सांगतो. 20 तारखेला ज्या दिवशी विधान परिषदच्या निवडणुका झाल्या आणि निवडणुका झाल्यानंतर 5च्या दरम्यान आमचे शिवसेनेचे तात्कालीन त्यावेळेचे गटनेते आदरणीय शिंदे साहेबांनी आम्हाला बंगल्यावर बोलावलं. आमच्या गटनेत्यांनी बोलावल्यावर पक्षाचा आदेश हा गटनेत्यासाठी अंतिम असतो. आज आमचे गटनेते आदरणीय चौधरी साहेब आहेत, त्यांचा आदेश आमच्यासाठी अंतिम आहे. आणि शिंदे साहेबांनी त्यावेळेस आम्हाला बंगल्यावर बोलावलं. बंगल्यावर बोलावलं असताना मी तात्काळ बंगल्यावर गेलो, कारण की गटनेत्याचा आदेश आम्ही बंगल्यावर गेलो. तिथं माझ्यासोबत कोल्हापूरचे आमदार आमचे आदरणीय प्रकाश भाऊ होते. आम्ही बंगल्यावर बसता असताना बसले की त्यांनी आम्हाला गाडीत बसवलं की चला जाऊया. आता गटनेते म्हटल्यावर काही प्रश्नच निर्माण होत नाही. आमच्या मनामध्ये कोणती शंका नव्हती, त्यांच्या मनामध्ये कोणतं कटकारस्थान होतं ते सुद्धा आम्हाला कल्पना नव्हती. आम्ही त्या गाडीमध्ये बसले असता गाडी ठाण्याच्या दिशेला चालली. ठाण्याच्या दिशेला जात असताना आम्ही म्हटलं आम्ही ठाण्याला चाललो असेल, पण ठाण्याहून पुढे आम्ही पालघरला गेलो. पालघरला गेल्यानंतर आदरणीय कोल्हापूरच्या आमदारांनी म्हटलं भाऊ आपण कुठे चाललो, ते म्हणजे आपण पालघरला जे आपले हे वनगा आमदार आहेत त्यांच्याकडे आपण जाऊ. मग पालघरला मधात एका हॉटेलवर आम्ही थांबलो. हॉटेलवर चहा पाणी घेतलं. तेव्हाच मला काहीतरी शंका निर्माण झाली आणि शंका निर्माण झाल्यानंतर तिथं मी असलेल्या चहा टपरीवाल्याला काही मराठी माणसांना विचारलं की हा पुढचा रस्ता कुठे जातो. त्यांनी सांगितलं गुजरात जातो.
Eknath Shinde, as the leader of the party, had called us to his bungalow in Thane. We went there because as the leader of the party, his decision was final. So no questions asked. I went there with a colleague. MLA Shiv Sena MLA from Kolhapur was there. And then after some time, Mr. Shinde asked us, he said, let's go. We were put in a car and then 5 minutes into the drive, I asked Mr. Shinde, where are we going? And he chuckled and he said, let's go. And then after that we took a detour. It took us 40 minutes to move out of Thane, and then I realized that we were headed to the airport.
मंदात आम्ही 3 जण होतो आणि त्यांचे पीए प्रभाकर होते. असे आम्ही 4 मंदातल्या गाडीत होतो.
There were 4 more people including Eknath Shinde's PA.
आणि त्यावेळेस मला मग त्यांचे फोन चालू झाले की हा निघाला का नाही, ते निघाला.
And then many people started calling. So while we were in the car, Shinde and Shinde's PA were receiving calls and they were being informed of other people, other Sena MLAs who were on the move.
प्रकाश सुर्वे जे आमदार आहेत मुंबईचे, ते आले मधामध्ये, भाऊ कुठं चाललो आपण, आम्हाला काही माहिती नाही, आम्ही काही गाड्या
At this point, Sena MLA from Mumbai, Prakash Surve, asked a direct question. He said, where are we going? And he said it twice, to which Mr. Shinde said, you keep quiet, sit quietly. And then after that, none of us could muster courage to ask Mr. Shinde where we were headed.
उतरता येणार नाही मला, पण मी काळजी करायचं काम नाही, मी सुरूतून परत येईल. मला वस्तुस्थिती पाहायची होती. मग पुढे आम्ही गेल्यानंतर सुरतला गेल्यानंतर 5 स्टार हॉटेल होती. हॉटेल एवढी मोठी होती, बंदोबस्त एवढा मोठा होता.
We were in Surat.
एवढा पोलीस बंदोबस्त
during the journey, none of us spoke to each other. We had the same questions in mind, but no one had the courage to ask Mr. Shinde. After we reached Surat, we were taken to this 5-star hotel.
तुम्ही
rooms
प्रशासन
were kept ready for us.
भारतीय जनता पार्टीची गुलामगिरी करता. माझा त्यांच्याशी वाद
And
निर्माण
all this
झाला.
is
मग
a
आम्ही
dirty
हॉटेलमध्ये
trick
वर गेलो.
of the
आणि
BJP.
हॉटेलमध्ये गेल्यानंतर
It was in
अरे
Surat
प्रकाश
that
भी
we
गायब झाला.
realized that
मला
some game
पुन्हा
is
आनंद
on.
झाला. चला एक बी आमदार आपला गेला. प्रकाश गायब झाल्यानंतर मग मी
And my assessment is that Mr. Shinde is being forced to do all of this. He is being pressured into doing this. I can also say that perhaps there is some kind of blackmail going on. It is not Mr. Eknath Shinde's fault.
पैदल रस्त्याने चालत होतो. माझ्या मागे अक्षरशः 100 ते 150 पोलिसांचा ताफा, गाड्यांचा ताफा.
I wanted to get out. I tried at least 3 times.
निघाले असताना
In my 4th attempt,
राहू शकत नाही म्हटलं.
I slipped out of the hotel.
जबरदस्ती आमच्यावर करण्याचा
Barely had I walked 200-300 meters that I realized that as many as 150-200 policemen were chasing me. They intercepted me, brought me back to the hotel.
आदरणीय सावंत साहेबांशी संपर्क केला. आदरणीय आमचे आमदार नाईक साहेब त्यांच्याशी संपर्क केला.
We tried speaking to Sena MLAs in Mumbai, but our phones were taken away.
मी ह्या ठिकाणी आहो. तिथं जैन स्कूल अशी एक चौकामध्ये कॉलेज होतं. त्या कॉलेजमध्ये आहो. जवळपास 3:30च्या दरम्यान तिथं झाला. आणि साहेबांनी सांगितलं मला की तुला एक ह्या नावाची गाडी तुला घेण्याला येणार आहे. तर मला असं समजलं माझं संभाषण तिथले गुजरातचे पोलीस ऐकत होते. त्यांच्या सुद्धा लक्षात आलं. कारण की सुरुवातला मी ट्रक वाहन कोणत्या गाडीला हात देत होतो. पण त्याच्या दहशतीखाली कोणतंही गाडी वाहन तिथं थांबत नव्हतं. कारण की ते
And then when I came out of the hotel again, I tried to get in touch with Sena Leaders. I tried asking them for help. And Mr. Shinde then told me that we've sent a car for you. Don't worry, there is nothing to panic.
लाल रंगाच्या गाडीत कोंडलं.
He said a car is coming to take you.
आणि तिथून नेल्यानंतर 3:30च्या दरम्यान होता आणि मला तिथल्या सरकारी हॉस्पिटलमध्ये नेलं. जेव्हा मला सरकारी हॉस्पिटलमध्ये नेलं तेव्हा मला शंका निर्माण झाली.
I was forced into the car. Gujarat policemen were there and they took me straight to the hospital. The policemen told me that I was not well. They said that you've suffered heart attack. They wanted to kill me. They wanted to operate on me.
मी त्यांना म्हटलं की मला तुम्हाला तपासायची आवश्यकता नाही. तुमच्या इथं पेशंट आहेत त्यांना तुम्ही तपासा.
I said you don't have to worry about my health. I am feeling all right. I have no problems to look after other patients.
चेहऱ्याच्या हावभावावरून त्यांच्या बोलण्याच्या हावभावावरून मला शंका निर्माण झाली. आणि त्याच्यातला एक नंतर डॉक्टर म्हणाला तुम्हाला
But looking at their body language, their expressions, I realized that something was amiss here.
मी 6-7 जणांना माझ्या अंगाला टच सुद्धा
I was physically fit, mentally alert, wasn't even feeling dizzy or tired.
अधिकारी लोक आहे जे प्रशासन आहे.
But all these people at the hospital kept telling me that look, you are unwell, you've suffered a heart attack.
टाइम झाला. 3 घंटे मी त्यांना माझ्या शरीराला हात सुद्धा लावू दिला नाही. आणि 6:30च्या दरम्यान 15 ते 20 जणांनी कोणी माझी कंबर पकडली, कोणी माझे पाय पकडले, कोणी माझे हात पकडले, कोणी केसाची मान पकडली आणि एका जणांनी माझ्या दंडामध्ये जोराने इंजेक्शन.
When I tried to resist what they were doing, more than 15 people who were there in the hospital held me. Some people held me
त्यांनी कोणत्या प्रकारचं आपल्याला इंजेक्शन टोचलं, कोणत्या
by my feet. The others held my arms.
लढलो सुद्धा.
And I was given an injection.
लक्षात आलं की आपला अटॅकच्या नावाखाली आपला कुठेतरी घातपात करणार आहेत. आणि इंजेक्शन दिल्यानंतर मला गुंगी आली आणि अशा ठिकाणी नेलं.
And after I was given that injection, I don't remember what happened after that, but I can say very confidently that in the name of treatment and the excuse was heart attack, they did this to me.
प्रत्यक्ष उदाहरण त्या दिवशी मी पाहिलं. म्हणून मी सुद्धा नंतर गनिमी कावा खेळला. छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांच्या ज्या पद्धतीनं आग्र्याहून सुटका झाली. मी म्हटलं आता शक्तीपेक्षा युक्ती श्रेष्ठ. कारण की आता इथं शक्ती काम करत नाही म्हणून आपण युक्तीने लढलो पाहिजे. आणि मी सुद्धा गनिमी काव्यानं लढलो. आणि
when I regained my senses, I realized what the game was and I came back. The first opportunity I had to slip out, I came out, narrated everything to the leadership. I was relieved after I crossed over to Maharashtra.
जिल्हा परिषदचा सदस्य 10 वर्ष राहिलो. पंचायत समिती सदस्य 10 वर्ष राहिलो. उद्धव साहेबांच्या आशीर्वादानं, शिवसेनेच्या आशीर्वादानं मी ह्या महाराष्ट्राचा आमदार झालो. तेवढं स्वागत माझं झालं नव्हतं. तेवढं ह्या गुवाहाटीतून सुटल्यानंतर तेवढं सांगत अमरावतीपासून अकोल्यापर्यंत कमीत कमी 4 ते 5 हजार मतदारांनी शिवसैनिकांनी जनतेने माझं स्वागत केलं. हा एक उद्धव साहेबांच्या पाठीशी आणि या सरकारवर
Such is the goodwill of the Thackeray family, Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, that when I went back to my constituency, I was given
ज्या पद्धतीने
I got a warm reception from the voters. People of my constituency lined up to meet me, to greet me. This is all because of blessings and goodwill of Uddhav Thackeray.
बाळासाहेबांच्या आशीर्वादाने झालो. जरी आज शिवसेनेचा आमदार असेल पण माझ्या पाठीमागे माझ्या शिवसैनिकांनी मला निवडून दिलं, माझ्या शिवसेनेच्या पदाधिकाऱ्यांनी मला निवडून दिलं. माझ्या तिथल्या आमदारांना माझी विनंती आहे, तुम्ही कोणत्या आमिषाला बळी न पडता ज्या सामान्य कार्यकर्ते
I would like to use this opportunity to appeal to all those rebel Sena MLAs who have been forcibly kept at that Guwahati hotel. Think about the people who gave you an opportunity. Think about the voters who sent you to assembly. Think about the party and come back. Do not allow BJP to use your shoulders to open fire at the Shiv Sena.
आपण जिल्हा प्रमुख होते, आपण शिवसेनेचे नेते होते, आपण मंत्री ज्या बाळासाहेबांनी आपल्याला खूप काही दिलं, प्रेम.
And now Mr. Deshmukh is sending a message to Eknath Shinde by reminding him that he was only a local leader of the Shiv Sena who got so much from the Thackeray family.
आमदारांना माझी विनंती,
he was
तुम्हाला जर हे
made
सरकार पाहिजे
MLA,
उद्धव साहेबांच्या घरी जाऊन राजीनामे द्यायला
he was made a minister.
आमचे परभणीच्या खासदारांच्या त्यांच्या
Whatever he asked was done.
राजीनामा द्यायला पाहिजे होते.
But this is not how he should be behaving. Deshmukh also appealing to the rebel Sena MLAs that do not be misled. Open your eyes, see the things for what they are and come back.
माझ्या शिवसैनिकांना, माझ्या आमदारांना विनंती आहे की आपण कोणत्या प्रकारचं बळी न पडता आपण परत यावं. ज्या बाळासाहेबांच्या भरोशावर ह्या महाराष्ट्रातला मराठी माणूस जिवंत आहे. ह्या भारतीय जनता पार्टीचं कट कारस्थान आहे, मुंबई असो का ठाणे असो, की इथला मराठी माणूस इथून हटल्या गेला पाहिजे. हे शिवसेना आहे, तर ह्या मुंबईतल्या
This is Balasaheb Thackeray, Shiv Sena.
माझी प्रसार
Don't forget, painstakingly the party was built by Balasaheb Thackeray over the years.
प्रसार माध्यम फक्त भारतीय जनता पार्टी.
Do not compromise on the ideology. Do not be misled. Please come back. Fervent appeal here being made by Nitin Deshmukh.
भागातल्या शेतकऱ्यासंघ, ग्रामीण भागातल्या मतदारासंघ झालेली आहे. म्हणून प्रसार माध्यम हा चौथा आधारस्तंभ आहे आणि चौथ्या आधारस्तंभानं वास्तुस्थिती जनतेसमोर मांडली पाहिजे, एवढीच मी तुम्हाला नम्र विनंती करतो.
Nitin Deshmukh also appealing to the media to show the right picture.
हिंदी में बात नहीं आती तो मराठी में बात करता हूँ.
आप उसका टाइटल कर
नाही, स्पष्टीकरण तुम्हाला
हे प्रश्न समजलेला आहे. त्यांना जे सांगायचं आहे त्यांनी सांगितलंय. कैलास पाटलांनी जे सांगितलेलं आहे ते त्यांनी सांगितलेलं आहे. आता शेवटचा जो मिनिट आहे,
They have spoken what they had to say.
हे आमदार
Nitin Deshmukh has revealed what he went through. Kailash Patil has narrated what he witnessed.
आणि त्यांनी हिंदुत्वाचा वगैरे काय मुद्दा उपस्थित केले. सामने देखता या सर्व आमदारांची इच्छा जर असेल, हे मी जबाबदारीने बोलतो, या सगळ्या आमदारांची इच्छा आणि भूमिका असेल की महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेनेने बाहेर पडलं पाहिजे.
Now, Sena leader Sanjay Raut responding to the 3-page letter written by the rebel Sena leaders, he says if this is really the sentiment of the rebels that we should snap ties with the Congress and the NCP, then I want to say very responsibly, come here, sit face to face and let's discuss and do everything that you say will be done.
आपण पक्के शिवसैनिक आहात, आपण शिवसैनिक असल्याचं सांगताय, आम्ही शिवसेना सोडणार नाही असं सांगताय. पण आमची भूमिका फक्त सध्याच्या सरकारविषयी आहे.
If you are saying you are the real Shiv Sainik, you are Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sainik, then this is not the way to behave. Come back here, come to Mumbai, let's sit across the table, resolve our differences, whatever it is, whatever your demand is. If you want that there should be no alliance with the Congress and the NCP, we can discuss and resolve that. But please come back to Mumbai.
आणि तुमची जी भूमिका आहे ती स्वीकारण्यासंदर्भात नक्की विचार केला.
Your letter will be considered. Sanjay Raut there underlining the fact at the end of this dramatic emergency news briefing where two Sena MLAs who had turned rebels then came back saying that this is the dirty tricks of the BJP at play here. Eknath Shinde is being misled. BJP is using the shoulder of Sena MLAs to fire at the Shiv Sena. The two MLAs who came back to the Sena fold, as also Sanjay Raut once again making an appeal to the rebel senates that please come back, all your demands will be considered, let's sit across the table, come to Mumbai and let's take it from there. Pratibha is also joining us. Yes, Pratibha, over to you.
That's right. This was the emergency briefing of the Shiv Sena after the video that was released earlier today, and this is that photo. So we'll try and get more reactions. So 42 people in Eknath Shinde's side, which prompted this emergency briefing by the Sena. Arunil is also joining us live with more details. Arunil, this press briefing here as well, it's quite an open invite being given to the rebel Sainiks. Return to Mumbai, have a conversation with us. We are ready to listen to any demands that you have.
Well, the most important takeaways from Sanjay Raut's PC, one can say, is he basically said that if you feel that we should snap ties with the Congress and the NCP, then you should come back to us. You should come back and give that information to us. We will think over snapping ties with Congress and the NCP. Now, when the Congress and the NCP, basically Kamal Nath or Sharad Pawar or Ajit Pawar, when they have given their entire support to CM Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut saying this, basically that Shiv Sena may think over snapping ties with the Maha Vikas Aghadi. How does the Congress and the NCP feel now? That will be extremely paramount if you look at it, because there have been murmurs within the NCP rank particularly that this entire thing, is it been orchestrated by the Shiv Sena High Command only because they wanted to snap ties with the Congress and the NCP? That is one idea that has been floated within the NCP rank, and that is why NCP is playing a very wait and watch game, because Sanjay Raut in as many as words has said that if you feel that we don't have to continue to be with Congress and the NCP, you come back, you have the numbers, you tell us, and then we will think over it. Now, coming back to the allegations that were made by the MLAs who were with the Eknath Shinde camp, them coming back, they make some startling allegations saying that one MLA also said that in fact he was hospitalized, there was a threat on his life. Now, whether a police complaint will be filed on that front, we will be keeping a close eye on, but this gets very, very murky to a very large extent and also gets very dramatic.
Okay, all right. So as far as the NCP and the Congress is concerned, they've now been blaming Uddhav Thackeray. But now after this open appeal has been given out, it will be interesting to see how the Shinde camp responds as well. We'll take in a word from Guwahati as well. For now, slipping into a quick break. We'll be right back. To stay with us.
Opposition's presidential candidate, and the decision that is expected to be taken on that as far as the meeting, the second round that was going to happen today. We're given to understand that Yashwant Sinha's name has been finalized by the opposition. 17 parties were invited. They were supposed to be part of this opposition meeting. Yashwant Sinha this morning took to Twitter. He said he is hoping that a larger responsibility is entrusted on him, and his party's chief Mamata Banerjee approves of that. Looks like it's not just an approval from Mamata Banerjee but from a united opposition as well, because Yashwant Sinha is now the consensus candidate as far as the presidential election is concerned for the opposition. Remember, this also comes at a time when 3 candidates declined the offer. Gopal Krishna Gandhi, Sharad Pawar and Farooq Abdullah were the 3 picks that the opposition had made, all 3 of whom denied to take them up on the offer. They had different reasons for it. Madhav Gopalakrishnan, senior editor, with me for more on this. Madhav, it looks like Yashwant Sinha is the consensus candidate now.
Well, yes, it is all but confirmed. Just a formal announcement is what is awaited at this point of time, and just a few moments from now, an opposition press conference is going to begin, where in fact a formal announcement is going to be made. Sharad Pawar, of course, chairing this meeting called the opposition leaders. Leaders of the Congress party, leaders of various other opposition parties, including the left, are present, and TMC also present at this meeting. The SP, the RJD, CPI, ML, the National Conference, amongst the parties that are present, along with the AIDF, the RSP, and other political parties. The NCP also present over here. The MIM also attending this meeting, as is the IUML. So we are expecting these 15 political parties, and at this particular press conference, to make the announcement of Mr. Yashwant Sinha formally as the opposition candidate as far as the presidential polls are concerned. So that formal announcement is expected in a few minutes from now, where in fact the formal announcement of who will be the opposition candidate, it will be Mr. Yashwant Sinha, is what's also indicating to us, and he was in fact to attend today's meeting over here as well.
Jyotiraditya Scindia, the union minister who has now responded first here on Times Now, he has now in fact slammed the Shiv Sena as well as the MVA in the state. That's the first reaction coming in from him. Listen in.
विश्वास अनुभव महाराष्ट्र के साथ रहा। शुरुआत से ही ये गठबंधन जो बनी अघाड़ी की, ये अपने आप में ही विचलित हो चुकी है। ना सिद्धांत है, ना विचारधारा है, ना सोच, ना आगे की कार्यशैली है। ये केवल सत्ता और कुर्सी पकड़ने की चिंता और भूख के आधार पर यह अघाड़ी बनी, और इसलिए वो दरार जिसका संदर्भ अभी पवैया जी ने भी अपने वक्तव्य में दिया, वो दरार आज की दरार नहीं है। वो दरार जिस दिन से ये अघाड़ी बनी है, तब से ये दरार उस दिन से स्थापित हो चुकी है। और जो बौखलाहट राज्यसभा चुनाव के बाद और अब विधान परिषद के चुनाव के बाद जिसका संदर्भ पवैया जी ने दिया, तो खलबली मच चुकी है। ना ये स्थिर है, ना वो स्थिर है, ना तीसरा दल स्थिर है। आपस में जब ना तालमेल है, ना एक विचारधारा है, ना एक सिद्धांत है, ना आपस में एक साथ चलते जनता का विकास करने की एक चिंता है, तो ये स्थिति जरूर उत्पन्न होगी। हमारी सोच और विचारधारा है केंद्र में स्थिर सरकार, प्रदेश में स्थिर सरकार।
Security is a very dynamic concept. It cannot remain static. Security is only in relation to the environment in which we have to protect our national interests and in which we...
Welcome back. As Uddhav Thackeray loses his Sena, Congress calls it a conspiracy by the BJP. That's the reaction coming in from the Congress party, first raising questions on Uddhav Thackeray and his leadership. Now also calling it a BJP conspiracy. That's the first statement coming in from the Congress party after 42 MLAs were paraded by Eknath Shinde.
For Maharashtra, Nana Patole is joined with us on Times Now. And sir, सीधे सवाल है, क्या चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, क्या होने वाला है महाराष्ट्र का?
केंद्र में बैठी हुई बीजेपी की सरकार ने सोची समझी चाल के आधार पर ईडी का डर बताकर जो खेल खेला गया है, जो अग्निपथ पर महाराष्ट्र को लेके आए हैं, उसी का परिणाम महाराष्ट्र की जनता भुगत रही है। बीजेपी को कोई भी हालत में सत्ता चाहिए। जिस दिन अंधेरे की सरकार जब गिरी और हमारे नेता सोनिया जी के पास उद्धव जी हो या शरद पवार जी हो जब गए और जो एक कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम बनाकर सोनिया जी ने इस सरकार को सपोर्ट करने का निर्णय लिया बीजेपी को सत्ता में दूर रखने के लिए, और जो स्थिति आज महाराष्ट्र में बनी है, ईडी का डर बताकर कुछ मंत्रियों को तोड़ने का जो कोशिश शिवसेना की गई है, उसी के आधार पर यह सत्ता संघर्ष बना हुआ है। लेकिन आज भी तुम्हारे मीडिया के माध्यम से जो हम आंकड़े देख रहे हैं, उनके पास तो आंकड़े पूरे हो गए। बीजेपी आज बिल के बाहर क्यों नहीं आ रही, अभी तक बीजेपी बात क्यों नहीं कर रही है? इसका मतलब है कि जो शिवसेना की तरफ से बात आ रही है कि अभी भी वो एमएलए हमारे संपर्क में हैं, वो ठाकरे परिवार को छोड़कर नहीं रह सकते, और इसलिए बीजेपी अपना दाव नहीं डाल रही है। और जो शिवसेना की तरफ से जो दावा आ रहा है कि हम लोग अभी भी सत्ता में हैं, सत्ता में रहेंगे और पूरे तरह शिवसेना हमारी साथ में है, तो ये बात सच है।
बिल्कुल सर, ये भी चीज़ है कि एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने एक नया वीडियो और फोटोज आई हैं, 42 लोग उनके साथ उस तस्वीर में नजर आ रहे हैं। एक फोटो ऐसी कि शिंदे जी बैठे हैं और सामने बाकी लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं, उनके संबोधन एक तरीके से कह सकते हैं। तो ये किस तरीके का संबोधन है?
देखो, कुछ एमएलए भाग कर आए हैं, और एक अकोला डिस्ट्रिक्ट के नितिन देशमुख ने जिस तरह से बयान कल मीडिया के सामने दिया, ये बात को भी छुपाया नहीं जाता, क्योंकि जब बेहोशी के इंजेक्शन विधायकों को दिए जा रहे हैं, टॉर्चर किया जा रहा है, तो वो टॉर्चर के माध्यम से बैठे हैं कि कुछ डरा के बैठे हैं, ये भी बात अभी सामने नहीं आई। मैं उस बात में नहीं जाना चाहता, वो शिवसेना के अंतर्गत का मामला है। लेकिन बीजेपी के बारे में मेरा सवाल है कि बीजेपी अभी भी सत्ता के लिए सामने क्यों नहीं आ रही है? महाराष्ट्र में जिस तरह से दावा किया जा रहा था बीजेपी का कि हम ही सत्ता बनाएंगे, तो अब क्यों नहीं आ रही है? और बीजेपी के लोग, आपने देखा होगा कि असम में तो ऐसी परिस्थिति है कि वहाँ पे बाढ़ की परिस्थिति है, लोग पानी के अंदर में मरे जा रहे हैं, वहाँ पे बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री ने पूरा उसको ध्यान देना चाहिए, लेकिन राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री शिवसेना के एमएलए को संभालने में ही लगे हुए हैं। इसका मतलब कि इस सब षड्यंत्र में
All right, more breaking news coming in. Kidnapping charge that has been rebutted by the Shinde camp now. Remember, just a little while ago, Nitin Deshmukh had claimed that he had been abducted, and now the reaction coming in from the Shinde camp as well. So the photos and the pictures that have been given out by the Shinde camp make it clear that it is not a case of abduction as has been claimed by Nitin Deshmukh. He claimed that it is a big conspiracy, that he had been abducted. Remember, he had gone to the Shinde camp, after which he returned and he addressed the press conference. Radhika on the phone line with us. Radhika, this was a statement that was made by Nitin Deshmukh. Nitin Deshmukh making that statement in the press conference earlier today. Now a response coming in from the Shinde camp.
That's right. You know, these pictures have been released and that indicates that in fact Nitin Deshmukh's claims were false, which is why these pictures were released by Eknath Shinde and his loyalist MLA, stating that Nitin Deshmukh was not kidnapped. His claims are false. In fact, they are, you can see those in those pictures how they are, happily sitting in that particular chartered flight, and therefore indicating that there was not being forcefully taken or, as claimed, abducted by Shinde and his gang of MLAs. So therefore, Shinde's team clearly coming out with those pictures and stating that the allegations made by Deshmukh is completely false. They were not abducted. They were not taken forcefully. They were no, as being claimed, they were not injected with anything. They were not taken to the hospital. All those claims are false, is what Eknath Shinde's team is currently stating by releasing those pictures in which Deshmukh and his team can be seen happy and also taking selfies inside that chartered flight.
Right, Arunil is also with us. Arunil, if a picture speaks 1,000 words, this is the response that the Shinde camp has given. First, in the morning, of course, the picture was released with the 42 MLAs, a very clear messaging being given out. Even if Uddhav Thackeray is clinging on to the chair, the numbers are clearly on the Shinde side. Now, after Nitin Deshmukh's claim that he had been abducted, we have these pictures coming out.
Well, that is right. The Shinde camp basically refuting the claims of Shiv Sena MLA Nitin Deshmukh, who had said that he was being forcibly taken to the Surat hotel, and from there he was hospitalized as well, also claiming that there was a threat to his life. Now these are the pictures that have been released by the Eknath Shinde camp. However, if we look at it from a very balanced perspective, then are these pictures taken when Mr. Nitin Deshmukh had no idea, as per his claiming that he had no idea that he was being taken to Surat. So are these pictures being released from that time when he was going only as the Shiv Sena MLA and as a supporter of the Eknath Shinde camp? That is also something that really that needs to be looked into from a very objective perspective. But yes, the Eknath Shinde camp has immediately released these pictures after the press conference of Nitin Deshmukh, wherein he also made a charge of threat to his life from the Eknath Shinde camp, saying that he was hospitalized, and also he was being told that he has suffered a heart attack and an injection was also being given to him.
Okay, all right. Pranesh is also joining us live on the broadcast. Pranesh, in the morning, 42 MLAs being paraded. You saw the pictures, and it did not seem like they were taken under duress, as is being claimed by Nitin Deshmukh. Now, these pictures being released as well, clearly wanting to give out their messaging through these pictures.
Now, just minutes after that hurriedly called press conference by the Shiv Sena, where Sanjay Raut paraded the two Sena MLAs who had turned rebels but returned to the Sena fold, here is the first response and picture response there by the Shinde camp. Now, this man here is Nitin Deshmukh. He was the one at that press conference, and he said that I was abducted. There were policemen there throughout the journey, and there was no way I could leave these people and come back. Now, these pictures released by the Shinde camp suggest that these people were happy, including Mr. Nitin Deshmukh. Here in this photo, he is taking a selfie, and we'll go back to that photo. But essentially, the claim is that we were misled, kidnapped, not allowed to return. The Shinde camp says that that is all false. All the Sena rebels, at least those who are there and even those who have come back, agreed to go in the first place. So that's the response from the Shinde camp.
That's right. Arunil, so these pictures that have been tweeted out, of course, as far as the Shinde camp is confirmed, they have already given out the pictures showing that they have the numbers on their side. For the Uddhav Thackeray side, not just this, hurriedly called press conference, but we also have, as he called for a meeting, the number of MLAs with him only dwindling, a little over 10 MLAs arriving for the meeting there.
News coming in. I'm sorry to interrupt, Pratibha. We have the first picture, and let's go full frame to this playing out from the newsroom. Devendra Fadnavis. First picture of Devendra Fadnavis. If you could quickly zoom in here. It's also open here in this machine. Let's quickly cut to these pictures. Yes, there you have. Let's quickly put a watermark. Playing out first on Times Now. Devendra Fadnavis, Kirit Somaya, and Gajanan Kirtikar, and I can't identify the fourth individual to the left of Mr. Deshmukh, but this is the first photo, and what this tells you is the body language, because we were talking about the body language expression of the people in the Shinde camp, of people who were there with Sanjay Raut himself, and look at the body language of Devendra Fadnavis and all the other BJP leaders. They are all smiles. What's on the cards we don't know, but BJP leaders who've spoken to Times Now, who've spoken to Arunil, have said just wait and watch. And early this afternoon there was a meeting at Devendra Fadnavis' residence. All the BJP MLAs were asked to come to Mumbai, and that meeting concluded 40 minutes ago. Arunil. Okay, we'll go to Arunil in just a bit, but this is the picture. Now, this is Devendra Fadnavis, as you all know, former Maharashtra Chief Minister. This is Kirit Somaiya, former Member of Parliament, senior leader of the BJP. This is Gajanan Kirtikar of the BJP, and I don't know who this is, but first photo after the meeting took place at the Fadnavis residence. Multiple meetings taking place in Mumbai. Prithwin is also will be joining us shortly. There was a meeting at the NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar Silver Oak residence. Congress leaders also in a huddle. Swati, this is the first picture after BJP MLAs went and met Devendra Fadnavis.
Absolutely. Till now, the BJP only saying we are not involved, only saying we are in the wait and watch mode. Now these pictures speak volumes, like you said, emphasizing on the body language, all smiles there. Devendra Fadnavis, the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Let's go across to Radhika now. Radhika, so decode this picture for us.
That's right. So this is a happy picture of the BJP leaders. This includes Girish Mahajan, Kirit Somaiya, Devendra Fadnavis and Neel Somaiya. So all the BJP leaders in one frame are smiling for the cameras. So clearly, this indicates that something is brewing as far as government formation is concerned. We know for a fact that since morning, series of meetings had taken place inside Devendra Fadnavis' residence. Several leaders attending it. There were talks of, how to assess the numbers as far as Eknath Shinde's team is concerned. How to go ahead with a deal, how to strike a deal with Eknath Shinde and so on and so forth. So therefore, there is a possibility that a course of action, a plan of action, a number, some kind of sort of strategy has been reached as far as BJP is concerned. And following this meeting, of course, this picture being taken. And so all the top leaders, many top leaders, in fact, Girish Mahajan, Kirit Somaiya, Devendra Fadnavis and Neel Somaiya are seen smiling for the cameras in this particular picture after a series of meetings on
Radhika, stay on with us. Let me in fact go across to Arunil. He's joined by some guests. Let's take their first reactions on the developments. Yes, Arunil.
Well, I'm presently reporting from the Sagar residence of Devendra Fadnavis. You can see this is Ranjit Singh Mohite Patil, the BJP MLC. Everybody has been told not to speak to the media, but one thing we can confirm is, Ranjit Singh, would you like to give one reaction? What all is going on inside? One thing. Is it like very moral boosting for you?
Nothing.
So basically he's not willing to speak because all the BJP leaders have been told not to speak to the media. It will be Devendra Fadnavis who will be basically taking all the decisions. Now, what exactly has been happening inside? Kirit Somaiya was inside. He just left a few minutes ago. But the main BJP think tank of Nitesh Rane, Girish Mahajan, be it Rajkumar Rawal or Ashish Shelar, they all are inside at present, chalking out a strategy that what will be their future course of action, when exactly they will be jumping into the fray. Because yes, with respect to numbers are concerned, the numbers are in the favor of Eknath Shinde, and Eknath Shinde will be the one who will be taking the first plunge. But Devendra Fadnavis' support and the later on what kind of backroom talks that will be happening with respect to portfolios, everything will be extremely paramount, and that has been chalked out at present. That's what we understand.
Right, absolutely. Also what is important here is the role played by Devendra Fadnavis. Remember how Shiv Sena leaders and BJP leaders have been talking about the cross-voting that happened, how the Shiv Sena lost trust in leadership, and BJP talking about Devendra Fadnavis' leadership when it comes to the victory in the MLC and the Rajya Sabha elections. What many people don't know, Arunil, is how close Eknath Shinde is to Devendra Fadnavis.
Well, that is an obvious thing, because Devendra Fadnavis or his army never really attacked Eknath Shinde. There were two people in the assembly that they were never attacked by Eknath Shinde. One was Ajit Pawar, one was Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde, knowing his growing clout within the Shiv Sena, knowing his rapport with the Shiv Sena MLAs, he was never been attacked by the BJP camp, and that is what has basically yielded results, one can say. Eknath Shinde taking all the Shiv Sena MLAs to Surat and from there to Guwahati, and probably Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP cadre had an idea that Eknath Shinde was not really happy with this alliance of Maha, Vikas, Aghadi.
Right. Right, Arunil, stay on with us. Big breaking news coming in. It's a massive statement actually of intent by Sanjay Raut. He says ready to dump the Aghadi if the rebels want this. Let's go across to Sharon, which is in fact what the rebels wanted. Eknath Shinde said go back into the BJP fold, go back to that alliance and we will come back in Shiv Sena. Now hints coming in. Sanjay Raut says if this is what all the MLAs want, we are ready to exit. We are ready to consider at least.
Well, that is right, and this is where the press conference in fact happened, where there were in fact Nitin Deshmukh, who has in fact been saying that he was forcefully taken, he was kidnapped, and it was done by Eknath Shinde, after which there has in fact a number of photos that has been released by Eknath Shinde, where it is clearly seen that Nitin Deshmukh didn't really look like he was being forcefully taken to Surat or for that matter to Guwahati. But in this very press conference, when asked about the MLAs who are stationed at Guwahati, Sanjay Raut has in fact said that we are willing to step back from the Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance altogether, but at the same time these MLA needs to come back to us. They need to speak to us, they need to face us, they need to speak to us, have a discussion with us. Sitting there, they cannot really come up with this list of demands, but if they have a problem with the alliance, if they have a problem with the alliance with the Congress and the NCP, then they are in fact willing to step back from the alliance. But these MLAs need to come back to the party fold, is what Sanjay Raut has been saying. But how is the Congress and the NCP going to take this? Because if you remember, Jayant Patil today afternoon, in fact, while
from the past 2 to 3 days, that we are ready to come back into Shiv Sena, accept your leadership if you will go back into the previous arrangement that we had, which was the BJP Shiv Sena alliance. Let's go across to Radhika now. Radhika, the tone definitely here is changing as far as Sanjay Raut is concerned. He says we are willing to consider this demand.
That's right. Sanjay Raut in that particular press conference has mentioned that he is willing to consider the demand of the rebel MLAs. He has very categorically stated that you come face to face, talk with us, and then we will see what demands of yours can be considered. We will consider breaking away with Sena and NCP, but before that, let's sit and talk. So that's what Sanjay Raut has said, and at the same time going on to say that he is in touch with several of these rebel MLAs. He says he's in touch with close to 16 to 18 rebel MLAs at this point, and asking all of them to come back to Mumbai, sit and talk, and we will try to consider your demands. So therefore now we'll have to wait and see how Eknath Shinde's camp is going to take Sanjay Raut's statement at this point.
Right.
Will they be ready to reconsider? At least some of them, if they are ready to reconsider, then it means Shinde's number will dwindle. Will that happen? Is that the strategy?
But then in that case, if they consider the demand, there will be no question of Shinde camp. They might just come back into the Shiv Sena fold. But will they accept Uddhav's leadership? That's the big question. Let's take that across to Arunil. Arunil, as far as this demand is concerned, first of all, is Sanjay Raut speaking here on behalf of Uddhav Thackeray? Has Uddhav Thackeray been taken into confidence before giving this statement that we are ready to consider your demand and exit the Maha Vikas Aghadi if this is what all the MLAs want?
Well, that is what Sanjay Raut basically said. He said that I am speaking with full authority over here. Obviously, there must be some kind of a communication with CM Uddhav Thackeray, and he said that the MLAs if the MLAs want that the ties with the Congress and the NCP needs to be snapped, then they should come to us and we will work on it. We will do it. But now we understand that there are clear-cut jitters in the Congress and the NCP camp as well, because this was completely dramatic, unprecedented and unexpected for them. For the Shiv Sena had no idea, Uddhav Thackeray had no idea that these many MLAs will be leaving. The Congress and the NCP was completely caught off guard. I mean, they had no clue about this, and now they feel that what exactly is happening. Now Sanjay Raut coming out in the open and saying that we are ready to snap ties compromise if the MLAs feel like. So basically, the Congress and the NCP have no role to play at all in this. The Shiv Sena MLAs have gone. The Shiv Sena leadership is saying that come back, we will think over it. So the MLAs basically are saying that the ball is clearly in the court of the Shiv Sena or in the court of the BJP. The Congress and the NCP have no decision making over this, and they had raised this question to their high command as well, that is this some kind of a game that was only
right. You know, the outreach clearly has failed, and that's why the tone has changed. Sanjay Raut there giving that statement is the first big admission, Arunil, isn't it, on part of the Shiv Sena, the Thackeray camp, that we are willing to consider your demand. But how the Shinde camp reacts now is important. Will they come back under the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray if that happens?
Well, there are slew of demands that have been raised by the Eknath Shinde camp. They have basically said that the Hindutva has been majorly compromised for the sake of power. So these are some extremely serious allegations against CM Uddhav Thackeray. To a very large extent, a question on his leadership, an insult to his leadership, going to the extent of saying that he never entered the Mantralaya, going to the extent of saying that he personally made calls to the MLAs and said that you should not go to Ayodhya. These are some personal details, and they have been revealed in public ground now by Eknath Shinde and his people. Deepak Kesarkar, one of the close confidants, questioning the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray. So whether Uddhav Thackeray has that moral authority to lead Shiv Sena, that is the prime example that comes to the fore, and also whether the train has actually left the station. It clearly looks like that has happened because the attacks are extremely personal on the leadership of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Whether these MLAs can continue under him, it doesn't really look like.
Absolutely. Whether this is reversible is the big question. A lot has been said and a lot of damage has already been done by those statements. Arunil, Radhika and Sharon, taking a short break. Our coverage continues.
Let's get you breaking news coming in from Maharashtra now. Even as the crisis looms there for the Shiv Sena, there is a massive show of strength that is taking place. Pro Sena chants are greeting Uddhav Thackeray. Listen in.
Rahul, and good evening to all my esteemed panelists. Tanveer Bhai is a very dear friend, and I hope he won't interrupt me or mind my saying this, that if tomorrow he goes to a neurosurgeon for his brain surgery, is he going to tell the neurosurgeon कि डॉक्टर साहब यहाँ से नहीं यहाँ कट मारना क्योंकि मुझे पता है? I am astonished when he says that he is telling you that Rahul, an able defense force officer, becomes able only after 7 to 8 years. So he means to say that our 3 chiefs of the armed forces do not know, but Tanveer knows कि भाई 8 साल में ही बढ़िया ऑफिसर बनता है, आर्मी या नेवी या एयरफोर्स का 4 साल में नहीं बनता है. But and the other thing, Rahul, the other day I gave you 7 reasons why I support Agniveer, and they're all logical and rational reasons. But one thing that people have to keep in mind, A, is what General Rawat said. This is not a Manrega employment guarantee scheme, and B, the armed forces are well within their rights, as is every organization, to have a 2-step or a 3-step or a 4-step selection process. They want the best of the best. If 100 people have been inducted, the defense forces are within their rights to say that, look, out of these 100, we have trained them for 4 years and now the time has come for the second rung in the selection process. We want only 25 who are the best of the best amongst these hundreds. And the 75, there are ample opportunities for them. They have earned money, they have earned respect. They are only 21 to 22. They are going to absorb in a lot of other ancillary forces. But can I please come back to the topic, because I don't want to, my time to be eaten away in rebutting inanities. Rahul, the fact of the matter is that in trying to usher in any new reform, the Modi government is literally now having to walk on Agnipath. ये रिफॉर्म नहीं आसान, इतना तो समझ लीजिए, ये आग का दरिया है और डूब के जाना है, और डूब रहे हैं हम. But this is to be expected. Remember, when the opposition can orchestrate absolute mayhem and outrage over the farm reforms that they had promised in their own manifestos, what chance do those reforms have that aren't in their manifestos? It is very unfortunate that the excellent Agniveer scheme is being mocked by the Congress by uttering inanities like, if you wish to train as a barber or a washerman, then become an Agniveer. Has to be said though.
BJP, of course, is mulling a strategy as to what happens next.
We are back with more breaking inputs. Meeting to punish Shinde loyalists is underway at the Sena Bhavan, where a meeting is taking place to replace the Shakha Pramukhs who have in fact switched sides. The replacement meeting is at this point of time underway at the Sena Bhavan. Let's go across to Radhika for more on this. Radhika, Vinayak Raut is leading the meeting. What is happening?
That's right, I'm at Sena Bhavan and Vinayak Raut is chairing this particular meeting whereby the decision to Pramukhs will be done. I mean, this is to do with certain constituencies, not all constituencies, but certain constituencies are the focus areas right now. This is happening.
Okay, Radhika, stay on with us. We have Kailash Patil, who has now come back from the Shinde camp to, I believe, the Thackeray fold. क्या आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं कैलाश पाटिल जी? अगर आप सुन पा रहे हैं तो पहला सवाल ये कि ये अचानक से कैसे हुआ? आप लोग शिंदे कैंप में चले गए, उसके बाद लौट आए, अब कुछ लोग ये भी कह रहे हैं कि किडनैप किया गया था.
आवाज, हेलो जी,
अगर आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं, क्या आप बता सकते हैं कि हुआ क्या? आप लोग कैसे शिंदे कैंप में चले गए, फिर आपकी वापसी हो रही है?
नहीं, आपने जो बोला अभी किडनैप वगैरह ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया था. उनसे मिलने के लिए लेके गए थे.
जी
हेलो
जी जी, आप बोलिए, मैं सुन रही हूँ आपको.
मिलने के बहाने लेके गए, उनसे मीटिंग करनी है और वो हमारे मिनिस्टर है, हमारे गठ नेता है, इसलिए हम बार बार उनके पास जाते हैं काम के हिसाब से काम, इसलिए वो गए. लेकिन जब सिटी से बाहर गाड़ियां जा रही थी तो मुझे डाउट आया, इसलिए मैं वापस ले चला आया.
तो सिटी से गाड़ियां बाहर जा रही थी तो क्या किसी ने पूछा नहीं एकनाथ शिंदे से या बाकी लोगों से कि गाड़ियां कहाँ जा रही हैं?
वो नहीं थे साथ में. हाँ, मैं जिस गाड़ी में था वो मेरे साथ में नहीं थे.
बाकी कोई और नेता था जिनसे आपकी बात हुई कि हमको कहाँ लेकर जाया जा रहा है?
नहीं, उनका पीए था मेरे साथ. वो मुझे और एक एमएलए था, मैं वो पीए को पूछ रहा था कहाँ जाना है, तो मुझे पता नहीं, आगे साहब रुकिए वहाँ जाना है, आगे साहब रुकिए वहाँ जाना है.
तो आप लोग को कहाँ लेकर जाया गया?
मैं गुजरात बॉर्डर तक गया, महाराष्ट्र और गुजरात की जो बॉर्डर है ना, वहां तक गया, वहां से मैं वापस चला आया।
तो आप
जब गाड़ियां रुकी वहां से,
तो आप गुवाहाटी नहीं गए? अच्छा, जैसा कि मैंने कहा,
नहीं, गुजरात भी नहीं गया मैं।
अच्छा,
मुझे सूरत भी नहीं गया मैं।
हाँ।
बॉर्डर से ही वापस आया मैं।
अच्छा, नितिन जी और बाकी लोग, एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस अभी शिवसेना की तरफ से की गई थी, जिसमें ये आरोप लगाया कि हमको तो किडनैप करके ले गए थे। तो शिंदे कैंप ने एक फोटो जारी कर दी। सुनिए मेरी बात, मैं पूरी कर लेती हूँ एक बार। फिर शिंदे कैंप ने एक फोटो जारी की, उसमें शिवसेना के नेता हंसते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, प्लेन के अंदर बैठे हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं।
नहीं, मुझे उस बारे में, मैं उधर गया ही नहीं। मैं गया, कहाँ तक गया? मैं बॉर्डर तक गया, बॉर्डर से
जी।
मैं कैलाश पाटिल बात कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ, मैं आपकी भी बात कर रही हूँ। वो तस्वीर में आप भी नजर आ रहे हैं। आप लोगों के बीच उस वक्त
नहीं, कहा कौन सी तस्वीर मुझे दिखाई? कौन सी तस्वीर?
अभी स्क्रीन पर चल रही है, 2 तस्वीरें चल रही हैं जिसमें लोग आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, हंस रहे हैं। अगर आप देख पा रहे हैं,
कौन से मुझे अभी नहीं, मैं देख नहीं पा रहा हूँ।
ठीक है, तो अलग से आपको भिजवा देंगे, लेकिन जो दर्शक है वो देख पा रहे हैं आपको। एक तरफ
मैं उधर गया ही नहीं था, मैं कोई प्लेन में नहीं बैठा था।
हाँ।
मैं सूरत में भी नहीं गया, तो मेरी तस्वीर आने की गुंजाइश ही नहीं ना।
तो
दिखाइए आप।
बाकी एमएलएस के साथ आप नहीं थे?
मैं बोला ना आपको, मैं गुजरात बॉर्डर से वापस आया।
कितने लोग
मेरी
थे?
जो तस्वीर है वो ट्रक, जिस ट्रक वाले ने मुझे लिफ्ट दी, जिस ट्रक वाले ने मुझे दहीसर तक छोड़ा, उसकी तस्वीर आपके साथ आपको मिली होगी।
नहीं, हमारे पास तो एक प्लेन की तस्वीर है, उसकी मैं बात कर रही हूँ।
प्लेन के मैं किसी प्लेन में नहीं गया। आप एक बार कंफर्म कीजिए, मैं प्लेन में नहीं गया और मैंने किसी के साथ तस्वीर में नहीं खींची। मैं गया ही नहीं, तो तस्वीर आने का सवाल ही नहीं उठा।
आपके साथ कितने लोग थे जो वापस आ गए, या आप अकेले वापस आए?
मैं अकेले ही वापस आया।
तो आपके साथ जो लोग थे, उन्होंने मनाने की कोशिश आपको नहीं की कि आगे चलिए सूरत में देखते हैं क्या होता है?
नहीं, मैंने उनको कोई चांस ही नहीं दिया। मैं पटकन से उतरा और निकल आया, किसी को कुछ नहीं बोला मैं। और मेरा मोबाइल में 2 मोबाइल थे, एक मोबाइल जो उनके पास नंबर था वो स्विच ऑफ कर दिया मैं।
तो आपको लगता क्या हो क्या रहा है, और ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं शिंदे जी, और इतने सारे एमएलए उनके साथ क्यों जा रहे हैं?
नहीं, वो तो जाने वाले को मालूम था क्यों जाए। मुझे तो लगता है, मेरे हिसाब से किसी को ऐसे ही जाना है, हमको इधर जाना है उधर जाना है, इसी लेके गए और बाद में फंसाया होगा, ऐसे लगता है मुझे।
नहीं, एक बात बताइए, ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में किडनैपिंग के चार्ज की बात कहां से आ गई? और नितिन जी का इस नाम मैं इसलिए ले रही हूं क्योंकि वो तस्वीरों में भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं, और तस्वीरों में वो हंसते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं जो शिंदे कैंप ने जारी की। और शिंदे कैंप कह रहा है कि अगर वहां इतना मेल जोल हो रहा था, हंसी ठट्टा हो रहा था, तो ये किडनैपिंग की बात कहां से आई?
नहीं, उनसे पूछिए, मैं आपको ही बोल रहा हूँ।
नहीं, आप लोग, क्योंकि आप लोग शिवसैनिक है, आप लोग साथ में इतना कुछ हो रहा है।
मैं और नितिन जी साथ में नहीं थे, मैं अलग अलग ग्रुप में थे। और उन्होंने, नितिन जी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बताया, गनीमी कावा जो शिवाजी महाराज की नीति थी, गनीमी कावा करके उनको लगा उनको ऐसा भरोसा दिया कि मैं आपके साथ ही हूँ। ऐसा भरोसा देने के बाद ही उन्होंने जाने दिया ना इनको। उनको निकल के आना था, इसलिए उनको भरोसा देना पड़ेगा ना, नहीं तो आने नहीं देते वो।
तो आप भी कह रहे हैं कि किडनैपिंग की कोई बात ही नहीं थी?
नहीं, मैं नितिन जी से आप पूछिए किडनैपिंग की बात, लेकिन आप हंसती हुई तस्वीर के बारे में जो बोली, इसलिए मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ कि नितिन जी ने उनको भरोसा दिया कि मैं आपके साथ ही हूँ। उस टाइम की कोई तस्वीर होगी
तो भरोसा तो दिया ना, यही तो मैं आपसे समझने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ।
नहीं, भरोसा दिया, निकलने के लिए भरोसा दिया उनको निकलना था ना। गरीबी का आपको मालूम है कि आप एक बार पढ़ लीजिए, गरीबी का क्या रहता है।
आप बताइए डिटेल में, आप बताइए, बहुत समय है हमारे पास।
नहीं, मेरे पास समय नहीं है।
तो आप कह रहे हैं किडनैपिंग, चलिए ठीक है। दैट वाज कैलाश पाटिल who says there is no kidnapping charge. There was no kidnapping that happened. Let's go back to Radhika. In the visuals, in the pictures that have been released by the Shinde camp, they are saying that there was no kidnapping. In fact, the MLAs can be seen very happy. In fact, smiles on their faces. But they, after coming back, did a press conference and they are saying that they were misled. They were taken out of the city and they were kidnapped.
That's right, they were misled, taken out of the city, kidnapped, and some allegations that they were injected with something, they were hospitalized. So several allegations being made by Nitin Deshmukh, and when it comes to Kailash, he says that of course he had to return from the border. He was, he was forcefully taken and he returned from the border, but he was not part of Nitin Deshmukh's group. Nitin Deshmukh making all those startling allegations in that press conference, but soon after that, of course, Shinde group releasing those pictures saying all of them are false, stating that they willfully came to Surat. In fact, nobody was forced, nobody was kidnapped, nobody was hospitalized. In fact, in those pictures, Deshmukh can be seen smiling. Him and his group of people are taking selfies. They are in a chartered flight. So therefore, it remains to be seen, as Arnil was also pointing out earlier, that they were misled in the beginning. So was this taken when the group weren't aware that these were rebel MLAs, and they were being taken to stay away from Uddhav Thackeray and so on and so forth? The timing of that picture is very important, and that is something that we will have to verify as to when that picture was taken, when they were being misled or allegedly being misled, or when they were with the MLAs, or when they were were they in knowledge of what was going on. So the timing is definitely important here. Most likely that picture would have been taken when they were not aware of what was going on. But again, the allegations are startling. The fact that, the allegation that they were hospitalized, they were injected with something, almost borderline abduction and so on. So yes, Shinde camp, of course, completely stating that these allegations are completely false, completely refuting all the claims made by Nitin Deshmukh.
Yes, Radhika, stay on with us. We're also in fact getting a reaction from Kumari Selja, senior leader of the Congress party, who says that the Shiv Sena is of course monitoring the situation very, very closely, and it's the BJP is doing. BJP always plays these games. Listen in. Alright, so we'll play out that entire conversation. Now, of course, the top brass of the Congress and the NCP also in a huddle at this point of time. Earlier, we heard Sharad Pawar saying that this is an internal matter of the Shiv Sena, but now it has, of course, come down to a threat, a danger as far as the government is concerned. Congress alleges BJP is playing games. They just want to destroy the democratic system.
Ma'am, I just wanted to know what is your reaction over the political turmoil which is going on in Maharashtra, because the MVA government is at stake. However, Congress flock is together, but whatever is happening in Shiv Sena, what is your comment over that, ma'am?
See, Shiv Sena, I'm sure they are looking at it in a very serious manner that it deserves, but you have seen that BJP is always trying to play these games with other parties, and they what is their commitment to the democratic processes? They just want to destroy this democratic system that has been built over the past 7 decades.
All right, let's go across to Sharon now. Sharon, the blame game continues. The Congress party says this is BJP is doing. They're playing games and destroying the democratic system, toppling the government.
Well, every day the opinions and the reaction of the Congress party and NCP are changing. On day one, they have been saying that it is an internal matter of Shiv Sena as far as the Maha Vikas Aghadi is concerned. On the second day, we have seen how the Congress and the NCP in fact reached out to Uddhav Thackeray. We have seen how Sharad Pawar came to the official bungalow of Uddhav Thackeray at Varsha, and he met with him. Nana Patole of the Congress met with Uddhav Thackeray, and today now it is going to be very interesting, because today, though the NCP has told their leaders that they need to get ready for the floor test, but what is going to be interesting is the statement that has come from Sanjay Raut. Now, Sanjay Raut has in fact sent out or conveyed this message to the MLAs who are staying in Guwahati, that they are willing to withdraw from the Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance. They are willing to cut the ties with the Congress and the NCP, but these MLA needs to come back. A discussion need to be laid. So what is going to be the reaction of the Congress and the NCP? How are they going to react to the statement that has come from Sanjay Raut? Because we have seen how hours before this press meet, before this statement made by Sanjay Raut, Jayant Patil of the NCP has said that we have full faith in Uddhav Thackeray. We have
okay, Sharon, just hold your thoughts. Times Now was the first to get you this group picture from inside the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati. Now we have the names also. We've identified all these people. There are, to be precise, 37 Sena MLAs backing Eknath Shinde and 9 independent. But let me give you the 37 names. Eknath Shinde, Anil Babar, Shambhu Raje Desai, Mahesh Shinde, Shahaji Patil, Mahendra Thorve, Bharat Sheikh Gogavle, Mahendra Dalvi, Prakash Ambedkar, Dr. Balaji Kinikar, Gyanraj Chogule, Ramesh Bornare, Tanaji Sawant, Sandeepan Bhumre, Abdul Sattar Nabi, Prakash Surve, Balaji Kalyankar, Sanjay Shirshat. He was the one who signed that 3-page letter. Pradeep Jaiswal, Sanjay Rai Mulkar, Sanjay Gaikwad, Vishwanath Bhoir, Shantaram More, Srinivas Wangwa, Kishorappa Patil, Suhas Kande, Chimanaba Patil, Lata Sonavne, Pratap Sar Naik, Yamini Jadhav, Yogesh Kadam, Gulabrao Patil, Mangesh Kudalkar, Sada Sarvankar, Deepak Kesarkar, who reached this morning, Dada Bhuse, Sanjay Rathod. First with the picture, first to confirm that there are 37 MLAs with Shinde, the Shinde Sena taking shape. Uddhav Thackeray is staring at embarrassment, to say the least. 37 MLAs means that Shinde camp does not have to fear about the anti-defection law. Now that can't be invoked, Arunil.
Well, that is right. First to basically get this picture, the video from the Eknath Shinde camp from the Radisson Hotel in Guwahati, and then first to put out the names of the Shiv Sena MLAs. The Shiv Sena MLAs are extremely important over here because if the Eknath Shinde camp has 37 MLAs or more than that, then only they can avoid the anti-defection law, and that is what it looks like is happening over here, because he has the support of 37 MLAs, including him, and by doing that, obviously he can call the shots in the Shiv Sena party. Most importantly, one can say that it will be Eknath Shinde who will be the supreme leader in the Shiv Sena party, and not CM Uddhav Thackeray, because he has 2/3 majority in the floor of the House of the Maharashtra Assembly. To total, there are 55 Shiv Sena MLAs. Out of those 55, around 37 are there with Eknath Shinde at present. You can see there is movement at Devendra Fadnavis' residence, another MLA reaching over here. So a series of meetings being taking place at Devendra Fadnavis' residence as well. Today, till now, the BJP was playing a very wait and watch game, but many leaders have arrived over here. The main think tank of the BJP has arrived over here. This after they got to know that the magical number of 37 has been reached.
That's right. So 37 is the number that they need, but they've gone well beyond that. Looking at the names that Pranesh just read out, so that spells a lot more trouble for Uddhav Thackeray. What's going to happen next? You heard the emergency press briefing that had been called by the Shiv Sena earlier today, where Sanjay Raut gave out an appeal to these rebel MLAs saying, come and meet us. We are ready to listen to any demands that you have. Radhika is also with us. Radhika, this statement coming in from Sanjay Raut is clearly quite a setback. It seems to have come as a surprise to the Congress as well as the NCP as well. They're quite surprised at the statement that was made by Sanjay Raut openly. So what's expected to happen as is? It looks like the numbers are on Shinde's side, but now such an appeal being given out by Sanjay Raut himself. What's the reaction like coming in from the NCP and Congress? Well, not entirely certain if it could come as a surprise to NCP and Congress. Perhaps this is a strategy that has been developed by Sena at this point, because I remember Sena had been, when I say Sena, Uddhav Thackeray Sena had been in touch with Congress NCP for the last many days. There had been a set of meetings, there had been phone conversations and so on and so forth. What Sanjay Raut is saying is that, okay, you want us to leave Congress and NCP, you want us to break away from them, we will do it, we will consider doing it, but why don't you come sit in front of us, talk, discuss, and then we'll come to a consensus. not entirely certain if it is a shock to Congress NCP, because we are quite certain that they are well aware of what Sanjay Raut would be speaking, because I remember yesterday Uddhav Thackeray in that address very categorically stated that Congress NCP are still with him. It's the Sena, it's the ones within his party who have betrayed, who've strayed away. So that is something he said, that Congress NCP are still there with them, supporting him. Today Sharad Pawar stating that Jayant Patil of the NCP saying that we are with Uddhav Thackeray, we will not let the party fall down, we will not let MBA fall. So therefore there is a support by Congress NCP, and that is something being acknowledged by Uddhav as well as Sanjay Raut too. But the fact remains that in that particular press conference today, Sanjay Raut did mention, okay, we will consider your demands, let's sit and talk.
Okay, all right. Sharin, so looking at what the Congress party is going to say, as far as the numbers go, as we're seeing, we put out these pictures as well that came in the morning.
For a bit, I didn't mean to, interrupt you. I just have a quick question with Arunil. Arunil, these list of names that we have, only channel with the 37 names here, and of course the photo, we are being told by the rebel camp insider that at least 3 people are en route.
Well, that is a possibility being raised. That is something that has been said from the Eknath Shinde camp, Pranesh, and till now whatever they have claimed, surprisingly it has come true. They had said that they have the numbers and they have proven the numbers. In fact, I've just put up the tweet of Jayant Patil, who is the NCP Maharashtra chief. Basically, he's saying that's a very desperate plea being made by the NCP Maharashtra chief, Jayant Patil, saying that no Shiv Sainik will behave in a way that will defame or shame late Bala Sahib Thackeray. So again, Bal Thackeray's legacy being brought by the NCP also, the same NCP who was always an enemy for late Bala Sahib Thackeray, here saying that they will not behave in a way that it will bring shame to late Bala Sahib Thackeray. So all kinds of emotional tactics also being used, not only from Shiv Sena's side, not only from CM Uddhav Thackeray's side, but now from the NCP's end as well, to convince these rebelling MLAs, because the numbers are clearly on their side.
Neil, Pratibha, another piece of breaking information coming in. There's a photo that I quickly want to zoom in here. Let me place the mic here, and this is the photo. Brajji is on the camera. Brajji, if you can quickly zoom in. Now this man wearing the white shirt is Nitin Deshmukh. Here he is, and he's signing that letter. We also have a copy of that letter in which his signatures are there. Now Sanjay Raut, in that Sena briefing, he said that all these people were put under pressure, forced to sign. The camp has released these pictures and they are saying there was no pressure, there are no policemen here. Even if you zoom in to see, there are only Sena MLAs. Rebels told them what you want to, but there was no pressure. Out of his own volition, he came with us. Something changed, that he went back, he signed the letter, there was no pressure. And when he wanted to go, we let him go. Arunil.
Well, Pranesh, that is right. If we actually look at it, well, Pranesh, yes, NCP also basically getting into the fray. That's what I was mentioning about. Now, why these emotional pleas are being made by the NCP? Because probably they also have this idea that the numbers are not with them. And Sanjay Raut's recent statement that if the MLAs are ready to come back, then we are ready to snap ties with the Congress and the NCP. That has hurt the NCP particularly more, because NCP has most number of portfolios in the Maha Vikas Aghadi. It enjoys some cream portfolios in this Maha Vikas Aghadi, and if this alliance breaks, then NCP will be the biggest loser from this Maha Vikas Aghadi, and that's why probably Jayant Patil is tweeting about it.
Okay, all right. So that's a word coming from Arunil. Meanwhile, these pictures that very clearly are betraying the words that were made earlier today by Deshmukh. He claimed that he had been abducted. He said that he had been kidnapped. He was in the Shinde camp earlier, after which he returned to the Uddhav
Thackeray camp. In the press briefing earlier today, he claimed that he had been abducted, but here very clearly seen, he is seen signing the paper. This is a letter that had been written by the rebel MLAs, that is the Eknath Shinde camp. And in these pictures, very, very clearly, he can be seen there. It seems like he is voluntarily signing these papers. So, as far as that story goes, these are the visuals that we're getting to you. On that note, we're slipping into a short break. We'll be right back. To stay with us.
The Shiv Sena, they're camping there under the leadership of Eknath Shinde, and getting in a bit of breaking news update, the TMC has now said that the BJP has always played cross bat. So that's another reaction, an allegation coming in from the TMC, just as has been said by the Congress and the Shiv Sena as well in the past. We have Kirti Azad joining us on the phone line. Mr. Azad, what do you make of this allegation coming in from the TMC this time around, saying that the BJP has always played cross bat?
Well, what did they do in Madhya Pradesh?
But isn't it really directly related to, you know, the particular government's concern not being able to keep their flock together? BJP will use this as an opportunity, yes, if the Maha Vikas Aghadi is unable to keep matters in their hands.
Correct. Money, ED, IT, NSA, they all can be used to BJP's advantage.
And how is that, Mr. Azad?
Haven't we seen it?
No, in this particular case, how is it that any of the agencies is being put to use, as you're alleging?
Well, haven't you seen what has happened in the past? A few months ago, on the various leaders, and every time they can't convict anybody. You've seen approximately more than 3,000 cases by ED have been framed on lots of people.
So, Mr. Azad, are you implying that all of these MLAs have decided to part ways under some sort of pressure?
Well, it's quite evident. It's very evident. What happened in Madhya Pradesh? Can you tell me that? Didn't they try the best in Bengal? Didn't they try the best in Rajasthan? Rajasthan, they almost had them.
Well, all parties involved, including the Congress and the Shiv Sena, currently in damage control mode, Mr. Azad. Let's see how this plays out. Too soon to really come to any sort of conclusions. I'll have to leave it at that. Thank you for joining us with that perspective. Let me go across to my colleague Vaishali, who's joining us from Surat. Vaishali, क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं? कितने विधायक अंदर होटल में हैं? हमें क्या कंफर्म्ड है कि सारे शिवसेना के हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, जैसा आप देख रहे हैं, सवेरे कल रात से ही वो लोग यहाँ एयरपोर्ट पास की एक होटल में रुके हैं कल रात से ही, और आज सवेरे से ही सूरत के आप जो भी है मीडिया जगत के सारे लोग वहां पे पहुंचे हैं, और वहां पे जो जानकारी हम लोगों को अभी तक मिली है तो उसमें यही है कि ये जो सारे विधायक हैं वो 22 जो विधायक है वो सारे ही शिवसेना से जुड़े हुए हैं, और उनके नाम का लिस्ट भी जैसे मैं आपको भेज चुकी हूँ, मतलब वो कहा जा सकता है कि वो सारे शिवसेना से ही जुड़े हुए हैं.
Shiv and Netas are now being dispatched to get in touch with the roughly 30 rebel MLAs. Meanwhile, even as we speak, the chief of NCP, Sharad Pawar, along with his chief lieutenants, are there holding a press conference. We'll get to hear what the status of the NCP MLAs are. After all, most of the people who are believed to be holed up in the Gujarat resort are there from the Shiv Sena. Let me in fact go across to Arunil, who's joining us. Arunil, Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar also had a last minute meeting last night over the phone. What do we expect to happen now?
Big breaking info coming in, another super scoop breaking first on Times Now. First word from Shinde camp. This is the first word from the Shinde camp after the hurriedly called press conference by Sanjay Raut. And top sources are indicating that the Shinde camp has said that if you so want to talk to us, snap ties with the Congress and NCP. So Eknath Shinde not going to budge. He's unrelenting. He's put the ball back in Uddhav Thackeray's court. Walk the talk is the message. That's the direct message. Arunil Saradekar is with us. Arunil, Shinde camp says snap ties with the Congress and NCP. We will talk.
Well, that is right. Every big development related to this political potboiler affecting Maharashtra, we have given it first to our viewers, Pranesh, and this also coming to basically we are the first one to break this news, wherein the Eknath Shinde camp, they heard what Sanjay Raut said. Basically, Sanjay Raut telling them that if you have any problem with the Congress and the NCP, you come back to us, tell us, and we will think about snapping ties with the Congress and the NCP. However, the Eknath Shinde camp is saying that that is not been done. You have to first confirm to us that you are snapping ties with the Congress and the NCP. You are coming out of the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, and then we will wholeheartedly come to the city of Mumbai and be with the Shiv Sena only. Our problem was not about power. We had not gone for any personal preferences or personal interests. We had gone there for Hindutva, and whatever we are doing only for Hindutva and for the interest of Shiv Sena party, because the Congress and the NCP leaders, they were poaching into our vote bank, they were poaching into our constituencies, and like that the Shiv Sena party in our constituency wouldn't have sustained for more than 3 to 5 years.
How will the Shiv Sena respond to this? That's the larger question, Arunil, because Sanjay Raut, towards the end of that news conference, said it at least thrice. He said, stop this Facebook, Twitter thing, come to Mumbai, sit across the table, we are ready to discuss everything. If you want us to rethink on the alliance with the Congress and NCP, we will consider your demand. Now the Shinde camp is saying, snap the alliance, snap ties with Congress and NCP, only then will we talk. Arunil.
Well, that Thackeray family, which used to roar like a lion from the Matosri, is being left very helpless now, one can say, because you could see that their stance has been completely milding down, completely toning down every single day. At one point of time, they were saying that they don't have the numbers. Now the numbers have been proved by Eknath Shinde camp. Now they are saying that please come back, speak to us, and then if you don't want Shiv Sena to be with Congress and NCP, then we will think about it, and we will respect your feelings as well. Now when the Eknath Shinde camp is saying that that is not done, you first break the ties and then we will come back. How exactly Shiv Sena is going to react, that is also a big point of question, because they are completely helpless. They don't have the numbers with them, their MLAs are leaving, their MPs are leaving, so it becomes extremely difficult for CM Uddhav Thackeray and his close confidants to take a decision, because every single day we have been seeing there are dents that have been made into the Shiv Sena party, and basically there are major jolts that have been given to CM Uddhav Thackeray.
Now stay with us, let's quickly play out. This is what Sanjay Raut had said. We have that comment and the response. This is Sanjay Raut speaking at that press conference.
की महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेनेनं बाहेर पडलं पाहिजे आणि एक वेगळा विचार केला पाहिजे. त्याने आधी महाराष्ट्रात यावं, मुंबईत यावं, आणि त्यांची जी मागणी आहे ती मागणी अधिकृतपणे शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुखांसमोर त्यांनी मांडावी. त्यांच्या मागणीचा नक्की विचार होईल, पण आधी मुंबईत याची हिंमत दाखवा. पण आमची भूमिका फक्त सध्याच्या सरकारविषयी आहे. त्या सरकारमधून महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे. तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा, समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा. नक्की तुमच्या भूमिकेचा विचार होईल. 24 तासात परत या. 24 तासात तुम्ही मुंबईत परत या. उद्धव साहेबांसमोर आपण बसू आणि तुमची जी भूमिका आहे ती स्वीकारण्यासंदर्भात.
Sanjay Raut saying that you have 24 hours, stop the drama, come to Mumbai, we will talk. If you want this alliance to end with the Congress and the NCP, we are even willing to consider that demand, Arunil. But the response is, and the two takeaways from the response, point number one, Shinde camp says Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray must resign and snap ties with the Congress and NCP. Do you think this will happen?
Well, it has to happen, because the kind of pressure that has been mounted on CM Uddhav Thackeray, whether he wants the party or whether he wants the CM post, obviously he will want the party, because without the party CM Uddhav Thackeray will be nothing, the Thackeray family will be nothing, and more than 2/3 of these MLAs have already left the party, and maximum number, around 14 of their MPs are expected to leave the party. Without their MPs and MLAs and thousands of their supporters, Shiv Sena will be left with nothing. CM Uddhav Thackeray also pointed towards the fact that the CM post is not important for me, you should come to me and tell me. But then came a very
count and control. Arunil, we'll have to take a short break. Is Shinde Sena the real Sena? That's our focus. On the other side, please stay with Times Now.
Opposition's presidential candidate, and the decision that is expected to be taken on that as far as the meeting, the second round that was going to happen today. We're given to understand that Yashwant Sinha's name has been finalized by the opposition. 17 parties were invited. They were supposed to be part of this opposition meeting. Yashwant Sinha this morning took to Twitter. He said he is hoping that a larger responsibility is entrusted on him, and his party's chief Mamata Banerjee approves of that. Looks like it's not just an approval from Mamata Banerjee but from a united opposition as well, because Yashwant Sinha is now the consensus candidate as far as the presidential election is concerned for the opposition. Remember, this also comes at a time when 3 candidates declined the offer. Gopal Krishna Gandhi, Sharad Pawar and Farooq Abdullah were the 3 picks that the opposition had made, all 3 of whom denied to take them up on the offer. They had different reasons for it. Madhav Gopalakrishnan, senior editor, with me for more on this. Madhav, it looks like Yashwant Sinha is the consensus candidate now.
Well, yes, it is all but confirmed. Just a formal announcement is what is awaited at this point of time, and just a few moments from now, an opposition press conference is going to begin, where in fact a formal announcement is going to be made. Sharad Pawar, of course, chairing this meeting called the opposition leaders. Leaders of the Congress party, leaders of various other opposition parties, including the left, are present, and TMC also present at this meeting. The SP, the RJD, CPI, ML, the National Conference, amongst the parties that are present, along with the AIDF, the RSP, and other political parties. The NCP also present over here. The MIM also attending this meeting, as is the IUML. So we are expecting these 15 political parties, and at this particular press conference, to make the announcement of Mr. Yashwant Sinha formally as the opposition candidate as far as the presidential polls are concerned. So that formal announcement is expected in a few minutes from now, where in fact the formal announcement of who will be the opposition candidate, it will be Mr. Yashwant Sinha, is what's also indicating to us, and he was in fact to attend today's meeting over here as well.
Jyotiraditya Scindia, the union minister who has now responded first here on Times Now, he has now in fact slammed the Shiv Sena as well as the MVA in the state. That's the first reaction coming in from him. Listen in.
विश्वास अनुभव महाराष्ट्र के साथ रहा। शुरुआत से ही ये गठबंधन जो बनी अघाड़ी की, ये अपने आप में ही विचलित हो चुकी है। ना सिद्धांत है, ना विचारधारा है, ना सोच, ना आगे की कार्यशैली है। ये केवल सत्ता और कुर्सी पकड़ने की चिंता और भूख के आधार पर यह अघाड़ी बनी, और इसलिए वो दरार जिसका संदर्भ अभी पवैया जी ने भी अपने वक्तव्य में दिया, वो दरार आज की दरार नहीं है। वो दरार जिस दिन से ये अघाड़ी बनी है, तब से ये दरार उस दिन से स्थापित हो चुकी है। और जो बौखलाहट राज्यसभा चुनाव के बाद और अब विधान परिषद के चुनाव के बाद जिसका संदर्भ पवैया जी ने दिया, तो खलबली मच चुकी है। ना ये स्थिर है, ना वो स्थिर है, ना तीसरा दल स्थिर है। आपस में जब ना तालमेल है, ना एक विचारधारा है, ना एक सिद्धांत है, ना आपस में एक साथ चल के जनता का विकास करने की एक चिंता है, तो ये स्थिति जरूर उत्पन्न होगी। हमारी सोच और विचारधारा है केंद्र में स्थिर सरकार, प्रदेश में स्थिर सरकार।
Security is a very dynamic concept. It cannot remain static. Security is only in relation to the environment in which we have to protect our national interests and in which we have to protect all our national assets. In this context, if we see, the whole world is undergoing a great change. The wars are changing their complexion. Increasingly, we are going towards a contactless war. We are also going towards a war against the invisible enemy. Technology is taking over at a very rapid speed. So what was good for yesterday is not necessarily good for tomorrow. जो हम कल कर रहे थे वही भविष्य में भी करते रहें तो हम सुरक्षित रहेंगे, ये संभव नहीं है। यदि हमें कल की तैयारी करनी है तो हमें परिवर्तित होना पड़ेगा। आवश्यक इसलिए था कि ये सारी के सारे जो एनवायरनमेंट है भारत
And a very good evening. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. The big story at this moment is the emergence of the Shinde Sena. Is it game, set and match for the rebel camp? Uddhav Thackeray's camp has been left decimated and defeated as the flight of legislators turned into a tidal wave. And to top it all, now the MPs have also left Uddhav's side along with the MLAs. So in addition to the 37 MLAs, now Eknath Shinde says that he also enjoys the support of 14 out of the 18 Sena MPs. But first, this is what the Shinde Sena looks like. Pictures that have been put out by the rebel camp where 42 legislators are quite clearly visible. These are the Shinde 42 and they are a mix of independents and Shiv Sena legislators. What is most interesting is that only 34 MLAs were there with the rebels in Surat, and after Uddhav's emotional appeal yesterday, that number has swelled to 42. In fact, one of the MLAs who reached Guwahati just this morning has made stunning claims about Uddhav Thackeray, even saying that the Sena chief sat over suggestions and complaints of his party men as the party hurtled from disaster to disaster.
Have you reached Guwahati, Mr. Kesarkar?
Yes, I have reached Guwahati.
Okay, so can you tell us how many Sena MLAs are there at that hotel, sir?
That is more than 2/3.
Oh, that is big news. So you're saying there are more than 37 MLAs inside the Guwahati hotel, Mr. Kesarkar?
Yes.
Can you give us the exact?
Many more to come.
Many more to come.
So we are quite firm on going ahead in alliance with BJP. That was our prime request because they are natural allies.
Can you give us an exact count, sir? 39, 40, 41?
Because already few people are airborne. So after they reach here, by evening, Shindeji will give you the exact number. When I tell you we are comfortable, that means we are comfortable.
And some breaking news coming in. Sena workers sloganeering at Sena Bhavan. Uddhav, we are with you. These are the chants that are being heard. There are supporters who have come out in support of Uddhav Thackeray, even though the elected MLAs, the support of them seems to be dwindling. Now, just about 12 MLAs arrived for the meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. These are the pictures from the rebel camp, that is the Shinde camp. 42 leaders who are with him, 42 MLAs. Now, Sena workers sloganeering at Sena Bhavan, giving their support to Uddhav Thackeray. Radhika is joining us live with more details on this. Radhika, this is also a fight for legacy on which is the real Shiv Sena. There are a few supporters, we understand, also giving their support to Uddhav Thackeray there.
That's right. I'm not able to hear you clearly, but yes, I am outside Sena Bhavan. Tons of Uddhav Thackeray supporters are here who have been sloganeering since the last several minutes in support of Uddhav Thackeray, of course, and have been saying that Uddhav Thackeray, आप आगे बढ़ो, हम आपके साथ हैं. I'm going to go across to some of them. आप ये बताइए, आप उद्धव ठाकरे के सपोर्ट में हैं, एकनाथ शिंदे से क्या कहना चाहेंगे? शिंदे बोल रहे हैं कि उनके पास नंबर्स है और सेना उनके है.
सेना ही, ये सेना जो ठाकरे की है, यही रिकॉर्ड है हमारा. वो 22-40 लेके जाएगा, हम लोग को कुछ गरज नहीं है. हम लोग सेना इधर ही है, हम लोग की सेना. कल मातुश्री में बताया ना, वो जो सेना है ना वो यहाँ है. वो 4-5 लेके कुछ होना है. कितने आले आणि कितने गेले. 40 जन रह के कुछ फायदा नहीं है. आज 40 लाख शिवसैनिक माननीय उद्धव जी ठाकरे के साथ खड़े हैं और खड़े रहेंगे. और जब तक शिवसैनिक है तब तक शिवसेना खड़ी है और हमेशा खड़ी रहेगी. ऐसे कितने जाने दो, आने दो, नहीं है. जब तक शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ता जिंदा है तब तक शिवसेना जिंदा है. ऐसे लोक प्रतिनिधि से हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं है.
Strong statements coming from all these Shiv Senics. They are saying 40 can go there, 40 can become rebels, but we have 40 lakh of us who will be supporting Uddhav Thackeray. So it doesn't matter if some of them leave, but Shiv Sena is Uddhav Thackeray's and will continue to be his, and there are tons and tons of Shiv Senics who will be supporting the Thackeray family. So that's the kind of sentiment coming from all these Shiv Senics who are gathered outside Sena Bhavan now.
All right, some breaking news now also coming in. Hectic meetings, parleys also continuing, and in the Congress party now, meetings that are taking place. The Congress party has called for a meeting at Sahyadri Guest House. The Congress clearly unhappy with Sanjay Raut's statement. Earlier today, while addressing the media, he gave out an appeal to the rebel camp, to the Eknath Shinde camp, saying, return to Mumbai, have a talk with us. We are ready to listen to any demands that you have. So this crucial meeting of the Congress party expected, in which senior leaders are also going to be in attendance. Shireen Elizabeth joins us live with more details on this. Shireen, what's the reaction in the Congress camp? Clearly not very happy with the statement made by Sanjay Raut. Shireen, if you can hear me, in the Congress camp now, a meeting going to take place. The top leaders of the party are also going to be in attendance. What's expected? All right, we'll go to my colleague Shireen. There seem to be some technical glitches. Apologies for that. So this is the information coming in. The Congress party has called for a meeting, but earlier today we also spoke to the Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole, who said that this is a BJP conspiracy. Not really saying much about Sanjay Raut's statements. Listen in to what he said.
केंद्र में बैठी हुई बीजेपी की सरकार ने सोची समझी चाल के आधार पर ईडी का डर बताकर जो खेल खेला गया है, जो अग्निपथ पर महाराष्ट्र को लेके आए हैं, उसी का परिणाम महाराष्ट्र की जनता भुगत रही है। बीजेपी को कोई भी हालत में सत्ता चाहिए। जो स्थिति आज महाराष्ट्र में बनी है, ईडी का डर बताकर कुछ मंत्रियों को तोड़ने का जो कोशिश शिवसेना की गई है, उसी के आधार पर यह सत्ता संघर्ष बना हुआ है। लेकिन आज भी तुम्हारे मीडिया के माध्यम से जो हम आंकड़े देख रहे हैं, उनके पास तो आंकड़े पूरे हो गए। बीजेपी आज बिल के बाहर क्यों नहीं आ रही? अभी तक बीजेपी बात क्यों नहीं कर रही है? इसका मतलब है कि जो शिवसेना की तरफ से बात आ रही है कि अभी भी वो एमएलए हमारे संपर्क में हैं, वो ठाकरे परिवार को छोड़कर नहीं रह सकते, और इसलिए बीजेपी अपना दाव नहीं डाल रही है।
My colleague Kritsween is also joining us on the broadcast. Kritsween, you've been looking at the developments happening there in Mumbai. Over to you.
Absolutely, and I'd like to take that to Shireen. Shireen, look at how both the NCP and the Congress are now in a huddle, given the reaction, the response that came out from Sanjay Raut, wherein he says, if needed, if we really need to go ahead with a decision to take matters into hand, we will we are ready to part ways from the alliance, which comprises of the Congress and the NCP. Lot of meetings taking place on both sides.
Well, as expected, this statement by Sanjay Rawat saying that if these MLAs, or the rebel MLAs, are willing, they are in fact the Maha, Aghadi, Vikas, they are in fact agreeing to step out from this particular alliance. This has really not gone down well with the Congress and the NCP. Till yesterday, even till today, the NCP and the Congress have been maintaining that they are in fact with Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. They in fact been saying that as far as Maha, Vikas, Aghadi's calculation is concerned, the chief ministerial ship always has in fact stayed with Shiv Sena, and if Uddhav Thackeray thinks that it is in fact seems it is in fact right, then he can in fact go ahead and give the chief ministerial ship to Eknath Shinde. That decision lies with Shiv Sena. Congress and NCP are not going to intervene into that matter. But now we are seeing that the statement that has come from Sanjay Rawat, because even after offering the chief ministerial ship to Eknath Shinde, there has been no positive response that has come from Eknath Shinde. The letter that has been written from Eknath Shinde to Uddhav Thackeray clearly points out that it is not just about the alliance, it is also how he was not available to the MLAs. The MLAs had to wait days and weeks altogether to have a meeting with him. After this, a statement now comes from Sanjay Rawat that now they are willing to step out from the Maha, Vikas, Aghadi. They are in fact ready to cut ties with Congress and NCP, and clearly
earlier in the day when the NCP held a meeting, when the NCP leaders met, they clearly indicated at the fact that they will continue to back Uddhav Thackeray come May what, and yet you have Sanjay Rawat come out with this statement. Certainly both the NCP and the Congress in a huddle. Meanwhile in Guwahati, the TMC and the Congress also staging a dharna outside the hall. A lot of reactions coming in from the opposition listening.
आज बीजेपी ने कुछ लालची लोगों को अपनी सरकार को तोड़ने के लिए बरगलाया है। ये प्रजातंत्र के खिलाफ है। मुझे लगता है कि ये सब लोगों को, जितने लोग टीवी पे देख रहे हैं, चाहे वो भाजपा का समर्थक हो, चाहे वो कांग्रेस का समर्थक हो, चाहे वो शिवसेना का समर्थक हो, चाहे वो आम आदमी पार्टी का समर्थक हो, उसको ये घर बैठे पता चल रहा है कि ये खरीद फरोख्त का मामला है और इसके अंदर पैसे की ताकत पर सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है।
Everywhere they didn't have numbers, they didn't have mandate. They have tried to steal the mandates of the people of those states. That is what they are doing in Maharashtra now. Now, all these MLAs are parked in Assam. Assam, you have seen floods. The chief minister there is buying and selling MLAs on behalf of the BJP government. This Kharid Farosh has been their trademark.
सरकार चलेगी, इसलिए चलेगी क्योंकि भाजपा भी सरकार नहीं बना सकती है। वो कुछ हलचल कर सकते हैं, कुछ लोगों को खरीद करके कुछ खरीद फरोख्त।
राष्ट्रवादीमध्ये नाराजी आहे असं एकनाथ शिंदेना पाठिंबा देत आहेत।
असं आहे की मुख्यमंत्री महोदय वर्षावर राहिले की मातोश्रीवर राहिले हा काही विषय आमचा नाही आहे आणि तो काही एवढा महत्त्वाचाही नाही। सुरुवातीला बरेच दिवस मुख्यमंत्री मातोश्रीला पण राहत होते, म्हणून ते काही आम्ही त्याच्यावर काही फार काही विषय म्हणजे लक्ष घातलेला नाही आहे। आता ठीक आहे, निश्चित परिस्थिती काहीतरी एक वेगळी निर्माण झाली आहे, त्याचं खरंच आहे। बरेच आमदार जे शिवसैनिक आहेत किंवा
official residence or his personal residence, that is Matoshri. When he became the CM, for many months he was staying at Matoshri.
तिथे जबरदस्ती गेलेले आहे, त्यांना थांबून ठेवलेलं आहे। आता नेमका काय आहे परिस्थिती, खरी खोटी काय आहे ते आता काही म्हणजे 1-2 दिवसामध्ये क्लिअर होईल।
We have no clarity. Many people are saying that Shiv Sena MLAs who are there in Eknath Shinde camp, they have been held up over there as hostages. When they come back, things will be clear.
All right, we'll keep cutting across to those live reactions coming in, but viewers, this is important. The Congress is very, very unhappy at what Sanjay Rawat has said. Massive anger within the Congress party. Remember, they're going to be meeting and they're going to be deciding on what is it that they will do next after Sanjay Rawat said that if it takes to part ways from Congress and the NCP to bring back the rebel MLAs, we're ready to do so. Listen in what Sanjay Rawat said first up.
जी महाविकास आघाडीतून
शिवसेनेनं बाहेर पडलं पाहिजे आणि एक वेगळा विचार केला पाहिजे. त्याने आधी महाराष्ट्रात यावं, मुंबईत यावं आणि त्यांची जी मागणी आहे ती मागणी अधिकृतपणे शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुखांसमोर त्यांनी मांडावी. त्यांच्या मागणीचा नक्की विचार होईल, पण आधी मुंबईत याची हिंमत दाखवा. पण आमची भूमिका फक्त सध्याच्या सरकारविषयी आहे. त्या सरकारमधून महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे. तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा, समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा. नक्की तुमच्या भूमिकेचा विचार होईल. 24 तासात परत या. 24 तासात तुम्ही मुंबईत परत या. उद्धव साहेबांसमोर आपण बसू आणि तुमची जी भूमिका आहे ती स्वीकारण्यासंदर्भात नक्की विचार केला.
Let me go across to Shireen, who's tracking all those developments at the Congress's end for Shireen. Up until now, the Congress kept saying this is Shiv Sena's internal matter. We are taking control of the situation, internal situation of the Congress, of who is it that cross-voted during the MLC elections, and now suddenly there's zap because Sanjay Raut says if it takes parting ways from Congress and NCP to bring back these rebel MLAs, we're ready to do so. What's happening there?
Well, with every passing day, we are seeing that the strategy as far as bringing back these rebel MLAs are concerning is in fact changing. On the first day, we have seen how Sanjay Raut and Uddhav Thackeray remain very confident. We have seen how they were saying that these MLAs will come back. On the second day, when the numbers were only increasing in Eknath Shinde's camp, we have seen how yesterday Uddhav Thackeray made an emotional pitch, after which there was in fact meeting with the NCP and the Congress as well. Sharad Pawar in the meeting had told Uddhav Thackeray that the chief ministerial the decision remains with Shiv Sena, because as part as the decision of the Maha Vikas Aghadi is concerned, that remains with Shiv Sena. In case they want to give the chief ministerialship to Eknath Shinde, that decision solely lies with Shiv Sena. And what is interesting to note here is that if you remember, when this particular alliance was formed in 2019, Sonia Gandhi, in fact this Congress High Command was very clear that if it is going to be Uddhav Thackeray the chief minister, then they are in fact willing to go ahead with the alliance. Apart from Uddhav Thackeray, there should not be any other name from Shiv Sena, and that is why Uddhav Thackeray was made the chief minister. But now we are seeing that the Congress has also changed its decision. They are saying that in order to save the government, if Uddhav Thackeray feels that the chief ministerialship should be given to Eknath Shinde, they are willing to do that as well. But now with this statement that has come from Sanjay Raut, where he is saying that in order, if the MLAs are demanding that the ties with Congress and Shiv Sena and NCP needs to cut, then they are very upset.
Perhaps they're not left with any other option. The rebel group has not left the Uddhav camp with any other option. Let me go across to Radhika. She's been tracking the latest from outside.
But for BJP, everything is in just like heaven. They are distributing an amount of money. Money has no limitation. Is it not Howla, one type of, is it not a big scam that one ruling party is purchasing the people through money? And Assam, I don't blame them. They have a big bar there, big flood. Instead of helping the people, why central government is disturbing the Assam government to sell out, to purchase the MLAs and send them to Assam? Instead of Assam, you send them to Bengal. We will give good hospitality and we will take care for democracy. Don't worry. But what is going on for Maharashtra? It's a shocking. I'm really telling you that in India, I'm in doubt. Any democracy works here. Where is the democracy? Where is the justice people are getting? From where? A democratic government, if they bulldoze the democracy, then what will be about justice? We want justice for the people. We want justice for constitution. We want justice for electoral mandate. We want justice for Uddhav Thackeray and all. And after this Maharashtra, they will topple the other government also. If this is the plan, is it a fact they are going for presidential election? Presidential form of election, government? They have changed so many institutions. The economic situation is worst. The political situation is worst. If anybody protest, only the bulldozer Tripura also see today in the name of election what torture people are facing. They didn't allow people to vote. In Bengal they shout. They send Human Rights Commission. They send CBI. They send ED. But what is for BJP rule state? एक कहानी तो बताने पड़ेगा. आज आप पहाड़ में पवार में हैं, इसी के लिए मानी पवार का साथ खेल रहा है, मसेल पवार का साथ खेल रहा है, मफिया पवार के साथ खेल रहा है. लेकिन एक दिन तो आपको जाना ही पड़ेगा. कल जब आप नहीं जाएगा तो आपका लिए क्या रह जाएगा? कुछ नहीं रह जाएगा. लोकतंत्र को खत्म मत कीजिए, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. आई थिंक दैट महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट मस्ट गेट जस्टिस. ऐसा रुपया देके, ईडी देके, सीबीआई देके ऐसा पार्टी मत तोड़ो. ऐसा तोड़ने से आपका पार्टी भी कोई तोड़ सकता है. बट दिस इज नॉट फॉर डेमोक्रेसी. आई डोंट सपोर्ट दैट. इज इट ओके?
All right, once again, Mamata Banerjee speaking on those lines. Remember, the TMC could be spotted staging a dharna outside the Guwahati hotel. Let me go back to Radhika, who continues to stay on with us. Radhika, as far the Shiv Sena supporters are concerned, we heard them sloganeering yesterday outside the Varsha bungalow. Today, once again, they were sloganeering in favor of Uddhav Thackeray outside the Bhavan from where you're reporting. Have you been able to interact with them and really ask them what Sanjay Raut has said and whether or not they'll stand with that decision if at all Sena has to go with the BJP now and ditch Congress and the NCP?
I'm not able to hear you clearly, but I'm going to go across to all these Sena workers who are gathered outside Sena Bhavan currently, all in support of Uddhav Thackeray, all of them in support of Uddhav Thackeray, saying that Uddhav Thackeray, aap aage badho, we are with you. That's the kind of sloganeering that we saw some time back. I'll go across to some of them. आप ये बताइए, मैम आप ये बताइए, आज संजय राउत ने बोला कि वो कॉन्फिडेंट है कि एकनाथ शिंदे आएंगे वापस, लेकिन वो उन्होंने ये भी बोला कि अगर आपको चाहिए तो हम कांग्रेस एनसीपी से नाता तोड़ेंगे, हम वो कंसिडर करेंगे. आप इसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे जो संजय राउत ने बोला? आपको लगता है एकनाथ शिंदे आएंगे वापस?
अगर वो आ रहे हैं, अगर वो ऐसा राउत साहब बोल रहे हैं तो नक्की उनमें उनके मन में कुछ होगा, इसके लिए वो बोल रहे हैं. वो जो बोल रहे हैं वो सही होगा, सही होगा.
लेकिन जो एकनाथ शिंदे अभी कर रहे हैं, जो 40 MLAs के साथ है, उसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? ऐसा लग रहा है कि उद्धव सरकार गिर जाएगी.
बिल्कुल नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं. ये उन्होंने गलत किया है, लेकिन उद्धव सरकार नहीं गिरेगी. उद्धव साहब ही मुख्यमंत्री रहेगी. हमारी शिवसेना पार्टी वही शिवसेना की सरकार ही रहेगी. तीनों जो आघाड़ी सरकार है वही रहेगी.
I feel that government will be the same government will rule for the next.
But how can you feel that, ma'am? Numbers are not there with Uddhav. I agree that Uddhav has support of Sainik, but where are the numbers?
Sir, Sanjay Raut sir, when the Sanjay Raut sir speaks, they will come back. Definitely there is something matching with them. He cannot speak like that. He is the spokesperson of our party, and what are the facts? That only he is bringing before the media. So wait and watch. It will be the solution. I will request
you
all
are saying that they will come back because Raut has requested them to come back.
Whatever it is, in the family also, when in the small family, big family, sometimes some crisis going on. So suppose the one person will leave the house, so other members are not saying if once you go. If they are coming back, then obviously they are welcome. Na our Uddhav Sahab is a very big-minded person. Yesterday you have not seen in the history of the Maharashtra that whatever he has done yesterday, he has emptied the Varsha Bangla. We have seen this since childhood. That many ministers, when their terms are getting over, they are staying in that same bungalows. They are not emptying it. Who will do it? They have the big mind. And we are proud about our Chief Minister, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, and we are working for him. And really it is the pleasure of my state, Maharashtra.
लेकिन हमें जो जहाँ तक जानकारी है, हमें लगता है कि वो विधायक चले गए हैं. वो विधायक वापस आने के लिए शिवसेना के सारे नेतागण प्रयास कर रहे हैं. उस प्रयास का ये एक ऑप्शन है कि वो वापस आए और बातचीत करें, और इसीलिए उन्होंने इंडिकेशन दिया है उनको।
वो अलग होने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं सरकार बचाने के लिए, संजय राउत ऐसा इंडिकेशन दे रहे हैं अपने बयान से।
नहीं, वो बयान से इंडिकेशन हो रहा है, जब गुवाहाटी से वो मुंबई आएंगे तब उसके ऊपर बात करना ठीक रहेगा। हमने हमारी राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता आदरणीय पवार साहब और हमारी पूरी पार्टी उद्धव ठाकरे साहब के साथ है। हमारा प्रयास अंत तक ये सरकार बचाने की रहेगी, और इस सरकार ने बहुत अच्छे निर्णय लिए हैं। ऐसे ही आने वाले 2-2.5 साल में काम करना चाहिए, और इसीलिए हम राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी शिवसेना के नेता उद्धव जी ठाकरे जब मुख्यमंत्री है उनके साथ कायम रहेंगे। ये सरकार बचाने की पूरी कोशिश हम
सर कांग्रेस ने कहीं ना कहीं जो लोग गए हैं, जो विधायक गए हैं, उन्हें जबरदस्ती लेके जाया गया है। अगर सामने लाया जाता है तो ऐसे में कहीं ना कहीं 25% जो बातें हैं वो सारी चीजें ये हो जाएंगी, और 20 से 25 विधायक साथ में भी आ जाएंगे, और सारी जो गलतफहमी है वो भी दूर हो जाएगी।
आज सत्य ये है कि वो विधायक गए हैं, वापस जब आएंगे और मुंबई में जब उतरेंगे तो यहाँ के माहौल में शायद वो उनकी जो सच भूमिका जो है वो प्रकट करेंगे। जब यहाँ पहुँच जाएंगे तो कहेंगे, तो अपने को समझ में आएगा कितने जन उनके साथ है, कितने जन नहीं है। वहाँ दूर से कुछ राज्यपाल महोदय को या सभापति महोदय को कुछ खत लिखते हैं, तो महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति, महाराष्ट्र का निर्णय, महाराष्ट्र का भविष्य महाराष्ट्र में रह के करना चाहिए, गुवाहाटी में नहीं, ऐसे हम समझते हैं।
सर संजय राउत के बयान को कांग्रेस ने नाराजगी व्यक्त की है। आप भी अभी बड़ी मीटिंग होने वाली है, इसमें इसको डिस्कस करेंगे उनके इस बयान को? बड़ा स्टेटमेंट है।
हम डिस्कस बड़ी मीटिंग में नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने जो बयान दिया है उसके ऊपर आज हमें कुछ कहना नहीं है।
सर अजित पवार का है, बैठक में आएंगे सर?
क्यों नहीं आएंगे? आएंगे, पार्टी की बैठक है।
सर त्यांनी गाड्या बदलल्या, कॉमेंट फ्रॉम यू व्हाट मिस्टर नाना पटोले गाड्या बदलल्या आणि प्रायव्हेट गाड्यांमध्ये जात आहेत अशी चर्चा। अजित पवार मिस्टर नाना पटोले इज मेड अ कमेंट ऑन मिस्टर अजित पवार।
ऐसा है कि प्राइवेट गाड़ी हो या सरकारी गाड़ी हो, मैं भी सरकार की गाड़ी नहीं इस्तेमाल कर रहा हूँ, तो सरकारी गाड़ी हो या प्राइवेट गाड़ी हो, जहाँ गाड़ी उपलब्धि के अनुसार आदमी गाड़ी में बैठते हैं ना।
अजितदादा म्हणजे बैठकीला सर एक चर्चा चालू आहे। काही वेळापूर्वीच अजित पवार हे एका वेगळ्या गाडीतून जाताना दिसलेले आहेत। दुसरीकडे सागर बंगल्यावरून प्रसाद लाड आणि माधुरी मिसाळही एका छोट्या गाडीतून जाताना दिसलेले आहेत। याचा कशा प्रकारे संबंध लावला जातो?
मला एक सांगा तुम्ही इतके।
All right, so that's where the NCP stands as of now. As for the Congress is concerned, Nana Patole earlier on said that whatever the rebel MLAs want to do, they're free to do so, even if they want to join hands with the BJP. But now Sanjay Raut interestingly has come out and said or dropped the hint that there is a possibility of ditching both the Congress and the NCP. Very interesting, but let's listen to what Nana Patole had to say.
देखो, मेरा एक कहना है कि जैसे एनसीपी और कांग्रेस हमारी ये नेचुरल अलायंस नहीं है, इस तरह का भी एक आरोप लगाया जा रहा है। तो हम इनको सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं कि बीजेपी की सरकार में तुम थे 2014 से 19, तब कई मंत्री शिवसेना के जेब में रिजाइन लेके घूमते थे, तो क्या इसका मीनिंग लगाया जाए? ये सब चीज़ें जो है ये सिर्फ बकवास है। और हमारा ये कहना है कि महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ हम हैं और हम रहेंगे। अगर उनको किसी के साथ अलायंस करना है तो उसमें हमारी कोई जोर जबरदस्ती नहीं है।
All right, more breaking news coming in. Details of how 2 rebel MLAs are now being seen leaving the Guwahati hotel. Stunning twist in Guwahati. A lot of developments taking place there as well. Nibir, if I could come to you, what's happening?
So, 2 MLAs who were lodging here at the Radisson Blu Hotel, their cars have left the area, but the interesting part here is their cars are not heading towards the airport side. Their cars are heading towards the city side. So there is a lot of speculation first thing is, are they meeting any leaders here in Guwahati in some other area, or are they going out for any other reasons? So that is the big question here. Two rebel MLAs within the Shinde camp have left the hotel, and they have gone out towards the city side, and they have been identified as Ashish Deswal and Deepak Kirgagar. So these are the two MLAs who left the hotel here in Radisson Blu in Guwahati and have gone out towards the city side.
Absolutely. One of them, Deepak Kesarkar, who we also spoke to, joined the Shinde camp just this morning. Slipping to a very short break here, viewers. An action-packed day indeed here in Maharashtra, in Assam as well. Getting you more details on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Let's get you breaking news coming in from Maharashtra now. Even as the crisis looms there for the Shiv Sena, there is a massive show of strength that is taking place. Pro Sena chants are greeting Uddhav Thackeray. Listen in.
वहाँ के शिवसेना के MLAs को उन्होंने तो पहले सूरत को ले जाया। सूरत में किसकी गवर्नमेंट है आपको मालूम है। फिर उसके बाद वहाँ से हटाए गुवाहाटी को लेके गए। तो इससे ही आप समझिए कि ये बीजेपी सरकार का, बीजेपी का खेल है। वो तोड़ मोड़ के इस वहाँ के सरकार को निकालना चाहती है। महाविकास आघाड़ी एक मजबूत सरकार है और मजबूती के साथ वो चल रही है, लेकिन उसको अस्थिर करने के लिए बीजेपी हर तरह की कोशिश कर रही है। ऐसा नहीं होता कि एक दो दिन में ही इतने लोगों को सूरत को ले जाना, वहाँ से फिर गुवाहाटी को ले जाना, फिर बुलाना, ये सारी चीज़ें जो हो रहे हैं इसमें बीजेपी का खेल है। और बीजेपी ये चाहती है कि इस देश में नॉन बीजेपी कोई भी गवर्नमेंट अस्तित्व में न रहे, ये उनका इरादा है। इसीलिए वो ये पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और दूसरा प्रश्न भी ये है कि अब प्रेसिडेंट चुनाव भी होने जा रहे हैं और उनको नंबर की भी ज़रूरत है। तो इसीलिए वो चाहते हैं कि प्रेसिडेंट इलेक्शन के अंदर ही वहाँ पर सरकार को गिराया जाए ये उनका इरादा है। तो हम ये डायरेक्टली ये कह सकता हूं मैं कि इसको पूरा रिस्पॉन्सिबल सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट खुद और बीजेपी इसमें हस्तक्षेप करके वहाँ के स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट को डिस्टेबलाइज करके वहाँ पर अपना सत्ता लानी चाहती है। तो मैं ज़्यादा और कुछ नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ कि एक तो प्रेसिडेंट इलेक्शन के लिए उनको नंबर के लिए वहाँ पर डिस्टेबलाइज करना चाहते हैं। दूसरा, एक महाराष्ट्र का बहुत बड़ा राज्य है जहाँ पर शिवसेना, एनसीपी और कांग्रेस तीनों मिलके वहाँ पर अपना काम कर रहे थे। तो हम कांग्रेस पार्टी की ओर से ये कहना चाहते हैं कि हम तीनों मिलके रहेंगे, मिलके लड़ेंगे और महाआघाड़ी को मजबूत करेंगे। इसके लिए हमको जो कुछ भी हमारी सहायता हो सकती है वहाँ पर करने के लिए हम तैयार हैं। तो यही नाही, आता महाराष्ट्रात जे घडामोडी चाललेल्या आहेत त्याच्या पाठीमागे बीजेपीचा हात आहे। कारण बीजेपी जर तिथल्या स्थिर सरकारला अस्थिर करण्याची प्रयत्न अगर करत होती तर आज तिथले आमदार सुरतला गेले नसते किंवा सुरत पासून गुवाहाटीला गेले नसते। त्याला कोण जिम्मेदार आहे?
आय एम हिअर ओनली।
बीजेपीचे सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंट आणि इथले तुम्हाला माहित आहे त्यांनी अनेक सरकारे पाडली। तुम्हाला माहित आहे उत्तराखंडची सरकार कशी गेली, कर्नाटकची सरकार कशी गेली।
All right, back with visuals we're picking up from outside the Guwahati hotel. Viewers, we just told you about the two MLAs, Deepak Kesarkar and Ashish Jaiswal, who could be seen moving out of the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. Let me go across to Nibir. We have the visuals. But certainly, at this point in time, we can't say anything about where they're headed because you were telling us they were going towards the city side. We'll reconnect with Nibir. Nibir is stationed right outside the Radisson Blu in Guwahati, but these are two MLAs who were seen moving out of Radisson Blu in Guwahati. Now remember, Deepak Kesarkar, viewers, one of those two MLAs is the one who also spoke 2 times now, who broke down details of what transpired between last night and this morning when he joined hands with the Shinde camp. Let me go across to Arunil, who's also with us on this broadcast. Arunil, two MLAs, one of whom is Deepak Kesarkar, could be seen moving out of the hotel in Guwahati, but can't say anything really at this point in time. Nibir told us they were seen moving towards the city side. We'll go across to our reporters in just a bit. Viewers, these are visuals on your screens of Deepak Kesarkar and Ashish Jaiswal making their way out of Radisson Blu in Guwahati. We talk about the rebel camp at the moment. Remember, Times Now has been breaking down details with pictures, with a head count of how many MLAs are currently stationed there. Easily 40 to 42 MLAs are currently with Eknath Shinde, 39 to 40 of whom are from the Shiv Sena itself, which leaves almost 10 to 12, only 10 to 12, I beg your pardon, in number with the Uddhav camp here in Maharashtra. So big setback certainly for the Uddhav camp. And the sensational claim that has been made by Sanjay Raut has made matters worse. If we talk about the Congress and the NCP, with both the parties currently in a huddle, back-to-back meetings that are to take place on both sides on what the future course of action is going to be, what their decision is going to be within the Maha Vikas Aghadi on how to take things forward. These are visuals on your screens from Radisson Blu in Guwahati. 2 MLAs, Deepak Kesarkar, Ashish Jaiswal, making their way out of the hotel. Nibir, my colleague who's been standing there reporting from the spot since early this morning, tells us that they were not moving towards the airport but towards the city side. So where does that leave us? We'll go across to him in just a bit, but Radhika is also joining us once again. Radhika, you've been speaking to Sena workers there, Sena supporters there. What are they opining at this point in time? Any meetings to take place there? What's going on?
Yes, you know, Sena Bhavan is where I'm standing. A set of sets of meetings did take place over the last few hours. In fact, Shaka Pramukh replacement was happening because some of the Shaka Pramukhs had left for the rebel camp. They needed to be replaced, which is why Vinayak Raut, one of the Shiv Sena leaders, was chairing that particular meeting to make those replacements. And that is when we managed to speak to several Sena workers. In the last few bulletins, we brought their voices to you. Of course, there is a lot of support as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. He has support from the streets of Mumbai of Shiv Sainik, lakhs and lakhs of Shiv Sainik. That's what they were telling us, that 40 people can move to the other side, 40 MLAs can stray away, but we have 40 lakh Shiv Sainik supporting Uddhav Thackeray, and some of them also showing confidence that those MLAs, Eknath Shinde and his group of staunch loyalists, will come back to Uddhav Thackeray. So that's the kind of confidence, that's the kind of reaction coming from Shiv Sainik. Staunch support for Uddhav Thackeray. He may not have the numbers as far as the assembly is concerned, floor of the house is concerned. He may not be able to prove his numbers there, but he definitely has a lot of support on the ground in Maharashtra. That is the kind of voices that we brought to the fore just about half an hour back from these Sena workers, from these staunch Sena supporters.
So most certainly the Janta standing with Uddhav Thackeray at this point in time. Since last night we've seen Shiv Sainiks come out in large number in support of Uddhav Thackeray, but his own MLAs and MPs certainly at this point in time not quite standing with him. Let me go back to Nibir. Nibir, 2 MLAs could be seen making their way out of the hotel there. What's going on?
Yes, 2 MLAs, 2 cars came out of the Radisson Blu Hotel where the dissenting MLAs are lost, and we are getting to know that the 2 MLAs cars went towards the city side. Interestingly, they did not go towards the airport side, and 2 of the MLAs, one of them is Ashish Jaiswal and the second one is the Deepak Kargaogar. So their cars are headed towards the city side. So the bigger question is, why would they go towards the city side and not towards the airport side? Are they meeting someone, or are they going for some other purpose? So that is the big development that has happened in Guwahati, in front of the Radisson Blu, when these 2 MLAs in quick manner went out of the hotel and they took the other road, which is opposite to the airport road. So it's very interesting as to where they are heading towards, these 2 MLAs.
That what Sanjay Raut said, that if MLAs wants to quit the MV alliance, they should come and speak to Uddhav Thackeray. Now, is it hurting the alliance party, what Sanjay Raut says?
Let us not be in a hurry. He has just invited them to Mumbai, and I'm sure the real Shiv Sainik who is MLA in Shiv Sena, once he lands in Maharashtra and Mumbai, he may think his opinion and go back to Mr. Uddhav Thackeray.
Are you sure anymore that this government will stay and survive?
It is surviving.
But Congress has
shown no issue.
Congress has shown its
displeasure. Congress has shown its displeasure over Sanjay Raut's claim that he will step out of MVA in case the leaders come back.
They may have thought something and given that statement. We don't want to react on it. Let us see. We haven't talked to them. We will eventually speak to them, and our leader will speak to them. But so far, they have not directly indicated anything to us.
Mamata Banerjee has also reacted to it. So, what is your comment on that?
Being very close to Guwahati, Chief Minister of West Bengal, she may have more knowledge of the local situation. So I think it may be true what she says.
So lastly, NCP is constantly claiming that it is an internal issue of Shiv Sena, but somehow the other way it is very much affecting the alliance. How do you think? Because BJP is very silent, but is playing a key role.
Even though it is internal question of Shiv Sena, and even though the alliance is coming in trouble, we don't want to comment anything on this because it is their internal issue. We hope that Mr. Uddhav Thackeray will be able to resolve this issue.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So here, Jayan Patil clearly on Times Now.
All right, let's go back to Nibir. A lot of movement, I believe, is taking place there as security also remains heightened. Nibir, what's going on? What do we see?
So there is movement happening within the Radisson Blue area. So there are cars coming in. There are cars coming in inside the hotel. They're trying to come inside, and as you can see, they are being surrounded by the reporters here. And there has been movement. The movement has increased in the last 1 hour. There are cars coming inside and going out. We saw 2 MLAs earlier going out, and now we are seeing a VIP car with high-level security coming inside. So as you can see here, the MLAs. So as you can see here, that these high-level security cars are coming in. They're trying to come in, but however they are surrounded by the reporters here. The police is everywhere here, and you can see here on the frame there is movement in front of the Radisson Blue Hotel where cars are coming in and coming out. Especially hours before, just within minutes, 2 MLAs had gone out, and now you can see on the frame here the car is trying to come here within. The movement has increased in the last 1 hour, especially after the recent developments on the matter. And as you can see, the car is trying to enter here. A car is trying to enter the Radisson Blue Hotel. This is the Conrad Sangma. This is Conrad Sangma, Chief Minister of Meghalaya.
I have no comment about it. I have no comment.
Conrad Sangma, Chief Minister of Meghalaya is here. Conrad Sangma, Chief Minister of Meghalaya, and he's also a partner of the BJP NEDA in Northeast. So Conrad Sangma is here. He's entering the Radisson Blue Hotel. He's the Chief Minister of Meghalaya. Conrad Sangma is here, and his convoy has just entered. Chief Minister of Meghalaya has entered the camp where the rebel MLAs of Maharashtra are currently lodging. The Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Conrad Sangma, who is also a member of the NEDA alliance, which is the BJP umbrella alliance of the Northeast. He is here now inside the Radisson Blue Hotel where the MLAs are lodging. So a lot of movement in front of the hotel Radisson Blue, and we saw one of the biggest names in political names of Northeast, Mr. Conrad Sangma. He has just entered the Radisson Blue area. Amid tight security, the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, one of the members of the NEDA, has entered at a very crucial time when their developments are happening in Maharashtra, and 2 of the MLAs has also gone out. So there is a lot of intermingling of the MLAs between the local leaders as well. So one of the biggest local leaders have now just entered the hotel. Conrad Sangma, the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, has entered the hotel, and also we saw 2 MLAs going out, not towards the airport but towards the city side. So it is indeed a big development that is happening in front of the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati. More and more cars are coming in. Security has been beefed up, as you can, and this car belongs to Ashok Shinghal. He's also the State Cabinet Minister of Assam, and these are senior BJP leaders that are entering the hotel where the MLAs are lodged. And as you can see here, more and more cars are coming in. There is going to be a big development. There is going to be meeting within these leaders and the dissenting MLAs.
More political reason.
There's a big development because senior leaders of the NEDA as well as BJP leaders.
Himanta Biswa Sarma's convoy was spotted there, and today Conrad Sangma, big name in the Northeast politics, that we are seeing is making his way into the Radisson Blue Hotel. You're also telling us a few cabinet ministers earlier could also be seen meeting all of those rebel MLAs inside the hotel. So it's been an action-packed there.
visuals paisa na corridor. Yes. We first saw the convoy of Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma leaving yesterday. Then we also saw BJP leaders meeting and greeting the MLAs at the airport. And now we saw one of the biggest names of Northeast politics, Mr. Conrad Sangma, the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, entering the hotel, and also the car of State Cabinet Minister Ashok Singhal. So there is a lot of BJP NDA footprint currently, and the footprint and the involvement of the BJP NDA has now increased, especially as evident in the past 1 hour when the State Cabinet Minister of Assam's car as well as Conrad Sangma, the Chief Minister of Meghalaya's car, have entered the hotel. Also, two MLAs have gone out of the hotel, and they did not take the airport road, they took the city road. So there are speculations that they might meet someone within the city. So this is the latest from the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, where the development is coming. There is more leaders are coming inside the Radisson Blu Hotel. First we saw Conrad Sangma, then we saw State Cabinet Minister, and we are expecting more and more leaders to show up here in the hotel. More BJP leaders might show up here to meet the dissenting MLAs that are camping here since yesterday. Over 46 MLAs have been camping here since yesterday, and we might see more and more BJP leadership. So that establishes the BJP footprint in the entire game, in the entire scenario here in Guwahati, where the dissenting MLAs are lodged since yesterday, and the BJP footprint has now only increased with the evidence of Mr. Conrad Sangma, who is a partner of the NDA in Northeast, and also Ashok Singhal, the State Cabinet Minister, entering the same hotel where the dissenting MLAs are currently lodged. Back to you.
Yes, the numbers for Shinde camp are certainly stacking up at this point in time, but the presence of senior BJP leaders, Assam cabinet ministers, and now Chief Minister Sangma also speaks volumes of how this is a big political crisis that though is unfolding in Maharashtra, its impact directly being felt in Assam, given that all of those rebel MLAs are currently camping there. Maybe
त्यांच्या म्हणजे उद्धवजी ठाकरे यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली हे सरकार सुरू आहे. त्यांनी सांगावं, महाविकास आघाडीच्या नेत्यांना विश्वासात घेऊन बोलावं आणि नंतर काय ते पुढे पाऊल टाकावं.
अभी हिंदी में बताइए कि नाना पटोले का ये आरोप है कि सरकार में एनसीपी की ओर से सहयोग नहीं मिल रहा था और एनसीपी की ओर से दबंगई, और यही बात जो है एकनाथ खड़से के साथ गए लोग भी, एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ भी गए लोग बोल रहे हैं.
देखिए, अगर कोई कुछ अलग रास्ते से जाना.
संजय राऊत साहेबांचं जे वक्तव्य आहे हे त्यांनी अत्यंत विचारपूर्वकच केलेलं असेल, त्याच्यावर मी कोणती प्रतिक्रिया देणार नाही.
Nibir continues to stay on with us. Viewers, we'll keep cutting across to all those political reactions coming in. They're coming in from Maharashtra, from the national capital as well. Now, Nibir, if we talk about the BJP's role, since we are seeing a lot of BJP presence at the hotel where you're reporting from, the BJP directly hasn't spoken of its involvement, neither has it revealed its plans yet. We do see a BJP meeting that took place here at Devendra Fadnavis' residence, but nothing that has been revealed. BJP keeping its cards close to its chest. What's happening there? Anything you've heard from the BJP in Assam so far?
Yeah, the BJP has clearly downplayed their involvement when we approached them. Yesterday also Sushant Borguhai downplayed their involvement. However, the writing is on the wall. They are coming here, their cars are coming here, their escorts are coming here. First we saw Ashok Sinhal's car coming here. Yesterday we saw MP Pallav Lochan and MLA Sushant Borguhai.
त्याच्यावर प्रांताध्यक्ष अधिकृत प्रतिक्रिया देतील. राष्ट्रवादी नेमकं कसं पाहत आहे?
चलो ठीक है, ओके.
All right. So yes, as Nibir has pointed out, we saw how Chief Minister Conrad Sangma could be seen making his way into the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. just like the Assam cabinet minister did early this morning. Yesterday we saw Himanta Biswa Sarma's convoy also right outside the hotel. So it's certainly playing out to be very interesting how the number of MLAs there increasing. We also spoke to Deepak Karekar, who also told us that it's likely to go up in the next few hours. So extremely positive. The rebel camp extremely positive. Here in Maharashtra as well, we do see a lot of commotion, especially with regards to Congress and the NCP. A lot of leaders currently arriving for the NCP meeting that is all set to take place in minutes from now. NCP also in a huddle because Sanjay Raut says that if the rebel MLAs are ready to come back to the Uddhav camp, if Sena can unite once again, we are ready to take into account the possibility that there could be an alliance without the NCP and the Congress being a part of it. Let me go across to Shareen also, who continues to stay on with us as we're tracking those developments. Shareen, what is happening there? NCP also in a huddle, a lot of meetings that are taking place across. NCP leaders who all have arrived for the meeting so far. All right, I take that to Arunil. Arunil, are you picking up anything on who all are attending this meeting of the NCP? Sharon, if you can hear me. We'll go across to our reporters in just a bit, viewers, but as for the NCP and the Congress are concerned, remember Sanjay Raut has made his intent very clear. He's speaking for the Uddhav camp at the moment, given that he's still with Uddhav Thackeray in this fight, in this political fight that is only escalating in Maharashtra. As for the Shinde camp is concerned, they have said that they will not compromise on Hindutva for power. So where does this really go? Let me go across to Radhika once again. Radhika, NCP will be holding a meeting. NCP leaders will be meeting in just a few minutes because we do see a lot of NCP leaders making their way to the Shravan Center. What are you expecting of what the Shiv Sena's action is going to be next? What is the Shiv Sena's plan at the moment?
Okay, so I'm outside Sena Bhavan, and as you can see, more Shiv Senics opening right here in support of Uddhav Thackeray, saying Uddhav Thackeray, आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं. Sloganeering against Eknath Shinde, of course. That's the kind of emotions that you're witnessing outside Sena Bhavan. They're calling Sena, they're calling Shinde and the other MLAs, other loyalists of Shinde, they're calling them cheaters. I'm going to go across to some of these Sena workers right here. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? एकनाथ शिंदे के पास एकनाथ शिंदे के पास नंबर्स है, 40 सेना MLAs उनके पास है. शायद उद्धव सरकार गिर सकती है.
शिव सैनिक उद्धव साहब के साथ है, साथ रहेंगे. शिव सैनिक जो है वो उद्धव साहब के साथ है, हमेशा साथ रहेंगे.
जी, आप साथ रहेंगे, लेकिन नंबर्स उनके पास नहीं है अभी, ऐसा लग रहा है, क्योंकि शिंदे बोल
उद्धव साहब के साथ है.
नंबर्स के बारे में क्या, अगर लेकिन उद्धव साहब के पास
हमेशा संघर्ष कर.
उद्धव साहब के पास MLA नहीं है तो हम हमारे जैसे शिव सैनिक की फौज है. हमको सत्ता नहीं चाहिए, हमको शिवसेना चाहिए और उद्धव साहब का
सत्ता नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन सेना उद्धव साहब के साथ है बोल रहे. एकनाथ शिंदे ये बोल रहे कि सेना भी उनके है क्योंकि वो सबसे ज्यादा पावरफुल है.
चोर है, उनका अधिकार नहीं है. सेना
साथ MLA है तो हमारे उद्धव साहब के साथ ही हमारी पूरी सेना है शिव सैनिक की. हम ठाकरे फैमिली के ऊपर क्लेम करने वाले हैं,
उनको
ठाकरे फैमिली के ऊपर क्लेम करने वाले हैं.
अगर शिव सैनिक है,
करने वाले नहीं है.
वो अगर शिव सैनिक है तो वो मुंबई में आए और उद्धव साहब से बात करे सामने आके,
से आके बात करे सामने आके. That's what they are saying. They are saying they don't care if MLAs are not on their side, but lakhs and lakhs of Shiv Senics are on Uddhav Thackeray's side. That's what they are saying. Some of these some of these Shiv Senics also are saying that they are not in the lust for power. They are Shiv Senics. They are trying to preserve the legacy of balance.
Shiv Senics there who are calling Eknath Shinde and company dhokebaz. We'll continue to get you more such voices and the meetings that are taking place across Maharashtra. Slip into a very short break here. Be right back. The Shiv Sena, they're camping there under the leadership of Eknath Shinde and getting in a bit of breaking news update. The TMC has now said that the BJP has always played cross bat. So that's another reaction, an allegation coming in from the TMC, just as has been said by the Congress and the Shiv Sena as well in the past. We have Kirti Azad joining us on the phone line. Mr. Azad, what do you make of this allegation coming in from the TMC this time around, saying that the BJP has always played cross bat?
Well, what did they do in Madhya Pradesh?
But isn't it really directly related to, you know, the particular government's concern not being able to keep their flock together? BJP will use this as an opportunity, yes, if the Maha Vikas Aghadi is unable to keep matters in their hands.
Correct. Money, ED, IT, NSA, they all can be used to BJP's advantage.
And how is that, Mr. Azad?
Haven't we seen it?
No, in this particular case, how is it that any of the agencies is being put to use as you're alleging?
Well, haven't you seen what has happened in the past? A few months ago? On the various leaders, and every time they can't convict anybody. You've seen approximately more than 3,000 cases by ED have been framed on lots of people.
So, Mr. Azad, are you implying that all of these MLAs have decided to part ways under some sort of pressure?
Well, it's quite evident. It's very evident. What happened in Madhya Pradesh? Can you tell me that? Didn't they try the best in Bengal? Didn't they try the best in Rajasthan? Rajasthan, they almost had them.
Well, all parties involved, including the Congress and the Shiv Sena, currently in damage control mode, Mr. Azad. Let's see how this plays out. Too soon to really come to any sort of conclusions. I'll have to leave it at that. Thank you for joining us with that perspective. Let me go across to my colleague Vaishali, who's joining us from Surat. Vaishali, क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं? कितने विधायक अंदर होटल में हैं? हमें क्या कंफर्म्ड है कि सारे शिवसेना के हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, जैसा आप देख रहे हैं सवेरे कल रात से ही वो लोग यहाँ एयरपोर्ट पास की एक होटल में रुके हैं कल रात से ही, और आज सवेरे से ही सूरत के आप जो भी है मीडिया जगत के सारे लोग वहां पे पहुंचे हैं, और वहां पे जो जानकारी हम लोगों को अभी तक मिली है तो उसमें यही है कि ये जो सारे विधायक हैं वो 22 जो विधायक है वो सारे ही शिवसेना से जुड़े हुए हैं, और उनके नाम का लिस्ट भी जैसे मैं आपको भेज चुकी हूँ। मतलब वो कहा जा सकता है कि वो सारे शिवसेना से ही जुड़े हुए हैं।
Shiv-Sena and leaders are now being dispatched to get in touch with the roughly 30 rebel MLAs. Meanwhile, even as we speak, the chief of NCP, Sharad Pawar, along with his chief lieutenant
of Times now breaking ground that we are bringing to you from Mumbai. I am outside the residence of Shiv Sena chief Uddhav Thackeray. Whether he would be able to save the prestige of the Shiv Sena, whether he would be able to save the chief minister's post for himself and the Maha Aghadi, and whether he would be able to save the party on the whole is the big question, the big political fight that Uddhav Thackeray right now is fighting. Possibly the biggest political crisis of his career. We'll get you all the latest, but before we do that, let's take a quick look at the headlines we are tracking at 5 p.m. Uddhav Thackeray loses Sena bit by bit. Stream of Shiv Sena MLAs and MPs joined rebel ranks in Guwahati, isolating Uddhav Thackeray. Shinde attains critical mass to split Shiv Sena to bring down the Aghadi government. The site sums up the tectonic shift in Shiv Sena's 58-year-old history. The unthinkable plays out with the party rebelling against Thackerays in the name of Hindutva. Eknath Shinde camp sends 3-page stinker to Uddhav Thackeray, calls him inaccessible chief minister with no time for his own party leaders, says Uddhav. Also denied them Ayodhya visit. Isolated, outflanked, Uddhav Thackeray clings on to the chief minister's chair, bids it time. Sanjay Raut says party will consider quitting Aghadi if rebels return. Sena dithers, allies upset with Sanjay Raut summarizing about quitting MVA to placate Sena rebels. Congress hints at important meeting to discuss the future of the MVA. Kidnap narrative fizzles as Uddhav fields 2 Sena MLAs who defected from Shinde's camp to claim they were waylaid into rebellion. Shinde camp hits back with pictures to refute their charges. Operation Kamla Shadow Star. BJP though denies tight-lipped on Sena's crisis. BJP dismisses hand in the revolt, but party imprint in facilitating rebels clearly visible. 2 BJP states now in the picture. Full-blown drama over Jaya's legacy. Another crisis hits AIDMK with war of attrition between OPS and EPS reaching a breakpoint. Anti-OPS slogans raised in dramatic party council meeting. Azamgarh votes in a battle of prestige with Yogi Adityanath calling for uprooting Akhilesh Raj in the center of terrorism. Samajwadi Party hopes to retain Yadav strongland. Aam Aadmi Party's midterm test in Delhi. It is a midterm test for the Aam Aadmi Party stronghold as BJP's Rajesh Bhatia looks on to upset Durgesh Pathak on Rajendra Nagar constituency. Aam Aadmi Party says Kejriwal model will see them through. All right, let's start with, it's already been a very dramatic political scheme of things, a turnaround. Let's start with what happened today when 2 MLAs, Nitin Deshmukh and another, came out with Sanjay Raut to address a press conference claiming that they were kidnapped, literally grabbed by their neck and taken, in fact, with the rebel faction. In a very dramatic speech, Nitin Deshmukh, in fact, described how he escaped sensing that there was a rebellion or trouble being brewed. Now, as the Shiv Sena and Sanjay Raut claimed that this was a kidnapping attempt, and many other, more than 20 MLAs in the Eknath Shinde camp are in touch with them. The Eknath Shinde camp refuted or tried to play down these allegations by putting out pictures where in fact, both these MLAs were laughing, enjoying and were in a private jet as far as the other MLAs are concerned. Now the question raises, who is playing at the double cross game?
जोर जबरदस्ती से लेकर गए, हमारा उनके साथ कम्युनिकेशन हो रहा है, आए लीगल बैटल भी चलेगा। बहुत बड़ी गलती लोगों ने की है, उनकी सदस्यता खतरे में है वो लोगों की, उनको मालूम नहीं। दूसरी बात है, अगर वो चाहते हैं कि महाविकास अघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है तो ये बहाना है। ये बात अब हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हो। यहाँ से भागकर किसी स्टेट में जाते हो, बीजेपी आपका कब्जा लेती है, ईडी सीबीआई का डराकर धमकाकर, हाँ, आपके ऊपर बंदूकें लगाकर हमारे खिलाफ लेटर लिखवाती है।
Now this was the claim which was made in fact by the two MLAs, those who said that they were threatened, beaten up and taken forcefully by the rebel camp. But this is where the twist in the tale comes in. The Shinde camp released pictures of both these MLAs laughing, just to use the millennium parlor, chilling in the aircraft with, sipping water, just being very, very casual. Now they ask, how and why will they lie about this entire kidnapping orchestration if they were very willingly sitting in a chartered aircraft on their way to Guwahati? Okay.
Yes. Can you please repeat?
Okay, Nibir is joining us from Guwahati. Nibir, I want to understand from you, in this whole game of being kidnapped and not being kidnapped, going there willingly, the one fact that remains constant is the ranks are swelling as far as Eknath Shinde camp is concerned. 37 plus 9 is the claim. Are they also expecting more rebels to come there? What's the next plan of action?
Yeah, but the original MLAs that came yesterday, more and more MLAs have joined ever since. Yesterday night, we saw a batch of 4 MLAs entering the hotel in Guwahati, and today morning we saw another 3 MLAs entering the hotel. And what we are getting to hear from the sources is that more MLAs are expected to join the Radisson Blu hotel by the evening. So there might be possibility of more MLAs joining the Shinde camp here, lodging in Radisson Blu hotel. And secondly, we just saw the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Conrad Sangma, entering the hotel, and more movement in front of the hotel, where State Cabinet Minister of Assam has also entered. His car also entered the hotel. So the movement has increased. The intensity of the operations within the Shinde fold here has increased.
Stay on with me. Just stay on with me. Kailash Patil, the MLA who released those pictures, spoke to our colleague Swati just to present the side of what the Shinde camp is saying. Listen in.
क्या आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं कैलाश पाटिल जी? अगर आप सुन पा रहे हैं तो पहला सवाल ये कि ये अचानक से कैसे हुआ? आप लोग शिंदे कैंप में चले गए, उसके बाद लौट आए, अब कुछ लोग ये भी कह रहे हैं कि किडनैप किया गया था।
नहीं, आपने जो बोला अभी किडनैप वगैरह ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया था। उनसे मिलने के लिए लेके गए थे।
जी
हेलो
जी, आप बोलिए, मैं सुन रही हूँ आपको।
मिलने के बहाने लेके गए, उनसे मीटिंग करनी है, और वो हमारे मिनिस्टर है, हमारे गठ नेता है, इसलिए हम बार बार उनके पास जाते हैं काम के हिसाब से, काम इसलिए वो गए। लेकिन जब सिटी से बाहर गाड़ियां जा रही थी तो मुझे डाउट आया, इसलिए मैं वापस ले चला आया।
तो सिटी से गाड़ियां बाहर जा रही थी तो क्या किसी ने पूछा नहीं एकनाथ शिंदे से या बाकी लोगों से कि गाड़ियां कहाँ जा रही?
वो नहीं थे साथ में। हाँ, मैं जिस गाड़ी में था वो मेरे साथ में नहीं थे।
बाकी कोई और नेता था जिनसे आपकी बात हुई कि हमको कहाँ लेकर जाया जा रहा है?
नहीं, उनका पीए था मेरे साथ। वो मुझे और एक एमएलए था, मैं वो पीए को पूछ रहा था कहाँ जाना है, तो मुझे पता नहीं, आगे साहब रुके वहाँ जाना है, आगे साहब रुके वहाँ जाना है।
तो आप लोग को कहाँ लेकर जाया गया?
मैं गुजरात बॉर्डर तक गया। महाराष्ट्र और गुजरात की जो बॉर्डर है ना, वहां तक गया, वहां से मैं वापस चला आया।
तो आप
जब गाड़ियां रुकी वहां से,
तो आप गुवाहाटी नहीं गए? अच्छा, जैसा कि मैंने कहा,
नितिन गुजरात भी नहीं गया मैं। अच्छा, मुझे सूरत भी नहीं गया मैं। हाँ। बॉर्डर से ही वापस आया मैं। अच्छा,
नितिन जी और बाकी लोग, एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस अभी शिवसेना की तरफ से की गई थी, जिसमें ये आरोप लगाया कि हमको तो किडनैप करके ले गए थे। तो शिंदे कैंप ने एक फोटो जारी कर दी। सुनिए मेरी बात, मैं पूरी कर लेती हूँ एक बार। फिर शिंदे कैंप ने एक फोटो जारी की, उसमें शिवसेना के नेता हंसते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, प्लेन के अंदर बैठे हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं।
नहीं, मुझे उस बारे में, मैं उधर गया ही नहीं। मैं गया, कहाँ तक गया? मैं बॉर्डर तक गया, बॉर्डर से
जी
मैं कैलाश पाटिल बात कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ, मैं आपकी भी बात कर रही हूँ। वो तस्वीर में आप भी नजर आ रहे हैं। आप लोगों के बीच उस वक्त
नहीं कहा कौन सी तस्वीर मुझे दिखाई, कौन सी तस्वीर?
अभी स्क्रीन पर चल रही है, 2 तस्वीरें चल रही हैं जिसमें लोग आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, हंस रहे हैं। अगर आप देख पा रहे हैं
कौन से मुझे अभी नहीं, मैं देख नहीं पा रहा हूँ।
ठीक है, तो अलग से आपको भिजवा देंगे, लेकिन जो दर्शक है वो देख पा रहे हैं आपको। एक तरफ
मैं उधर गया ही नहीं था, मैं कोई प्लेन में नहीं बैठा था। मैं सूरत में भी नहीं गया, तो मेरी तस्वीर आने की गुंजाइश ही नहीं ना।
तो
दिखाई आपको
बाकी एमएलएस के साथ आप नहीं थे?
मैं बोला ना आपको, मैं गुजरात बॉर्डर से वापस आया।
कितने लोग
मेरी
थे?
जो तस्वीर है वो ट्रक, जिस ट्रक वाले ने मुझे लिफ्ट दी, जिस ट्रक वाले ने मुझे दहीसर तक छोड़ा, उसकी तस्वीर आपके साथ आपको मिली होगी।
नहीं, हमारे पास तो एक प्लेन की तस्वीर है, उसकी मैं बात कर रही हूँ।
प्लेन के मैं किसी प्लेन में नहीं गया। आप एक बार कंफर्म कीजिए, मैं प्लेन में नहीं गया और मैंने किसी के साथ तस्वीर में नहीं खींची। मैं गया ही नहीं, तो तस्वीर आने का सवाल ही नहीं उठा।
आपके साथ कितने लोग थे जो वापस आ गए, या आप अकेले वापस आए?
मैं अकेले ही वापस आया।
तो आपके साथ जो लोग थे उन्होंने मनाने की कोशिश आपको नहीं की कि आगे चलिए सूरत में देखते हैं क्या होता है?
नहीं, मैंने उनको कोई चांस ही नहीं दिया। मैं फटकन से उतरा और निकल आया, किसी को कुछ नहीं बोला मैं। और मेरा मोबाइल में 2 मोबाइल थे, एक मोबाइल जो उनके पास नंबर था वो स्विच ऑफ कर दिया मैं।
तो आपको लगता क्या हो क्या रहा है, और ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं शिंदे जी, और इतने सारे एमएलए उनके साथ क्यों जा रहे हैं?
नहीं, वो तो जाने वाले को मालूम था क्यों जाए। मुझे तो लगता है मेरे हिसाब से किसी को ऐसे ही जाना है, हमको इधर जाना है उधर जाना है, इसे लेके गए और बाद में फंसाया होगा, ऐसे लगता है मुझे।
नहीं, एक बात बताइए, ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में किडनैपिंग के चार्ज की बात कहां से आ गई? और नितिन जी का इस नाम मैं इसलिए ले रही हूं क्योंकि वो तस्वीरों में भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं, और तस्वीरों में वो हंसते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं जो शिंदे कैंप ने जारी की। और शिंदे कैंप कह रहा है कि अगर वहां इतना मेल जोल हो रहा था, हंसी ठट्टा हो रहा था, तो ये किडनैपिंग की बात कहां से आई?
नहीं, उनसे पूछिए, मैं आपके लिए बोल रहा हूँ।
नहीं, आप लोग, क्योंकि आप लोग शिवसैनिक के, आप लोग साथ में इतना कुछ हो रहा है।
मैं और नितिन जी साथ में नहीं थे, मैं अलग अलग ग्रुप में थे। और उन्होंने, नितिन जी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बताया, गनीमी कावा जो शिवाजी महाराज की नीति थी, गनीमी कावा करके उनको लगा उनको ऐसा भरोसा दिया कि मैं आपके साथ ही हूँ। ऐसा भरोसा देने के बाद ही उन्होंने जाने दिया ना इनको। उनको निकल के आना था, इसलिए उनको भरोसा देना पड़ेगा ना, नहीं तो आने नहीं देते वो।
तो आप भी कह रहे हैं कि किडनैपिंग की कोई बात ही नहीं थी?
नहीं, मैं नितिन जी से आप पूछिए किडनैपिंग की बात, लेकिन आप हंसती हुई तस्वीर के बारे में जो बोली, इसलिए मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ कि नितिन जी ने उनको भरोसा दिया कि मैं आपके साथ ही हूँ। उस टाइम की कोई तस्वीर होगी।
All right, let me now bring in my colleagues who are joining us with more details from all across the country. In fact, getting you the latest from all the hot centers. Nibir is with us from Guwahati. Arunil is also joining us at this moment. He is at Devendra Fadnavis' residence at Sagar. Radhika is at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. Shireen is at Sayadri, where the Congress, a crucial meeting of the Congress party is going to take place. But let me first very quickly go to Nibir. Nibir, all right, we are getting some breaking news at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is in fact the response from the Shinde.
आपल्याला बहिणीला भेटण्यासाठी नंदनवनला जायचं आहे. अदरवाईज मला ह्या काहीच गोष्टी माहीत नव्हत्या आणि मतदान करून मी माघारी जाणार होतो, कारण माझी तब्येत ठीक नव्हती. 4 दिवसापूर्वीच माझा ॲक्सिडेंट झालेला होता आणि म्हणून मग तो म्हटल्यानंतर म्हणलं ठीक आहे आपण जाऊ. म्हणलं मी गाडी आणली, म्हणलं चल आपण माझ्या गाडीमध्ये बस आणि आपण नंदनवनला जाऊ. आम्ही नंदनवनला गेलो. भाईंची त्या ठिकाणी पूर्ण चर्चा झाली आणि चर्चा झाल्यानंतर आम्ही बाहेर आलो आणि बाहेर आल्यानंतर तो म्हणला की चला आता माझ्याकडे गाडी नाही, आपल्याच गाडीतनं आपण निघू. आणि सांगितलं की आपण त्या ज्या दिशेनं आता चर्चा झालेली आहे तिकडं आपल्याला जायचं. मी म्हणलं चल. आम्ही गेलो आणि पुढं जात असताना त्याचे व्हॉट्सअप, त्याचे मोबाईल, SMS जे काय होतं ते चालू होतं. इतरांशी कॉन्टॅक्ट चालू होता. मी माझ्या आजारामध्ये व्यस्त होतो, त्याच्यामुळे मी कोणाशी बोलत नव्हतो किंवा मला कोणाचाही फोन येत नव्हता, मी कोणाला करत नव्हतो. आणि तिथून निघाल्यानंतर हा साधारणतः आम्ही गुजरातच्या चेकपोस्टवरती आल्यानंतर म्हणलं की साहेब आपण इथं आपली गाडी थांबवा, मला थोडा लघुशंकेला जायचं आहे, आपण थांबू. म्हणलं ठीक आहे थांबवा गाडी थांबवली आणि त्या ठिकाणी मला म्हणला खाली या जरा आपण चर्चा करू. मी म्हणलं आता काय चर्चा करायची आहे, तूच मला सांगितलं की आपल्याला इकडं जायचं आहे, आपण इकडं आलो. आणि मग तिथं म्हटलं की मला माघारी गेलं पाहिजे, आपल्याला इकडे जाऊन चालत नाही, तो येत असेल तर तुम्ही चालेल. म्हणलं असं कसं आता चालेल, आपलं ठरलंय, आपण बोललो, त्या बोललेल्याप्रमाणे आपण वागतोय आणि त्याप्रमाणे पुढे चाललोय. आणि मग हे सगळं असताना मला नाही, मला आता तरी माघारी
Kapil Patil then told me that he doesn't want to come with us. I told him that we had decided upfront only that we will be with Eknath Shinde. Now why are you doing this? More MLAs are going to join. That's what we know. Then why are you doing this?
आज तो मीडियाची दिशाभूल करतोय, स्वतःवरती किती अन्याय झाला किंवा जो ग्रुप गेला त्यांनी कुठेतरी त्याला
We allowed him to go. So whatever claims that Kapil Patil is making that he walked for so and so 4 kilometers in rain, all are fabricated and false.
हा मीडियाची संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेची आणि पक्षप्रमुखाची सुद्धा दिशाभूल करतोय. अशानं स्वतःचं महत्व वाढत नसतं. कारण इतके दिवस तुम्हाला तिथून येताना हे सांगत होता की सावंत साहेब तुमच्यामुळं मी निवडून आलेलो आहे, तुमच्यामुळं आज ह्या पदावर दिसतोय, तुमच्यामुळं मी हा शिवसेनेत आहे, तुमचा आधारस्तंभ पाहिजे, तुमचा आशीर्वाद मला पाहिजे, तुम्ही माझ्या बरोबर पाहिजे. जो गेल्या 2 वर्ष
always tell me, Kapil Patil, that because of you I am on this post, because of you I have won. Now he is completely backstabbing us and spreading lies to the people of Maharashtra.
मीडियाला काय बाईट देतो की माझ्यावरती अन्याय झाला आणि हे काय पद्धतीनं हे ऑपरेशन चाललेलं आहे, असं कुठलंही काही घडलेलं नाही.
That is the official residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray and gives a bite to media about all these things that he has fabricated himself.
कोणाला कुठलाही दबाव नाही. विधान परिषदेच्या मतदाना दिवशी
all of us MLAs are with Eknath Shinde out of our own will. Nobody has been forced here by Eknath Shinde. And those who wanted to go back, they were allowed to go back. Nobody has been threatened here.
आणि म्हणून मग तो म्हटल्यानंतर म्हणलं ठीक आहे आपण जाऊ. म्हणलं मी गाडी आणली, म्हणलं चल आपण माझ्या गाडीमध्ये बस आणि आपण नंदनवनला जाऊ. आम्ही नंदनवनला गेलो. भाईंची त्या ठिकाणी पूर्ण चर्चा झाली आणि चर्चा झाल्यानंतर आम्ही बाहेर आलो आणि बाहेर आल्यानंतर तो म्हणला की चला आता माझ्याकडे गाडी नाही, आपल्याच गाडीतनं आपण निघू. आणि सांगितलं की आपण त्या ज्या दिशेने आता चर्चा झालेली आहे तिकडे आपल्याला जायचं. मी म्हणलं चल, आम्ही गेलो.
Basically Bhai is Eknath Shinde. He had a word and he told us, so we decided that we will be with Eknath Shinde.
ते चालू होतं, इतरांशी कॉन्टॅक्ट चालू होता. मी माझ्या आजारामध्ये व्यस्त होतो, त्याच्यामुळे मी कुणाशी बोलत नव्हतो किंवा मला कोणाचाही फोन येत नव्हता, मी कुणाला करत नव्हतो. आणि तिथून निघाल्यानंतर
that time Kapil Patil was busy with his phones. He was speaking to a lot of people. I was busy with my illness, so I was not getting into his talk.
लघुशंकेला जायचं आहे, आपण थांबू. म्हणून ठीक आहे, थांबवा गाडी थांबवली आणि त्या ठिकाणी
when we proceeded with Eknath Shinde, then he stopped the car and told me that he wants to answer the nature's call and he got down.
आणि मग तिथं म्हटलं की मला माघारी गेलं पाहिजे, आपल्याला.
Then he changed his decision completely, saying that he wants to go back. That time I asked him that you only told me that we have to be with Eknath Shinde. You had agreed with it. Now why this complete turnaround?
नाही, मला आता तरी माघारी जावं लागेल कारण मला थोडंसं प्रेशर वाटतं, मला भीती वाटते वगैरे. म्हणलं ठीक आहे, तुझा माघारी काम करा. तर तू जर माघारी जाणार
असेल. Then he told me that no, I have to go back. So I told him that we had decided upon this, but yet if you want to go back, you can go.
माघारी जा, पाऊस वगैरे. तो म्हणला नको सर, तुम्ही ह्या गाडीत पुढे जा. मग त्या ठिकाणी जो आज दिशाभूल करतोय, स्वतःवरती किती अन्याय झाला किंवा जो ग्रुप गेला त्यांनी कुठेतरी त्याला.
Then why is he giving false and fabricated information to the media and the people of Maharashtra?
So that was Tanaji Sawant, in fact, he was speaking from Guwahati, from the Shinde camp, refuting the charges which have been made by 2 MLAs of the Shiv Sena that they were kidnapped. Arunil, my colleague, continues to be with me, watching the developments, of BJP very quietly, Arunil, but this is very significant now, the perception war, because the fight is just not about who has what numbers, it is also about the Shiv Sena cadre. Who do they believe has the interest of the party and has the real strength in the party is the fight which is going on right now.
Well, very rightly put by you, Ankit, because this is about portraying who is right and who is wrong to the Shiv Senis, because they are the ones who will be voting for these MLAs. They are the ones who are the whole and soul of the Shiv Sena party, and it is clearly a perception war. So when Kapil Patil or Nitin Deshmukh, the 2 MLAs, one Nitin Deshmukh who had reached Surat, or Kapil Patil who claims that who basically returned from the border of Maharashtra, border of Gujarat, backwards, both said that they were threatened and taken over there, and now clearly there have been these claims have been been very vehemently refuted from the Eknath Shinde camp. This was Tanaji Sawant, a senior Shiv Sena leader. At one point of time, he was a very close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray as well. Now, another important development I would like to share with you, Ankit, that is, there are series of meetings that have been taking place inside the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. We will give you a sneak peek into it, that this is the house of Devendra Fadnavis. There are multiple convoys that are inside. There were various, the main think tank of the BJP, Girish Mahajan, Nitesh Rane, Ashish Shelar, they were inside having a concrete discussion and discussing about their future plan of action. Now we understand that at least by today, not much is expected from the BJP's end. The ball is clearly in the court of Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde, considering he has the requisite numbers of 37, the magical number of 37 to avoid the anti-defection law, there is a major boost and action in the house of Devendra Fadnavis. But today we can't expect much. The ball clearly is in the court of Eknath Shinde, and the perception war is been building on.
Stay on with me, Arunil. In fact, meanwhile, the drama which is being played as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned, the Congress and the NCP, apart from looking out for their own camp, now the other opposition parties, TMC's Mamata Banerjee, the Congress party, have come out very strongly, attacked the BJP, saying that the only game that the BJP knows is horse trading, and that is being displayed in case of Maharashtra as well. Listen in.
They have pick and choose this time to topple the Maharashtra government like a unethical matter, unconstitutional attitude. They are distributing the amount of money. Money has no limitation. Is it not howla? One type of, is it not a big scam? Instead of helping the people, why central government is disturbing the Assam government to sell out, to purchase the MLAs and send them to Assam? But what is going on for Maharashtra? It's a shocking.
मैं इससे पहले भी कहा था, मैं ये भूल गया था कि चंद राज्यों में भी पहले से इन्होंने ऐसा ही किया था, जैसा कि हमारे राज्य में कर्नाटक में भी, वहाँ पे भी 16-17 लोगों को खरीद फरोख्त करके निकाल के डरा के ईडी का केसेस लगा के सीबीआई को लगा के उन्होंने कर्नाटक में किया, मध्य प्रदेश में भी किया, गोवा में भी किया, मणिपुर में भी किया, उत्तराखंड में भी किया।
आज बीजेपी ने कुछ लालची लोगों को अपनी सरकार को तोड़ने के लिए बरगलाया है। ये प्रजातंत्र के खिलाफ है। मुझे लगता है कि ये सब लोगों को, जितने लोग टीवी पे देख रहे हैं, चाहे वो भाजपा का समर्थक हो, चाहे वो कांग्रेस का समर्थक हो, चाहे वो शिवसेना का समर्थक हो, चाहे वो आम आदमी पार्टी का समर्थक हो, उसको ये घर बैठे पता चल रहा है कि ये खरीद फरोख्त का मामला है और इसके अंदर पैसे की ताकत पर सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है।
Everywhere they didn't have numbers, they didn't have mandate. They have tried to steal the mandates of the people of those states. That is what they are doing in Maharashtra now. Now all these MLAs are parked in Assam. Assam, you have seen floods. The chief minister there is buying and selling MLAs on behalf of the BJP government. This Kharid Farosh has been their trademark.
सरकार चलेगी, इसलिए चलेगी क्योंकि भाजपा भी सरकार नहीं बना सकती है। वो कुछ हलचल कर सकते हैं, कुछ लोगों को खरीद करके, कुछ खरीद फरोख्त करके, कुछ दूसरे तरीके से एक अस्थिरता पैदा करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं, मगर उनके मंसूबे पूरे होंगे नहीं।
Let me bring in our colleague Sherin, who is also joining us at this moment. Sherin, the opposition, before this fiasco of the Maha Aghadi, when Mamata Banerjee used to share their stage with Uddhav Thackeray, there used to be at least 2-3 big states that used to come together to oppose the NDA or the BJP. Now with the government in jeopardy, there will be, of course, a lot of anger and apprehension as far as the opposition is concerned. And we are seeing that with Mamata Banerjee's attack.
Well, that is right, and not just the TMC, the Congress as well as the left has also in fact now attacking the BJP, saying that this the turmoil that we are seeing in Maharashtra is nothing but a masterpiece by the BJP itself. The mastermind behind this turmoil is none other than the BJP, and they have been saying that this is shamelessness on the part of BJP when people mandate is being changed by the BJP at this point. We have seen how the Mamata Banerjee has been hitting out at BJP, and now the left has also saying that the other democratic party should come together and should oppose this move where they are hounding Shiv Sena leaders by sending agencies behind them if they are not agreeing to go with the other camp. Apart from that, they are trying to hound the opposition party. So this is in fact a whole point here is that the BJP is in fact trying to change the people's mandate in each of the states, and hence the Democratic Party should come together and oppose this is what the opposition have been saying. So even now while we speak, there is in fact a meeting that is in fact going on at the Shadri guest house where
Shireen, I'm afraid I'm just stopping you there because we are getting a breaking news right now. Important in fact news coming in. The MLA which was sent as the emissary of Uddhav Thackeray to try and placate the rebels from the Shinde camp has now switched. He has now joined the rebel ranks. Devendra who was sent to try and placate and bring back a few MLAs is now with the rebel camp. So that is how the rebel camps is swelling, and this is going to be a big headache as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. Any emissary that he is sending is turning the color, is switching and going the rebel camp way. Arunil joining us with this big breaking story that we are putting out here at Breaking Ground. Arunil, the man that you sent as the peacemaker is now standing with the rebels. There are hardly people left.
Well, that is right, Ankit, because there were 3 people that were sent by CM Uddhav Thackeray right when this entire crisis had broken out. There was Ravindra Pathak, the MLA. There was Rajan Vichare. Now, somebody who has been a Shiv Sainik right from his initial years. Rajan Vichare, somebody who is close to CM Uddhav Thackeray, but at the same time, he was close to Eknath Shinde as well, the Shiv Sena MP from Thane. So Rajan Vichare has also turned towards Eknath Shinde. He has also joined, Ravindra Pathak has also joined Eknath Shinde. Only Milind Narvekar, the personal secretary of CM Uddhav Thackeray, he basically returned towards the original fold. So everybody, in fact yesterday's example is also a very classic example, because yesterday emotional speeches been given by CM Uddhav Thackeray, basically telling an emotional plea being made by CM Uddhav Thackeray. And what happened after the emotional plea? There were more MLAs like Deepak Kesarkar, one of his close confidants, one of the veteran Shiv Sena leaders from Konkan. He basically went with Sada Sarvankar, again an MLA from Dadar, the bastion of the Shiv Sena. He joined Deepak Kesarkar, and another MLA Mangesh Kutarkar. They went and joined the Eknath Shinde camp. So whatever tactics or whatever ploys or emotional pleas we can call it have been tried from the CM Uddhav Thackeray camp. They have basically failed miserably, one can say. And yes, there are still backroom talks that are happening. There are still emotional pleas that have been sent out. But what is coming is a mere failure.
Disturbing to say the least, this news which is coming in as far as Uddhav Thackeray camp is concerned. Let me go across to Radhika, my colleague who is joining us from outside the Sena Bhavan, where a hurried meeting was called of the office bearers, of the Mumbai office bearers of Shiv Sena. Radhika, is there any hope, the silver lining for Uddhav Thackeray to save the party and the symbol? Are there people coming in? Because the fact is, despite the MLA's rank swelling for Mr. Eknath Shinde, he will have to gain the control of the party. He will have to get functionaries on his side. He will have to get MPs on his side. Radhika, can you hear me? Okay, so we'll in fact just fix that audio issue with Radhika. Meanwhile, what you were seeing in fact there earlier were visuals of Himanta Biswa Sarma's convoy. In fact, remember Guwahati, Assam is right now the major center of action of what is happening as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Let me try and see if we can go back in fact to Radhika for a quick question on what happened at the Sena Bhavan. Radhika, are there Shiv Senics, those who are coming in pledging their allegiance? Because the fact is the only card that Mr. Uddhav Thackeray holds is the support of the ground level Shiv Senics. If that also betrays him, then the party is completely out of his hands.
Absolutely, it's the support of Shiv Senics that is keeping Uddhav Thackeray afloat right now, or rather maybe one of the reasons why he hasn't really given that resignation. As far as numbers are concerned, like you rightly pointed out, the numbers are only swelling up for Eknath Shinde and really dwindling as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. What we saw over the last couple of hours, of course the meetings inside has concluded. As far as Shaka Pramukhs are concerned, there had been some replacements made simply because some of them stayed away and went into the rebel camp. But what we saw outside in the last few hours were several Shiv Senics coming in support of Uddhav Thackeray, talking about how it doesn't matter if 40 MLAs are gone, there are 40 lakh Shiv Senics in support. They may come back, they may not come back, but the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray will be preserved by Uddhav Thackeray and his family members, and lakhs of Shiv Senics who've been with the family for a long time. So it doesn't matter if the MLAs have strayed away, it doesn't matter if they've betrayed, but there will be tons and tons of people who will show their undying support to Uddhav Thackeray. That's the kind of reaction, that's the kind of emotional connect that we saw over the last few hours. Of course, they've left now, which is why I cannot bring you the voices, but a very deep emotional connect, very sentimental connect is what we witnessed. What they are saying is it doesn't matter, our undying support for Uddhav Thackeray will continue, and he may not have numbers on the floor of the house, but he has numbers on the streets of Maharashtra.
Stay on with me. In fact, I request all our colleagues to stay on with me. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a sense of where we are in Mumbai. If you are not from the city, Imran will just turn around and show you. This is a very busy intersection in Bandra East, and right on this intersection on this very busy road is the residence of in fact Uddhav Thackeray. This is his the paternal residence of Uddhav Thackeray. He left the official residence Varsha and the entire family has come here. This has a lot of symbolic value for the Shiv Senics. Let me also at this moment try and get you a sense from few those who are here. कहाँ से हैं सर आप?
हम तो दादर से हैं।
दादर से हैं। हाँ। तो अभी लड़ाई चल रहा है, वो बोल रहे हैं हम असली शिव सैनिक। कौन है असली शिव सैनिक?
असली शिव सैनिक जो है, जो गरीबों में बनी वो शिव सैनिक है। हाँ। जो बाला साहब हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाला साहब ठाकरे साहब ने हमारी जो शिव सैनिक बनी, गरीबों के अंदर, गरीबों के लोगों से, आमदारों के वजह से शिवसेना नहीं बनी है।
पर वो तो कह रहे हैं कि हिंदुत्व का एजेंडा हम चला रहे।
जिनको कहना है कहने दो। आम नागरिक, आम पब्लिक यहाँ पर आके खड़ी है।
शिव सैनिक किसके साथ है? जमीन पे खड़ा शिव सैनिक किसके साथ?
उद्धव जी साहब के साथ में है। हाँ। और हम लोग स्टार्टिंग से उनके साथ में थे और लास्ट तक रहेंगे। हाँ। हमें कोई चेंजेस नहीं करना है। जो गद्दार थे वो भाग रहे, और जो गद्दार और भी भागने वाले हैं उनको भागने दो।
तो अभी अगर वो वापस आ जाते हैं
तो बड़े साहब का निर्णय, हमारे उद्धव जी जो निर्णय करेंगे वो निर्णय में हम सब पीछे रहेंगे।
तो okay, so this is the sentiment of a Shiv Sainik on the ground. This is possibly what Uddhav Thackeray will be clinging on very tightly. These are the straws that he's clutching on in hope that he would be able to keep the party's control. Now let me also very quickly, the Health Minister of Maharashtra, Rajesh Tope, he spoke and he said there is no danger as far as the Maha Aghadi government is concerned. Listen in.
देखने का अभी आज तो सब पार्टीज की हम जनरल जो हमारे जो ऑफिस बेरर्स हैं उनका हम सुनवाई करेंगे, आज सुनवाई करेंगे।
सर एक आखिरी सवाल, पूरे अलायंस को लेकर कितनी मजबूती है?
निश्चित तौर पर है, आज तो है।
अगर वो वापस आते हैं तो वो एक उनकी पार्टी के अंदरूनी मामला है, वो बैठ के चर्चा करेंगे और हमें बताएंगे। इसलिए शिवसेना के सारे नेतागण प्रयास कर रहे हैं। उस प्रयास का ये एक ऑप्शन है कि वो वापस आए और बातचीत करें, और इसलिए उन्होंने इंडिकेशन दिया है उनको। हमारी राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता आदरणीय पवार साहब और हमारी पूरी पार्टी उद्धव ठाकरे साहब के साथ है।
All right, so that was Rajesh Tope, Health Minister of Maharashtra, saying that the crisis will be, they will tide over the crisis. Let me also bring in Nibir, my colleague who is joining us from Guwahati. Nibir, one by one the ranks are swelling there in Guwahati, but the curious question is, what's the next move? If Eknath Shinde wants to topple the government, or if he wants to go with the BJP, when is he going to make that move?
Yes, the more and more MLAs are joining the camp, Shinde camp here in Radisson Blu Hotel. We are 3 more MLAs are expected to join by the evening, and this will be the third batch. Today morning we saw another batch of 3 MLAs joining the Radisson Blu Hotel. However, from the Shinde side there has been no communication towards the media regarding his decision. There was a high-level meeting today at about 10 a.m. However, there has been no communication from his side regarding his decision, whether he wants to stay and further discuss upon his possibilities and going forward regarding his course of action. As things stands, there is movement here. There are leaders coming in and going out. We saw 2 MLAs earlier going out. They have now come back. They went, interestingly, they did not go to the airport side. They went to the city. They had a discussion there and with someone, and then speculation is they met someone there, but they came back to the hotel. So there are a lot of discussions and deliberations going on in Radisson Blu Hotel. However, the final course of action that Shinde will take is yet to be clear, because so far there has not been any communication done from his side here.
All right, stay on with me. I request all our colleagues to stay on with me. We are getting another breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, fast-paced developments. This story is far from over. The final chapter is not in sight yet, but this breaking news coming in of Sanjay Raut, who has tweeted in Marathi, and let me in fact read out what this tweet in fact means in English. It says, discussions can lead the way. There can be discussion. The door of the house are open. Why doesn't the forest wander? Why does the forest wander? Let's decide with self-respect rather than slavery. Jai Maharashtra. Another cryptic tweet by Sanjay Raut. He's known for such tweets. He's known for such statements. He's saying the doors of the house behind me is open for the rebels to in fact coming and have a discussion, while the rebels in the morning had already said that for 2.5 years the doors for Varsha were not open for Shiv Sena MLAs. Now it's a very, very cryptic tweet coming in by Mr. Sanjay Raut, who just a short while back, just about couple of hours back, when he made the statement in fact about if the MLAs want us to leave Maha Aghadi, we possibly might. Let me go across to Radhika and get a sense from her. Radhika, another cryptic tweet by Sanjay Raut. He's the man who keeps everybody guessing. Sometimes he says, if MLAs want, we'll leave Maha Aghadi. Now he's saying doors of discussions are open, leave slavery and come and work for Maharashtra.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yes, absolutely. Come back and discuss. Why are you wandering like this? Discussions can lead to some sort of a solution. Don't be a slave like this. That's the reaction coming from Sanjay Raut. That's the tweet put out by Sanjay Raut. Of course, earlier today he held that press conference in which he called those MLAs back. He said, sit down in front of us, talk with us, discuss with us. Let's listen to your conditions, your demands. If it is to leave NCP, if it is to leave the Congress-NCP alliance, we can consider that. That's the reaction that came from Sanjay Raut. Of course, to which after following which this tweet has been put out. So obviously, they are trying to reach out. The Sena, although after Uddhav Thackeray's emotional appeal, the numbers are only reducing as far as the Thackeray camp is concerned. But there is, what the Uddhav Thackeray camp is trying to do is making an emotional appeal, asking them to come back and talk to us. and we are ready to listen to your conditions and demands. Let's
Radhika, request you to stay on with me. We are getting another breaking news as we speak. You just heard the statement of Tanaji Sawant, the MLA from the rebel camp from Guwahati, who was saying, who was refuting the charges made by the two MLAs who have returned to Uddhav Thackeray camp or his fold, that they were kidnapped. Now, Shiv Seniks in their very known way have attacked and the office of MLA Tanaji Sawant. This office has been attacked after he came out and made a statement that the two Shiv Sena MLAs, Nitin Deshmukh, those who were claiming that they were kidnapped, he refuted those charges. Now the Shiv Seniks here sending out a message to Guwahati and in fact taking the law in their own hand and attacking the office. Arunil, my colleague, joining me. Arunil, this is possibly the reality check that the MLAs, those who are sitting in Guwahati, will have to face when they come back if the party cadre stays firmly behind Uddhav Thackeray.
Well, that is why there is a perception war that has been going on between the Eknath Shinde camp and CM Uddhav Thackeray camp, because the voters, the Shiv Seniks who are there on the road, they will be very important over here. Here also we saw Tanaji Sawant, a senior Shiv Sena leader, when he joined the Eknath Shinde camp, and immediately after he made those statements against Kapil Patil, basically refuting the claims of Kapil Patil and telling him that you are wrong, basically telling CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp that you are wrong, there came an attack on Tanaji Sawant's office from the Shiv Seniks. So yes, this is the kind of a rhetoric that has been built up against, the Eknath Shinde camp. All kinds of methods, be it emotional pleas or be it these kind of indirect threats, we can call this, for these rebel MLAs. There was Sanjay Raut who also earlier said that what are these MLAs doing? There is a threat of losing their MLA candidature as well, MLA post as well. So every trick has been used by the CM Uddhav Thackeray camp to ensure that these rebel MLAs who have gone to Guwahati, they come back anyhow. One statement from Sanjay Raut was very interesting, telling the rebel MLAs to come back and have a discussion. Now his tweet again, basically telling them that why are you accepting slavery? Slavery of who? Obviously the BJP they are hinting towards. Also telling them that we should not accept slavery and we should come back to us via discussion and talks. There can be a solution to your grievances.
That's right. So this attack took place just minutes after he spoke out. So let's listen into the statement that he made that triggered this kind of anger and that ended up in the attack of his office.
माझ्याकडे आला, तो म्हटला की आपल्याला बहिणीला भेटण्यासाठी नंदनवनला जायचं आहे. अदरवाईज मला ह्या काहीच गोष्टी माहीत नव्हत्या आणि मतदान करून मी माघारी जाणार होतो, कारण माझी तब्येत ठीक नव्हती. 4 दिवसापूर्वीच माझा ॲक्सिडेंट झालेला होता आणि म्हणून मग तो म्हटल्यानंतर म्हणलं ठीक आहे आपण जाऊ. म्हणलं मी गाडी आणली, म्हणलं चल आपण माझ्या गाडीमध्ये बस आले.
कपिल पाटील who told me about it.
भाईंची त्या ठिकाणी पूर्ण चर्चा झाली आणि चर्चा झाल्यानंतर आम्ही बाहेर आलो आणि बाहेर आल्यानंतर तो म्हणला की चला आता माझ्याकडे गाडी नाही, आपल्याच गाडीतनं आपण निघू आणि सांगितलं की आपण त्या ज्या दिशेने आता चर्चा झाली तिकडे आपल्याला
एकनाथ शिंदे इन दिस केस.
आणि पुढे जात असताना त्याचे व्हॉट्सअप त्याचे
wherever bhai is going, that is Eknath Shinde, we should go over there. That Kapil Patil
कोणाचाही फोन येत नव्हता, मी कुणाला करत नव्हतो. आणि तिथून निघाल्यानंतर हा साधारणतः आम्ही गुजरातच्या चेकपोस्टवरती आल्यानंतर म्हणलं की साहेब आपण इथं आपली गाडी.
So we all left together. I and Kapil Patil left together. When after we left,
आणि त्या ठिकाणी मला म्हणलं खाली या जरा आपण चर्चा करू. मी म्हणलं आता काय चर्चा करायची, तूच मला सांगितलं.
Kapil Patil told me that he basically wants to get down from the car.
बाहेर गेलं पाहिजे, आपल्याला इकडे जाऊन चालत नाही, तो येत असेल तर तुम्ही चला. म्हणलं
and after getting down he came and told me that he wants to go back to Mumbai. He doesn't want to come with us.
सगळं असताना म्हणलं नाही मला आता तरी माघारी जावं लागेल, कारण मला थोडासा प्रेशर वाटलं, मला भीती वाटते.
I told him, I basically questioned him that it was you who had initiated this entire move. I came with you and now why are you going back?
आता जे आपण बसलोय, तू गाडी घेऊन माघारी जा, पाऊस वगैरे येतोय.
I told him that more cars are expected to follow. I mean they are going to follow. I said why are you going back like this?
मीडियाची दिशाभूल करतोय, स्वतःवर किती अन्याय झाला किंवा जो ग्रुप गेला त्यांनी कुठेतरी त्याला गन
main point is that why is Kapil Patil giving out false and fabricated information to the media? He is telling that he was put on gunpoint. He is telling people that
Okay, all right. So this was the statement that was made, but what's going to happen next? Let's play out the scenarios that are likely possible. What are the options? As we know, for now we have 42 MLAs that are on the side of Eknath Shinde. So what are the options? Option number one, Uddhav convinces Shinde rebels to return. As we've seen, a lot of appeals that are going out. Sanjay Raut as well saying we are ready for a discussion. So if the rebels return to the Uddhav fold, then of course the outcome will be that the Aghadi government will survive. But the question is, will the rebels agree to continuing with the Aghadi? Now option number two, rebels refuse to return and Uddhav expels the rebels. Remember, this is also going to be one of the options because they've been given 24 hours. Sanjay Raut also saying return to Mumbai within 24 hours. If they don't and they're expelled, then of course for Uddhav Thackeray as well it's going to spell trouble, and Shinde faction merging with the BJP, staking claim. Remember, that's the one demand that they have made. The outcome of course would be that the BJP could form the next government. So that's one option that can play out as well. Now, there is a lot of suspense on what could happen. Of course, EC recognizing Shinde faction as the real Shiv Sena. This is something that it could come down to as well, because they claim that they have more than 2/3 of the support of the Shiv Sena. So that's going to be an option as well. And then as well, it's going to be advantage BJP if that faction moves in with the BJP to form the government. So a lot expected. Of course, even now a lot of meetings taking place. 24 hours is the time that has been given to the rebels to return. Are they going to stick to their stand, or are they going to take this olive branch that has been extended by the Shiv Sena? We'll get you all those details after a very quick break. Do stay with us.
Opposition's presidential candidate, and the decision that is expected to be taken on that as far as the meeting, the second round that was going to happen today. We're given to understand that Yashwant Sinha's name has been finalized by the opposition. 17 parties were invited. They were supposed to be part of this opposition meeting. Yashwant Sinha this morning took to Twitter. He said he is hoping that a larger responsibility is entrusted on him, and his party's chief Mamata Banerjee approves of that. Looks like it's not just an approval from Mamata Banerjee but from a united opposition as well, because Yashwant Sinha is now the consensus candidate as far as the presidential election is concerned for the opposition. Remember, this also comes at a time when 3 candidates declined the offer. Gopal Krishna Gandhi, Sharad Pawar and Farooq Abdullah were the 3 picks that the opposition had made, all 3 of whom denied to take them up on the offer. They had different reasons for it. Madhav Gopalakrishnan, senior editor, with me for more on this. Madhav, it looks like Yashwant Sinha is the consensus candidate now.
Yes, it is all but confirmed. Just a formal announcement is what is awaited at this point of time, and just a few moments from now, an opposition press conference is going to begin, where in fact a formal announcement is going to be made. Sharad Pawar, of course, chairing this meeting called the opposition leaders. Leaders of the Congress party, leaders of various other opposition parties, including the left, are present, and TMC also present at this meeting. The SP, the RJD, CPI, ML, the National Conference, amongst the parties that are present, along with the AIDF, the RSP, and other political parties. The NCP also present over here. The MIM also attending this meeting, as is the IUML. So we are expecting these 15 political parties, and at this particular press conference, to make the announcement of Mr. Yashwant Sinha formally as the opposition candidate as far as the presidential polls are concerned. So that formal announcement is expected in a few minutes from now, where in fact the formal announcement of who will be the opposition candidate, it will be Mr. Yashwant Sinha, is what's also indicating to us, and he was in fact to attend today's meeting over here as well.
Jyotiraditya Scindia, the union minister who has now responded first here on Times Now, he has now in fact slammed the Shiv Sena as well as the MVA in the state. That's the first reaction coming in from him. Listen in.
विश्वास अनुभव महाराष्ट्र के साथ रहा
शुरुआत से ही ये गठबंधन जो बनी अघाड़ी की, ये अपने आप में ही विचलित हो चुकी है। ना सिद्धांत है, ना विचारधारा है, ना सोच, ना आगे की कार्यशैली है। ये केवल सत्ता और कुर्सी पकड़ने की चिंता और भूख के आधार पर यह अघाड़ी बनी और इसलिए वो दरार जिसका संदर्भ अभी पवैया जी ने भी अपने वक्तव्य में दिया, वो दरार आज की दरार नहीं है। वो दरार जिस दिन से ये अघाड़ी बनी है, तब से ये दरार उस दिन से स्थापित हो चुकी है। और जो बौखलाहट राज्यसभा चुनाव के बाद और अब विधान परिषद के चुनाव के बाद जिसका संदर्भ पवैया जी ने दिया, तो खलबली मच चुकी है। ना ये स्थिर है, ना वो स्थिर है, ना तीसरा दल स्थिर है। आपस में जब ना तालमेल है, ना एक विचारधारा है, ना एक सिद्धांत है, ना आपस में एक साथ चलते जनता का विकास करने की एक चिंता है, तो ये स्थिति जरूर उत्पन्न होगी। हमारी सोच और विचारधारा है केंद्र में स्थिर सरकार, प्रदेश में स्थिर सरकार।
Security is a very dynamic concept. It cannot remain static. Security is only in relation to the environment in which we have to protect our national interests and in which we have to protect all our national assets. In this context, if we see, the whole world is undergoing a great change. The wars are changing their complexion. Increasingly, we are going towards a contactless war. We are also going towards a war against the invisible enemy. Technology is taking over at a very rapid speed. So what was good for yesterday is not necessarily good for tomorrow. जो हम कल कर रहे थे वही भविष्य में भी करते रहें तो हम सुरक्षित रहेंगे, ये संभव नहीं है। यदि हमें कल की तैयारी करनी है तो हमें परिवर्तित होना पड़ेगा। आवश्यक इसलिए।
Welcome back. Inside scoop from the Shinde camp here on Times Now. 8 cabinet berths and 5 ministers. This is the demand that has been made as the support towards the Shinde camp continues to grow. Another MLA now joining the Shinde camp. Independents also joining hands. This is the photo and a video that had been tweeted by the Shinde camp earlier today, after which the support has only been increasing. Arunil joining us with more details on this. Arunil, it's clearly advantage the Shinde camp. They know that they have the numbers and their support is only growing. On the other hand, on Uddhav's side, the numbers seem to be dwindling as the hours pass by. So they put in place a few demands for the Uddhav Thackeray camp as well.
Well, that is right. In fact, one more important development I would like to share is that Geeta Jain, she is an independent MLA from Meera Road. Now, she had earlier given her support to the Shiv Sena under CM Uddhav Thackeray, basically the MBA government under CM Uddhav Thackeray. But now we understand that she is also taking a flight and going to Guwahati to be with the Eknath Shinde camp. So one by one, there are jolts that have been received by CM Uddhav Thackeray and his supporters. Now, coming to your question as well. Now, again, I have accessed this basically flight details in which I would like to show it to my viewers. The first 3 names. Now, this is Ravindra Pathak. Second one is Dadaji Bhuse. Third one is Sanjay Rathod. All 3 basically are Shiv Sena MLAs. Ravindra Pathak is the same person, the emissary, basically the main mediator that was sent in by CM Uddhav Thackeray to convince Eknath Shinde and his men to come back. But Ravindra Pathak is also going and joining the Eknath Shinde camp. Dada Bhuse, again, a very staunch Shiv Sainik, a minister in this NDA government, Maha Vikas Aghadi government, somebody who the CM Uddhav Thackeray camp was depending on, but he is also joining and he is also going and joining the Eknath Shinde camp. Again, there is Sanjay Rathod. He'll also be joining. So the numbers are.
So the numbers continue to be on their side, and it's only increasing. In fact, there's a reaction also coming in from Omar Abdullah on the crisis that's unfolding in Maharashtra. saying political conspiracy isn't new in Jammu and Kashmir. We have already seen Aya Ram Gaya Ram.
ये कौन सी नई बात है ना? आप जहां बैठे हैं जम्मू कश्मीर, ये तो हम कब से नहीं देखते आ रहे हैं ना। ये आया राम गया राम का सिलसिला, राजभवन का गलत इस्तेमाल, MLAs का खरीद फरोख्त, क्या हम इसके 84 में शिकार नहीं हुए? जो गलतियां कांग्रेस ने की, आज बिल्कुल वही गलतियां जो है वो बीजेपी वाले कर रहे हैं। पार्टी अलग है।
All right, we're slipping into a very quick break, but don't go anywhere. Inside details on what's happening up next with Editor-in-Chief Rahul Shiv Shankar. Do stay with us.
Let's get you breaking news coming in from Maharashtra now. Even as the crisis looms there for the Shiv Sena, there is a massive show of strength that is taking place. Pro-Sena chants are greeting Uddhav Thackeray. Listen in.
Rahul, and good evening to all my esteemed panelists. Tanveer Bhai is a very dear friend, and I hope he won't interrupt me or mind my saying this, that if tomorrow he goes to a neurosurgeon for his brain surgery, is he going to tell the neurosurgeon कि डॉक्टर साहब यहाँ से नहीं यहाँ कट मारना, क्योंकि मुझे पता है. I am astonished when he says that he is telling you that Rahul, an able defense force officer, becomes able only after 7 to 8 years. So he means to say that our 3 chiefs of the armed forces do not know, but Tanveer knows कि भाई 8 साल में ही बढ़िया ऑफिसर बनता है, आर्मी या नेवी या एयरफोर्स का 4 साल में नहीं बनता है. But and the other thing, Rahul, the other day I gave you 7 reasons why I support Aghadi, and they're all logical and
explosive. Exclusive with me, Rahul Shiv Shankar. Viewers, the tide of history has turned in the favor of Eknath Shinde. He seems to have decided in going ahead and succeeding in pulling off his audacious coup against the mighty Thackerays. Viewers, what we know is that if he realizes his goal, then the Thackeray's, who for 57 years have been synonymous with the Shiv Sena, would have lost, in a manner of speaking, their Sena. How close has Shinde come to the objective That's the fundamental question that needs to be asked and answered. And Times Now will help you get clarity on that. We have our reporters on the ground. I want to go straight across to Pranesh Kumar Roy, who joins me from the news pit, because he has in his hand a flight manifest. What we are being told, viewers, is that every few moments, more and more of the remaining so-called Uddhav loyalists, MLAs, are taking flights to join the G46 in Guwahati, the group of 46, the Shinde camp in Guwahati. There's more evidence of that. Let's have a quick look.
Manifest, Rahul, breaking first on Times Now. We've been able to access this. Remember, we were the first channel to tell our viewers that more people are en route Guwahati. Here is that proof. Look at the passenger manifest, and this will tell you that the first three, there are 7 people here: Ravindra Phatak, Dadaji Bhavse, Sanjay Rathod, Vinod Wad, Sunil Dedra, Sachin Jadhav and Sonia Verma. Of the 7, the first 3, 1, 2 and 3, Mr. Ravindra Phatak is the Shiv Sena MLC, Dadaji Bhavse Shiv Sena MLA and Sanjay Rathod also MLA. So you have 1 MLC and 2 Sena MLA en route Guwahati. In about 40-45 minutes from now, they will reach. All the other details of the charter service also given, including the name of the pilot and other things. Let's tell our viewers why this man's name is important. Ravindra Phatak is the emissary Uddhav Thackeray chose today, and he said, Mr. Phatak, why don't you go to the Shinde residence in Thane and try and convince the family? Remember, Eknath Shinde's son, Dr. Shrikant Shinde, is a member of parliament, Lok Sabha. But as fate would have it, Ravindra Phatak is now en route Guwahati. He is on board this flight which will land at the Gopinath Bordolo airport in Guwahati in about 40 minutes from now. Rahul, flight manifest accessed first on Times Now.
Well, this is big news, viewers. At last count, there were 46 MLAs. I'm going to bring in Arunil in just 36 seconds, but I want to go back to Pranesh to count down those numbers that we have been able to, of course, get videos of. So there's video evidence now. Remember, viewers, about 2 nights back, we showed you video evidence of the MLAs in Surat. Since then, the numbers have increased to a point where Mr. Shinde can legitimately avoid the anti-defection law. How do we know this? Well, Pranesh, just walk us through those pictures.
Here is the group photo from the Shinde camp, 42 MLAs. And then let's do the count here, live on TV. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, Shinde himself, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Now, of the 42, we are being told, and this is now confirmed by our reporters on the ground, that at least 38 are Sena MLAs. So, Shinde camp is well past the magic number, which is more than the 2/3 of 37. Quite comfortable, Rahul.
Yes, and of course there are more MLAs on the way to Guwahati. Arunil, tell us a little bit more about this very interesting turn of events. These MLAs were deputed by Uddhav Thackeray to speak to Shinde's family and get Shinde to come back to the fold, but they're jumping ship and taking a flight out. What's happening? Who are these people?
Well, this is a massive embarrassment for the leadership of CM Uddhav Thackeray as well, because these are the people who have been deployed by him as the mediator to convince Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs. There was Ravindra Phatak, the MLC, he was been deployed. There was again Rajan Vicharia, Shiv Sena MP. he was also being asked by CM Uddhav Thackeray to go all the way to Surat and to convince Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs. Only one person returned, whereas 3 people had gone. There was Milind Narvekar, who is the personal secretary of CM Uddhav Thackeray. He returned, whereas the 2 have gone and joined the Eknath Shinde camp. So every minute, every hour we have been seeing that there is a jolt after jolt that CM Uddhav Thackeray has been receiving. All efforts have been made, like basically Shiv Sena workers vandalizing the offices of these Shiv Sena rebel MLAs, or emotional pleas being sent out. Different kind of channel communications have been made, but everything has been failing. That's what we are understanding. And with respect to numbers also, 38 plus 2 MLAs over here, Sanjay Rathod and Dada Bhuse, both were earlier close confidants of CM Uddhav Thackeray, but it seems like there is no close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray now, because all are Eknath Shinde's men, because they have written that letter also on Twitter. Eknath Shinde shared it, basically mentioning about it that the doors of CM Uddhav Thackeray's office had completely shut down on these MLAs and these MPs, and that's why they have taken this decision.
Well, Arunil, just stay on with us. I also want to go straight across to Nibir. Yes, Arunil was talking about this letter that was written. Radhika also there observing for us and reporting since the morning. Have been doing a fantastic job. All our reporters, viewers, keeping you ahead of the news under very extenuating circumstances. Been a tiring 3 days, but they're still standing and they're bringing us the news minute to minute. Arunil flashing his phone at me. Yes, Arunil, what's the latest update? Some more information coming through. Okay, Arunil. Okay, we've lost Arunil. We'll just quickly go back to our reporters, viewers. What are the grievances? The letter was written. Chief Minister's door was closed for 2.5 years. People around the Chief Minister decided if we can meet him or not. So there was a coterie, viewers, a coterie that seemed to have held the family hostage. Let's go straight across. More action. Congress speaking.
अजूनही बैठक सुरू आहे. बैठक नाही, या ठिकाणी चर्चा सुरू आहे. आजची जी राजकीय परिस्थिती आहे त्याच्याबद्दल
basically discussions are still ongoing.
काँग्रेस पक्षाचे जे प्रभारी आहेत नाना पटोले, CNP लीडर बाळासाहेब थोरात, नितीन राऊत, सुनील केदार अशी बैठक विचार विमर्श सुरू आहे.
नहीं मी
के चुनाव में गठबंधन तय हुआ करना, उस वक्त कांग्रेस महाविकास आघाड़ी में कॉमन एग्रीमेंट प्रोग्राम के तहत शामिल हुई थी. आज भी कांग्रेस महाविकास आघाड़ी में समर्थन जारी है और कांग्रेस का समर्थन महाविकास आघाड़ी को अभी कायम है.
Well, viewers, that was Ashok Chavan, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He's saying that the Congress is going nowhere. The Congress is going to still extend support, not surprisingly, viewers, because the Congress really has very little role to play in all of this. They're all bystanders, helplessly, like the NCP. I want to go across to Nibir. Nibir, this Guwahati hotel has been now a beehive of activity, and Radhika, you've been also tracking events in Mumbai. Radhika, very quickly to you, what's been happening with regards to Uddhav Thackeray? Now, what is his next step? Why is he continuing to hang on when he is seeing physical evidence of the betrayal all around him? The Thackerays have conceded the Sena.
Absolutely, that's the big question. Of course, yesterday he made that emotional appeal. He said that he's ready to resign, but let me have a word with all the MLAs, sit and talk with me. That's the emotional appeal he made. And then we saw those dramatic visuals coming, whereby when he was walking, in fact leaving Varsha towards Matushri, a sea of Shiv Senics are supporting him. There is number on the ground, but no number on the floor of the house as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. That was a show of strength in a sense, but not enough for him to really save his government. What his next move is really remains to be seen, because today Sanjay Raut came out in the open and said, these MLAs should come out and talk, stop making these threats and come out and talk. We will listen to their demands and consider their demands. So that was a big statement coming from Sanjay Raut, where he said, we will consider your demands of us straying away or us breaking away from NCP and as Congress is concerned. But first you come and talk to us. So perhaps Uddhav Thackeray is waiting for some sort of discussion with Eknath Shinde. No numbers as far as Thackeray is concerned, numbers only dwindling. Yet there looks like he has some ray of hope that perhaps Shinde or at least some MLAs who are with Shinde may come back to him, since he made those emotional appeals and since Sanjay Raut asked them to come. So therefore, he is just hanging by a thread. Yet he is still hanging and getting support from tons of Sainiks, but definitely not from his MLAs.
Well, it's very interesting, Arunil, because there is now a contest really between the two factions on who really is the real Sena. Arunil, who is the real Sena today?
Well, Nitesh Rane, the BJP MLA, has asked a very pertinent question, basically saying that why CM Uddhav Thackeray's Sena has been referred to as the Shiv Sena, because it is Eknath Shinde's Sena that is the real Shiv Sena now, because they clearly have the numbers. They have easily surpassed the magic figure of 27. They have around 40 Shiv Sena MLAs, so because they can easily avoid the anti-defection law. And we have seen how two power centers have developed within the Shiv Sena as well. Whatever orders or diktats that have come in from CM Uddhav Thackeray, Eknath Shinde has not accepted any of that. He has made his own whip. And I am understanding from my sources, Rahul, that this whip of Eknath Shinde is going to force Aditya Thackeray, the son of CM Uddhav Thackeray, to follow his whip, because their Shiv Sena is the main Shiv Sena now, and Aditya Thackeray will also be asked to follow on their lines. And if he doesn't do it, then there may be some punitive measures for Aditya Thackeray as well. So clearly all kinds of diktats, all kinds of orders now coming in from Guwahati, basically coming in from the camp of Eknath Shinde. Whatever allegations come in from CM Uddhav Thackeray's side, immediately a reaction and a retort comes in from Eknath Shinde's side.
Okay, very quickly, Arunil, why isn't the BJP putting its cards on the table? The only way a new election can be averted is if the BJP now comes out and support the Shinde rebel camp. If they don't, there'll be new elections. So what's the BJP waiting for? What's happening? If Shinde has the numbers, what's happening?
Well, I spoke to my top source from the BJP camp. It is the governor's illness. Basically, governor of Maharashtra is hospitalized because of COVID-19. So until he recovers and comes out, the BJP is not going to react. And also, till now, they were basically adopting a wait and watch approach. But I've been reporting from Devendra Fadnavis' residence. Now, this is his residence. I will request my video journalist to give a sneak peek into his house as well. There are multiple convoy of cars that are inside. The main think tank of the BJP, Pravin Darekar, Ashish Shelar or Girish Mahajan, Nitesh Rane, everybody was inside until an hour ago. There were a series of meetings that were being held over here at Devendra Fadnavis' residence. So they have swung into action, one can say, after the numbers were with Eknath Shinde, but they are waiting for the governor to recover.
For the governor to recover. Very, very interesting. Let's go straight back to Pranesh. Pranesh, you have some breaking updates. Yes.
That's right. More breaking inputs coming in. The fastest inputs here. Shinde camp has now written officially to the Deputy Speaker. This is very, very big, a major development in this Maha revolt saga. The Shinde faction's power building movement got off to a strong start. Letter of the Shinde group has been sent to the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly, and Deputy Speaker had spoken to Times Now. He said something happens, we will let you know. We will take a call. We have that and we'll play out that reaction in some time. The letter, we are being told, is signed by all the MLAs belonging to the Shinde group, and the contract from the Shinde group to Narahari Jirwal, who is the deputy speaker, has finally been established. So two major developments. Let me quickly sum this up. In the afternoon, the Shinde camp had officially written to the governor's office seeking time, and now as we speak, news coming in that the Shinde camp has written to the deputy speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly. His name is Narahari Jirwal. Rahul.
Okay, very interesting. The deputy speaker, of course, viewers, is going to come under intense scrutiny as we go forward. Nibir is also there with us. He's reporting from Guwahati. Why? Because the Sena still insists, the Uddhav Sena insists it is the real Sena, while the Shinde camp say the numbers don't suggest that. They have become the legatees of Balasaheb Thackeray and have become the real Sena, and the symbol of the party now and the name should be given to them. More reactions coming in. Let's listen in. Viewers, we're going to try and get you the inside track there, but let me go across to Nibir. Nibir, very, very interesting situation now. Can you tell us when is Shinde expected to return to Mumbai? Is there any intimation of that? He's been holed up there now for 24 hours. When is he expected?
Well, Rahul, Shinde's camp here is camping since yesterday, but so far the information in terms of media interaction has been very limited. They are keeping a very close watch, but they are keeping them confined in the hotel. However, we saw few of the movements today when two of the MLAs, they came out of the hotel gate and they went outside for about an hour, and it is said that they did not go to the airport. They went to the city and they came back immediately after 30 minutes into the hotel. But so far their interaction with the media as well is very limited. They are not coming out and they are keeping very confined within the doors. However, we have seen cars coming in, we have seen State Cabinet Minister of Assam coming in, and even the Chief Minister of Meghalaya coming here. But there they are, the Shinde camp is keeping a very close within the confined corridors of the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati.
Okay, very, very interesting. Everyone's keeping their cards very close to their chest, especially the BJP and the Shinde camp. But the Shinde camp, obviously, when it suits them, they put out these videos that we've just annotated for you, where they suggest that they have the numbers. And on the evidence of these photographs, the evidence of these videos, they certainly seem to have a very strong claim now to form the government. Perhaps, viewers, with the BJP. We don't know, because the BJP also, as Arunil told us, is keeping its cards very close to its chest. Let me just very quickly go across to some of our guests. I'll come back to all our reporters who've been reporting tirelessly this story now for the last 72 hours, viewers, longer, when it comes to the reporters in Mumbai. Let me go straight across to Mohit Bajaj, spokesperson of the Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray has vacated the house Varsha, which is allotted to the Chief Minister. Now he's lost the party. Why is he hanging on to his post? Mr. Bajaj.
First of all, very good evening to all the viewers.
Good evening.
I'm now coming up with straightforward with a question. Okay. So, the first is that Uddhav Thackeray is still on the post. Already yesterday he came live on the Facebook and he already requested that he will leave the CM post immediately, but Mr. Shinde ji need to come in front of us. If our supporting MLA will say that we need to change the Chief Minister, then I am ready, and it will be my pleasure that if any other Shiv Sena person or a leader will be the next CM of Maharashtra, it will be my pleasure and I will be happy. So that is the first thing. And the another thing is there is some sort of confusion here. If you just
no, but Mr. Bajaj, there is no confusion. The numbers are there. Do you deny that these are Shiv Sena MLAs? Look at the pictures. Do you deny that these are Shiv Sena MLAs? What are they doing in Guwahati?
No.
Have they gone for a paid vacation?
No.
1 second. Let's go across to the Congress. Nana Patel is speaking. Let's listen in.
पुढे काय येत नाही, ज्यांनी हा सत्ता संघर्ष महाराष्ट्रामध्ये निर्माण केला, महाराष्ट्रामध्ये अस्थिरता निर्माण केली, भाजप का पुढे येत नाही? त्यांच्याजवळ अजूनही बहुमताचा आकडा झालेला नाही. पण राज्यामध्ये ही अस्थिरता ठेवणं, जेव्हा पहाटेचं सरकार पडल्यापासून हा जो भाजपचा प्रयत्न आहे, त्यांनी हा मोठा भूकंप गुजरातमधून तो आता गुवाहाटीमध्ये घेऊन गेले आणि या पद्धतीनं राज्याचं नुकसान करण्याची भूमिका जी भाजपची आहे ते स्पष्ट येते. आकडे अजूनही उद्धव ठाकरेंच्या सरकारच्या बाजूने आहेत.
Trying to put up a brave face, but the proof of the pudding is in its eating. And there you can see on your screens 42 rebel Sena MLAs. Forget about the independents that are also posing in those photographs. I want to go straight back to Arunil. Arunil is now, Arunil, if you can hear me. Arunil, I want to bring you in on this. We are now getting information that Shinde has written to the Deputy Speaker. The next stop will be the Election Commission and of course the Governor. How far are we from Shinde's taking claim officially now?
Well, an important update I would like to share with you, Rahul, is that Devendra Fadnavis, we understand, has left for the national capital, that is for Delhi. So obviously a series of meetings being planned by Devendra Fadnavis with the party high command, that is the BJP high command from Delhi. And by speaking to them only, after speaking to them only, we can expect some kind of an action from the Eknath Shinde camp. Because today Devendra Fadnavis over here, he met many of the BJP leaders, the main think tank of BJP Maharashtra. He met them and after that he has left for Delhi. He will be reaching over there in some time. So yes, this is a very significant development coming in, that Devendra Fadnavis will be speaking to the party high command, BJP high command in Delhi, and then the future course of action will be decided.
That he's going there to seek the green signal. Aruni.
Well, that is right, Rahul. That's what we understand from. Well, that is right, Rahul. That's what we understand from our sources, that Devendra Fadnavis, the leader of opposition at present, who had a series of meetings with his party think tank, basically BJP Maharashtra think tank, basically close to 3 hours he met senior leaders from BJP Maharashtra. That includes Nitesh Rane, Girish Mahajan, Ashish Shelar, Rajkumar Rawal, everybody he met over here, and now he has gone to Delhi. And him going today immediately after Eknath Shinde has got the number of 137. He's easily crossing that magical figure of 137, basically reaching more than 140 now, considering 2 more MLAs are reaching over there. So one can safely presume that Devendra Fadnavis has swung into action now, and we can expect some kind of a development.
Getting into this, viewers, the BJP might prop up Mr. Shinde. Whether that means that the BJP will concede the Chief Minister's post and play kingmaker, we'll get to that inside track in the next 10 minutes or so. We're going to try and contact now our sources within the BJP and to their particular strategy, but this seems to be now curtains. It's only a matter of time that Shinde takes claim, and therefore I'm asking you, Mr. Mohit Bajaj, you can talk about face savers, the Roos, come and speak to me, but they're not interested in coming to speak to you. They're going to go and speak straight to the governor, and it's curtains. You have not only squandered the party, but the legacy of Bal Thackeray. That's the charge, Mr. Bajaj, under the watch of Uddhav Thackeray. That's game, set and match, Mr. Shinde.
Actually, you are right here. Okay, you are right here, but the thing is कि yesterday our honorable CM Mr. Uddhav Thackeray already.
No, that is fine. He's going to say that. He's clinging on to his seat. Does he have the moral authority now to cling on to his seat, sir? He can keep saying, "Mere paas aiye, mere se baat kijiye, speak to me face to face," but that's only buying time. The writing is on the wall. They're not interested in speaking to him. They don't trust him. So why isn't he going now? Or is he so power hungry that he's put power now about public and propriety?
No, right now I want to highlight, right now you are saying that they didn't trust him if they didn't trust him, then I think he didn't got any letter. All the MLAs have signed a particular letter, and Mr. Shinde already forwarded a particular letter writing all his requirements, all his you can say some sort of whatever confusions are there.
Naveen Chomal,
particular MLAs. So all
Naveen
those,
Chomal, what do you make of this? What do you make of this
Thank you.
wishy-washy response from Mohit Bajaj?
See, there's no point in giving too much weightage to what Mr. Bajaj is saying. Ultimately, in our democratic setup, it is the floor of the house which is basically holding all the importance. So now the figures are with the Shinde camp and they are ready to come to the floor. And I think the illness of the governor may be the factor which must be asking them to keep wait and watch situation for 1 or 2 days more. Once the governor is in a proper position, they will be on the floor of the house, because governor will have to play a major role if there is any controversy erupts and a decision taking is required. Because we don't have speaker also in the house, and deputy speaker of course can play the function. So ultimately they are all preparing for the show the floor of the house. That's why you see they are not entertaining whatever.
Okay, Vijay Krishna, you vacated the chief minister's home. You've lost the party. Visual evidence is there in front of you, staring back at you, sir. You're losing the floor of the house. Why are you still continuing as chief minister? Would Bal Thackeray have liked this? He wouldn't have liked it. Bal Thackeray is right behind you, sir. He's looking on. Can you hear me, Mr. Krishna? Can you hear me, or are you so stunned into silence? Yes. What's the answer? Come on, tell me. Are you thinking about it? What are you thinking about?
Suicide. This is
it's
not
history.
the way how you continue the debate. Yes, I can hear you, sir. You cannot abet a person to commit suicide.
Huh?
One second, sir. You are saying that if a person is depressed, he must commit suicide. This is not the way that you run a debate. I would like to ask you.
I'm not even saying anything about suicide. Where are you getting these words from? I'm not even mentioned. I'm only saying that inevitability is staring at you in your face. You've lost the moral authority to continue. What are you hanging in there for? Prolonging the agony. End the wait. Let someone else who has the numbers take over and govern Maharashtra.
I've just used a figurative language. I'm not saying that you are abating somebody to say. If somebody is depressed,
sir, you're sitting in Chennai. Am I right? Are you sitting in Maharashtra? You're in Chennai. I'm being told you're in Chennai.
I'm saying
somebody is in Guwahati. Someone is in Chennai.
Shiv Sena means Uddhav Sahib, and Uddhav Sahib means Shiv Sena.
It doesn't.
And just a 37 odd.
It doesn't. How many MLAs do you have? You only have 11 MLAs left with you, sir.
It's an ocean. There are crores of Shiv Senic supporters. And I know, and we all know that Uddhav Sahib has got good leadership qualities. And will again go back to the masses and will convince them to recognize us. So Shinde ji should not feel that today he has an upper hand.
Class don't have any value. Mr. Krishna, Uddhav is Shiv Sena and Shiv Sena's Uddhav is wrong. It is the elected representative of the people. People's mandate matters in democracy.
The Congress is blaming the BJP. The NCP is blaming the BJP. Fine, but they're also saying that this is all Shiv Sena's problems. We're not going to interfere. They're also saying that the floor test is now inevitable. The allies are beginning to ditch. The allies are beginning to ditch Uddhav.
People follow a leader.
His MLAs have ditched him. Why is he continuing in office? That's the fundamental question. That debate will continue. Mr. Gandhotra is also there. Sandeep Gandhotra, what do you make of this? Uddhav Thackeray clinging on to power. Has he lost the right to continue?
People's mandate was always in favor of NDA, not MBA. And now talking about the floor of the house, the numbers clearly are in favor of Shinde. And if I can see on your screen only, more than 40 MLAs and more than 15 MPs. So it seems the real Shiv Sena is in Guwahati right now. And if we are talking about morals, the same people talk about other things when BJP loses number anywhere else. So it's matter of time that
it's a matter of time. The question is how much more time is left, and whether every minute Uddhav Thackeray continues in office, does he end up doing a disservice to the public? Because he's a lame duck. He's a lame duck chief minister heading a lame duck government. His ministers are not with him. His MLAs are not with him. The opposition is claiming that he has lost moral authority to rule. His own allies are aware that he has squandered the party. No one is in charge of Maharashtra. That's not a great situation to be in. Pranesh Kumar Roy also joins the broadcast. Pranesh, this is looking like the end game is playing out, and the only person in denial is Uddhav Thackeray.
And those people who are saying that this is a matter of time, with every passing minute or at least every passing hour, Sena is only left with fewer people. As we speak, the count currently is 12 to 14. The day began with Sena claiming that we have support of more than 20 MLAs. 33 more Sena MLAs, one MLC actually, and 2 Sena MLAs are en route Guwahati. And Nibir has told us that there are 2 more, at least 2 more, according to Shinde camp leaders, who will be coming in the next 12 hours. Whether that happens tonight, early morning tomorrow, we don't know. Mohit Bajaj, you were saying that you want leaders to come to Mumbai, but the Shinde camp says, look, nothing doing, snap ties with Congress and the NCP, then we will talk.
Okay, actually, while talking about the Shinde ji already written a letter of 2-page to Honorable CM of Maharashtra, and whatever requirements or confusions are there, that has been already forwarded to the concerned higher authorities of our party. Okay, so right now we are thinking over it. Whatever demands are there, that will we will fulfill, or whatever conclusion.
There are just 2 demands. And what are you talking about? Higher authorities. There is Uddhav Thackeray, there is Aditya Thackeray, and then there are normal Senics. That's the hierarchy. Correct me if I am wrong. Why is it taking so long? If the Chief Minister said, look, I am not attached to the Chief Minister's post, I am even ready to leave the bungalow. He left Varsha yesterday. Why is he hanging on to the chair?
He is not hanging on the chair. He already requested yesterday that I will leave this chair immediately if our MLAs, our higher authorities here, the higher authorities are all the Shiv Senics only. The higher authorities are not anyone else from outside world, that anybody will come up and will say that I will run the Shiv Sena. That is not the concern. All the Shiv Senic are the higher authorities, because any one of them will come up and we can make him or her Shiv Senic.
Okay, now before I bring in Naveen Chomal, let me quickly get in a word from Arunil. Arunil, we have been told that at 7:15 there's another meeting. We'll go to Arunil in just a bit, but Nibir Dekha, Radhika, all our colleagues, Tritswin will be live with us with us. In fact, Nibir, let me come to you. In the next 10 to 12 hours, that's the word from the Shinde camp, that 2 more people will be reaching the hotel.
Yeah, this will be the third batch of MLAs that would come to the Radisson Blu Hotel. Yesterday night there was the first batch of 4 MLAs that came here in Radisson Blu. Today morning another 3 MLAs joined, and now we are getting to hear that another batch of MLAs, 2 MLAs will further join the Shinde camp, who are lodging here at the Radisson Blu Hotel. That increases the tally. Not only increases the tally, but also furthers their solidarity, their strength, and their show of strength that they have been displaying since yesterday at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati.
In Arunil, at 7:15 we have been told that there is a crucial meeting at Matosri. What can you tell us?
Well, with respect to the 2 MLAs joining the Eknath Shinde camp, Pranesh, we showed the air ticket details as well. Sanjay Rathod is the person, and Dada Buse is the other person, other Shiv Sena MLA, as well as he is a minister who will be going into the Eknath Shinde camp. Now, coming to the meeting from the CM Uddhav Thackeray camp, I understand that there are many backroom channel talks that have been initiated from the people close to CM Uddhav Thackeray. Sanjay Raut may be saying, is also already pleading to these MLAs to come back. He also gave a reaction basically saying that these MLAs should come back if they want that the Shiv Sena should separate and break ties with the Congress and NCP. Then their feelings will be respected on that front. And immediately we have seen that there are meetings.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just hold your thoughts. Stay with me while we go to these pictures full frame. This is what happened at the Congress party meeting here. Ashok Chavan, several others present in the meeting, Arunil. But look at the Sena revolt and its impact on the Aghadi allies. NCP says Sena has to resolve this. This is Uddhav said it, not ours. And Congress says, if you want, snap ties.
Well, that is right. It was Nana Patole who basically said that if you want, you can basically tie up with somebody else as well, make an alliance with somebody else as well. So yes, the doors are quite open. The doors have been kept open from both the ends. And why NCP and the Congress is not getting into this is because, Pranesh, it seems like a losing cause. And if Sharad Pawar gets into it completely, it will be a loss for Sharad Pawar as well. And that's why from the start, they have been maintaining that this is an internal conflict within the Shiv Sena party. It is CM Uddhav Thackeray who has to sort out this problem or the mess that has happened. So clearly, if they have realized that the numbers are with Eknath Shinde, so you can't really help in this aspect. The only thing that can save Maha Vikas Aghadi is, that's what very clear-cut bite was being given by Jayant Patil, the Maharashtra NCP chief. He said that they hope that these MLAs are being kept over there forcibly.
Okay. Now let's talk about the letter.
They feel when the other MLAs also return, they will side with...
All right, more reactions coming in. Prithviraj Chavan speaking.
एजेंसी का इस्तेमाल किया है, जैसे मनी पावर यूज करी जा रही है. हमने राज्यसभा चुनाव के दौरान देखा था, हमने विधान परिषद के चुनाव के दौरान देखा था, और उसका ये अगला चैप्टर है. तो ये जैसी भी परिस्थिति निष्पन्न होगी हम उस पर रिएक्ट करेंगे, बात करेंगे. लेकिन ये सब अफवाहें हैं कि कोई सपोर्ट विड्रॉ करने की कोई बात नहीं है. हम पूरी तरह से उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व वाले एमवीए सरकार के पीछे खड़े हैं.
संजय राउत ने जिस तरीके से कहा कि अगर हमारे एमएलए चाहते हैं तो हम एमवीए छोड़ने को तैयार हैं, इसको किस तरीके से?
उसका अपना निजी फैसला, उनको जो करना है करें. कोई अब किसी के हमारे कोई बंधुआ मौजूद तो है नहीं, वो अपने निर्णय लेंगे जो लेना है.
उनके इस बयान को एमवीए की कमजोरी के तौर पे देखा
नहीं, मैं उनके बयान में कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा. उनको अपना निर्णय लेने का अधिकार है. उद्धव ठाकरे जी लेंगे, हम कोई संजय राउत जी का निर्णय पे थोड़ी कुछ बात.
शिवसेना के लोग
leaders saying two different things. We are not surprised. There is a pattern to this. Nana Patole said that if Shiv Sena wants, it can snap ties. Prithviraj Chavan, former Maharashtra Chief Minister, says, look, we are standing with the Shiv Sena, even if Sena does not want to stand with the Congress. Let me bring in Shivani. Shivani, let's talk about the letter that Uddhav loyalist has written to the Shinde camp MLA who had signed the 3-page letter.
Well, definitely here the letter politics has also begun, Pranesh, and that is why we are seeing that not only but yes, in fact, the first very breaking news coming on Times Now that at 7 p.m. Matoshri is the place where CM will be conducting meeting. In fact, very first breaking on Times Now, and yes, henceforth we can confirm to our viewers that the way MLAs are, battling and going across to other, group, that is Shinde's group, on that particular place, for MLAs. Those have also now reached out to Eknath Shinde on that particular topic. At 7 p.m. Mukhyamantri, that is CM Uddhav Thackeray, will be heading a meeting which will be at his personal residence, Matoshri.
No, that's right. We've been saying that on Times Now that at 7:15, 7 p.m. There will be a high-level meeting at Matoshri. But the question is, who will he meet? There are very few MLAs left now.
Well, definitely, yeah, that is why I was continuing that the departmental heads of Mumbai belonging to all the Shiv Sena cadres are expected. They have also been called so that they can clearly confirm their heads up, because now what we are learning, there were already 36 people, 36 MLAs, those had already shifted their balls, their votes to Eknath Shinde. 3 more have also been added, and in fact the number continues to grow, and that is why we saw that 4 more people are also reaching out to Guwahati. Those were supporting CM earlier, and in fact the one person who went to meet Eknath Shinde in Surat alongside CM's personal secretary Mr. Milind Navekar, he has also now shifted to Eknath Shinde's cadre in his court, and that is why definitely it seems that is what the worrisome situation it is now. And in fact
okay, just stay with us. Arunil has more information on that. Vibhag Pramukh Pramukh being called by the Chief Minister. Is this now an attempt to try and punish Shinde loyalists? Arunil?
Well, that is what it looks like, Pranesh. Vibhag Pramukhs are somebody. Basically, Shiv Sena functions in a very systematic dynamics, one can say. So, Vibhag Pramukhs are somebody who control these MLAs. They basically are they are the chief of a certain Vibhag, a certain district, and that's why these Pramukhs have been. CM Uddhav Thackeray will be having a meeting with these Vibhag Pramukhs. One, it will be an attempt to mount more pressure on these rebel MLAs, because these rebel MLAs have been given their MLA ticket in consultation with these Vibhag Pramukhs, and that's why a meeting has been called in with these Vibhag Pramukhs so that a pressure can be mounted on them. And if they are not agreeing, then you also rightly pointed out, then in what way action can be initiated against them. One important point, Pranesh, is that whether CM Uddhav Thackeray is in a position to take any action, because the party is now with Eknath Shinde, at least the party which represents Shiv Sena in the floor of the Maharashtra Assembly. Now, Vidhan Pramukhs will be with CM Uddhav Thackeray, because generally these people the people at this post are.
That's right. Desperation is showing, because Vibhag Pramukhs are usually not briefed by the Chief Minister, not by the party president. What is this, Shivani? Because the man who was sent as an emissary to Shinde's residence, he is now on a charter flight, will be landing in Guwahati. Ajit Pawar.
Pranesh, and that is what we brought to our viewers very first by Ajit Pawar is here. So when he was entering, we tried to speak to him as well, and then also he made no comment. And yes, Mr. Pawar here making the very first comment before the media. Let's listen in, because earlier he said no comments before the meeting started.
आज राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पार्टीची पवार साहेबांच्या उपस्थितीमध्ये प्रांताध्यक्षांनी सर्व विधान परिषदेचे
Today all members of the NCP under the leadership of Sharad Pawar met.
आघाडी सरकारमधले राष्ट्रवादीचे सगळे मंत्री, राज्यमंत्री आणि आमच्या सगळ्या सेलचे
all the ministers, MLAs,
राज्य सभा
senior leaders were present in this meeting.
वर होते आणि काही जण समक्ष इथं उपस्थित होते. फक्त 2 आमदार येऊ शकले नाही. त्यांच्या मतदारसंघामध्ये सहकाराच्या निवडणुका आशुतोष काळे.
Some people also joined through video conferencing. 2 MLAs could not attend for some reason.
बँकेच्या बाकीचे सगळे आमदार उपस्थित होते, खासदार उपस्थित होते आणि पदाधिकारी पण सगळे उपस्थित होते. आता सध्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जो काही राजकीय
We discussed the political developments as they are unfolding in the state.
त्या परिस्थितीच्या संदर्भामध्ये माझ्यानंतर प्रांताध्यक्ष पण अधिकारवाणीनं सांगतील. पण महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकारमधले प्रमुख उद्धव ठाकरे साहेबांना पूर्णपणे पाठिंबा देऊन
Also, NCP is now declared that we are standing firm with Uddhav Thackeray. There is no threat to the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. We will take on this challenge together.
प्रयत्न करत राहणारे, प्रयत्न करणारे, तशा पद्धतीनं आम्ही काम करतोय. मी तशा प्रकारे दुपारी पण मुख्यमंत्र्यांशी बोललो, ते मातोश्रीवर होते. आणि आता
I have spoken to the Chief Minister this afternoon.
कामाच्या करता फोन आलेला होता, त्यांना पण मी सांगितलं माझी मीडियाला इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आणि प्रिंट.
And I have also spoken to him just a while ago.
की ह्याच्यापेक्षा दुसरं कुठलीही भूमिका राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाची त्या ठिकाणी.
I want to clarify once and for all that do not go by rumors, speculations. NCP's position on this is clear. We are standing firm with our alliance partner and Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray.
सांगतील आपण ते टीव्हीच्या वेगवेगळ्या चॅनलच्या माध्यमातून दाखवताच आहात. काही आमदार परत आलेले आहेत, त्याच्यामध्ये नितीन देशमुख असतील, किशोर पाटील असतील, त्यांनी वेगळी भूमिका.
Now Ajit Pawar talking about the 2 Sena rebels who've come back to the Uddhav camp, Nitin Deshmukh and Kailash Patil.
चॅनलच्या माध्यमातून पाहायला मिळत आहेत. त्यांना आव्हान करण्याचं काम मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी पण काल भाषणामध्ये महाराष्ट्राला उद्देशून त्यांनी भाषण केलं त्यावेळेस त्यांनी पण
We are also aware that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has made an appeal to all the Sena rebels. He has personally told them that all your concerns will be looked into, considered. Please come back.
ही आघाडी सरकार टिकवण्याच्या संदर्भातली आहे. तिथं आमचा एक सर्व आमदार आमच्या बरोबर आहेत, सर्व विधिमंडळाचे सदस्य बरोबर आहेत. एक आहे काही आमच्यातले मित्र पक्ष.
We are working towards one goal, and that is to ensure stability of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government.
आघाडी सरकार टिकवण्याच्या संदर्भातली आहे. तिथं आमचा एक सर्व आमदार आमच्या बरोबर आहेत, सर्व विधिमंडळाचे सदस्य बरोबर आहेत. एक आहे काही आमच्यातले मित्र पक्ष थोडंसं वेगळ्या प्रकारचे स्टेटमेंट करतायत की बाबा अजित पवारांनी त्या निधीचं असं केलं तसं केलं. मला महाराष्ट्रातल्या तमाम जनतेलाही सांगायचं आहे, मीडिया आपल्यालाही सांगायचं आहे, सरकार 2.5 वर्षापूर्वी अस्तित्वात आलं त्यावेळेस 36 पालकमंत्री हे वेगवेगळ्या जिल्ह्याचे आपण नेमतो. त्याच्यात 1/3 काँग्रेसचे नेमले, 1/3 शिवसेनेचे नेमले, 1/3 राष्ट्रवादीचे नेमले. त्यांना निधी देत असताना गेल्या 2.5 वर्षात कुठेही निधीला.
When this government was formed 2.5 years ago, there were many concerns. People said this won't last.
निधी, डोंगरी विकास निधी आणि ह्या निधी आपल्या पालक DPCचा निधी.
But our focus is on governance, our focus is on development, our focus is on people.
मला माहिती नाही.
That's our priority.
कधी तुझा भाव केला नाही. उलट मी सगळ्यांना विकास कामामध्ये मदत करण्याची भूमिका हीच माझी असते. हे आपण पण पाहिलेलं आहे. अनेकदा मी 8:30-9लाच ऑफिसला
helping people
आणि जेवढे काही
and ensuring that the state progresses has been the only focus of this government.
प्रश्न सोडवता येतील तो सोडवण्याचं काम मी करत असतो. वास्तविक त्यांनी असं चॅनलला जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा जर आमची एकत्रपणे ज्यावेळेस अशोक चव्हाण साहेब, बाळासाहेब थोरात, जयंत पाटील, मी
all the senior leaders of the alliance
चर्चा करत असतो त्यावेळेस सांगितलं असतं तर
are in regular touch.
समज गैरसमज
We've discussed the policies
अशा काळामध्ये प्रत्येकाने
and measures we must take to ensure that we continue on this path of governance.
आणि हे आत्ताची परिस्थिती कशी आपल्याला नीटपणे सर्वांना मिळून हाताळता येईल याचबद्दलचा प्रयत्न.
We are also discussing how to overcome this challenge that the Shiv Sena is faced with.
राष्ट्रवादीचे होते त्यांना निधी देण्यात आला, अजित पवारांनी आम्हाला दिला.
सुरुवातीच्या काळामध्ये 170 आमदारांच्या पाठिंब्यावर हे सरकार अस्तित्वात आलं. हे अस्तित्वात आलं त्याच्यात पवार साहेबांनी पुढाकार घेतला होता. पवार साहेबांनी
We were 170 to begin with when the alliance came together to form the government.
राहतील आणि त्यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली सगळ्यांनी काम करायचं. जो मतदारसंघ ज्या पक्षाच्या वतीनं जो आमदार निवडून आलेला आहे त्यांच्या मतदारसंघामध्ये त्यांना आपण डिस्टर्ब करायचं नाही आणि अशाच पद्धतीनं आम्ही भूमिका त्या ठिकाणी घेतलेली होती.
There is no problem whatsoever in the alliance
काही भागात
or in the working mechanism of the alliance partners.
आणि तिथली नगरपालिका मात्र दुसऱ्या पक्षाचे, नगराध्यक्ष दुसऱ्या पक्षाचा आहे. तिथं थोडंसं काही घडलं असेल परंतु कटाक्षाने त्याच्यात
There may be a few differences here and there, but nothing major.
बद्दलचा प्रयत्न हा करण्यात आलेला आहे. हे मी अतिशय
We've always tried to resolve whatever differences have come up in the course of 2.5 years.
आम्ही त्या वक्तव्याकडे असं बघतो. त्यांचं वक्तव्य मी पण मीडियामध्ये पाहिलेलं आहे. त्यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली त्या पक्षाच्या आम्ही सरकारमध्ये गेलेलो आहे. शेवटी ते सरकार टिकवण्याची जबाबदारी आमच्या तिन्ही पक्षाची आहे. आता त्यांनी ते वक्तव्य का केलं हे
Ajit Pawar also saying that when you contested election this time alliance partner BJP put up an independent rival against you, fed him money.
नाही. आता आम्ही सगळ्यांनी समंजस भूमिका घेऊन हे व्यवस्थित कसं ह्याच्यातून आपण बाहेर पडू.
The idea has always been to work together, work as a cohesive unit, so that there is no room for confusion or misunderstanding.
संजय राउत जी ने क्या बताया?
उन्होंने एकनाथ शिंदे के बारे में कहा कि अगर जरूरत है तो एमपीए से हम अलग हो जाएंगे सरकार से.
नहीं, उनको वो उनका अधिकार है. पहले जो तय हुआ था कि 5 साल के लिए महाविकास आघाड़ी का गवर्नमेंट टिकना चाहिए, चलना चाहिए. उन्होंने तो बहुत दफ़ा कहा कि ये 5 साल नहीं 25 साल टिकने वाला है, ऐसा भी स्टेटमेंट उन्होंने किया है. अभी वो जो आपने सवाल पूछा वो स्टेटमेंट जरूर उनका हमने सुना है, वो उनका अधिकार है. उन्होंने किस कारण ये स्टेटमेंट किया है उसके बारे में मुझे खुद पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके वरिष्ठ नेता उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पूछूंगा कि ऐसा ऐसा स्टेटमेंट आया है, आप उसके आपके मन में दूसरा कुछ है क्या? मेरे ख्याल से वैसा कुछ नहीं होगा. कभी कभी थोड़ा बहुत लोगों को वापस बुलाने के लिए भी वो स्टेटमेंट कर सकते हैं, वो लेकिन वो उनका अधिकार है. वो सबसे ज़्यादा विधायक उनके थे और विधायकों को बहुत दफ़ा ज़्यादा से मेजॉरिटी विधायकों का कुछ कहना हो तो पार्टी उनका सुनती है. अगर उन्होंने वैसा डिसीजन लिया तो उसके बारे में हमें कोई कमेंट्स करने की जरूरत नहीं.
He says when Sanjay Raut says that Sena is ready to snap ties with the Congress and NCP, it could be a stunt to placate the rebels. Here is the inside track. Alliance partner of the Shiv Sena, NCP now exposing its own partner, questioning its intent. Ajit Pawar saying Sanjay Raut did not mean what he said. This was only a stunt to placate the rebel MLAs.
स्टेट मिनिस्टर सब थे, उसमें ये तय हुआ कि ये जो अभी की सिचुएशन तैयार हुई है उसमें उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पवार साहब ने खुद और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने मिलके सबने मिलके वहाँ उनको चीफ मिनिस्टर के नाते बिठाया है. तो ये गवर्नमेंट आगे चलना चाहिए. इसीलिए राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के सभी विधायक ये सरकार आगे ठीक ठाक चलाने के लिए उनको सपोर्ट कर रही है. उसमें कहीं भी हम पीछे हटने वाले नहीं.
दादा जो क्राइसिस चल रही है शिवसेना के भीतर, जिस तरीके से एकनाथ शिंदे जी की आपके सहयोगी मंत्रिमंडल में हैं और आप तमाम सारे लोगों के साथ वहाँ हैं, उनको किस तरीके से आप कहेंगे और सरकार को नहीं,
वो तो अधिकार. अगर एनसीपी में कुछ क्राइसिस हुए तो एनसीपी ने खुद देखना चाहिए, उनके लीडरों ने देखना चाहिए. उन्होंने सब मिलके एक परिवार के नाते एक दूसरे के साथ बात करके जो भी रास्ता आगे ठीक लगेगा वो करना चाहिए. इसमें क्या हुआ है वो पार्टी अंतर्गत उनका मामला है, तो उसके बारे में पार्टी के जो भी चीफ है, जो भी बाकी लीडर है, वही डिसीजन लेंगे. हम उद्धव ठाकरे साहब के पीछे अभी है.
बगावत के पीछे बीजेपी है सर, क्या आप मानते हैं कि इस बगावत के पीछे बीजेपी का रोल है?
अभी तक तो वैसा दिखाई नहीं दिया.
तो लेकिन पवार साहब एक आरोप बहुत बड़ा लग रहा है जो एकनाथ शिंदे ग्रुप की तरफ से कि एनसीपी और कांग्रेस बड़ी होती जा रही है, यानी एनसीपी बहुत बड़ी हो रही है, शिवसेना कमजोर हो रही है.
वैसा उन्होंने उनके पार्टी के प्रमुख जी को बताना चाहिए था, सीएम जी को. या हमारी जो कभी कभी मीटिंग रहती थी कांग्रेस, राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस और शिवसेना के दो लोग हम बैठते थे, तब उन्होंने ये सवाल उठाना था कि ऐसा ऐसा है. कभी कभी एक पार्टी चलाने के वक्त भी कभी कभी पार्टी में एक दूसरे को कुछ ना कुछ मतभेद हो जाते हैं. ये तो 3 पार्टियां थी, तो कुछ गड़बड़ हुई तो अगर बताए तो उसमें से रास्ता निकल सकता था.
फंड्स को लेकर बात होगी तो कहा जा रहा है कि एनसीपी के जो वित्त मंत्री थे फंड्स नहीं दे रहे थे. उधर के शिवसेना के लोग भी कह रहे हैं, कांग्रेस के मुखिया नाना पटोले भी कह रहे हैं कि फंड्स का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन
आपको मीडिया सबको मालूम है, जो भी बजट हम पेश करते हैं हर साल, मैंने तीसरा मेरा बजट था, वो पूरा बजट कैबिनेट के सामने जाता है, कैबिनेट सब वो देखती है और उसके बाद कैबिनेट उसको बोलती है कि ये मंजूर है और फिर असेंबली में जाता है और काउंसिल में भी और असेंबली भी दोनों भी जग जाता है और वहाँ मेजॉरिटी से वो मंजूर हो जाता है और फिर हर एक डिपार्टमेंट का जो फंड है वो मेरे हाथ में नहीं रहता। ट्राइबल का फंड ट्राइबल के मिनिस्टर के पास चला जाता है हर महीने। उसका साल का पूरा उनका बजट समझो 15,000 करोड़ है, तो 15,000 करोड़ के हिसाब से हर महीने 1,000-1,200 करोड़ 1,000-1,200 करोड़ ऐसे उनके पास पैसा चला जाता है और वो उनके जो भी काम है वो काम उसमें से कर देते हैं। इसीलिए वो मैं रुकवा नहीं सकता। ये सामाजिक न्याय का फंड हो या अलग इरिगेशन डिपार्टमेंट हो, पीडब्ल्यूडी डिपार्टमेंट हो, यूडी डिपार्टमेंट हो, हर एक डिपार्टमेंट का फंड्स उनके हाथ में चला जाता है। फिर वो कैसा देने का वो अधिकार तो मिनिस्टर का है। और डीपीसी का वो जो फंड है वो गार्डियन मिनिस्टर के पास चला जाता है। गार्डियन मिनिस्टर वहाँ के कलेक्टर और बाकी के मेंबर ऐसे सब बैठकर उसके बारे में डिस्कस।
एक बहुत बड़ा बड़ा मुद्दा जो है हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे को लेकर, क्योंकि एकनाथ शिंदे कह रहे हैं कि हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे पे एनसीपी कांग्रेस साथ नहीं आ सकती। क्या हिंदुत्व को सपोर्ट करते हैं आप लोग?
नहीं, हमने जो भी ये गवर्नमेंट हमारा तैयार हुआ उसमें जो क्या है, कांग्रेस और एनसीपी ये सेक्युलर का विचार करने वाली पार्टियां हैं और शिवसेना का आपको पता है। लेकिन हमने ये तय किया कि जो इशू पूरे अपने स्टेट के डेवलपमेंट के हिसाब से ठीक है उसमें ज़्यादा ध्यान देके वही इशू आगे चलाने के, और ऐसा 2.5 साल हमने काम किया और जो भी उनको कुछ लगता था वो उनके पार्टी के प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर उनका स्टेटमेंट निकलता था।
दादा हे सगळं जे काही घडले दादा
तुरंत तो क्रिएट नहीं हुआ होगा, तो क्या पार्टी चीज को कहीं ना कहीं संज्ञान में नहीं थे या उनको पता नहीं थी चीजें कि इतना गैप होते जा रहा है? उनका कहना है मुख्यमंत्री नहीं मिल रहे थे, उनके मुख्यमंत्री के दरवाजे बंद हुए, मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय में नहीं आ रहे।
ये देखो 2.5 साल हो गया, उसमें से 2 साल तो करीबन कोरोना ही था, लेकिन तो भी गवर्नमेंट चालू था। बीच में पूरे कंट्री में सबसे अच्छे चीफ मिनिस्टर कौन है, तो उसमें पहले 5 में उद्धव जी का नाम हमेशा आता था। सबने देखा है, यानी वो तो पॉपुलर थे ही थे।
ज्या पद्धतीने हे बंड केलं, म्हणजे आपण बघितलं विधान परिषदेची निवडणूक संपली त्या रात्रीच ते निघून गेले। ह्या सगळ्याच्या पाठी आपल्याला वाटतं का की कुठेतरी भाजपचा हात आहे किंवा काय असं
त्यांना भेटतायत? विशेषतः ज्या हॉटेलमध्ये आहेत भाजप शासित राज्य आहे येताना पण त्यांनी विमानाचं अरेंजमेंट केलं, ते सगळं प्रवासाचं अरेंजमेंट केलं असं समोर येतं।
आताच्या घडीला कुठलाही भाजपचा मोठा नेता किंवा मोठा चेहरा तिथं येऊन काही करतोय अजून आत्ता तरी दिसत नाही। ही वस्तुस्थिती आहे। मोठा नेता
बंडला तुम्ही कशा पद्धतीने, कारण विधान परिषद निवडणुकीनंतर गेले 2.5 वर्षानंतर आणि एवढे आमदार एकामागून एक जातात आणि हे कळलं नाही, कारण गृहराज्यमंत्री पण त्यामध्ये होते।
ह्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये आता गव्हर्नमेंट ज्यावेळेस तुम्ही सरकार चालवता त्यावेळेस ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टीचा विचार झाला गेला पाहिजे। आता त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये काय आम्ही तर मधून मीटिंग घेतात, त्यांच्या पण मीटिंग होतात। आता तो त्यांच्या पार्टी अंतर्गतला प्रश्न आहे। स्वतः शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी आणि त्यांच्या बाकीच्या सहकाऱ्यांनी याबद्दलचा विचार केला असेल। आम्ही त्याच्याबद्दल काही स्टेटमेंट, कारण ते आमचे सहकारी आहेत, आमचे मित्रपक्ष आहे, त्याच्यामुळे आम्हाला त्याच्या संदर्भात बोलायचं नाही। आम्हाला एवढंच वाटतं की ती पार्टी हे सगळेजण उद्धव ठाकरे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली विजयी झालेले आहेत। भांड्याला भांडं आपण मराठीत म्हणतो लागतं आणि त्याच्यातनं आवाज येतो, परंतु त्याच्यात इतकं टोकापर्यंत सहसा कोणी जाण्याचा प्रयत्न करू नये। आता तिकडे गेलेले लोक किती खरंच स्वखुशीने गेलेत आणि किती बळजबरीने गेले, हाही एक संशोधनाचा किंवा विचार करण्याचा भाग आहे. कारण जे दोघं आले ते म्हणतात की अजून काही लोकांना तिथनं यायचं आहे आणि त्यांच्या मतदारसंघामधले आजही तसं बघितलं तर शिवसैनिक सगळीकडचे शांत आहेत. काल मात्र स्वतः मुख्यमंत्री महोदय वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला जात असताना संपूर्ण वर्षापासून मातोश्रीपर्यंत शिवसैनिकांनी त्यांना सपोर्ट केलेला आपण सगळ्यांनी मीडियामध्ये पाहिलेला आहे. आणि आजपर्यंत मी आपल्याला सांगतो, शिवसेनेमध्ये ज्या वेळेस अशा प्रकारचं बंड झालं त्यावेळेस नेते एका बाजूला गेले, शिवसैनिक त्यांच्या मागं गेले नाही. हे मी राजकारणात आल्यानंतर मोठं शिवसेनेतलं तिसरं बंड. म्हणजे नाही मी बघितलेलं एक भुजबळ साहेबांनी केलेलं बंड, त्याच्यानंतर दुसरं राणे साहेबांनी केलेलं बंड, तिसरं काही ते घरातला मामला होता ग बाई, त्याच्यामध्ये तिसरं आपल्या काळामध्ये आत्ता घडलेलं एकनाथराव शिंदेचं बंड. हे सगळं जर बघितलं तर त्याच्यातनं बंड करणारी प्रमुख व्यक्ती एक वेळ टिकते, परंतु बाकीचे सहकारी नंतर निवडून.
Hello and welcome. You are watching The Nation Wants to Know with me, Padmaja Joshi. The very latest pictures that you are seeing on your screens right now are coming from Guwahati. In the morning, 42 MLAs, which included 37 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, according to the claims of the Eknath Shinde camp, as well as 5 independents. Since then, at least 7 more people have set out from Mumbai and from Surat, making their way towards Guwahati. It seems now that a bit of a pep-up session is taking place. Let's quickly listen in to what Mr. Shinde is telling the MLAs.
एकच आहे, जे काय सुख दुःख आहे हे आपल्या सगळ्यांचं एक आहे, बरोबर. काही असेल तर आपण एकजुटीने किती काही येऊ द्या, आपलाच आहे, आपलाच आहे. मला तर तुम्ही जे म्हणालात ते नॅशनल पार्टी आहे, ते महाशक्ती आहे, ज्यांनी अख्ख्या पाकिस्तान म्हणजे काय परिस्थिती होती माहीत नाही. तर याच्यामध्ये त्यांनी मला सांगितलेलं आहे, तुम्ही जो हा निर्णय घेतलेला आहे हा देशातला तुमच्या मागे आमची पुरी शक्ती आहे. कुठेही काही लागलं तर कधीही कमी पडणार नाही याची प्रचिती आपल्याला जेव्हा जेव्हा आवश्यकता भासेल तेव्हा तेव्हा सगळ्यांना येईल.
सर्व आमदार एक मिनिट तुम्ही रेकॉर्डिंग करा. सर्व आमदार एक मतानं आमचे सर्व अधिकार जो निर्णय घ्यायचा आहे तो सर्व एक मतानं आम्ही आमचे गटनेते एकनाथजी भाऊ शिंदे यांना देत आहोत.
हातवर करा सगळ्यांनी, तुम्ही स्वीकारा नेतृत्व.
एकच आहे, जे काय सुख दुःख आहे हे आपल्या सगळ्यांचं एक आहे, बरोबर. काही असेल तर आपण एकजुटीने किती काही येऊ द्या, आपलाच आहे, आपलाच आहे. मला तर तुम्ही जे म्हणालात ते नॅशनल पार्टी आहे.
Okay, very interesting. In the last 48 hours, Arunil, this is perhaps the third attempt by the Shinde Sena to put out proof saying we are the real Sena. And now you hear the MLA saying Eknath Shinde is our real leader. What else are they saying? Arunil, over to you.
Well, this is extremely important, and clearly a new power center being developed against CM Uddhav Thackeray's Sena, because all these MLAs, we have their number close to 40, right now 38 with Eknath Shinde. Basically all, Tanaji Sawant, the senior Shiv Sena leader, is asking all the MLAs that we all together have decided that all our decisions will be with our group leader, that is Eknath Shinde. He's speaking in Marathi, basically saying that we have amicably decided that all our decisions will be with our group leader Eknath Shinde. Everybody has to raise their hands. Everybody raises their hand after Tanaji Sawant says that. So clear cut, a new power center being developed by Eknath Shinde. He has the magic number surpassing 37 comfortably, so he can basically avoid the anti-defection law. So all these emotional pleas, threats, the Shiv Sena Karyakartas barging and basically attacking the offices of these rebel MLAs, it is clearly not working out for CM Uddhav Thackeray and his team, because here Eknath Shinde,
tell me this, on the one hand we are seeing this little session that is happening in Guwahati. You are at the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. He's left for Delhi. What's he going to do in Delhi? Arunil. Okay, we'll try and fix that line. We also have with us here the Union Minister for Social Justice and Empowerment. He's also a member of Parliament, and of course he is the President of the Republic Party of India. But more importantly, he's somebody who knows the politics of Maharashtra. रामदास अठावले जी, आपने भी देखा होगा पिछले 48 घंटे में वीडियो पे वीडियो, तस्वीर पे तस्वीर आ रही है. आपके हिसाब से कौन सी है असली सेना?
हाँ, तो असली शिवसेना जो है, अगर आप सवाल पद्मजा जोशी जी मुझे पूछती है तो जरूर मैं यही बताऊंगा कि शिवसेना में बहुत बार बंद हो गया. शिवसेना छोड़ने का निर्णय बहुत बार 3-4 बार हुआ. ये हमारे छगन भुजबल जी ने शिवसेना छोड़ी थी, उसके बाद नारायण राणे जी ने भी शिवसेना छोड़ी थी, उसके बाद राज ठाकरे जी ने भी शिवसेना छोड़ी थी. लेकिन एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व में इतना बड़ा जो महाबंड हुआ है, इतने एमएलए ने 55 एमएलए में से 42 एमएलए जो है अभी तो उनके पास आए हैं, और भी 4-5 एमएलए उनके साथ आने की संभावना है. तो इतना बड़ा झटका शिवसेना को देने का काम एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने किया है. और एकनाथ शिंदे जी बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की तालीम में तैयार हुए नेता है. तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर असली शिवसेना कौन है, अगर सवाल पद्मजा आप मुझे पूछती है, तो मेरा मानना ये है कि असली शिवसेना जो है ये माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे जी की तो नहीं है. अभी असली शिवसेना एकनाथ शिंदे जी की है. उन्होंने इतने एमएलए को अपने साथ लाया है.
पर मुंबई की जनता, महाराष्ट्र की जनता कभी ठाकरे परिवार के बिना शिवसेना मानेगी? वो कैसी सेना जिसमें ठाकरे ही ना हो?
नहीं, ठीक है, अभी ठाकरे ना भी हो, लेकिन अभी शिवसेना जो है, ये शिवसेना ठाकरे परिवार की है ही है. लेकिन ठाकरे परिवार जो था, या बाला साहब ठाकरे जो थे, उन्होंने मतलब इतने लोगों को मतलब लीडर बनाया है. उसमें एकनाथ शिंदे भी एक है. तो ठीक बात है, जो मानेंगे कुछ लोग उद्धव ठाकरे जी के भी साथ रहेंगे, लेकिन इलेक्टिव मेरिट वाले जो लोग हैं, ये ज़्यादा लोग एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ रहेंगे. इसीलिए मुझे लगता है कि असली शिवसेना एकनाथ शिंदे की है. ऐसी मेरी भूमिका है.
पर क्या ये नहीं हो सकता कि अगर किसी के पास भी सही नंबर नहीं निकल करके आते हैं तो महाराष्ट्र में फिर से एक वो वक्त होगा जो कि टर्बुलेंस का वक्त, अनिश्चितता का फिर से वक्त आ सकता है?
हाँ, मतलब नहीं, मेजॉरिटी तो मतलब अभी अगर एकनाथ शिंदे जी बीजेपी के साथ आते हैं तो क्लियर मेजॉरिटी होती है, सरकार बनती है. कोई अस्थिरता आने का विषय बिल्कुल नहीं है. अभी महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार, उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार, ये माइनॉरिटी में चली गई है. इतने एमएलए बाहर आए हैं. जब माननीय गवर्नर साहब के पास पत्र जाएगा, जब बीजेपी और एकनाथ शिंदे की बात होगी, अभी तक बात नहीं हुई है. लेकिन मेरा बीजेपी को मेरी जो सूचना है कि भाई जल्दी एकनाथ शिंदे जी से बात करें. एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मेरा कहना है कि अगर आप इतने एमएलए को तोड़कर अगर बाहर आए हैं तो दूसरी सरकार बनाने के लिए जल्दी से जल्दी बीजेपी के साथ बात करें, और दोनों की मिलाकर सरकार जल्दी लाने के लिए कोशिश होनी चाहिए. देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाकर एकनाथ शिंदे जी डिप्टी सीएम हो सकते हैं, और ऐसा दोनों का तालमेल करके सरकार बहुत जल्दी आ सकती है.
आपकी जो एक अलग अंदाज है, शाराना अंदाज, वो बहुत ही फेमस रहा है. अपने अंदाज में आप कुछ, अगर उद्धव जी आपको देख रहे हैं, उनको कहना चाहेंगे?
हाँ, मतलब नहीं, उद्धव जी को मैं उद्धव जी को मैं इतना ही बताना चाहूँगा कि एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने उद्धव जी को सबक सिखाया है। एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने उद्धव जी को सबक सिखाया है और संजय राउत को उनके सामने झुकाया है। तो इसी तरह मतलब ये काम तो एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने किया है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। पद्मजा
जी, रामदास अठावले जी, आप कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी को आप सरकार बनाने का दावा कर देना चाहिए। आप तो मंत्रालय में भी हैं, मोदी जी को भी आप संदेश दे सकते हैं। बहरहाल हमसे बात करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इंटरेस्टिंग टाइम्स इंडीड इन महाराष्ट्र पॉलिटिक्स, बट इज उद्धव ठाकरे गोइंग टू स्टेप डाउन ऑन हिज ओन? इज ही आउट ऑफ numbers? Quite clearly, will he be out of office? Shekhar Rai, a senior journalist, joins us along with Shubrasta, author and founder at The Churn, Dr. Suman C. Raman, political analyst, and Rohit Kashyap, leader of the Shiv Sena. Rohit Kashyap, 2 days ago, there were 34. Uddhav ji spoke and now there are 43. इससे पहले कि ये और बढ़ के 53 हो जाए, क्या उद्धव जी को इस्तीफा नहीं दे देना चाहिए?
मैम देखिए, हमारे जो सीनियर हैं, राज्य प्रमुख जी हैं, अब इस्तीफा देना चाहिए नहीं देना चाहिए ये तो उनके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है कि उनको देना है नहीं देना। मगर आपको बात मैं बता दूं कि कल की जो उनका फेसबुक लाइव था तो उन्होंने साफ कह दिया था कि मैंने इस्तीफा अपने पास लिख कर रख लिया है, उसको जरूरत है वो इस्तीफा मुझसे बोल दे, मैं उसको दे दूंगा। तो कहीं ना कहीं देखने को ये भी मिल रहा है कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी जो पहले भी कहा जाए सरकार बनाने में कभी रुचि नहीं रखी है कि हम सरकार हमें बनानी है, लिहाजा मेकर के रूप में कभी भी नहीं हुआ कि उनको सत्ता का लोभ हो या लालच हो कि नहीं मुझे ही बनना है, कभी नहीं रहा है। मगर अगर इस सिचुएशन में जो आज कुछ समय या कहा जाए कुछ साल बीते हैं उसके अंतर्गत कहा जाए कि जो सिचुएशन पड़ी कि उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनना पड़ा, नहीं अन्यथा उनका कोई मुख्यमंत्री बनने का कोई रोल ही नहीं था। तो आप
रोहित जी कि उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनना पड़ा, ऐसा क्या हुआ था? क्योंकि वो तो एकनाथ शिंदे थे जिनको लीडर ऑफ लेजिस्लेचर पार्टी बनाया गया था। ऐसा क्या मजबूरी थी कि उद्धव जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनना पड़ा?
देखिए, मजबूरी क्या है, आप लोग क्या मीडिया के जितने भी भाई बंधु हैं हमारे, उनके सबको ये मालूम था कि किस तरीके से वहां सुबह के वक्त ही शपथ ग्रहण देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी द्वारा ले कहा है उनको की सरकार के नीचे आने के बाद ही उस पे आगे वो भी संख्या बल नहीं दिखा पाए थे। तो संख्या बल की बात वहां फंसी है, संख्या बल की बात यहाँ फंसी। जो ग्राउंड पे होगा, जो जितने भी ग्राउंड पे अगर आ जाते हैं तो
वो तो मजबूरी में उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनना पड़ रहा है। आज भी वो अपना इस्तीफा पॉकेट में लेके घूम रहे हैं।
जी,
I think Padmaja, this basically goes on to show that it's a very irresponsible political party which is not even interested in politics. So if you're not interested in becoming a chief minister, if you're not interested in any position in the government, then why are you in the business of politics in the very first place? Open an NGO, open a trust and work for the welfare of people in that case. Please, I think it's high time that Shiv Sena spokespersons at least on camera come and accept that something really went wrong with their party. That the internal discipline of the party was marred, maybe because of the fact that the Shiv Sena chief didn't listen to the cadre on ground. This is something which is very basic. Only when they accept this problem that they are going to address it. Today Shinde has almost 42 MLAs with him. There are more who are on their way to either Guwahati or on the way to joining Shinde. And what are the spokespersons even talking about? NCP says that they are with Uddhav Thackeray. They never say they are with Shiv Sena per se. They're saying they are with the Thackeray. So now it's not like Shiv Sena has not broken in the past. I mean, after Bala Sahib's death, we saw the party break into two. So, I mean, if the party splinters more, then where is NCP going to go? The signal is very clear. But what about Eknath Shinde and the MLAs that he has? At the end of the day, it's all a question of numbers. Okay. The entire game boils down to who has the numerical strength. So let's see what
Suman C. Raman, irresponsible politics. You're muted, sir.
Tito, yeah. Am I?
Yes, go.
Am I audible, Padmaja?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. See, basically, there's still a lot to play for as far as this game is concerned. Yes, Mr. Thackeray's, as far as the government saving part is concerned, I think the game is up. And but the point is Mr. Uddhav Thackeray going to be part of the Shiv Sena in some form, which is something which was unthinkable maybe a few months ago that we are even speaking on these lines. Second, is there going to be a formal split in the party? Are we going to have a Shiv Sena bracket Shinde and a Shiv Sena bracket Thackeray? Third, very importantly,
sorry, you're saying there is still a doubt whether there is going to be a split or not. Isn't it a little obvious?
No. One second, Padmaja. So far, nobody from Mr. Shinde's camp has called for Mr. Thackeray to be removed from the post of the party chief or has said that he should be sacked or any such thing. Now, that is point number one. The important point.
So what do you think they're asking for? Sitting in Guwahati, what do you think they want?
They want, officially their position is they want the alliance with the Congress and NCP to end, which means that they want an alliance with the BJP. That is a different issue. 1 second, Padmaja. They have not formally said in as many words that they want Uddhav Thackeray to quit from the
So sir, sorry to cut you short, but are you suggesting that Uddhav Thackeray is on the verge of breaking up from the MVA in order to stay chief minister and keep everyone happy?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that whether Mr. Shinde is going to take the next step and formally remove Mr. Thackeray from the party is something that we will have to see whether he can do and whether he will do it. Second,
but if he has 39 MLAs, 37 are already there on camera and there are 3 more who have gone.
Padmaja, this is not about the numbers on the floor of the house. This is about the party. And the second very important point is whether Mr. Uddhav Thackeray wants to resign or for optics be voted out on the floor of the house, which enables him to make a fiery speech maybe on the floor of the house, seek sympathy from the voters of Maharashtra.
Fiery speech about what? What do you think his fiery speech will be about? He's been accused of everything from nepotism to ignoring the grassroots cadre. Today you've got people who wrote a letter saying that the doors of Matoshri were shut to us, despite us winning elections.
All of these eminent MLAs are all made of are as white as snow. Half of them face, a very sizable number of them have the ED breathing down their necks, which is probably one of the very important reasons why they've taken this decision in the first place. So let's be very clear, this whole bunkum of this is a corrupt government and suddenly Mr. Shinde's conscience was pricked by the fact that he was not following the path of Hindutva.
All of that is fine, but sir, equally it would have applied to 2.5 years ago if the BJP actually wanted to go after these MLAs who are not white as driven snow. They could have done it 2.5 years ago.
Well, it has been a process. It is not that it started only day before yesterday or 3 days ago with Mr. Shinde. It has been a process with the ED. At least I think there are about 5 or 6 of them.
So you're comfortable with these corrupt, dirty people continuing with Uddhav, but it's a problem when the BJP books them.
Politics is unfortunately today made up of dirty, quote-unquote, dirty or unclean people from a financial perspective in virtually every political party. Why are we even kidding ourselves? But for these people
we're not kidding ourselves. I am just trying to point out that you are saying that the BJP is unethical in trying to, put pressure on these corrupt people with the ED, but the Shiv Sena government is ethical in making these corrupt people ministers. I'm just trying to point out the dichotomy there.
I am not saying one is better than the other and so on. But in this particular
case, if it is not, then Mr. Thackeray should resign simply because he doesn't enjoy the faith of these corrupt people anymore.
The toppling of this government is clearly orchestrated by the BJP. Even a child can see that. Mr. Shinde didn't go and sit in Guwahati with no plan of what to do next. Obviously, the BJP is pulling the strings and has given him instructions on what happens next. Who are we kidding?
Padmaja, if it was as clear as daylight, and according to Mr. Sumant, this has been happening, it's a part of a process, it's been happening for a couple of months now, then what was Shiv Sena doing? Was its political acumen also equally sleeping? Didn't they understand that the MLAs were being taken away by the so-called corrupt BJP? They're so-called extremely pristine, MLAs who have nothing to hide. It's so normalized that we talk about Enforcement Directorate as if it's a very corrupt agency who breathes down the necks of these politicians who are absolutely pristine. Come on, who are we kidding? Information Directorate goes after people who have done financial fraud. Or at least there is an allegation of financial misappropriation. So clearly these MLAs, even if these MLAs are being
members of a BJP Sena government. You don't have any problems with that.
Well, you just said everyone is dirty. Let's not kid ourselves. Sumant ji, I didn't even mention the BJP.
My question is,
Sumant ji, did I mention the BJP?
Who have had ED
did I mention any one political party, Sumant ji?
No, you just said it that the ED
Sumant ji, the problem with you is that you come to represent an anti-BJP standpoint and you don't even have the patience to listen to people who are giving a very generic point of view.
No.
The problem with you is that. Please accept that Shiv Sena did not get its house in order. Internally, the party was already breaking, and some political party came and took advantage of that. So this shows that the Shiv Sena is not a serious political party. This has been my prima facie allegation from the word go of this debate. The party is not serious about politics. Somehow believes in a la-la land that their MLAs will all be in order just because it's an Uddhav Thackeray, taking the reins.
रोहित कश्यप, बेसिकली ये 2.5 साल पहले जो सरकार बनी थी उसमें कभी इतना स्ट्रेंथ ही नहीं थी. ये आज नहीं तो कल गिरनी ही थी. इट जस्ट सो हैपेंस द बीजेपी इज वेटिंग एंड वॉचिंग. चलिए, सेना के एमएलएस की तरह रोहित कश्यप जी भी गायब हो गए. शेखर अय्यर, मेनी पीपल इवन नाउ स्टिल बिलीव दैट there could be a twist in the tail and that maybe Uddhav Thackeray could go back to the BJP fold. Do you think that is still a realistic possibility?
Well, I do not see such a possibility because a lot of water has flowed down, all the rivers of India, because the whole problem is, the thing is on a downslide. I mean, there is no change in that situation. The only question is, the whole thing is being calibrated by all sides, I would say, including whether it is the BJP or the Shinde Sena or even Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray also sees the writing on the wall, there is no doubt about it. And I do not want to make any insinuation that all these MLAs, who have left Uddhav Thackeray because of ED and all that would be saying that, all of them have got financial issues. That would be a too far-fetched statement. But the fact of the matter that has come today is that Uddhav has been unable to realize or were looking askance at all these things that was happening in his party. He was not accessible. Now these things are coming from the Sena MLAs as well as from other coalition partners. We have to understand that there is something singularly wrong with the style of functioning of this coalition and of the Chief Minister in particular, and people like Sanjay Raut. You see, whatever is Sanjay Raut, for instance, you saw Ajit Pawar at great pain to explain that NCP is not doing anything from its side, basically saying, look, we are not responsible for anything happening. Why is it so? Because Sanjay Raut says, we are willing to even consider going back. Now, people know, the people who are sitting in Guwahati also know that this is all buying time because they are not going to go back to Sena. That is very clear. It's only a question of time, maybe a day or two, or maybe another couple of days before I think things will get clear. Uddhav has lost his party and he has already lost the chief ministership also.
Okay, lost the government, lost the party. Has he lost the plot, or is there still anything that can be done to at least salvage the memory and the inheritance of Balasaheb Thackeray? We'll keep a close eye on what happens. At 7 p.m. Uddhav Thackeray was also supposed to chair a meeting that again has been delayed. What's the reason? What is going to happen in that meeting? We'll keep a close eye. For the timing, thank you very much, gentlemen, and Shubh Rasta for joining me. Quick break.
The Shiv Sena, they're camping there under the leadership of Eknath Shinde, and getting in a bit of breaking news update. The TMC has now said that the BJP has always played cross bat. So that's another reaction, an allegation coming in from the TMC, just as has been said by the Congress and the Shiv Sena as well in the past. We have Kirti Azad joining us on the phone line. Mr. Azad, what do you make of this allegation coming in from the TMC this time around, saying that the BJP has always played cross bat?
Well, what did they do in Madhya Pradesh?
But isn't it really directly related to, you know, the particular government's concern not being able to keep their flock together? BJP will use this as an opportunity, yes, if the Maha Vikas Aghadi is unable to keep matters in their hands.
Correct. Money, ED, IT, NSA, they all can be used to BJP's advantage.
And how is that, Mr. Azad?
Haven't we seen it?
No, in this particular case, how is it that any of the agencies is being put to use as you're alleging?
Well, haven't you seen what has happened in the past? A few months ago? On the various leaders, and every time they can't convict anybody. You've seen approximately more than 3,000 cases by ED have been framed on lots of people.
So, Mr. Azad, are you implying that all of these MLAs have decided to part ways under some sort of pressure?
Well, it's quite evident. It's very evident. What happened in Madhya Pradesh? Can you tell me that? Didn't they try the best in Bengal? Didn't they try the best in Rajasthan? Rajasthan, they almost had them.
Well, all parties involved, including the Congress and the Shiv Sena, currently in damage control mode, Mr. Azad. Let's see how this plays out. Too soon to really come to any sort of conclusions. I'll have to leave it at that. Thank you for joining us with that perspective. Let me go across to my colleague Vaishali, who's joining us from Surat. Vaishali, क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं? कितने विधायक अंदर होटल में हैं? हमें क्या कंफर्म्ड है कि सारे शिवसेना के हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, जैसा आप देख रहे हैं, सवेरे कल रात से ही वो लोग यहाँ एयरपोर्ट पास की एक होटल में रुके हैं कल रात से ही, और आज सवेरे से ही सूरत के आप जो भी है मीडिया जगत के सारे लोग वहां पे पहुंचे हैं, और वहां पे जो जानकारी हम लोगों को अभी तक मिली है तो उसमें यही है कि ये जो सारे विधायक हैं वो 22 जो विधायक है वो सारे ही शिवसेना से जुड़े हुए हैं, और उनके नाम का लिस्ट भी जैसे मैं आपको भेज चुकी हूँ। मतलब वो कहा जा सकता है कि वो सारे शिवसेना से ही जुड़े हुए हैं।
Two Sena and leaders are now being dispatched to get in touch with the roughly 30 rebel MLAs. Meanwhile, even as we speak, the chief of NCP, Sharad Pawar, along with his chief lieutenants, are there holding a press conference. We'll get to hear what the status of the NCP MLAs are. After all, most of the people who are believed to be holed up in the Gujarat resort are there from the Shiv Sena. Let me in fact go across to Arunil, who's joining us. Arunil, Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar also had a last minute meeting last night over the phone. What do we expect to happen now?
Well, a last ditch effort being made by the Uddhav Thackeray camp, that is in the Shiv Sena. We understand that 3 leaders basically.
And in fact, that is the reason why I am here. So after that meeting, definitely I have to meet media, and what is the outcome of that meeting, we explain there.
सर, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में जिस तरह से राजनीति तेज हो गई है, शिवसेना के विधायक जो है कई सारे सूरत में पहुंच गए हैं, आपको लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट को खतरा सरकार
कि ये कुछ भारत से हुआ, ये पिछले 2-2.5 साल में दिस इज द 3rd इंसिडेंट। इससे पहले 2 हुए थे। मुझे याद है कि जब उद्धव ठाकरे जी का सरकार बना, इससे पहले कुछ हमारे MLAs को उठाकर यहाँ हरियाणा में, गुजरात में कुछ एरिया में रखे गए थे, मगर बाद में वहाँ से निकल कर वो वापस आ गए। सरकार बनाया, सरकार बनने के बाद पिछले 2.5 साल सरकार ठीक से चल रहा है। तब वहाँ इलेक्शन था, और यहाँ तक
Hello and a very good evening to you. You're watching Times Now.
I'm Pratibha. Let's get you started on all the developments in Maharashtra. In some breaking news that's just coming in, Uddhav Thackera's meeting with the top Sena leaders has been delayed. That's the update coming in. The meeting with the top Sena leaders has now been delayed. So why is there a delay? Let's get you an inside scoop on that. This comes after the emissaries sent by Uddhav Thackeray also joined the rebel camp. So now the meeting with the top leaders has been delayed. Radhika is joining us with more details on this. Radhika, do we have reasons for the delay in this meeting that has been called? Clearly there has been a setback for Uddhav Thackeray, even as he sent out his emissaries to try and reach out to the rebels. They've also switched sides.
Absolutely. The intermediaries who were sent out to pacify the situation, to make peace, to sort of come to a consensus, to perhaps bring back the other MLAs, the rebel MLAs themselves have become rebels, you know. So that's the irony of this whole situation. So it is quite unfortunate, a huge setback as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. His numbers dwindling, and the numbers as well as far as Shinde is concerned is only increasing. The reason could be this, that Uddhav Thackeray and his loyalist MLAs are witnessing, people jumping ships to Shinde camp. So that could be the reason for the delay. But even this morning, there was supposed to be a meeting with the top Sena leaders. That got delayed, and then he had a meeting with, of course, secretaries of various ministries. Of course, that was a very brief meeting. However, the meeting with several top Sena leaders is getting delayed. And
let's take a word from Shivani as well. Radhika, as we continue to get all the updates of what's happening there, what's really happening in the Uddhav camp? The meeting has been delayed. Are new strategies now being devised, Shivani?
Well, definitely here, but we'll try and get a word from Jayant Patil first.
अपेक्षा है, और इसीलिए उद्धव जी उनको बार बार बुला रहे हैं, बातचीत करने को बुला रहे हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि संगठन के नेता ने ये करने की आवश्यकता है जो वो कर रहे हैं.
So you are live on Times now. What do you want to say? Ajit Pawar sir also has given several clarification and said that you are going to back Uddhav Thackeray and the MBA.
Of course, we are going to back, and we will back Uddhav Thackeray and the alliance.
Okay, but simultaneously there are claims those are coming from those particular MLAs, and now a fresh video has come where all those 42 MLAs are saying that they are going to support the Shiv Sena with Eknath Shinde. They are saying that he is the Pramukh.
So that is what they are saying. But they are saying from Guwahati, when they will come to Mumbai and they will present themselves before the governor, then we will believe that they have really defected from Shiv Sena.
Okay, so simultaneously one more thing, constant questioning is taking place on the alliance. Though Ajit Pawar sir, though NCP is now saying, earlier they were saying it is an internal matter, now they are saying they are going to back it. How the alliance should look like, because still there are people, those are offering from BJP several ministries and several seats to Eknath Shinde and their MLAs.
Once you are gone out of the party, everybody, whoever wants MLAs, who is most needy in the market, will always offer something or the other to the people who have stepped out of their own house.
Yeah.
So that is bound to happen. I am not surprised about it. What is surprising me is these people have gone to Guwahati, and they are protected by some people there.
Right.
So they should come back to Maharashtra. The decision of Maharashtra regarding Maharashtra and future of Maharashtra should be made in Mumbai, not in Guwahati. So that is why Uddhav Thackeray is asking them to come and discuss with him.
Sir, last question. Deputy Speaker has also received one letter from Eknath Shinde cadre. How do you look at it? Because the counting, it all depends on the numbers, sir.
I am not aware of exactly what is the nature of the letter, and I think Deputy Speaker will take appropriate decision on that.
Thank you so much for speaking to Times Now, sir. So clearly we are seeing that how this thing is transpired earlier, right before this meeting. NCP leaders, ministers were claiming that it is an internal matter of Shiv Sena and they would not comment on Sanjay Raut's statement. They are not going to comment on the alliance. But yes, right after this particular meeting, clearly all ministers are saying that they are backing Uddhav Thackeray, they are backing Shiv Sena, they are backing the MBA alliance.
Ajit Pawar also said that we are the three-tier party and it is responsibility of three party to bring back this alliance more strongly, and also some of the other way he indicated that people sitting in Guwahati should not put different plans on their mind, because the politics of Maharashtra, the decisions of Maharashtra shall be taken with while sitting in Mumbai, and that is why Uddhav Thackeray is also calling all of those people in Mumbai. But yes, of course, few minutes.
Jen Patil there saying that we continue to back Uddhav Thackeray, but there's not much good news coming in their way. In fact, in some breaking news that's just coming in, 2 more Sena MLAs are all set to land in Guwahati. That's a big breaking news now coming in. 2 more MLAs in the Eknath Shinde camp. Radhika joining us with more details on this. Radhika, the numbers continue to increase. On one hand, we have the Congress party as well as the NCP continuing to say that all is well, we continue to back Uddhav Thackeray. But on the other side, if this implosion continues, 2 more Sena MLAs now reaching Guwahati.
2 more Sena MLAs reaching Guwahati. The numbers are only exploding as far as Shinde camp is concerned. He was talking about 35, then it went on to 38. Now more than 40 MLAs. In fact, 40 MLAs from as far as Sena is concerned, and there several independent MLAs as well. So he has numbers on his side, no doubt about it. But at the same time, Sena saying that, Sanjay Raut coming out to say that there are 18 MLAs that the Sena is in touch with. There are 18 rebel MLAs that Sena is in touch with is something that the Sena camp backed by Uddhav Thackeray is telling us. So, whether they will come back to the Sena fold, not entirely certain. But at this point, of course, doesn't look like, the rebel MLAs are coming this side. It only looks like Uddhav Thackeray side MLAs are going that side. The numbers dwindling here, the numbers only increasing up there. So remains to be seen how things will pan out from here. Congress, NCP saying they are going to back, Uddhav Thackeray no matter what. But, by now they must know that they do not have the numbers to back. They can morally back him, they can emotionally back him, just like, thousands of Shiv Senics who've been backing, Uddhav Thackeray right outside Sena Bhavan sometime back, and outside Varsha, outside Matushri. But the fact remains that Uddhav Thackeray currently doesn't have the numbers and he is on the edge.
Absolutely. So, quick developments that continue to come in. Earlier today, this was the picture that had been tweeted by the Shinde camp as well, clearly having the support of well over 37 MLAs. That's a number that they require. Clearly, the tide of history has turned in favor of Eknath Shinde as the numbers come in. He seems to have succeeded in pulling off his audacious coup against the mighty Thackerays. In fact, if he realizes his goal, then the Thackerays, who for 57 years have been synonymous with the Shiv Sena, would have lost, in a manner of speaking, their Sena. This would be a devastating blow akin to the Congress party being snatched away from the Gandhis, DMK perhaps being snatched away from Karunanidhi, and NC being snatched away from the Abdullahs, or the SP being snatched away from the Yadav clan. So how close has Shinde come to this objective? Listen in.
कितने दिनों में ये मुद्दा खत्म हो सकता है? इन्वेस्टिगेशन कैसे करेंगे?
देखता हूँ मैं।
आप
प्लीज टेल अस, एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने आपको जो लेटर भेजा है, उस पे आपको संशय लग रहा है, और क्या वजह है, किस तरह से आप देखते हैं इसको?
मैंने बहुत बार बोला।
सर एक बार बता दीजिए कि 34 का जो काउंटिंग है उसका क्या सिलसिला है?
उसमें 2-3 है, वो पक्ष है।
जी सर।
देखता हूँ। आणि त्यांची जी मागणी आहे, ती मागणी अधिकृतपणे शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुखांसमोर त्यांनी मांडावी. त्यांच्या मागणीचा नक्की विचार होईल, पण आधी मुंबईत याची हिंमत दाखवा. पण आमची भूमिका फक्त सध्याच्या सरकारविषयी आहे. त्या सरकारमधून महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे. तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा, समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा. नक्की तुमच्या भूमिकेचा विचार होईल. 24 तासात परत या.
उद्धव साहब ने चर्चा के लिए बुला है. उनके इधर से क्या मैसेज जा रहा, उधर से क्या मैसेज आ रहा, ये चलते रहेगा. लेकिन हम सारे शिवसैनिकों की इच्छा एक ही है कि इसमें सुलह हो जाए, और फिर से, क्योंकि वो भी शिवसैनिक है और पार्टी छोड़ के नहीं गए.
So after the over 48 hours of drama that's unfolded, the one question that everyone wants an answer to is what's next. Here are two of the most likely outcomes looking at the development so far. One, if Uddhav Thackeray quits, the petition to the governor to dissolve the assembly. These were the speculations. Yesterday, of course, as he went live on Facebook, he clearly ruled that out as an option. But of course, there's still that option of BJP taking claim, looking at the fact that Eknath Shinde camp has the numbers that it requires, and they've made it very clear they want to align with the BJP. So asking the governor to call a session and hold a floor test. So the power tussle in Maharashtra continues to escalate, with Shinde Sena displaying strength in Guwahati. But this does not seem to have deterred Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray as he keeps up the ante. In a massive display of strength, Uddhav vacated the official CM residence Varsha and moved back to Matushri in the presence of thousands of Shiv Senics. This was clearly giving out a clear message that he is not really attached to the fruits of power and ready for any kind of sacrifice. In fact, Uddhav also said that he was willing to resign if, after a face-to-face talk with the rebels and even giving up the chief minister's post to the rebels, if that's what they wish.
कारण का तरी शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही असं काही जे आरोप करतायत त्याला सुद्धा माझ्याकडे उत्तर आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, चला मला सांगा, मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे. मी शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुख पद पण सोडायला तयार आहे, पण हे सांगणारा विरोधक नाही. नाहीतर असे फडतूस लोक खूप आहेत, त्यांच्या सांगण्यावर किंवा त्यांच्या त्या काय ते ट्रेंडिंग ट्रोलिंग ट्विटर फिटर ह्याच्यासाठी मी काय त्यांना मी बांधलेलं नाहीये, मी माझ्या शिवसैनिकाला बांधलेलं आहे. आणि शिवसैनिक सुद्धा या भानगडीत पडणार नाहीये, कारण तो फेस टू फेस संकटाला सामोरं जाणारा शिवसैनिक आहे. म्हणून त्यांनी सांगावं, मी दोन्ही पद सोडायला तयार आहे, पण मी मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडल्यानंतर जर शिवसेनेचा मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल, मला आनंदाने मान्य आहे.
So all eyes are going to be on the meeting that Uddhav Thackeray has called with the top Sena leaders. What's really brewing in the Uddhav Thackeray camp? Can there be a surprise element, or is there something else that has been planned? Speculations going on what's going to happen in the meeting. Remember, they have reached out to the rebels, trying to speak to them, but the rebels have made it very clear on what their stand is. Shivani continues to be with us. Shivani, the meeting has been delayed, but what's really expected? Because all eyes are going to be on this very crucial meeting.
Well, definitely seems that yesterday as well, the 5 p.m. time was given by CM Uddhav Thackeray, and then he started off very, very late, and we saw that after 5:35 p.m. he started off with his, delivery that he wanted to give that message to all the people in Maharashtra, and especially to the people those are now with Eknath Shinde. Seems that again that meeting has now been delayed for almost 40 minutes, and now that is very much likely to start at 8 p.m. of time. And in fact, right now, as we are continuing to remain at the YB Chavan Center, where Sharad Pawar is yet to leave, we can totally understand. Ajit Pawar also said that he is going to speak to Uddhav Thackeray, and that's why we understand that after this particular meeting also, when NCP has conveyed their message that they are with Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray and MVA alliance overall, it seems that after 8 p.m. there will be more calls. Those will be made to Uddhav Thackeray from NCP top leaders and Supremo, and that is what he is waiting for. And now we'll see at around 8 p.m. This particular meeting will start. But very interestingly here, one thing has to be noted, that earlier the MLAs, those were complaining, that CM was inaccessible to all of those, and that is why they are angry over him, and it was always Eknath Shinde who heard them. Now it comes that he is going to meet, the presidents of the area-wise people.
Keep an eye out on that meeting, because it's going to be important to see what's going to happen there, what's the decision that's taken there, because that's going to have a bearing on what unfolds in Maharashtra in the coming hours. Thank you for joining us for the moment. Let's also get our viewers updates from across the country. In Karnataka, the Income Tax Department conducted searches at multiple educational institutions. The department received information on tax evasion by the educational institutions covered in the search. Institutions based out of Bengaluru are being scrutinized by the IT department. After the CBI, now the ED has summoned TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee's wife Rujira Banerjee over the coal smuggling scam. On June 14th, the CBI team had reached all the TMC MP's residence to question Rujira Banerjee.
A journalist has been attacked in Tripura when he captured alleged booth rigging. Local journalist Shubham Devnath was assaulted by goons in Tripura while he was covering the ongoing Tripura by-polls. He is alleging that he had captured rigging, people being stopped from casting their votes when he was hit on his head. And well, on that note, we're slipping into a very quick break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with lots more.
Opposition's presidential candidate, and the decision that is expected to be taken on that as far as the meeting, the second round that was going to happen today. We're given to understand that Yashwant Sinha's name has been finalized by the opposition. 17 parties were invited. They were supposed to be part of this opposition meeting. Yashwant Sinha this morning took to Twitter. He said he is hoping that a larger responsibility is entrusted on him, and his party's chief Mamata Banerjee approves of that. Looks like it's not just an approval from Mamata Banerjee but from a united opposition as well, because Yashwant Sinha is now the consensus candidate as far as the presidential election is concerned for the opposition. Remember, this also comes at a time when 3 candidates declined the offer. Gopal Krishna Gandhi, Sharad Pawar and Farooq Abdullah were the 3 picks that the opposition had made, all 3 of whom denied to take them up on the offer. They had different reasons for it. Madhav Gopalakrishnan, senior editor, with me for more on this. Madhav, it looks like Yashwant Sinha is the consensus candidate now.
Yes, it is all but confirmed. Just a formal announcement is what is awaited at this point of time, and just a few moments from now, an opposition press conference is going to begin, where in fact a formal announcement is going to be made. Sharad Pawar, of course, chairing this meeting, called the opposition leaders. Leaders of the Congress party, leaders of various other opposition parties, including the left, are present, and TMC also present at this meeting. The SP, the RJD, CPI, ML, the National Conference, amongst the parties that are present, along with the AIDF, the RSP, and other political parties. The NCP also present over here. The MIM also attending this meeting, as is the IUML. So we are expecting these 15 political parties, and at this particular press conference, to make the announcement of Mr. Yashwant Sinha formally as the opposition candidate as far as the presidential polls are concerned. So that formal announcement is expected in a few minutes from now, where in fact the formal announcement of who will be the opposition candidate, it will be Mr. Yashwant Sinha, is what's also indicating to us, and he was in fact to attend today's meeting over here as well.
Jyotiraditya Scindia, the union minister who has now responded first here on Times Now, he has now in fact slammed the Shiv Sena as well as the MVA in the state. That's the first reaction coming in from him. Listen in.
विश्वास अनुभव महाराष्ट्र के साथ रहा है।
2.5 वर्षातच महाविकास आघाडीचा जो प्रयोग आहे
आता 2.5 वर्ष महाविकास आघाडीने उत्तम कारभार केला, अनेक महत्त्वाचे निर्णय घेतले. कोरोनासारखं एक राष्ट्रीय संकट असताना त्या संकटावर मात करण्यासाठी आरोग्य खात्याने उत्तम काम केलं. हे सगळे बघितले. हा प्रयोग फसला आहे असं म्हणलं याचा अर्थ राजकीय अज्ञान.
सर, ज्याप्रमाणे संख्याचं बळ पाहता आता महाविकास आघाडी सरकार अडचणीत आहे, कारण संख्या त्यांच्याकडे जास्त आहे. महाविकास आघाडी अडचणीत आहे हे तर मान्य करता?
अडचण असं आहे, प्रसिद्धी माध्यमातून काही गोष्टी पुढे आले त्या काही नाकारण्याचं कारण नाही. पण ज्या वेळेला हे विधानसभेचे सभासद महाराष्ट्राच्या बाहेर गेले, ते इथं आल्याच्या नंतर माझी खात्री आहे की ते ज्या पद्धतीने त्याला नेलं गेलं त्याची वस्तुस्थिती हे लोकांना सांगतील, आणि इथं आल्याच्या नंतर आपण अजूनही शिवसेनेच्या बरोबर हे स्पष्ट करतील आणि
सर, तुम्ही देखील अशा पद्धतीने परिस्थिती आधी हाताळली होती.
तुम्ही मगाशी प्रश्न विचारला. बाकी
पवार साहब जिस तरीके से शिवसेना के 50 विधायक क्लेम किए जा रहे हैं कि अब शिंदे गुट के साथ हो गए हैं और सरकार माइनॉरिटी में हो गई है और इस्तीफा देना चाहिए।
सरकार माइनॉरिटी में है या नहीं, ये एस्टेब्लिश करने का रास्ता विधानसभा है। विधानसभा में जब फ्लोर टेस्ट हो जाएगी तो पता लगेगा कि ये सरकार मेजॉरिटी में है।
सर
काल ज्याप्रमाणे आपण मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे यांची भेट घेतली, काल ज्याप्रमाणे मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे यांची भेट घेतली आणि त्यांनी वर्षा सोडलं, त्याच्यानंतर हे वाटायला लागलं की कुठे ना कुठे सरकार मात्र मोठ्या प्रमाणात अडचणीत आहे. तरी आपण हे होप पकडत आहेत की सरकार जे आहे ते अजूनही आपल्या संकटातून मात करू अशा प्रकारची भूमिका आपण मांडत आहोत.
तुमचा प्रश्न बरोबर आहे, पण अशी स्थिती याच्यापूर्वी मी महाराष्ट्रात अनेकदा बघितली.
I have seen this kind of a situation many times in Maharashtra before.
या परिस्थितीतून मात करून हे सरकार बहुमत सिद्ध करेल आणि उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्या नेतृत्वाखालचं सरकार चालू आहे ते संबंध देशाला कळेल.
सर आप लड़ने की बात कर रहे हैं, सर आप लड़ने की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन संजय राउत कह रहे हैं कि हम I am hoping that this government will sustain. We will be able to prove majority in the floor of the house and CM Uddhav Thackeray will continue. अच्छा फ्रेम चेंज कैसे का फेस
उनका कहना है कि वहाँ ये आघाड़ी में हम गए और वहाँ कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी इन पार्टी के खिलाफ हमारे मन में एक तरह की नाराजगी है, ये बात उन्होंने कही. इसीलिए संजय राउत ने जवाब दिया, आपका यही कहना है तो यहाँ आके कहो, हमारे सामने कहो, और आवश्यकता हो तो हम बाहर फिरने के लिए भी तैयार हैं, मगर ये आसाम में बैठकर नहीं, ये यहाँ आकर कहने की उन्होंने स्थिति दिखानी चाहिए. और यही बात कल उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने बताई.
क्या गृह मंत्रालय का फेलियर मानते हैं कि इतने सारे मंत्री, इतने सारे नेता विधायक एक साथ निकल के सूरत चले जा रहे हैं, सरकार को या मिनिस्ट्री को इस बात की भनक नहीं लगी कि सूरत सारे 40-50 लोग साथ में जा रहे हैं?
इसमें कोई किसी का फेलियर लेकर इसका असेसमेंट करने का आज टाइम नहीं, वो उचित समय पर करेगा.
भाजप आहे असं वाटत नाही, या मागं भाजप आहे असं वाटत नाही असं अजित पवार.
महाराष्ट्राची मुंबईची स्थिती आहे ते पाहून त्यांनी हे विधान केलेलं असावं. इथं प्रत्यक्ष लोक हलवणं आणि हे ऑपरेशन करणं याच्यामध्ये आज श्री एकनाथ शिंदे आणि त्यांचे सहकारी दिसतात. थोरांना इतकी स्थानिक माहिती जरूर आहे, परंतु इथली परिस्थिती आम्हा लोकांना अधिक माहिती. राज्याच्या माहिती सांगू इच्छितो की आता मी टेलिव्हिजनवर एक शिंदे यांचा एक इंटरव्ह्यू पाहिला आणि त्याच्यामध्ये त्यांनी असं स्टेटमेंट केलं आहे की आम्हाला एका राष्ट्रीय पक्षाचा पाठिंबा आहे, एका राष्ट्रीय पक्षाचा. माझ्याकडे देशाच्या सगळ्या
in his video has made a statement that there is a national party supporting us.
राष्ट्रीय पक्ष कोण? एक भाजप पक्षाचा, 3 कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी CPI, 4 CPM, 5 इंडियन नॅशनल काँग्रेस सोनिया गांधी आणि 6 राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पार्टी. ही 6 अधिकृत इलेक्शन कमिशन. कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी CPI, 4 CPM, 5 इंडियन नॅशनल काँग्रेस सोनिया गांधी आणि 6 राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पार्टी. ही 6 अधिकृत इलेक्शन कमिशनने प्रसिद्ध केलेली यादी आहे. आता तुम्हीच बघा की CPI, CPM, काँग्रेस या सगळ्या राष्ट्रवादी या सगळ्यांचा याच्यात हात आहे का? याचा कोणी याच्यात हातीवर देणार असेल का? जे नाही ते याचा तुम्ही विचार केला तर आहेत कोणीही सांगण्याची गरज लागत. दुसरी गोष्ट अशी आहे की सुरतला आणि आसामला जी व्यवस्था करणारे लोक आम्हाला दिसते ते अजित पवारांच्या फळीचे आहेत असं मला वाटत नाही, पण माझ्या फळीचे आहे. उदाहरणार्थ सुरतला भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे राज्याचे अध्यक्ष शिव पाटील मराठी ग्रस्त आहेत, ते तिथे अध्यक्ष आहेत, ते पार्लमेंटचे मेंबर आहेत, संसदेमध्ये आम्हाला दिसतात. त्यांचा सहभाग असेल याचा अर्थ काय समजायचा? आणि दुसरी गोष्ट अशी की आसाममध्ये सवन व्यवस्था ही करण्याचं म्हणजे तिथलं राज्य सरकार अतिशय ॲक्टिव्ह आहे. तिथलं राज्य आज भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या हातात आहे. त्यामुळं वस्तुस्थिती काही स्पष्ट होते. तिथं कोण आहे नाही हे सांगण्याची गरज नाही, नावं घेण्याची गरज नाही. इथं कुणी दिसत नाही, पण तिथं जे दिसत आहेत त्याच्यातून कोण आहे हे तुम्हाला लोकांना समजेल.
Viewers, you're watching India Up Front. You just heard Sharad Pawar backing to the hilt Uddhav Thackeray, saying that they are going to support the Aghadi and help Uddhav navigate this crisis. But viewers, I want to take you back to 2006. Then Raj Thackeray waged a war of succession. His uncle Bal Thackeray, who founded the Shiv Sena, opted for his son Uddhav and snubbed his beloved nephew Raj Thackeray. Uddhav won the bout, even though most cynics believed that Raj Thackeray was the rightful legatee cut from the same cloth as his uncle. They may not have been wrong. 16 years later, the tide of history has turned in the favor of Eknath Shinde, Uddhav's latest challenger. As viewers, the first Thackeray became Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde, who is not a Thackeray, but despite that, has appeared to have succeeded in pulling off his audacious coup against the mighty Thackeray first family. If Shinde realizes his ambitious goal, then the Thackeray's, who for 57 years have been synonymous with the Shiv Sena, would have lost, in a manner of speaking, their Sena. This would be a devastating loss of face for the Thackeray's. It is akin, just think about it, it is akin to the Congress being snatched from the Gandhis, the DMK in Tamil Nadu being snatched from the clutches of the Karunanidhis, the National Conference in Kashmir being snatched from the Abdullahs, or the Samajwadi Party being snatched from the Yadav clan by a MLA of those parties. So how close has Shinde come to this objective? And how close is he to re-altering the course of Maharashtra politics? Let's go across to Pranesh and Arunil for more on that. Pranesh, over to you. A latest video released by Shinde's supporters show that the rebel camp has swelled in number, over 40 MLAs, which is far above the mark needed to avoid the provisions of the anti-defection law. Pranesh.
That's right, Rahul. We'll go to the video, but let's quickly do the head count once again. This is the photo released by the Shinde camp. Shinde, of course, sitting in between. Let's quickly do this. Here's the pen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41 and 42. Of the 42, only 5 are independents. So the Sena, the Shinde Sena has the numbers. They are well beyond the magic mark. They will not attract the anti-defection law. Let's now go to,
yes.
Let's quickly open the video now.
Yes, and we're also being told, Pranesh, if I'm not mistaken, that the videos show that more new entrants have landed from Mumbai and joined the Shinde camp in Guwahati.
Rahul, the new entrants are yet to join. This is a video that has been released. The video we are being told was shot right after this photo was taken, and the video shows that Shinde is actually being elected as the leader by the Sena rebels.
Wow.
So you have Shinde sitting in between the Sena rebels facing him, and they are saying two things. We pledge our allegiance to Eknath Shinde. Here you have.
Yeah.
And let's quickly pause it. See this frame. This is Eknath Shinde facing the rebel MLAs.
Yes.
And look at the body language. He is sitting like Uddhav Thackeray would or has sat before in Sena meetings, and all these Shiv Sena MLAs, independents included, are saying with their hands up that yes, Mr. Shinde, you are our letter.
Yes, and you are our boss. Well, viewers, it's as clear as day. That picture, that video, in case you missed it, tells you that Uddhav Thackeray has squandered the party. And with that, Bal Thackeray's legacy. Many more fence-sitting Shiv Sena MLAs have decided to dump the Thackeray's and join the breakaway Shinde camp in Guwahati, which is now calling itself the real Shiv Sena. Let's go across to Arunil. Arunil, it's curtains. Is it curtains now? Is it definitively curtains? And is Uddhav Thackeray aware that it is curtains for him?
Well, certainly yes, Rahul. Any hope that CM Uddhav Thackeray or his close confidants had over here, it is end game for them, because they have been making emotional pleas. They have been writing, they have been communicating with the Eknath Shinde camp. Sanjay Raut coming out in the open and basically speaking about it, saying Sanjay Raut basically speaking about it, saying that if you're not happy, you come to us, you tell us your problem, and we will solve it. If you don't want to be with Congress and NCP, you tell us, and we will snap the ties and respect your feelings. However, if we look at it, the way we look at it, Eknath Shinde immediately released a video, and the body language, as Pradesh was pointing out, it was not in the way CM Uddhav Thackeray will sit. It was exactly in the way how Bal Thackeray used to sit. Basically, he's trying to copy the image and the persona of Bal Thackeray, basically saying that CM Uddhav Thackeray has failed to do that. He has basically compromised on Hindutva by tying hands with the arch nemesis of Bal Thackeray, that is the Congress and the NCP. So whatever Eknath Shinde is doing over here, he is basically giving out an information to the Shiv Senics as well as to the Shiv Sena MLAs, to the remaining Shiv Sena MLAs who are there in CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp as well, that this is the old Shiv Sena, this believes in Hindutva, and here no compromise will be made. I'm again telling you, Rahul, that another important development that we can confirm is that Devendra Fadnavis will now soon be landing in the city of Delhi, and he will be having a series of meetings over there. So BJP clearly swinging into action after Eknath Shinde having numbers more than the magical number of 37 speaks volume about it. And Pranesh was counting around 37 to 38. Now,
no, go ahead, finish your point. 37, 38. Now there are more.
there are two more, Rahul, that is Dada Bhuse and Sanjay Rathod. Both of them are MLAs of the Shiv Sena. They have already left. Their video has been released from the Eknath Shinde camp. So comfortably they are above the crucial 37 mark. And why this has been done? Because once bitten, twice shy. Yes, Devendra Fadnavis faced embarrassment during the Ajit Pawar episode, but here the number is comfortably past the 37 mark.
So that means none of these MLAs can be disqualified. Viewers, this is a very important development, very important development, because now the BJP can go ahead and extend support. But will the BJP go ahead and extend support? It's once bitten, twice shy, as Arunil has said. Mohit joins us. The big question, will the BJP back the Shinde Sena? Mohit Bhatt.
Well, yes, Rahul, and you see, this has been the tactic of the BJP, and you see, I was also there in Madhya Pradesh when there was talks of Scindia coming to the BJP, but the BJP wanted that Jyotiraditya Scindia should have numbers with him, should have MLAs with him, so that the Kamal Nath government can be toppled, and this is why we see that whole of the BJP, specifically center and at the state, they were waiting for the numbers. Now that the numbers are here, we know for a fact that Himanta Biswa Sarma has reached Delhi, though it being said that Himanta Biswa Sarma, being the Chief Minister of Assam from Bharatiya Janata Party, has come here as the proposer of Draupadi Murmu, who is the president candidate from the NDA, and he has also gone to the residence of Prahlad Joshi. In some time from now, what we are hearing, that Devendra Fadnavis will also be coming to Delhi. His name is also there as the proposer of Draupadi Murmu. All the senior leaders of the BJP, all the chief ministers, they are coming here. But a meeting can take place at the residence of JP Nadda or at the residence of Home Minister Amit Shah. BJP was waiting for the numbers. Now that the numbers are here, we have done the head count, and if numbers are there, BJP will surely want to go for the floor test, and that is why BJP was waiting. They wanted that Eknath Shinde should collect all their men, and then with the numbers, BJP can claim that yes, they are the single largest party and they have support of the Eknath Shinde camp. And
well, will the BJP, and how quickly will the BJP open its cards and put them on the table? Viewers, that's the million-dollar question. It's the biggest question. And it's a question that could seal Uddhav Thackeray's fate, could sever him from the Shiv Sena as we know it. It could re-alter the political landscape of Maharashtra forever. The Thackeray's, their time might be over. At least Uddhav Thackeray, Raj Thackeray, who broke away saying that Uddhav didn't have it in him to lead the party in the same manner and in the image of Bal Thackeray, will have the last laugh. But can he resurrect himself and reclaim the legacy that his own cousin has squandered? That's another question, but that's for a later date, viewers. Right now, the pressure will be on Uddhav Thackeray to quit. He has moved out of the official chief minister bungalow, Varsha. He has lost his MLAs. It's on your screens. He squandered the party. He's lost Bal Thackeray's legacy. Why is he still holding on to the kursi? Viewers, that's the fundamental question. And I'll be posing that question, but not before we hear from Sanjay Raut, the closest aide of Uddhav Thackeray, who says out of desperation to Shinde and the rebel camp, we are ready to let go of the NCP and the Congress. Viewers, the same allies that pledged Uddhav support and put him in that chief ministerial chair, the Sena now says, the Uddhav Sena says, we're ready to give them the kick. Listen to this.
आणि त्यांची जी मागणी आहे ती मागणी अधिकृतपणे शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुखांसमोर त्यांनी मांडावी. त्यांच्या मागणीचा नक्की विचार होईल, पण आधी मुंबईत याची हिंमत दाखवा. पण आमची भूमिका फक्त सध्याच्या सरकारविषयी आहे. त्या सरकारमधून महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे. तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा, समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा. नक्की तुमच्या भूमिकेचा विचार होईल. 24 तासात परत या.
उद्धव साहब ने चर्चा के लिए बुला है. उनके इधर से क्या मैसेज जा रहा, उधर से क्या मैसेज आ रहा, ये चलते रहेगा. लेकिन हम सारे शिवसैनिकों की इच्छा एक ही है कि इसमें सुलह हो जाए और फिर से, क्योंकि वो भी शिवसैनिक है और वो पार्टी छोड़ के नहीं गए.
Let's open this up, viewers. We've got a very, very important question to ask. And I'm going to bring in Sajid Supariwala. I'm going to bring in Sameer Desai, leader of the Shiv Sena. I'm going to bring in Lokesh Jindal, leader of the Congress, the spokesperson, the Congress, Karan Verma, author, Tushar Gupta, senior editor of Swarajya, and Smita Prakash, all of them, right now into this important debate, critical debate. A debate, the outcome of which, viewers, could reorient the history of Maharashtra politics as we go further. The Shiv Sena being snatched from the Thackeray's. Can you believe it? Can you believe it, viewers? As I began by saying, this is akin to someone snatching the Congress away from the Gandhis. That's how elemental this is. This is how monumental it is. And I want to go straight across to you, Sajid Supariwala. There is visual proof now that Uddhav Thackeray has lost more than 2/3 of his MLAs to Eknath Shinde. He's vacated his residence Varsha. He's even said that I'm ready to vacate any post if these MLAs continue down this route. He's even saying that I'm ready to dump Sharad Pawar, who made him chief minister. He says, I'm even ready to dump Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra, the Congress party. But allow me to continue in office, please. Come back to me. Support me. Sir, he's lost his party.
Let me first.
He's lost his MLAs. Why is Uddhav Thackeray still holding on to his CM's post? What gives him the natural right to do so, the moral authority to do so? You need to answer this question. ना उनके पास पार्टी है, ना MLAs हैं. वो कहते हैं कि भाई मैं वर्षा बंगलो भी छोड़ के जा रहा हूँ, तो सिर्फ कुर्सी भी छोड़ दो.
Let me correct you. Let me correct you now. Can I say? Can I start?
Yes, sir.
Answering to your question.
Of course, sir.
The thing is, first I would like to correct you. Shiv Sena is only Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, and that is the only Shiv Sena. There is no other Shiv Sena. Okay? Please get your facts right.
My facts are on your screen, sir.
Shiv Sena is the leader
Shinde
of
has
Shiv
given
Sena
you the
and
facts.
nobody else.
Is it not a fact that
Okay,
42 MLAs are with him?
We are talking about.
Is it not true? Is
We
it
are
not
talking
a fact?
about those
Are you telling me that I'm faking it?
47 MLAs will not decide.
Are you telling me I'm faking this?
47 MLAs. 47, 48. Let it be 480. One minute.
Just tell me I'm
If
faking
you
it. Tell me that I'm faking
did I deny that there are 45 or whatever?
There you go.
Can
45 or whatever.
Can I speak? When you're asking me a question, Rahul, please let me speak. This is a very wrong habit. When somebody is trying to put up something, you don't shut them up. You let them speak, yaar. Kindly let me speak. I'm not denying anything. These 45 MLAs you're talking about, 42, let them be 450 MLAs. We are not talking. The government is, the voters are not the MLAs. The MLAs are being elected by the people. And the people want Uddhav Sahib Thackeray only as the Shiv Sena leader. They will not accept anybody else as the Shiv Sena leader. The founder of the Shiv Sena was Devendra Thackeray and my respected Bala Sahib Thackeray and not anybody else. So obviously, if the founder is Uddhav Thackeray's father, how can anybody just claim to be a leader? There is no other Shiv Sena. There is only one Shiv Sena. Let's not confuse the people. The people who have gone away also, like I have been telling earlier, let them come, let them prove it on the floor test. The time is there. If they have everything ready, why are they not coming to Maharashtra? Guwahati is not in Maharashtra. Let those leaders come here. Let those MLAs come here. Prove on the floor test. What are we waiting for? Uddhav Sahib also said the same thing. Why don't they come and prove themselves on the floor test?
Okay.
If they have the numbers.
Mr. Supariwala, can I ask
We
you
are
a
seeing the
counter
photographic
question?
evidence. I am not denying it.
Okay, you're not denying it. Can I ask you a counter question? If
go ahead.
If Shiv Senics believe that the Thackeраys
please go
are the custodians of the Shiv Sena, the only custodians, why aren't they out on the streets? Why aren't they coming out like they have done in the past? Have they not done it in the past? Did they not get out? No, 1 minute, let me finish. Did they not get out, Raj Thackeray? Kahan hai Shiv Senics? There's no one on the street. There's no one saying, Shinde, you have committed the greatest betrayal. Where are they?
Come on the streets. We just do things. We just do things now. We do not want to be rebels like other people. We will listen to our master. We will listen to our leader.
Master.
If he tells us to do something, we will be definitely doing it.
Master.
Secondly,
Okay.
I think
Master,
you
Sahib.
are not understanding. When he had left from Varsha, he had been. 1 minute. Let me explain.
when they left from Varsha to Matoshri, flower petals had been he had been welcomed at Matoshri with thousands of Shiv Sainik. All the roads were blocked. All the ceiling was also blocked. What are you talking about the Shiv Sena?
Sir, at one time Shiv Sainik used to write letters in blood. Not that I'm encouraging all of that. As a sign of support. Now, today the Shiv Sainiks are not anywhere there because they believe that Uddhav Thackeray squandered the legacy of the great Bal Thackeray.
I'm coming to the point. There was a time when people used to fight their battles with swords and horses. Times keep changing. The fight is still on.
So now they've gone silent. Okay, let me bring it. Let me bring it. Okay, one second.
No, they have not gone silent.
Okay.
They are doing it in a polished manner.
Oh, polished manner, is it?
Democratic manner.
Okay. So one second. So there is a master-slave kind of relationship. That first of all, let's get that out of the way. That Mr. Supariwala says that Smita Prakash, this is the same kind of parivarvad that we see.
It is called Sahib in Marathi.
No. I'm not saying anything. You said the word master, sir.
We are Shiv Sainiks.
Sir, you use the word master. I didn't use the word master.
Master means the mastermind.
Mastermind.
Master means the boss.
The boss is sitting in Guwahati.
If you call your seniors a boss, that does not make you a slave.
But why are your MLAs not recognizing Uddhav Thackeray as the boss? Sir, can I ask you with folded hands? Why is... One minute, sir. Sir, मेरी बात तो सुनिए. Supariwala ji, Sajid bhai, listen to me.
20 are already in touch.
So, they're not in touch, sir. They're sitting very firmly. They're sitting very firmly. They are sitting very firmly. Now, let me just ask you. Okay, 1 minute. You will agree that the MLAs...
Being on camera and coming personally is a different thing.
Mr. Supariwala, you will agree that MLAs represent... सुन तो लीजिए ना, मेरा सवाल तो सुन लीजिए. Sir, please listen to my question. I'm not asking anything which is out of the ordinary or very, very offensive. I'm only asking you to have a conversation. I want to understand where you're coming from, draw you out. I want to ask you this question. You would agree that MLAs represent the voice of the people, right? They also represent the voice of Shiv Sainiks, right? Yes or no? Yes or no?
They are elected by the people.
By the people. So you would recognize that they have popular support.
By the people? Yes
now,
or no?
If these Sainiks who represent the people don't recognize Uddhav Thackeray as their boss, then that's game, set and match, isn't it, sir? Then the Shiv Sena obviously doesn't recognize, the majority of the Shiv Sainiks don't recognize Uddhav as their boss.
Let me correct you.
आप खुद ही बोल रहे हैं.
You're asking me a question. You're asking me a question. Am I having the right to reply to it?
Of course, I'm asking you to reply.
Can I?
I am asking you to reply.
See, all MLAs are voted by the people. Those people are definitely with Uddhav Sahib Thackeray. We know the facts. We know the ground. We are not talking about only sitting in an AC office and just counting the heads on a video. What we are talking about is physically they will come, represent themselves before the floor test will be done. They will say that Uddhav Sahib, we are not with you. Uddhav Sahib was already committed and already told on the media, as you are aware of, that he is ready. But at least they should come and tell Uddhav Sahib that, okay Sahib, we are doing this.
Why should they, sir?
We cannot guarantee a video.
If they don't recognize him as their boss, why should they? Anyhow, that's a different question. I'll come to that question also. I'll come to that question also. Smita Prakash, you've as a journalist seen a large number of these coups. I can take you back to Indira Gandhi's time. We can talk about coups that have taken place where Akhilesh Yadav staged one against his father, but this is a very different one. This reminds me actually of what happened with Najlingappa and the syndicate and Indira Gandhi, where outsiders, non-Gandhis, decided to wrest control of the Congress. Eventually that didn't work out, and to that extent maybe Supariwala is right that okay, the Shiv Sena cannot be divorced from the Thackeray's, and maybe this attempt, Shinde attempt, will flop. But as of today, if Mr. Supariwala concedes, Sanjay Rawat concedes that MLAs speak for the people, that they represent the people, then can they say that they don't speak for the people? I don't understand this.
Since you mentioned Indira Gandhi, I mean, what the spokesperson of the Shiv Sena said just now, it just reminded me so much of that, because he said Shiv Sena is Uddhav and Aditya. and that's it. And Aditya and Uddhav are Shiv Sena. It was so much in the line of India is Indira, Indira is India. I mean, Shiv Sena has come so far away from the Shiv Sena of the past. Even though Shiv Sena was associated with Bal Thackeray, he was the Karta Dharta of the party. In spite of that, it was such a Shakha-based party. There was so much of discipline. So today what we are seeing right now, this rebellion is so not in keeping with the grain of Shiv Sena. They don't see themselves as master, even though it is said Sahib is a form of respect. It's not master. It doesn't translate to master. You know, the thing is that this unnatural alliance has been sitting uneasy on the Shiv Senics, but because rebellion is not something that Shiv Sena does, so they did not rebel, but they have been uncomfortable with this Aghadi from the word go. And the fact that Uddhav has never been the kind of people's person that Bala Sahib was. It has been difficult for Uddhav to be one also, because Bala Sahib was such a big overpowering personality. So for him to come out of that was difficult, and then you had Raj Thackeray breathing down his neck. So it has been difficult, and his nature, by nature, he doesn't do. You know, I beg to differ from what your reporter in fact said it respectfully. I would like to say that the way Shinde is sitting and the pictures that you're putting is not at all like Bal Thackeray. Bal Thackeray did not sit like this with his people. He used to sit on this really ornate chair. He never used to sit like this with the people. So at no point of time is Shinde trying to pretend to be another Bal Thackeray. He's trying to say, I am one of you. No way that Shinde will be able to touch a chord among everybody to say, I am a Thackeray or I am like a Thackeray. At that moment itself, there will be a break between him and the flock who is with him.
Right.
He will not make that. He will not make that pretense of trying to be the inheritor of Thackeray legacy. No, he's going to try and say, I am one of you who's there. That is why you're seeing he's at the same level. The visuals and the body language is extremely important right now. He's just trying to motivate the crowd. And one of the things he said out here in these visuals is that there's a big party with me. He's come out in the open now to say that there's a BJP. On the other hand, you're seeing a dejected Uddhav who's literally come down to single-digit figures. In spite of that, I say just wait and watch, because you can never say with the Shiv Senics, they can still get together, because as I said, rebellion is not easy. It just doesn't sit easy with them. What they have a problem is that
I'll tell you then, Smita Prakash, Uddhav Thackeray will have to reorient its style.
Correct.
Complete style. And you're right, this sitting on the throne business is not going to work, because this is precisely why. In a letter to Uddhav Thackeray, Mr. Shinde has said, why and others, of course, who signed that letter have said we are splitting. And Samir Desai, these are the reasons. Chief Minister's door was closed for 2.5 years. What kind of Bala Sahib legatee would treat his cubs, as he would call them, as, sir, people, as people who are not part of his brood? He would never shut his door for 2.5 years on his cubs. People around Chief Minister decided if we can meet him. Bala Sahib would not have treated them as if they were not his cubs. Had to wait for hours at the gates to meet his own Chief Minister.
Rahul, may I?
MLAs didn't get funds for development work, called and stopped from visiting Ayodhya. Bala Sahib Thackeray welcomed, now whether we like it or not, viewers, he welcomed the demolition of the Babri Masjid. He said Ayodhya was our Karma Bhumi. He was the original Hindu Hriday Samrat. You may not like it.
He took ownership. He took ownership. Rahul,
he said, of it.
Yeah, he said my boys did it. To a BBC interview, he said my boys did it. He's the only one who took ownership. Not even the BJP. At that time, LK Advani and all turned back and said it is the saddest day of my life. But Bal Thackeray took ownership.
His cubs dug up a pitch during a high-profile Indo-Pak encounter, cricket match encounter. Here you have the Uddhav Thackeray government, Uddhav Thackeray himself criticizing the Prime Minister for taking a strong position against China. Mr. Desai, no Thackeray, especially Bal Thackeray, would have ever compromised on national interest, on the core ideology of the Shiv Sena. But Mr. Desai, this is what has happened, and that's why you are facing this rebellion. Quite clearly today, the Shinde camp seems to have grasp the ideology of Bal Thackeray better than Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. That's why you're having this problem. Sameer Desai, could you respond?
Rahul, primarily Uddhav Sahab is towing the same ideology, same principles, same values that Bala Sahib had throughout his life. Primarily. Secondly, Rahul, you were talking about where are the Shiv Senics. Rahul, let us all understand that had it not been the lakhs and lakhs of Shiv Senics or the pressure, or I will go a step ahead and say the fear of these Shiv Senics, which made these elected MLAs and elected on the soil and on the blood and sweat of these Shiv Senics, that they had to go to Surat and Guwahati. What do you think is the reason that these MLAs, these elected MLAs of the party had to leave Maharashtra in the middle of night and go to a state, thereby, and then going and expressing their view? What do you think, if it is not the fear or the pressure
Mr.
of the
Desai,
Shiv Senics?
listen, we'll come to that point. You're saying it's all under BJP. BJP has done this.
No. Rahul, let me tell you, I do not want to include a party because this is our mess and it is up to us to clear it. So I do not intend to get any other party into it. I do not want to give the credit to any other party, but to take the blame on ourselves. Primarily, Rahul, let us understand that there are perils and beauties of democracy. The beauties of democracy is that a tea vendor, of which I am actually proud of this democracy, becomes the Prime Minister of our country. A rickshawala becomes an MLA. A commoner becomes the UD Minister of the state. There are certain perils as well. Now, please tell me, for the common 12 crore Marathi or Maharashtrian or residents of Maharashtra, the voters of Maharashtra or the people of Maharashtra, what is exact Shiv Sena? Who is the exact Shiv Sena? 14, 15 MPs or 40, 45 MLAs? Are they Shiv Sena, or the lakhs and lakhs and lakhs of workers who have been working, slogging their sweat off for these
Mr.
leaders?
Desai, can I say one thing? Mr. Desai, can I say one thing? You said
These are the perils of democracy.
Okay, one second.
However, we are ready to face this as well.
Okay, Desai Sahib, you said Uddhav has followed Bala Sahib's legacy. You said that. You said that at the beginning. Did you not? Yes or no?
In toto.
In toto. Okay. So now let me read out a few things that Bal Thackeray said. He said, July 1992, even if one Shiv Sainik stands against me and my family and says I left the Shiv Sena because of you or you hurt us, I'm not prepared to continue as Shiv Sena chief for one moment. यहाँ तो सर उद्धव जी कहते हैं, as Sajid Supariwala says, that the Shiv Sena is Thackeray and Thackeray is Shiv Sena. While there are 30 to 40 to 42 to 45, one doesn't know. I can only go by what's on my screen. And that tells me there are 42 Shiv Sainik MLAs who have said, we don't want you. And yet, sir, you are hanging on to the party chief's position. Bal Thackeray sir said, am I wrong?
Rahul,
I'm quoting him.
Did Uddhav ji not say yesterday that any Shiv Sainik, any MLA from you, come up to me or even write to me that we do not want you as a chief minister?
They've written to him, sir. They've written.
Now, as I said,
Mr. Desai, they have written. What are they supposed to do?
No, they need to tell Uddhav ji.
They have told him.
We do not. No,
have you not heard the sound bites? Have you not heard have you not seen the tweets? Have you not seen the letters signed by all 46?
Two Shiv Sena spokespersons can't agree with each other.
Tushar Gupta, they say they are following Bal Thackeray to the in toto. Bal Thackeray said, even if one Shiv Sainik stands against me and my family and says I left the Shiv Sena because of you or hurt us, I'm not prepared to continue as Shiv Sena chief for one moment. Forget that. Uddhav Thackeray is not prepared to even leave the chief minister's chair for a minute.
People have come back with a complaint.
He's taken the chief minister's chair with him to Matoshri.
What do you think? Two people have come back from that
Rahul, chief minister is a statutory post.
Two people have come back. What about that? One has been beaten by the police.
Allow me a few interrupted seconds, please.
In case he has to step down,
what are you
they will
talking
have
about?
to come on the floor of the house and show that strength.
Then we will decide.
Sameer Desai says Uddhav Thackeray has followed Bal Thackeray in toto. Okay, see, you can shout over me, sir. I'm not going to shout over any of you.
I do not.
Desai
How
Saab,
can
Desai Saab,
That-
you
that
said he's
prerogative
followed
lies
Bal
only
Thackeray
with
in
you.
total.
Answer this. Let me answer this.
Okay.
Lies only with you.
Swarajya
them
editor,
come and put
Swarajya senior
themselves on the
editor,
floor.
Tushar Gupta wants to come in.
Rahul, back to
Yes,
Maharashtra.
Tushar Gupta, come in. Tushar Gupta, come in, respond to Mr.
Rahul,
Supariwala and Mr.
imagine the
Desai.
condition of the party. Rahul.
Yeah.
I'll sum it up. Imagine the condition of the party where two spokespersons on your show can't agree with each other. You know, when the Shiv Sena contested the election, they gave up on their ideology.
Totally.
When they started governing, they gave up on their integrity.
You're getting it wrong.
Today, when
You're
the
saying let
MLAs
them
have
come
given
here.
up on them, they're struggling for their identity. Mr. Desai here says there are perils to democracy. I'll explain him what's the peril of democracy. In Maharashtra, people voted for Fadnavis and Thackeray government. Fadnavis's BJP emerged as the single largest party. But what did we have? We had an unholy marriage of convenience between the NCP, between the Congress, between the Shiv Sena, because there was
Sir,
lust for power and greed. That's the peril of democracy.
What happened at the
For
wee
2.5
hours of the morning?
years, within the pandemic, people struggled. People were desperate for oxygen. People were desperate for vaccines. That's the peril of democracy. For
Gentlemen,
2.5
don't speak
years,
over each other.
people
Mr.
got
Desai
a
didn't
government
speak
they did
over
not
you.
vote
Let him
for.
finish.
That's the peril of democracy.
Okay.
For 2.5 years, the people of Maharashtra had to suffer a government they did not vote for. That's the peril of democracy. And what are you talking about Uddhav Thackeray following the legacy of the great Balasaheb Thackeray? Mr. Desai, learn to listen. That's why your party is in this condition. The disconnect from the public is why your party is in this condition today.
Sir, my
You are
party
telling
has
me
the
that
potential,
Uddhav
my
Thackeray
party
follows the
workers
legacy
have
of the
the
great
potential, we have
Balasaheb
the potential
Thackeray.
to rise like a phoenix. We will come back stronger.
Where are the MLAs? No one cares about your potential,
these
sir.
MLAs
No
were-
test
these
are not
MLAs
about
have been
potential.
elected.
They are
These
one with
MLAs
MLA
have been
support.
elected by
Three
our
emergency
sweat.
meetings.
They
Where are
have-
the
we have
MLAs?
consumed our time. We
Mr.
have given
Desai,
our time,
Mr.
our family
Desai,
and everything
Mr.
to get these
Desai,
MLAs elected.
Mr. Desai,
If not there, we will
Mr.
elect someone
Desai,
else.
Mr. Desai, the
These
numbers not,
5 years,
are not
these
on your
2.5
side.
years will also
Mr.
end.
Desai, answer
These
this
2.5
simple
years
question.
will also end.
Mr.
There
Desai,
again will be an
answer
election
this simple question
when you
on the
will
show.
need Shiv Senics on the road.
Mr. Desai, can you answer a simple question? Mr. Desai, can you answer a simple question? Would Balasaheb Thackeray, the great Balasaheb Thackeray, jail anyone for reciting the Hanuman Chalisa? Answer yes or no.
Please
Would
tell
the
me,
great
please tell
Balasaheb
me
Thackeray
something. Please
jail
tell me
anyone
something.
for reciting the
Please
Hanuman
tell me
Chalisa?
something.
Yes
Who
or
in
no?
their proper senses?
Yes
who
or
in
no?
their proper
Just answer a
senses
simple question.
would
Yes or
challenge,
no?
Who in
Would
their
the great
proper
Balasaheb
senses
Thackeray
would
jail
challenge
anyone for
to
reciting the Hanuman
recite, to
Chalisa?
recite Hanuman
Yes
Chalisa
or no?
outside
Mr.
Mataji,
Desai, do you
the
have an
worship
answer?
stand of
Mr.
lakhs of
Desai, do you
Shiv
have an
Sainik?
answer?
They do not.
Yes
they
or
did
no?
not- They could not have
Yes
the
or
audacity
no?
to even visit
Yes
and
or no?
recite Hanuman Chalisa outside a shaka
Mr. Desai,
unless they were
would
invited. Unless they were invited.
Mr. Desai, just
Okay, one minute. Let me just step in here. I'm going to lower
Rahul,
everyone's faders. Please, this is not right. Sameer Desai and Tushar Gupta, let's not fight over each other and talk over each other and fight with each other. I want to bring in another contradiction and I will prove it right now. Sameer Desai and Supariwala say, Karan Verma, you're there listening in. Supariwala and Desai both say that Uddhav Thackeray has followed the legacy in toto. Now, I want us viewers to ask Karan Desai and Lokesh Jindal. Lokesh Jindal, Congress Party. Lokesh Jindal, I just want to ask you, and don't give me a long history and geography, just answer my question short. Don't have all the time in the world. So I'm asking you, what do you think about Veer Savarkar? Was he a courageous Indian? Or do you agree with what Rahul Gandhi said, that Veer Savarkar was not Veer, he was a Kair who sold out India to the British by writing apology letters to the British? Can you tell me just where you stand on this? Do you agree with Rahul Gandhi or you don't agree with him? Yes or no?
I agree with Rahul Gandhi.
Now just stop
certainly.
there. Okay, now just stop there, Mr. Jindal. I'll come back to you in 30 seconds. Let's do this in a lawyerly manner. Okay? Now, Mr. Desai, the ally that you have used as a support to be in power, that you love so much that you're willing to allow 47 of your MLAs to go into the hands of a larger party like the BJP, for instance, if I'm to believe you, that Congress believes that Veer Savarkar was a Kair.
Rahul,
he sold out the country. Bal Thackeray, no, one minute. Finish my question. Bal Thackeray said that Veer Savarkar was a nationalist. Should I quote? Savarkar was a supporter.
It is written. It is imbibed in every Indian.
So why is Uddhav Thackeray stuck with a political party that abuses the ideological mentor of the Shiv Sena and a man that Bala Saheb Thackeray respected? Thought he was his great ideological mentor. You tell me this.
Rahul, let me respond. It is very unfortunate. It is very unfortunate. However, Rahul, this government, if you recollect, was formed on a common minimum program.
Oh.
It was formed on a common minimum
so you compromised
program in welfare of the Maharashtra state.
Right.
Second, Rahul.
You compromised.
Second, my question to you, Rahul, again, and through you to the others.
No, 1 minute.
Rahul,
1 minute. Do you think Samir Desai? I'm asking you a simple question on this point. No, very important. Samir Desai.
Janata Party went into an alliance
Mr.
with
Desai.
Mufti.
Did you pull out of, no, hang on. Yes, they did that. And it was very bad. Very, very wrong. That they tied up. I'm asking you a question now. This is a very important point.
When in the wee hours of the morning.
Okay, so tell me. Samir Desai, 1 minute.
NCP, the same NCP.
Fair enough.
Which we all are accusing of having all the.
Okay. It is not, by the way.
What ideologies were there?
Okay, Shiv, Mr. Desai, can you listen to me now? This is a counter question I have for you, and Karan Desai will pose that question to you also. I want to ask you, you didn't think that the BJP, Karan Verma, you didn't think, Mr. Desai, that the BJP did the right thing by tying up with the PDP. It sold the country down, the tube. But at the very time it was doing this alliance with the PDP, you and the BJP were in alliance in Maharashtra. Why didn't you quit that alliance and say BJP has betrayed the nation? You were part of that alliance. Why didn't you quit? Bala Saheb Thackeray would have quit. Why didn't you quit?
Shiv Sena has kept the interest of Maharashtra first.
Oh.
We have always.
So let me tell you, viewers.
This government was formed only on the basis of a common minimum program, which has been adhered to.
Can I come in now, please?
I'll just bring you in, Karan Verma. There is another important point. Look at the way. 1 minute, everybody. Gupta ji, 1 second. Now look at the way the Shiv Sena has contradicted itself once again. I'll tell you why. This is what Bal Thackeray had to say about Sharad Pawar in 1998. Viewers, we come with research, we come with hard facts. Times Now is not a faffing channel that gives a platform to people. We ask the hard questions. We asked them of the BJP when they formed that government under Mr. Fadnavis in a hurry in the wee hours of the morning. We asked it of the BJP when it went and tied up with the PDP. But two wrongs don't make a right. So Shiv Sena today invoking, oh, the BJP has done it, who are they to lecture? The BJP is not lecturing. 47 Sena MLAs are lecturing Uddhav Thackeray for betraying Bal Thackeray. And what did Bal Thackeray say? They are talking about the interests of Maharashtra. Bal Thackeray believed that one of the biggest politicians in Maharashtra was not serving the interests of Maharashtra. What did he say? If the BJP befriends Sharad Pawar, we will reconsider our alliance and pull out. I have no doubts about this. We have come to power riding a popular wave of anti-Pawar sentiment. There can be no compromise on this. We do not want power or Pawar at any cost. We are a party of principles. Uddhav Thackeray, viewers, 14 years later, actually 22 years later, my maths is pathetic. 22 years later, compromises on principles and clutches Sharad Pawar. 1999, this is what Bal Thackeray said about Sharad Pawar. If politics is to be considered a game of scoundrels, it is for a man to decide whether he wants to be a gentleman or a scoundrel. If anyone wants to become a scoundrel, okay, but I will not go with a scoundrel, whoever he may be. This is what Bal Thackeray said about Sharad Pawar. Why was Uddhav Thackeray then tying up with? What interests of Maharashtra was he serving by tying up with a scoundrel, in the words of Bal Thackeray? Samir Desai, respond.
Tell me, Rahul, again I tell you that decisions have to be taken in the interest of the state and the current political scenario.
Okay.
What else could have forced what else could have forced Bharatiya Janata Party to align with Nitish Kumar ji in Bihar, a gentleman who had claimed and vowed to finish the RSS from India? What otherwise, other than the interest, tell me, other than the interest of the state, what promoted, what made them get into an alliance not once but twice? And the second time assuring them the mandate, assuring them the chief ministerial post.
Okay, Smita Prakash, Karan Verma want to come in. Yes, Smita Prakash, respond to Mr. Desai. Respond to Mr. Desai.
The leader who had
look at Mr. Desai going on and on about BJP and complaining about BJP's alliances when they went in and fought the election with Modi's face on the posters. Did you not fight the election with Mr. Modi's face?
Political scenario of the nation.
Did you not fight the election with Mr. Modi's face on your posters? Why did you fight the election with Modi? Why did you fight the election with the BJP as your ally? If it bothered you so much about BJP allying with BJP and with PDP, then why did you fight the election with them? You fought the election with them. That is your natural ally. Even now, even now, given half a chance, you will jump and go with them because they are your natural allies. Whether it comes to Hindutva, whether it comes to Savarkar, whether it comes to anything, they are your natural allies. Right now, it is not suiting you, but they are the ones that you would go with. It is what Rahul just quoted about Bal Thackeray and what he said about Pawar. The fact is that Bal Thackeray also had his special meetings with celebrities and Bollywood top guns and all that. But his politics was different. His politics was completely different. This is where I think Uddhav has strayed, Rahul, from the path of his father, is that, you know, by becoming chief minister, he's had to manage with egos, with politics, with alliances, which Bal Thackeray didn't have to do. He was not in office, so he did not have to play real politics in this term. Uddhav unfortunately wore that crown of thorns, and he had these egos to manage, and he took the support of Pawar and
so are you saying, Smita Prakash, very important point, Smita Prakash making a very important point, correct me if I'm wrong. So you're saying Uddhav Thackeray traded principles for power, became the first Thackeray to go into office, and therefore had to make these compromises. And he did not believe, and he thought that all the MLAs would follow, and he ended up rejecting a party like the BJP in the interests of the welfare of Maharashtra that stood up for Ayodhya, Hindutva, fights for Hindus, everything that Bal Thackeray stood up for. Is that what you're saying? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, absolutely. And here also, he could have taken the Sainiks on board. He could have. The problem is that he ensconced himself in this ivory tower. He is not a people's person. He could have, and of course, COVID came in and his health issues were also there.
Yes, Karan
Verma.
He
had managed to convince the Shiv Seniks that this was in the interest of Maharashtra, as the spokespersons are saying. He might have been able to convince.
He might have been able to. Karan Verma, let me ask you this question. If Uddhav couldn't be receptive even to his own leaders, 1 minute, I'm bringing in Karan Verma, he hasn't spoken, please. If Uddhav couldn't be receptive to even his own leaders, can he be receptive to the needs of the people of the state? And maybe the people of the state who are speaking to 47 MLAs who are today in Guwahati? That's the fundamental question. Karan Verma.
Rahul, when you lust for power, and that is palpable, then power also eludes you eventually. First power eludes you, then your identity eludes you. And today Uddhav Thackeray is facing an identity crisis of humongous proportions. But then, Rahul, this is his own doing. I mean, let's not forget Uddhav Thackeray, when the Shiv Sena spokesperson says he embraced Hindutva in toto, Bala Sahab Thackeray had said that it is our moral duty to make sure that Hindus who are oppressed in Afghanistan, Bangladesh, they are resettled here in India. And the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray, they staged a walkout in the Rajya Sabha when the CAA amendment came. Bala Sahab Thackeray, who was all for the safety and security of Mumbai and could not have ever tolerated any sorts of links with those who had masterminded the blasts in Mumbai, Uddhav Thackeray's party goes on to ally with Sharad Pawar And one of his aides, one of Sharad Pawar's aides, Nawab Malik, is today involved in shady dealings with Dawood itself. What does this show? Well, the fact is Uddhav has compromised every single principle of his book. He has thrown the rule book out. He has kept people away from him. And Rahul, you started the show by saying that you've seen a lot of coups, but none of this magnitude. Well, we've never seen a divorce of this magnitude from your core ideology before. What do you expect when that happens? The cadre stops respecting you. The MLAs stop respecting you. And when the Shiv Sena spokesperson says that MLAs don't represent the Shiv Senics, the mandate was in the first place for a Fadnavis and Thackeray government.
1 second.
Just
look over your shoulder. 1 second. Let's go to Mr. Supariwala once. Mr. Supariwala, Mr. Supariwala, I want to come to you in a full frame. And I'm also asking viewers to call in now and ask them who's to blame for the crisis in Maharashtra. So you're going to hear some viewers. Mr. Supariwala, just look over your right shoulder. You know who's looking over you, sir? Can you see the face of Mr. Bal Thackeray there?
Yeah, I know.
Yes. Would Mr. Bal Thackeray have been proud today when so many Shiv Senics are coming out there and saying that, listen, we are not happy with your leadership? The same Bal Thackeray who came and said very clearly, Mr. Supariwala, that if even one Shiv Senic has a complaint, I'll give up. Yes. I'll give up my post. Yes. Let's go back to the windows. Yes. Mr. Supariwala.
Can I come?
Yes, of course.
Now the thing is, you are talking about Balasaheb Thackeray, the great Balasaheb Thackeray. He would not have let these people go away. There would have been a different style. Right now, what Uddhav Sahib is doing, he's doing in a softer manner because things have changed. The people who have gone will not decide the future of Shiv Sena. He had already instructed, even if one MLA goes, we will not spare that MLA. You toda, te सांगितले होते थे हमने. But आज कैसा है कि हर चीज दौर अलग-अलग आते हैं. We have to go with the future. It is a future based Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena is no longer the only Shiv Sena you used to see in the olden times. It is not the only ruffian Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena has become polished. Shiv Sena has become democratic, more democratic than before, and Aditya Thackeray is helping Shiv Sena go through that success and grow. These people who have vested interests will never be able to be called a Shiv Senic. Shiv Senic will only be called a Shiv Senic
47 MLAs have a vested interest.
Able to understand
2/3 of your party has a vested interest.
Shiv Sena.
You gave them tickets to become MLAs.
Oh, not
these
only
47 MLAs, 2/3 of your party has a vested interest. So you're abusing your own MLAs.
There are lakhs of Shiv Senics. They have elected. The MLAs have been elected by the public.
Political workers of the
It's not, they have voted. They have been voted.
Eknath Shinde has actually done an Uddhav Thackeray on Uddhav Thackeray actually.
Sorry, Karan Verma was saying?
Actually, Uddhav Thackeray is...
Rahul, Eknath Shinde has actually done an Uddhav Thackeray on Uddhav Thackeray. When Mr. Shoaib says that people don't represent, these 47 MLAs don't represent the aspirations of people, this is exactly what they did. The vote was for Fadnavis and Thackeray.
Breaking news coming in. Karan Verma, breaking news coming in. We are also getting viewers we want to speak with. 1 second, lower everyone's faders. Big news coming in. Dramatic escalation. Shinde camp takes on Uddhav Thackeray. Shinde camp puts Uddhav Thackeray on notice, calls out compromise for power. Can't call us traitors. We are Balasaheb Senics. Balasaheb taught us to stand against injustice. You can compromise, we won't. This is a message coming from 2/3 of the Shiv Sena. Smita Prakash, the writing is on the wall. They don't believe that Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is living up to the principles of Balasaheb Thackeray. We won't compromise, we will fight on. How do you interpret this?
See, I don't think, even though there are claims that the Shiv Sena has changed and all, I think the Shiv Sena is just the same. All these emotional appeals, whether it was yesterday Uddhav or else all these letters which are coming in, this tugging at the heartstrings and this drama that is happening, I don't think this should continue for long. They have the numbers. If they have the numbers, it should be this
on the floor of the house
in public.
Okay, well, the governor right now is sick. So that's another complication, and it's going to stretch out this process. Viewers, I'm coming out to you. Of course, we love to hear from all of you, and it's very important that we connect with you. Archana calling in from Delhi. Miss Archana, go ahead. Good evening. What's your view? Who's to blame?
You know, first of all, I want to tell the Shiv Sena spokespeople that they should raise the quality of the argument and not their voices. And it is very clear that Shiv Sena fought elections with BJP, but because of power, because of lust for power, he had a post-poll alliance with Sharad Pawar and Congress and became Sonia Sena. Today, because he discarded his ideology and his identity, he has lost power. He has not only lost power, he has lost faith and faith.
How articulate, Miss Archana. You should have been on this panel tonight. Unleavened voice of the public. Brilliant. Very well put. Raise the quality of your arguments, not your voices. O.P. Swaminathan calling in from Bengaluru this evening. Good evening, sir.
Rahul, good evening.
Good evening.
See, whenever some unholy alliances are put into place, like the BJP, PDP, or this Shiv Sena, NCP and Congress in Maharashtra, then you have to compromise on principles. When you are not in power, you don't have to compromise on principles.
Yeah.
So that is one of the biggest problems. The other thing is, the same thing is happening to our great Congress party. You keep petting your dog and not listen to leaders, then the people will quit the party.
Well, Times Now's viewers are always on the ball, and they are opinionated, just as opinionated as their favorite channel. Thank you very much. I want to bring in Abhishek calling in from Kolkata this evening. Abhishek, who's to blame?
Yeah, hi. Good evening, Rahul.
Good evening, sir.
I think Uddhav Thackeray himself is to blame, because first and foremost, he totally cheated the electorate by going against the mandate. And secondly, he dumped his own core ideology, which Balasaheb had said for all these decades. So he lived beyond the expected date. You know, so it was this government was destined to fall.
Well, from three corners of this country, viewers, north, south, east, and Sandeep calling in from Mumbai, that completes the quadrilateral. Sandeep, good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hi Rahul.
Hi.
Look,
Lovely
I
speaking to you.
am from Mumbai, so I've been experiencing the performance of, MVA government from 2.5 years.
Right.
And I say that the performance have been deplorable. The government has been replete with scam, corruption, and the most important thing, there is a dearth of leadership in Uddhav Thackeray. Because, Maharashtra is Mumbai is the economical capital of India.
Yeah, powerhouse.
And last 2.5 years,
yes,
we have been seeing that policy paralysis and the government internal fight have really created a mess in Mumbai.
Well, look at these wonderful viewers, all of them calling in, four corners of this country, all speaking up. And their verdict is clear. Everyone's connected to this story, viewers. It has national implications. Let me tell you that. It's very, very important. Mumbai and Maharashtra are not to be trifled with. Their interests are very, very dependent and interlinked to the fiscal and financial health of the nation. And I explained to you yesterday using some charts and statistics why it is so crucial. Misgovernance, malgovernance, whatever you call it, misadministration, maladministration, whatever is the word, it's inexcusable. Either Uddhav Thackeray settles scores with the Shinde camp, gets them over in the next 24 hours, or moves out. Vacuum cannot be afforded. These are very, very critical times for our economy. I leave it at that, viewers. But I have to ask Lokesh Jindal a small question. Sanjay Raut says, we are ready to kick the Congress and the NCP. They don't even want you. Why are you extending support to the Shiv Sena? Lokesh Jindal, they've told you, we're ready to kick you.
Rahul, I've been hearing since last 45-50 minutes. You have been quoting Balasaheb Thackeray's statements, but one statement you missed out.
Okay.
Balasaheb Thackeray famously stated that it was a grave mistake to ally with BJP.
Right.
He said that Shiv Sena had wasted 24 years of its life by allying with BJP, and BJP tried to destroy Shiv Sena in its home. Okay. And this entire rebellion is again something that is manufactured by BJP on its attempts so as to destroy Shiv Sena. But let me tell you, this won't happen. I know the spirit of Shiv Sena. The Shiv Senics, they have an emotional bonding to the Thackerays. The Thackeray's are still viewed as the leaders of Shiv Sena, and things will settle, MVA will continue, and the BJP will fail in its objective.
Okay, well, viewers, it might well be true. The BJP might have orchestrated all of this from behind the scenes, but there is always a pull factor and a push factor. The pull factor might be the BJP factor. Who knows what carrots they have dangled? We don't know. As of now, the BJP is not speaking. This is not our problem. But you see, the greatest irony is that even Sharad Pawar doesn't accept it's the BJP, viewers. It is saying, he held not one but two press conferences saying this is a Shiv Sena internal issue. Let them sort it. He never talked about the BJP. And the NCP in part also wanted to align with the BJP. Ajit Pawar, who held a press conference today, he must have been wondering what could have been had my uncle not stopped me. Well, viewers, it's a potpourri. It is a simmering pot. Call it what you want to. But uncertainty is not going to help Maharashtra, and it is certainly going to have big implications for India's economy. I'll leave it at this. Navika Kumar, coming up on the News Hour.
Let's get you breaking news coming in from Maharashtra now. Even as the crisis looms there for the Shiv Sena, there is a massive show of strength that is taking place. Pro Sena chants are greeting Uddhav Thackeray. Listen in. The Shiv Sena, they're camping there under the leadership of Eknath Shinde, and getting in a bit of breaking news update, the TMC has now said that the BJP has always played cross bat. So that's another reaction, an allegation coming in from the TMC, just as has been said by the Congress and the Shiv Sena as well in the past. We have Kirti Azad joining us on the phone line. Mr. Azad, what do you make of this allegation coming in from the TMC this time around, saying that the BJP has always played cross bat?
Well, what did they do in Madhya Pradesh?
But isn't it really directly related to, you know, the particular government's concern not being able to keep their flock together? BJP will use this as an opportunity, yes, if the Vikas Aghadi is unable to keep matters in their hands.
Correct. Money, ED, IT, NSA, they all can be used to BJP's advantage.
And how is that, Mr. Azad?
Haven't we seen it?
No, in this particular case, how is it that any of the agencies is being put to use as you're alleging?
Well, haven't you seen what has happened in the past? A few months ago, on the various leaders, and every time they can't convict anybody. You've seen approximately more than 3,000 cases by ED have been framed on lots of people.
So, Mr. Azad, are you implying that all of these MLAs have decided to part ways under some sort of pressure?
Well, it's quite evident. It's very evident. What happened in Madhya Pradesh? Can you tell me that? Didn't they try the best in Bengal? Didn't they try the best in Rajasthan? Rajasthan, they almost had them.
Well, all parties involved, including the Congress and the Shiv Sena, currently in damage control mode, Mr. Azad. Let's see how this plays out. Too soon to really come to any sort of conclusions. I'll have to leave it at that. Thank you for joining us with that perspective. Let me go across to my colleague Vaishali, who's joining us from Surat. Vaishali, क्या जानकारी दे
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Only a miracle can now save Uddhav Sena, because once a staunch loyalist of the Thackerays has now sounded the death knell for the Sena that once used to belong to the Thackerays. Eknath Shinde is the worst nightmare for the Shiv Sena Supremo. Not only has he expanded his clout and count, Shinde now says that he represents the true Shiv Sena because he has the support of over 37 to 38 MLAs. This has changed the political landscape in the state. With today's turn of events, Eknath Shinde has a total of 50 MLAs. Anything between 47 and 50 is what are being counted. Remember, on June 21st, Shinde had only 14 MLAs with him. The number of rebel MLAs pledging their allegiance to Shinde now stands at 40, while Uddhav camp is now left with 15 or thereabouts. Amidst this crisis, Sena is looking at an exit option. Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut hinted that the party is ready to dump the Aghadi if these rebel MLAs engage in a dialogue with Uddhav Thackeray. Running out of options, Congress says that the Shiv Sena is free to do whatever it wants. Listen in to both the Sena and the Congress.
जी महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेनेनं बाहेर पडलं पाहिजे आणि एक वेगळा विचार केला पाहिजे. त्यांनी आधी महाराष्ट्रात यावं, मुंबईत यावं आणि त्यांची जी मागणी आहे ती मागणी अधिकृतपणे शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुखांसमोर त्यांनी मांडावी. त्यांच्या मागणीचा नक्की विचार होईल, पण आधी मुंबईत याची हिंमत दाखवा. पण आमची भूमिका फक्त सध्याचा सरकारविषयी आहे. त्या सरकारमधून महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे. तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा. समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा. नक्की तुमच्या भूमिकेचा विचार होईल. 24 तासात परत या. 24 तासात तुम्ही मुंबईत परत या. उद्धव साहेबांसमोर आपण बसू आणि तुमची जी भूमिका आहे ती स्वीकारण्यासंदर्भात नक्की विचार केला.
देखो, मेरा एक कहना है कि जैसे एनसीपी और कांग्रेस हमारी ये नेचुरल अलायंस नहीं है, इस तरह का भी एक आरोप लगाया जा रहा है. तो हम इनको सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं कि बीजेपी की सरकार में तुम थे 2014 से 19, तब कई मंत्री शिवसेना के जेब में रिज़ाइन लेके घूमते थे. तो क्या इसका मीनिंग लगाया जाए? ये सब चीज़ें जो है ये सिर्फ बकवास है. और हमारा ये कहना है कि महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ हम हैं और हम रहेंगे. अगर उनको किसी के साथ अलायंस करना है तो उसमें हमारी कोई जोर जबरदस्ती नहीं है.
But the opposition is confident that it is the BJP that has scripted the revolt within the Sena's ranks to topple the Aghadi government. It asserts that it's the same script that was followed in Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh to totter an elected government using money power. Listen in to the opposition, even though the BJP has been silent for the last 72 hours.
आज बीजेपी ने कुछ लालची लोगों को अपनी सरकार को तोड़ने के लिए बरगलाया है। ये प्रजातंत्र के खिलाफ है। मुझे लगता है कि ये सब लोगों को, जितने लोग टीवी पे देख रहे हैं, चाहे वो भाजपा का समर्थक हो, चाहे वो कांग्रेस का समर्थक हो, चाहे वो शिवसेना का समर्थक हो, चाहे वो आम आदमी पार्टी का समर्थक हो, उसको ये घर बैठे पता चल रहा है कि ये खरीद फरोख्त का मामला है और इसके अंदर पैसे की ताकत पर सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है।
Everywhere they didn't have numbers, they didn't have mandate. They have tried to steal the mandates of the people of those states. That is what they are doing in Maharashtra now. Now, all these MLAs are parked in Assam. Assam, you have seen floods. The chief minister there is buying and selling MLAs on behalf of the BJP government. This Kharid Farosh has been their trademark.
सरकार चलेगी, इसलिए चलेगी क्योंकि भाजपा भी सरकार नहीं बना सकती है। वो कुछ हलचल कर सकते हैं, कुछ लोगों को खरीद करके, कुछ खरीद फरोख्त करके, कुछ दूसरे तरीके से एक अस्थिरता पैदा करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं, मगर उनके मंसूबे पूरे होंगे नहीं।
But who benefits if the Aghadi government collapses? Let's take a look at what will happen next if the government collapses. If Uddhav quits, Sena petitions governor to dissolve the assembly. Well, that's one scenario. But many say that Sena cannot have that right when its own government has gone into a minority. Scenario number 2, the BJP asked the governor to call a session and hold a floor test. Pawar camp says it's ready to face the floor test, and that seems to be the direction that Sharad Pawar is hinting at.
सरकार माइनॉरिटी में है या नहीं, ये एस्टेब्लिश करने का रास्ता विधानसभा है। विधानसभा में जब फ्लोर टेस्ट हो जाएगी तो पता लगेगा कि ये सरकार मेजॉरिटी में है।
And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings me to the legitimate question on the news hour tonight. Will the BJP have the last laugh? That's the question and the debate. Coming up on the other side. Uddhav loses Sena. That's the hashtag and the debate. Coming up.
You're watching the News Hour at 9. Debate number 1 on Times Now. Super Prime Time.
And joining me tonight on the debate, Anand Ranganathan, author, Ratan Sharda, author, Sujata Pandey, political analyst, Tehseen Poonawala, political analyst, Brijmohan Srivastav, spokesperson of the NCP. But my first question goes to Mr. Yogi Gade, leader of the Shiv Sena. Mr. Gade, straightforward. When you came in, you wanted to have a government for 5 years, hasn't worked out that way, and now you're losing government. Mr. Gade, you're losing the government, you're losing your party, and of course you have to face the wrath of the people because you've lost your identity as a Hindutva party. So has it been worth the while of the Shiv Sena to get into the Maha Vikas Aghadi at all, or is it really a balance sheet that just has extremely red bottom line?
First of all, good evening. And when I start, let me tell you that when the Maha Vikas Aghadi was formed in 2019, if you go by the history, back in 2014, when Lok Sabha elections was won by Shiv Sena and BJP, but later on during the Vidhan Sabha in 2014, BJP broke the alliance end movement saying we want more seats and all. Then they fought separately. Post that again, Shiv Sena won 63 MLAs on their own that time. They came back together to form the alliance again. Then in 2019, just 2 months before the Lok Sabha election, Mr. Amit Shah ji and Uddhav Thackeray sahib announced alliance again of UP of Shiv Sena and BJP, and both were quoted as saying that Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha both will have 50% seat sharing, okay? And then Vidhan Sabha happened, and then again during Vidhan Sabha, BJP put pressure on Shiv Sena that you have to reduce the seats, we want more because we already have 123 MLAs.
Why are you getting into the history, sir?
Yes, I'm just telling you the history behind Maha Vikas Aghadi. And then when the election results came, you know what the history happened. And then one fine morning you see BJP and NCP taking oath together as CM and Deputy CM that time. And after 2 days again, the scenario changed, and then Shiv Sena went with NCP and Congress. So it was the BJP before who went with NCP. So when they do, is it holy that time? When they do the Aghadi, when they in Kashmir, when they go with PDP, it is justified. Shiv Sena wants this chief minister post for 2.5 years. In Bihar, if you notice, BJP was saying in Maharashtra they have more numbers than Shiv Sena, but in Bihar Nitish Kumar clearly has less numbers than the BJP. Yet BJP gave Nitish Kumar the CM post there. In Haryana also they compromised. They gave somebody the deputy chief minister post.
Mr. Gade, let's come back to the present. Forget 2014, forget 2019, and I can play out the soundbite of Mr. Amit Shah on the promises that he was accused to have made to Uddhav Thackeray. We all know that, we all remember that. I'm asking you today, do you have a party? Is there a Shiv Sena with Uddhav Thackeray ji, or is the real Shiv Sena with Mr. Eknath Shinde, who is claiming he has the support of nearly 37 or 38 MLAs out of the 55 in the Maharashtra Assembly? Please cut to 2022.
Yes, as a Shiv Sainik, I have observed this closely, but what I see personally is that the MLAs have been taken to outer state, that is Gujarat, and then to Assam, and you don't know what is in the minds of all these MLAs unless the floor test is happening in Mumbai.
So why is Mr. Thackeray not asking for a floor test?
Nor is the opposition, nor even the BJP, not even the Eknath Shinde sir as of now is asking for floor test. That is what is surprising.
Well, if you have the numbers, you ask, challenge them and they'll fall down. Why don't you have the confidence? You are a sitting government, sitting chief minister.
No, today Mr. Uddhav Thackeray also has appealed to them to come and talk to them over here, and even Sanjay Raut has told come here and talk, and we will listen to whatever is
Mr. Ratan Sharda, appeals have been made, but nobody has come back, and both sides are in an eyeball to eyeball confrontation. Nobody is blinking yet. And Shiv Sena says, उन्होंने भी तो floor test के लिए नहीं कहा है, तो उनके पास भी number नहीं है. So what's really going on?
What I mean to say is, once all MLAs
whenever Uddhav Thackeray makes an appeal, 2 MLAs run away. That is the kind of leadership we have today in Shiv Sena. It's the most humiliating leadership, where Mr. Eknath Shinde has been able to take over the entire party. I remember the audacious work done by Indira Ji in 1968-69 when she hijacked the entire party during the presidential election, despite being a smaller leader at that time. This is as audacious as that. And for a party which, for Uddhav Thackeray claimed to have natural right to rule, he has lost total control over the party. It's just a question of time. And the most importantly, if you listen to Mr. Riot's or Mr. Sanjay Raut's statement, his words are as if we have guts, you come here. So he has not yet learned his lessons. He is the man who created all the bad blood between different parties. First, the natural mandate that was given to BJP Shiv Sena, that was spoiled. Then he went on rubbing the people wrong way the entire time when these years were going on. Even before 2019, he continuously abused Modi ji and other parties, and he was the mouthpiece. Uddhav Thackeray couldn't control him. If you can't control the foul mouth, a so-called clerical Chanakya clerk, as somebody called in a letter, then I think Uddhav Thackeray has no right to win the party. And if you say if he could not keep track of so many ML leaving, what kind of person is? And today's letter, if you remember what I said for last 3 or 4 days, today's letters clearly show that he never paid any attention to those MLAs. They were fearful of losing the election. They thought that natural constituency actually clashes with the NCP Congress, with whom they are supposed to play along in the coming election. That scare itself was enough for them to run away. And this, if these people don't realize and keep on putting up brave front, I think they are fooling themselves. You can keep blaming BJP, everybody. Ajit Pawar today said BJP has no role. Nana Patole said that we are also not treated well. So, and they have clearly washed their hands off. What kind of allies these are? So clearly this is a lost cause, and people who come here bravely, great, they should come because that's the job they do. But the entire scenario of last 2.5 years has left everybody in a very poor taste. Mr. longest serving CM in absentia, who never attended any office, who never met his own MLAs, that is a real reason for the fall. And which party would not be worth its name, which doesn't fish in the troubled water? So today to blame BJP for their own ills is trying to hide away their own weaknesses.
Well, so let me ask Mr. Brijmohan Srivastav of the NCP. Sharad Pawarji has said that there should be a floor test, and numbers can only be ascertained in a floor test, and there are n number of judgments of the Supreme Court, whether it was Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, everywhere. What was said was a floor test can determine who has the right to form a government. Mr. Brijmohan Srivastav, what is stopping the Maha Vikas Aghadi, if it is so confident, to stand up and say, Governor, please call for a session and ask for a floor test, we have the numbers?
Navika ji, being a party in power, we personally feel, and not only the feel, it is a need of the time also. Why we should ask for the floor test? It is not, we are in power, we are having sufficient majority, we are running the government, we are the elected government. Why we should ask for the this floor test? The people who are thinking that they are having the number, it is their duty to ask for the floor test if they are having the strength. It is very straight way. Why we should do this thing? No government, no elected government will do this type of action anyhow, anywhere. So no need of it.
So you are saying,
other thing is this,
you are saying कि कुछ हुआ ही नहीं है, हम पावर में हैं, हम जनता के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, और ये सब जो हो रहा है 3 दिन से, it doesn't impact us. We are in power, we are the government, and therefore we are not in a hurry. People of Maharashtra be damned. There is no government that is running. The chief minister in full camera glare has left the official residence in Matoshri, in Varsha, gone away to his personal residence in Matoshri, and you are saying nothing has happened, we have nothing to prove. Anand Ranganathan, is that the way we are supposed as citizens of India?
Mankaji, government is working properly. Yesterday we were having our cabinet meeting also. So we are having, government is
Brijmohan ji,
so many of your ministers are sitting in Guwahati, but you were holding a cabinet meeting. Anand Ranganathan, is it business as usual in Maharashtra, and are we making a mountain out of a molehill?
Good evening, Navika, and good evening to all my esteemed panelists. I have been listening very patiently to all of them, and I hope they will not interject me today, because I have 3 important things to say. Number 1, Navika, whichever way you look at it, I'm sorry, what is happening, what is unfolding right before our eyes is a complete mockery of our democracy. Complete mockery. And I say this knowing fully well that it's not just the Shiv Sena that is mocking at us, it is the BJP, it is the NCP, and it is the Congress. Number 2, I want to ask this very simple question. What are these MLAs doing in Guwahati? What are they doing? Now when somebody asks for a floor test, do you mean to say the other rest 250 odd MLAs are going to be transported to Guwahati for the floor test? Arey wahi assembly shift kar lo fir. I don't understand. Why have they gone to Guwahati? Do they fear for their lives? Or are they of the belief that if they stay in Maharashtra, which is from where they have been elected, it is they are to serve the Maharashtrians, not the Assamese? Do they fear for their lives, or do they believe that Uddhav Thackeray and other people are going to coerce them into returning back to the fold? Why are they in Guwahati? Somebody must answer this. And third, because my good friend Tehseen is there, I see him. Can I please, with your permission, Navika, expend away my 20 seconds, 30 seconds for a change and ask him one question with your permission? Can I please do that,
Absolutely, go ahead. And Tehseen loves your questions.
Thank you. Tehseen, good evening, Tehseen. Can I please ask you a very simple yes and no question?
Sure, please.
Yeah, thank you. Tehseen, here is the question. Tehseen, who is the Speaker of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly?
There is no speaker. It was Nana Patole. Congress should have got the speaker's post, and for some reason they didn't give it to Congress, despite the name being finalized 2 times. And that's the problem that I have. And that's exactly the problem that I have. So now this post is with the deputy
you have
speaker
this
with
problem.
the NCP.
No, one
That's
second. जैसे आप ये प्यार नहीं no please Tehseen 1 second. ये जो प्यार आप दिखा रहे हैं जनता के प्रति, ये एक्चुअली प्यार कुर्सी के प्रति है. Do you know when Mr. Patole was removed as a speaker? More than 1.5 years ago. You are running the government.
He wasn't removed.
Now is the crucial role for the speaker.
He wasn't removed. He was.
And you don't know who the speaker is.
But may I respond to that?
Yeah, but have you brought this up for 1.5 years?
Navika, please may I respond to that?
Tehseen, please. You can't get away from this
it
time.
is. In fact,
this time I have really trapped you.
Yes,
this time I have trapped you.
No, I can't. But please allow me to answer. I heard you. Please allow me to answer. Please allow me to answer. Navika, with your permission, I'd like to answer Anand, because a very valid point he raises.
Okay. Right.
It was brought up, but also the governor played a dubious role in this.
Please go ahead.
Please, Anand, please, with your permission, please allow me to answer. You're right, Anand. I'm conceding the point to you, but please allow me to answer.
Go on, Tehseen.
It was brought up. The speaker elections did not happen, but yes, it was brought up. The speaker elections did not happen. But I'll also tell you one more thing. That the governor, Mr. Koshiyar, played a very dubious role. On 2 occasions, he did not allow for the session to be called for the speaker election. So all of this, the Congress is the biggest loser in this, and I'm saying this. But I have another point to make, which is a fundamental point that I need to put across. With your permission, I'll be very brief.
No.
There are 2 aspects.
No,
to
you
this
don't
whole
have a
issue.
speaker. Nobody in the NCP or Shiv Sena is agreeing to, your right to have a speaker, but you will blame the governor. NCP or Shiv Sena are not listening to you, but you will blame the governor.
Exactly.
And question the dubious role of the governor. You,
he did play a
for
dubious
1.5 years, have the right to have a speaker, which your alliance partners are not allowing, and you're sitting because, as Anand says, कुर्सी प्यारी है, बाकी सरकार चल रही है तो चलने दो. How does it matter? We will keep running the government because at least we are in power in half a state, and that reflects good on our CV. So let things go on. Anand Ranganathan, is that not how the Congress party looked at this whole Maha Vikas Aghadi? Because they had 44. They had 44 MLAs compared to 106 plus 7 independents. 113 of the BJP, they had 44 and a chance to sit in power in government. They weren't complaining.
So, Navika, can I finish in 10 seconds?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I just finish in 10 seconds? Point? Because this is the crux of the point.
Yeah, but please allow me to speak, because I'm also part
of the show. You see, there is a reason why
what happens is, my time gets taken away.
I'll come back to you, Tehseen, सरकार नहीं भी बची आपकी, यहाँ टाइम मिल जाएगा, यहाँ मिल जाएगा. वहां की सरकार में टाइम नहीं मिल रहा है, ना उद्धव ठाकरे से, ना पवार जी से. यहाँ मिलेगा. धीरज रखिए. Please hold on. You'll get your time here, even if you don't get, a seat in the government. Yes, Anand Ranganathan.
Yes, you see, this is the reason why I asked this. Everyone is talking about कि ये क्या खेल चल रहा है, ये बीजेपी गड़बड़ कर रही है, हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग चल रही है. किसी ने अभी तक ये नहीं पूछा कि भाई 1.5 साल से स्पीकर ही नहीं है, डिसाइड कौन करेगा. और अभी आई एम एस्टोनिश्ड, माय गुड फ्रेंड Tehseen is blaming the governor. I've had it till here. Tehseen, I'm sorry, but today, normally I don't say this, but today you have to apologize. How can you blame the governor?